128. The State Secret. A few moments after the doctor's departure, the confessor arrived. He had hardly crossed the threshold of the door when the Franciscan fixed a penetrating look upon him, and, shaking his head, murmured, "A weak mind, I see. May heaven forgive me if I die without the help of this living piece of human infirmity." The confessor, on his side, regarded the dying man with astonishment, almost with terror. He had never beheld eyes so burningly bright at the very moment they were about to close, nor look so terrible at the moment they were about to be quenched in death. The Franciscan made a rapid and imperious movement of his hand. "Sit down, there, my father," he said, "and listen to me." The Jesuit confessor, a good priest, a recently initiated member of the order, who had merely seen the beginning of its mysteries, yielded to the superiority assumed by the penitent. "There are several persons staying in this hotel," continued the Franciscan. "But," inquired the Jesuit, "I thought I had been summoned to listen to a confession." "Is your remark, then, a confession? Why do you ask?" "In order to know whether I am to keep your word secret. My remarks are part of my confession. I confide them to you in your character of a confessor." "Very well," said the priest, seating himself on the chair which the Franciscan had, with great difficulty, just left, to lie down on the bed. The Franciscan continued, "I repeat, there are several persons staying in this inn." "So I have heard. They ought to be 8 in number." The Jesuit made a sign that he understood him. "The first to whom I wish to speak," said the dying man, "is a German from Vienna, whose name is Baron de Wostpur. Be kind enough to go to him, and tell him the person he expected has arrived." The confessor, astounded, looked at his penitent. The confession seemed a singular one. "Obey," said the Franciscan, in a tone of command impossible to resist. The good Jesuit, completely subdued, rose and left the room. As soon as he had gone, the Franciscan again took up the papers which a crisis of the fever had already, once before, obliged him to put aside. The Baron de Wostpur. "Good," he said. "Ambitious, a fool, and straitened in means." He folded up the papers, which he thrust under his pillow. Rapid footsteps were heard at the end of the corridor. The confessor returned, followed by the Baron de Wostpur, who walked along with his head raised, as if he were discussing with himself the possibility of touching the ceiling with the feather in his hat. Therefore, at the appearance of the Franciscan, at his melancholy look, and seeing the plainness of the room, he stopped, and inquired, "Who has summoned me?" "I," said the Franciscan, who turned towards the confessor, saying, "My good father, leave us for a moment together. When this gentleman leaves, you will return here." The Jesuit left the room, and, doubtless, availed himself of this momentary exile from the presence of the dying man to ask the host for some explanation about this strange penitent, who treated his confessor no better than he would a manservant. The Baron approached the bed, and wished to speak, but the hand of the Franciscan imposed silence upon him. "Every moment is precious," said the latter, hurriedly. "You have come here for the competition, have you not?" "Yes, my father." "You hope to be elected General of the Order?" "I hope so." "You know on what conditions only you can possibly attain this high position, which makes one man the master of monarchs, the equal of popes." "Who are you," inquired the Baron, "to subject me to these interrogatories?" "I am he whom you expected." "The Elector General?" "I am the elected." "You are." The Franciscan did not give him time to reply. He extended his shrunken hand, on which glittered the ring of the General of the Order. The Baron drew back in surprise. And then, immediately afterwards, bowing with the profoundest respect, he exclaimed, "Is it possible that you are here, Monseigneur, you, in this wretched room, you, upon this miserable bed? You, in search of and selecting the future general, that is, your own successor? Do not distress yourself about that, monsieur, but fulfill immediately the principal condition, of furnishing the order with a secret of importance. Of such importance that one of the greatest courts of Europe will, by your instrumentality, forever be subjected to the order." "Well, Do you possess the secret which you promised, in your request, addressed to the Grand Council? Monseigneur. Let us proceed, however, in due order, said the monk. You are the Baron de Wostpur. Yes, Monseigneur. And this letter is from you? Yes, Monseigneur. The general of the Jesuits drew a paper from his bundle, and presented it to the Baron, who glanced at it, and made a sign in the affirmative, saying, Yes, Monseigneur, this letter is mine. Can you show me the reply which the Secretary of the Grand Council returned to you? Here it is, said the Baron, holding towards the Franciscan a letter bearing simply the address, to His Excellency the Baron de Wostpur, and containing only this phrase. From the 15th to the May 22nd, Fontainebleau, the Hotel of the Beau Paon. A.M.D.G. 6. Right, said the Franciscan, and now speak. I have a body of troops, composed of 50,000 men, all the officers are gained over. I am encamped on the Danube. In 4 days I can overthrow the Emperor, who is, as you are aware, opposed to the progress of our order, and can replace him by whichever of the princes of his family the order may determine upon. The Franciscan listened, unmoved. Is that all? He said. A revolution throughout Europe is included in my plan, said the Baron. Very well, Monsieur de Wostpur, you will receive a reply. Return to your room, and leave Fontainebleau within a quarter of an hour. The Baron withdrew backwards, as obsequiously as if he were taking leave of the Emperor he was ready to betray. There is no secret there, murmured the Franciscan, it is a plot. Besides, he added, after a moment's reflection, the future of Europe is no longer in the hands of the House of Austria. And with a pencil he held in his hand, he struck the Baron de Wostpur's name from the list. Now for the Cardinal, he said, we ought to get something more serious from the side of Spain. Raising his head, he perceived the confessor, who was awaiting his orders as respectfully as a schoolboy. Ah, he said, noticing his submissive air, you have been talking with the landlord. Yes, Monseigneur, and to the physician. To Grisart? Yes. He is here, then. He is waiting with the potion he promised. Very well, if I require him, I will call. You now understand the great importance of my confession, do you not? Yes, Monseigneur. Then go and fetch me the Spanish Cardinal Heribia. Make haste. Only, as you now understand the matter in hand, you will remain near me, for I begin to feel faint. Shall I summon the physician? Not yet, the Spanish Cardinal, no one else. Fly. 5 minutes afterwards, the Cardinal, pale and disturbed, entered the little room. I am informed, Monseigneur, stammered the Cardinal. To the point, said the Franciscan, in a faint voice, showing the Cardinal a letter which he had written to the Grand Council. Is that your handwriting? Yes, but... And your summons? The Cardinal hesitated to answer. His purple revolted against the mean garb of the poor Franciscan, who stretched out his hand and displayed the ring, which produced its effect. Greater in proportion to the greatness of the person over whom the Franciscan exercised his influence. Quick, the secret, said the dying man, leaning upon his confessor. Coram isto, 7 inquired the Spanish Cardinal. Speak in Spanish, said the Franciscan, showing the liveliest attention. You are aware, Monseigneur, said the Cardinal, continuing the conversation in Castilian, that the condition of the marriage of the Infanta with the King of France was the absolute renunciation of the rights of the said Infanta, as well as of King Louis XIV. To all claim to the crown of Spain. The Franciscan made a sign in the affirmative. The consequence is, continued the Cardinal, that the peace and alliance between the two kingdoms depend upon the observance of that clause of the contract. A similar sign from the Franciscan. Not only France and Spain, continued the Cardinal, but the whole of Europe even, would be violently rent asunder by the faithlessness of either party. Another movement of the dying man's head. It further results, continued the speaker, that the man who might be able to foresee events, and to render certain that which is no more than a vague idea floating in the mind of man. That is to say, the idea of a future good or evil, would preserve the world from a great catastrophe. And the event, which has no fixed certainty even in the brain of him who originated it, could be turned to the advantage of our order. Pronto, pronto, murmured the Franciscan, in Spanish, who suddenly became paler, and leaned upon the priest. The cardinal approached the ear of the dying man, and said, "Well, Monseigneur, I know that the King of France has determined that, at the very first pretext, a death for instance. Either that of the King of Spain or that of a brother of the Infanta, France will, arms in hand, claim the inheritance, and I have in my possession, already prepared, the plan of policy agreed upon by Louis XIV for this occasion." "And this plan?" said the Franciscan. "Here it is," returned the cardinal. "In whose handwriting is it?" "My own." "Have you anything further to say to me?" "I think I have said a good deal, my lord," replied the cardinal. "Yes, you have rendered the order a great service. But how did you procure the details, by the aid of which you have constructed your plan?" "I have the underservants of the King of France in my pay, and I obtain from them all the waste papers, which have been saved from being burnt." "Very ingenious," murmured the Franciscan, endeavoring to smile. "You will leave this hotel, Cardinal, in a quarter of an hour, and a reply shall be sent you." The cardinal withdrew. "Call Grisart, and desire the Venetian Marini to come," said the sick man. While the confessor obeyed, the Franciscan, instead of striking out the cardinal's name, as he had done the baron's, made a cross at the side of it. Then, exhausted by the effort, he fell back on his bed, murmuring the name of Dr. Grisart. When he returned to his senses, he had drunk about half of the potion, of which the remainder was left in the glass, and he found himself supported by the physician, while the Venetian and the confessor were standing close to the door. The Venetian submitted to the same formalities as his two predecessors, hesitated as they had done at the sight of the two strangers, but his confidence restored by the order of the general. He revealed that the Pope, terrified at the power of the order, was weaving a plot for the general expulsion of the Jesuits, and was tampering with the different courts of Europe in order to obtain their assistance. He described the pontiff's auxiliaries, his means of action, and indicated the particular locality in the archipelago where, by a sudden surprise, two cardinals, adepts of the 11th year, and consequently, high in authority, were to be transported, together with 32 of the principal affiliated members of Rome. The Franciscan thanked the Signor Marini. It was by no means a slight service he had rendered the society by denouncing this pontifical project. The Venetian thereupon received directions to set off in a quarter of an hour, and left as radiant as if he already possessed the ring, the sign of the supreme authority of the society. As, however, he was departing, the Franciscan murmured to himself, "All these men are either spies, or a sort of police, not one of them a general. They have all discovered a plot, but not one of them a secret. It is not by means of ruin, or war, or force, that the society of Jesus is to be governed, but by that mysterious influence moral superiority alone confers. No, the man is not yet found, and to complete the misfortune, heaven strikes me down, and I am dying. Oh! Must the society indeed fall with me for want of a column to support it? Must death, which is waiting for me, swallow up with me the future of the order, that future which 10 years more of my own life would have rendered eternal? For that future, with the reign of the new king, is opening radiant and full of splendor." These words, which had been half reflected, half pronounced aloud, were listened to by the Jesuit confessor with a terror similar to that with which one listens to the wanderings of a person attacked by fever, whilst Grisart, with a mind of higher order, devoured them as the revelations of an unknown world, in which his looks were plunged without ability to comprehend. Suddenly the Franciscan recovered himself. "Let us finish this," he said, "death is approaching. Oh! Just now I was dying resignedly, for I hoped, while now I sink in despair, unless those who remain. Grisart, Grisart, give me to live a single hour longer." Grisart approached the dying monk, and made him swallow a few drops, not of the potion which was still left in the glass, but of the contents of a small bottle he had upon his person. "Call the Scotchman," exclaimed the Franciscan, "call the Bremen merchant. Call quickly. I am dying. I am suffocated." The confessor darted forward to seek assistance, as if there had been any human strength which could hold back the hand of death, which was weighing down the sick man. But, at the threshold of the door, he found Aramis, who, with his finger on his lips, like the statue of Harpocrates, the god of silence, by a look motioned him back to the end of the apartment. The physician and the confessor, after having consulted each other by looks, made a movement as if to push Aramis aside, who, however, with two signs of the cross, each made in a different manner, transfixed them both in their places. "A chief," they both murmured. Aramis slowly advanced into the room where the dying man was struggling against the first attack of the agony which had seized him. As for the Franciscan, whether owing to the effect of the elixir, or whether the appearance of Aramis had restored his strength, he made a movement, and his eyes glaring, his mouth half open, and his hair damp with sweat, sat up upon the bed. Aramis felt that the air of the room was stifling, the windows were closed, the fire was burning upon the hearth. A pair of candles of yellow wax were guttering down in the copper candlesticks, and still further increased, by their thick smoke, the temperature of the room. Aramis opened the window, and fixing upon the dying man a look full of intelligence and respect, said to him, "Monseigneur, pray forgive my coming in this manner, before you summoned me. But your state alarms me, and I thought you might possibly die before you had seen me, for I am but the 6th upon your list." The dying man started and looked at the list. "You are, therefore, he who was formerly called Aramis, and since, the Chevalier d'Herblay. You are the Bishop of Vannes." "Yes, my lord. I know you, I have seen you. At the last Jubilee, we were with the Holy Father together." Yes, I remember, and you place yourself on the list of candidates?" "Monseigneur, I have heard it said that the order required to become possessed of a great state secret. And knowing that from modesty you had in anticipation resigned your functions in favor of the person who should be the depositary of such a secret, I wrote to say that I was ready to compete. Possessing alone a secret I believe to be important." "Speak," said the Franciscan, "I am ready to listen to you, and to judge the importance of the secret." "A secret of the value of that which I have the honor to confide to you cannot be communicated by word of mouth. Any idea which, when once expressed, has thereby lost its safeguard, and has become vulgarized by any manifestation or communication of it whatever, no longer is the property of him who gave it birth. My words may be overheard by some listener, or perhaps by an enemy. One ought not, therefore, to speak at random, for, in such a case, the secret would cease to be one." "How do you propose, then, to convey your secret?" inquired the dying monk. With one hand Aramis signed to the physician and the confessor to withdraw, and with the other he handed to the Franciscan a paper enclosed in a double envelope. "Is not writing more dangerous still than language?" "No, my lord," said Aramis, "for you will find within this envelope characters which you and I alone can understand." The Franciscan looked at Aramis with an astonishment which momentarily increased. "It is a cipher," continued the latter, "which you used in 1655, and which your secretary, Juan Jugen, who is dead, could alone decipher, if he were restored to life." "You knew this cipher, then?" "It was I who taught it him," said Aramis, bowing with a gracefulness full of respect, and advancing towards the door as if to leave the room, but a gesture of the Franciscan accompanied by a cry for him to remain, restrained him. "Ecce homo," he exclaimed, then reading the paper a second time, he called out, "Approach, approach quickly." Aramis returned to the side of the Franciscan, with the same calm countenance and the same respectful manner, unchanged. The Franciscan, extending his arm, burnt by the flame of the candle the paper which Aramis had handed him. Then, taking hold of Aramis's hand, he drew him towards him, and inquired, "In what manner and by whose means could you possibly become acquainted with such a secret?" "Through Madame de Chevreuse, the intimate friend and confidant of the Queen." "And Madame de Chevreuse is dead. Did any others know it?" "A man and a woman only, and they of the lower classes." "Who are they?" Persons who had brought him up. What has become of them? Dead also. This secret burns like vitriol. But you survive? No one is aware that I know it. And for what length of time have you possessed this secret? For the last 15 years. And you have kept it? I wish to live. And you give it to the order without ambition, without acknowledgement. I give it to the order with ambition and with a hope of return, said Aramis. For if you live, my lord, you will make of me, now you know me, what I can and ought to be. And as I am dying, exclaimed the Franciscan, I constitute you my successor. Thus. And drawing off the ring, he passed it on Aramis's finger. Then, turning towards the two spectators of this scene, he said, Be ye witnesses of this, and testify, if need be, that, sick in body, but sound in mind. I have freely and voluntarily bestowed this ring, the token of supreme authority, upon Monseigneur d'Herblay, Bishop of Vannes, whom I nominate my successor, and before whom I, an humble sinner, about to appear before heaven, prostrate myself, as an example for all to follow. And the Franciscan bowed lowly and submissively, whilst the physician and the Jesuit fell on their knees. Aramis, even while he became paler than the dying man himself, bent his look successively upon all the actors of this scene. Profoundly gratified ambition flowed with lifeblood toward his heart. We must lose no time, said the Franciscan, what I had still to do on earth was urgent. I shall never succeed in carrying it out. I will do it, said Aramis. It is well, said the Franciscan, and then turning towards the Jesuit and the doctor, he added, Leave us alone, a direction they instantly obeyed. With this sign, he said, you are the man needed to shake the world from one end to the other, with this sign you will overthrow, with this sign you will edify, in hoc signo vinces. 8. Close the door, continued the Franciscan after a pause. Aramis shut and bolted the door, and returned to the side of the Franciscan. The Pope is conspiring against the order, said the monk. The Pope must die. He shall die, said Aramis, quietly. 700,000 livres are owing to a Bremen merchant of the name of Bonstedt, who came here to get the guarantee of my signature. He shall be paid, said Aramis. 6 knights of Malta, whose names are written here, have discovered, by the indiscretion of one of the affiliated of the 11th year, the 3 mysteries. It must be ascertained what else these men have done with the secret, to get it back again and bury it. It shall be done. 3 dangerous affiliated members must be sent away into Tibet, there to perish, they stand condemned. Here are their names. I will see that the sentence be carried out. Lastly, there is a lady at Anvers, grandniece of Ravaillac, she holds certain papers in her hands that compromise the order. There has been payable to the family during the last 51 years a pension of 50,000 livres. The pension is a heavy one, and the order is not wealthy. Redeem the papers, for a sum of money paid down, or, in case of refusal, stop the pension, but run no risk. I will quickly decide what is best to be done, said Aramis. A vessel chartered from Lima entered the port of Lisbon last week. Ostensibly it is laden with chocolate, in reality with gold. Every ingot is concealed by a coating of chocolate. The vessel belongs to the order, it is worth 17 millions of livres, you will see that it is claimed, here are the bills of landing. To what port shall I direct it to be taken? To Bayonne. Before 3 weeks are over it shall be there, wind and weather permitting. Is that all? The Franciscan made a sign in the affirmative, for he could no longer speak. The blood rushed to his throat and his head, and gushed from his mouth, his nostrils, and his eyes. The dying man had barely time to press Aramis's hand, when he fell in convulsions from his bed upon the floor. Aramis placed his hand upon the Franciscan's heart, but it had ceased to beat. As he stooped down, Aramis observed that a fragment of the paper he had given the Franciscan had escaped being burnt. He picked it up, and burnt it to the last atom. Then, summoning the confessor and the physician, he said to the former, Your penitent is in heaven, he needs nothing more than prayers and the burial bestowed upon the pious dead. Go and prepare what is necessary for a simple interment, such as a poor monk only would require. Go." The Jesuit left the room. Then, turning towards the physician, and observing his pale and anxious face, he said, in a low tone of voice, "Monsieur Grisart, empty and clean this glass. There is too much left in it of what the Grand Council desired you to put in." Grisart, amazed, overcome, completely astounded, almost fell backwards in his extreme terror. Aramis shrugged his shoulders in sign of pity, took the glass, and poured out the contents among the ashes of the hearth. He then left the room, carrying the papers of the dead man with him. 129. A mission. The next day, or rather the same day, for the events we have just described were concluded only at 3 o'clock in the morning, before breakfast was served. And as the king was preparing to go to mass with the two queens, as Monsieur, with the Chevalier de Lorraine, and a few other intimate companions, was mounting his horse to set off for the river, to take one of those celebrated baths with which the ladies of the court were so infatuated, as, in fact, no one remained in the chateau, with the exception of Madame who, under the pretext of indisposition, would not leave her room. Montalais was seen, or rather was not seen, to glide stealthily out of the room appropriated to the maids of honor, leading Valliere after her, who tried to conceal herself as much as possible, and both of them, hurrying secretly through the gardens, succeeded, looking round them at every step they took, in reaching the thicket. The weather was cloudy, a warm breeze bowed the flowers and the shrubs, the burning dust, swept along in clouds by the wind, was whirled in eddies towards the trees. Montalais, who, during their progress, had discharged the functions of a clever scout, advanced a few steps further, and turning round again, to be quite sure that no one was either listening or approaching, said to her companion, "Thank goodness, we are quite alone. Since yesterday everyone spies on us here, and a circle seems to be drawn round us, as if we were plague-stricken." Valliere bent down her head and sighed. "It is positively unheard of," continued Montalais, "from M. Malicorne to M. de Saint-Aignan, everyone wishes to get hold of our secret. Come, Louise, let us take counsel, you and I, together, in order that I may know what to do." Valliere lifted towards her companion her beautiful eyes, pure and deep as the azure of a spring sky, "And I," she said, "will ask you why we have been summoned to Madame's own room? Why have we slept close to her apartment, instead of sleeping as usual in our own? Why did you return so late, and whence are these measures of strict supervision which have been adopted since this morning, with respect to us both? My dear Louise, you answer my question by another, or rather, by 10 others, which is not answering me at all. I will tell you all you want to know later, and as it is of secondary importance, you can wait. What I ask you, for everything will depend upon that, is, whether there is or is not any secret." "I do not know if there is any secret," said Valliere, "but I do know, for my part at least, that there has been great imprudence committed. Since the foolish remark I made, and my still more silly fainting yesterday, everyone here is making remarks about us." "Speak for yourself," said Montalais, laughing, "speak for yourself and for Tonnet-Charente, for both of you made your declarations of love to the skies, which unfortunately were intercepted." Valliere hung down her head. "Really you overwhelm me," she said. "Yes, you torture me with your jests. Listen to me, Louise. These are no jests, for nothing is more serious. On the contrary, I did not drag you out of the chateau, I did not miss attending mass, I did not pretend to have a cold, as Madame did, which she has no more than I have. And, lastly, I did not display 10 times more diplomacy than M. Colbert inherited from M. de Mazarin, and makes use of with respect to M. Fouquet, in order to find means of confiding my perplexities to you, for the sole end and purpose that, when at last we were alone, with no one to listen to us, you should deal hypocritically with me. No, believe me, that when I ask you a question, it is not from curiosity alone, but really because the position is a critical one. What you said yesterday is now known, it is a text on which everyone is discoursing. Everyone embellishes it to the utmost, and according to his own fancy. You had the honor last night, and you have it still today, of occupying the whole court, my dear Louise. And the number of tender and witty remarks which have been ascribed to you, would make Mademoiselle de Scudery and her brother burst from very spite, if they were faithfully reported. But, dearest Montalais, said the poor girl, you know better than anyone exactly what I said, since you were present when I said it. Yes, I know. But that is not the question. I have not forgotten a single syllable you uttered, but did you think what you were saying? Louise became confused. What, she exclaimed, more questions still. Oh, heavens! When I would give the world to forget what I did say, how does it happen that everyone does all he possibly can to remind me of it? Oh, this is indeed terrible. What is? To have a friend who ought to spare me, who might advise me and help me to save myself, and yet who is undoing me, is killing me. There, that will do, said Montalais. After having said too little, you now say too much. No one thinks of killing you, nor even of robbing you, even of your secret. I wish to have it voluntarily, and in no other way. For the question does not concern your own affairs only, but ours also, and Tonnay Charente would tell you as I do, if she were here. For, the fact is, that last evening she wished to have some private conversation in our room, and I was going there after the Montalais and Malicorne colloquies terminated, when I learned. On my return, rather late, it is true, that Madame had sequestered her maids of honor, and that we were to sleep in her apartments, instead of our own. Moreover, Madame has shut up her maids of honor in order that they should not have the time to concert any measures together. And this morning she was closeted with Tonnay Charente with the same object. Tell me, then, to what extent Athénais and I can rely upon you, as we will tell you in what way you can rely upon us. I do not clearly understand the question you have put, said Louise, much agitated. And yet, on the contrary, you seem to understand me very well. However, I will put my questions in a more precise manner, in order that you may not be able, in the slightest degree, to evade them. Listen to me, do you love M. de Bragelonne? That is plain enough, is it not? At this question, which fell like the first bombshell of a besieging army into a doomed town, Louise started. You ask me, she exclaimed, if I love Raoul, the friend of my childhood, my brother almost? No. Again you evade me, or rather, you wish to escape me. I do not ask if you love Raoul, your childhood's friend, your brother, but I ask if you love the Vicomte de Bragelonne, your affianced husband. Good heavens! Dear Montalais, said Louise, how severe your tone is. You deserve no indulgence, I am neither more nor less severe than usual. I put a question to you, so answer it. You certainly do not, said Louise, in a choking voice, speak to me like a friend, but I will answer you as a true friend. Well, do so. Very well. My heart is full of scruples and silly feelings of pride, with respect to everything that a woman ought to keep secret, and in this respect no one has ever read into the bottom of my soul. That I know very well. If I had read it, I should not interrogate you as I have done, I should simply say, my good Louise, you have the happiness of an acquaintance with M. de Bragelonne, who is an excellent young man, and an advantageous match for a girl without fortune. M. de la Fere will leave something like 15,000 livres a year to his son. At a future day, then, you, as this son's wife, will have 15,000 livres a year, which is not bad. Turn, then, neither to the right hand nor to the left, but go frankly to M. de Bragelonne. That is to say, to the altar to which he will lead you. Afterwards, according to his disposition, you will be emancipated or enslaved. In other words, you will have a right to commit any piece of folly people commit who have either too much liberty or too little. That is, my dear Louise, what I should have told you at first, if I had been able to read your heart. And I should have thanked you, stammered out Louise, although the advice does not appear to me to be altogether sound. Wait. But immediately after having given you that advice, I should have added, Louise, it is very dangerous to pass whole days with your head drooping, your hands unoccupied, your eyes restless and full of thought. It is dangerous to prefer the least frequented paths, and no longer be amused with such diversions as gladden young girls' hearts. It is dangerous, Louise, to scrawl with the point of your foot, as you do, upon the gravel, certain letters it is useless for you to efface, but which appear again under your heel. Particularly when those letters rather resemble the letter L than the letter B. And, lastly, it is dangerous to allow the mind to dwell on 1,000 wild fancies, the fruits of solitude and heartache. These fancies, while they sink into a young girl's mind, make her cheeks sink in also, so that it is not unusual, on such occasions, to find the most delightful persons in the world become the most disagreeable, and the wittiest to become the dullest. I thank you, dearest, replied La Valliere, gently, it is like you to speak to me in this manner, and I thank you for it. It was only for the benefit of wild dreamers, such as I have just described, that I spoke. Do not take any of my words, then, to yourself, except such as you think you deserve. Stay, I hardly know what story recurs to my memory of some silly or melancholy girl, who was gradually pining away because she fancied that the prince, or the king, or the emperor, whoever it was, and it does not matter much which, had fallen in love with her. While on the contrary, the prince, or the king, or the emperor, whichever you please, was plainly in love with someone else, and, a singular circumstance, one, indeed, which she could not perceive, although everyone around and about her perceived it clearly enough, made use of her as a screen for his own love affair. You laugh as I do, at this poor silly girl, do you not, Louise? Oh. Of course, stammered Louise, pale as death. And you are right, too, for the thing is amusing enough. The story, whether true or false, amused me, and so I remembered it and told it to you. Just imagine then, my good Louise, the mischief that such a melancholy would create in anybody's brain, a melancholy, I mean, of that kind. For my own part, I resolved to tell you the story. For if such a thing were to happen to either of us, it would be most essential to be assured of its truth. Today it is a snare, tomorrow it would become a jest and mockery, the next day it would mean death itself. La Valliere started again, and became, if possible, still paler. Whenever a king takes notice of us, continued Montalais, he lets us see it easily enough, and, if we happen to be the object he covets, he knows very well how to gain his object. You see, then, Louise, that, in such circumstances, between young girls exposed to such a danger as the one in question, the most perfect confidence should exist. In order that those hearts which are not disposed towards melancholy may watch over those likely to become so. Silence, silence, said La Valliere, someone approaches. Someone is approaching fast, in fact, said Montalais, but who can it possibly be? Everybody is away, either at mass with the king, or bathing with monsieur. At the end of the walk the young girls perceived almost immediately, beneath the arching trees, the graceful carriage and noble stature of a young man, who, with his sword under his arm and a cloak thrown across his shoulders, booted and spurred besides, saluted them from the distance with a gentle smile. Raoul, exclaimed Montalais. De Bragelonne, murmured Louise. A very proper judge to decide upon our difference of opinion, said Montalais. Oh! Montalais, Montalais, for pity's sake, exclaimed La Valliere, after having been so cruel, show me a little mercy. These words, uttered with all the fervor of a prayer, effaced all trace of irony, if not from Montalais's heart, at least from her face. Why, you are as handsome as Athos, Monsieur de Bragelonne, she cried to Raoul, and armed and booted like him. 1,000 compliments, young ladies, replied Raoul, bowing. But why, I ask, are you booted in this manner? Repeated Montalais, whilst La Valliere, although she looked at Raoul with a surprise equal to that of her companion, nevertheless uttered not a word. Why? Inquired Raoul. Yes, ventured Louise. Because I am about to set off, said Bragelonne, looking at Louise. The young girl seemed as though smitten by some superstitious feeling of terror, and tottered. "You are going away, Raoul," she cried, "and where are you going?" "Dearest Louise," he replied, with that quiet, composed manner which was natural to him, "I am going to England." "What are you going to do in England?" "The king has sent me there." "The king!" exclaimed Louise and Or together, involuntarily exchanging glances, the conversation which had just been interrupted recurring to them both. Raoul intercepted the glance, but could not understand its meaning, and, naturally enough, attributed it to the interest both the young girls took in him. "His Majesty," he said, "has been good enough to remember that the Comte de la Fere is high in favor with King Charles II. This morning, as he was on his way to attend Mass, the king, seeing me as he passed, signed to me to approach, which I accordingly did. 'Monsieur de Bragelonne,' he said to me, 'you will call upon M. Fouquet, who has received from me letters for the King of Great Britain, you will be the bearer of them.' I bowed. 'Ah!' His Majesty added, 'Before you leave, you will be good enough to take any commissions which Madame may have for the king her brother.' 'Gracious heaven!' murmured Louise, much agitated, and yet full of thought at the same time. 'So quickly! You are desired to set off in such haste,' said Montalais, almost paralyzed by this unforeseen event. 'Properly to obey those whom we respect,' said Raoul, 'it is necessary to obey quickly.' Within 10 minutes after I had received the order, I was ready. Madame, already informed, is writing the letter which she is good enough to do me the honor of entrusting to me. In the meantime, learning from Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente that it was likely you would be in this direction, I came here, and am happy to find you both. And both of us very sad, as you see," said Montalais, going to Louise's assistance, whose countenance was visibly altered. "Suffering?" responded Raoul, pressing Louise's hand with a tender curiosity. "Your hand is like ice." "It is nothing. This coldness does not reach your heart, Louise, does it?" inquired the young man, with a tender smile. Louise raised her head hastily, as if the question had been inspired by some suspicion, and had aroused a feeling of remorse. "Oh! You know," she said, with an effort, "that my heart will never be cold towards a friend like yourself, Monsieur de Bragelonne." "Thank you, Louise. I know both your heart and your mind. It is not by the touch of the hand that one can judge of an affection like yours. You know, Louise, how devotedly I love you, with what perfect and unreserved confidence I reserve my life for you. Will you not forgive me, then, for speaking to you with something like the frankness of a child?" "Speak, Monsieur Raoul," said Louise, trembling painfully, "I am listening. I cannot part from you, carrying away with me a thought that tortures me, absurd I know it to be, and yet one which rends my very heart." "Are you going away, then, for any length of time?" inquired La Valliere, with faltering utterance, while Montalais turned her head aside. "No, probably I shall not be absent more than a fortnight." La Valliere pressed her hand upon her heart, which felt as though it were breaking. "It is strange," pursued Raoul, looking at the young girl with a melancholy expression. "I have often left you when setting off on adventures fraught with danger. Then I started joyously enough, my heart free, my mind intoxicated by thoughts of happiness in store for me, hopes of which the future was full. And yet I was about to face the Spanish cannon, or the halberds of the Walloons. Today, without the existence of any danger or uneasiness, and by the sunniest path in the world, I am going in search of a glorious recompense, which this mark of the king's favor seems to indicate. For I am, perhaps, going to win you, Louise. What other favor, more precious than yourself, could the king confer upon me? Yet, Louise, in very truth I know not how or why, but this happiness and this future seem to vanish before my very eyes like mist, like an idle dream. And I feel here at the very bottom of my heart, a deep-seated grief, a dejection I cannot overcome, something heavy, passionless, deathlike, resembling a corpse. Oh! Louise, too well do I know why, it is because I have never loved you so truly as now. God help me. At this last exclamation, which issued as it were from a broken heart, Louise burst into tears, and threw herself into Montalaise's arms. The latter, although she was not easily moved, felt the tears rush to her eyes. Raoul noted only the tears Louise shed. His look, however, did not penetrate, nay, sought not to penetrate, beyond those tears. He bent his knee before her, and tenderly kissed her hand. And it was evident that in that kiss he poured out his whole heart. "Rise, rise," said Montalais to him, ready to cry, "for Athenais is coming." Raoul rose, brushed his knee with the back of his hand, smiled again upon Louise, whose eyes were fixed on the ground, and, having pressed Montalaise's hand gratefully, he turned round to salute Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, the sound of whose silken robe was already heard upon the gravel walk. "Has Madame finished her letter?" he inquired, when the young girl came within reach of his voice. "Yes, the letter is finished, sealed, and Her Royal Highness is ready to receive you." Raoul, at this remark, hardly gave himself time to salute Athenais, cast one look at Louise, bowed to Montalais, and withdrew in the direction of the chateau. As he withdrew he again turned round, but at last, at the end of the grand walk, it was useless to do so again, as he could no longer see them. The three young girls, on their side, had, with widely different feelings, watched him disappear. "At last," said Athenais, the first to interrupt the silence, "at last we are alone, free to talk of yesterday's great affair. And to come to an understanding upon the conduct it is advisable for us to pursue. Besides, if you will listen to me," she continued, looking round on all sides, "I will explain to you, as briefly as possible, in the first place, our own duty, such as I imagine it to be, and, if you do not understand a hint, what is Madame's desire on the subject." And Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente pronounced these words in such a tone as to leave no doubt, in her companions' minds, upon the official character with which she was invested. "Madame's desire!" exclaimed Montalais and La Valliere together. "Her ultimatum," replied Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, diplomatically. "But," murmured La Valliere, "does Madame know, then?" "Madame knows more about the matter than we said, even," said Athenais, in a formal, precise manner. "Therefore let us come to a proper understanding." "Yes, indeed," said Montalais, "and I am listening in breathless attention." "Gracious heavens!" murmured Louise, trembling, "shall I ever survive this cruel evening?" "Oh! Do not frighten yourself in that manner," said Athenais, "we have found a remedy." So, seating herself between her two companions, and taking each of them by the hand, which she held in her own, she began. The first words were hardly spoken, when they heard a horse galloping away over the stones of the public high road, outside the gates of the chateau. 130. Happy as a prince. At the very moment he was about entering the chateau, Bragelonne met de Guiche. But before having been met by Raoul, de Guiche had met Manicamp, who had met Malicorne. How was it that Malicorne had met Manicamp? Nothing more simple, for he had awaited his return from Mass, where he had accompanied M. de Saint-Aignan. When they met, they congratulated each other upon their good fortune. And Manicamp availed himself of the circumstance to ask his friend if he had not a few crowns still remaining at the bottom of his pocket. The latter, without expressing any surprise at the question, which he perhaps expected, answered that every pocket which is always being drawn upon without anything ever being put in it, resembles those wells which supply water during the winter, but which gardeners render useless by exhausting during the summer. That his, Malicorne's, pocket certainly was deep, and that there would be a pleasure in drawing on it in times of plenty, but that, unhappily, abuse had produced barrenness. To this remark, Manicamp, deep in thought, had replied, "Quite true. The question, then, is how to fill it." Malicorne added, "Of course, but in what way?" "Nothing easier, my dear Monsieur Manicamp. So much the better." "How?" "A post in Monsieur's household, and the pocket is full again." "You have the post?" "That is, I have the promise of being nominated." "Well. Yes, but the promise of nomination, without the post itself, is like a purse with no money in it. Quite true, Manicamp replied a second time. Let us try for the post, then. The candidate had persisted. My dear fellow, sighed Manicamp, an appointment in His Royal Highness's household is one of the gravest difficulties of our position. Oh! Oh! There is no question that, at the present moment, we cannot ask Monsieur for anything. Why so? Because we are not on good terms with him. A great absurdity, too, said Malicorne, promptly. Bah! And if we were to show Madame any attention, said Manicamp, frankly speaking, do you think we should please Monsieur? Precisely. If we show Madame any attention, and do it adroitly, Monsieur ought to adore us. Either that or we are great fools. Make haste, therefore, M. Manicamp, you who are so able a politician, and make M. de Guiche and His Royal Highness friendly again. Tell me, what did M. de Saint-Aignan tell you, Malicorne? Tell me. Nothing. He asked me several questions, and that was all. Well, he was less discreet, then, with me. What did he tell you? That the king is passionately in love with Mademoiselle de la Valliere. We knew that already, replied Malicorne, ironically, and everybody talks about it loud enough for all to know it, but in the meantime, do what I advise you, speak to M. de Guiche, and endeavor to get him to make advances to Monsieur. Deuce take it. He owes His Royal Highness that, at least. But we must see de Guiche, then. There does not seem to be any great difficulty in that. Try to see him in the same way I tried to see you, wait for him, you know that he is naturally very fond of walking. Yes. But whereabouts does he walk? What a question to ask. Do you not know that he is in love with Madame? So it is said. Very well. You will find him walking about on the side of the chateau where her apartments are. Stay, my dear Malicorne, you were not mistaken, for here he is coming. Why should I be mistaken? Have you ever noticed that I am in the habit of making a mistake? Come, we only need to understand each other. Are you in want of money? Ah, exclaimed Manicamp, mournfully. Well, I want my appointment. Let Malicorne have the appointment, and Manicamp shall have the money. There is no greater difficulty in the way than that. Very well. In that case make yourself easy. I will do my best. Do. De Guiche approached, Malicorne stepped aside, and Manicamp caught hold of de Guiche, who was thoughtful and melancholy. Tell me, my dear Comte, what rhyme you were trying to find, said Manicamp. I have an excellent one to match yours, particularly if yours ends in aim. De Guiche shook his head, and recognizing a friend, he took him by the arm. My dear Manicamp, he said, I am in search of something very different from a rhyme. What is it you are looking for? You will help me to find what I am in search of, continued the Comte, you who are such an idle fellow, in other words, a man with a mind full of ingenious devices. I am getting my ingenuity ready, then, my dear Comte. This is the state of the case, then, I wish to approach a particular house, where I have some business. You must get near the house, then, said Manicamp. Very good, but in this house dwells a husband who happens to be jealous. Is he more jealous than the dog Cerberus? Not more, but quite as much so. Has he 3 mouths, as that obdurate guardian of the infernal regions had? Do not shrug your shoulders, my dear Comte, I put the question to you with an excellent reason, since poets pretend that, in order to soften Monsieur Cerberus, the visitor must take something enticing with him, a cake, for instance. Therefore, I, who view the matter in a prosaic light, that is to say in the light of reality, I say, 1 cake is very little for 3 mouths. If your jealous husband has 3 mouths, Comte, get 3 cakes. Manicamp, I can get such advice as that from M. de Beautru. In order to get better advice, said Manicamp, with a comical seriousness of expression, you will be obliged to adopt a more precise formula than you have used towards me. If Raoul were here, said de Guiche, he would be sure to understand me. So I think, particularly if you said to him, I should very much like to see Madame a little nearer, but I fear Monsieur, because he is jealous. Manicamp! Cried the Comte, angrily, and endeavoring to overwhelm his tormentor by a look, who did not, however, appear to be in the slightest degree disturbed by it. What is the matter now, my dear Comte? Inquired Manicamp. What? Is it thus you blaspheme the most sacred of names? What names? Monsieur. Madame. The highest names in the kingdom. You are very strangely mistaken, my dear Comte. I never mentioned the highest names in the kingdom. I merely answered you in reference to the subject of a jealous husband, whose name you did not tell me, and who, as a matter of course, has a wife. I therefore replied to you, in order to see Madame, you must get a little more intimate with Monsieur. Double dealer that you are, said the Comte, smiling, was that what you said? Nothing else. Very good, what then? Now, added Manicamp, let the question be regarding the Duchess, or the Duke. Very well, I shall say, let us get into the house in some way or other, for that is a tactic which cannot in any case be unfavorable to your love affair. Ah! Manicamp, if you could but find me a pretext, a good pretext. A pretext, I can find you 100, nay, 1,000. If Malicorne were here, he would have already hit upon 1,000 excellent pretexts. Who is Malicorne? Replied de Guiche, half shutting his eyes, like a person reflecting, I seem to know the name. Know him? I should think so, you owe his father 30,000 crowns. Ah, indeed. So it's that worthy fellow from Orleans. Whom you promised an appointment in Monsieur's household, not the jealous husband, but the other. Well, then, since your friend Malicorne is such an inventive genius, let him find me a means of being adored by Monsieur, and a pretext to make my peace with him. Very good, I'll talk to him about it. But who is that coming? The Vicomte de Bragelonne. Raoul. Yes, it is he, said de Guiche, as he hastened forward to meet him. You here, Raoul? Said de Guiche. Yes, I was looking for you to say farewell, replied Raoul, warmly, pressing the Comte's hand. How do you do, Monsieur Manicamp? How is this, Vicomte, you are leaving us? Yes, a mission from the king. Where are you going? To London. On leaving you, I am going to Madame, she has a letter to give me for His Majesty, Charles II. You will find her alone, for Monsieur has gone out, gone to bathe, in fact. In that case, you, who are one of Monsieur's gentlemen in waiting, will undertake to make my excuses to him. I would have waited in order to receive any directions he might have to give me, if the desire for my immediate departure had not been intimated to me by M. Fouquet on behalf of His Majesty. Manicamp touched de Guiche's elbow, saying, There's a pretext for you. What? M. de Bragelonne's excuses. A weak pretext, said de Guiche. An excellent one, if Monsieur is not angry with you, but a paltry one if he bears you ill will. You are right, Manicamp, a pretext, however poor it may be, is all I require. And so, a pleasant journey to you, Raoul. And the two friends took a warm leave of each other. 5 minutes afterwards Raoul entered Madame's apartments, as Mademoiselle de Montalais had begged him to do. Madame was still seated at the table where she had written her letter. Before her was still burning the rose-colored taper she had used to seal it. Only in her deep reflection, for Madame seemed to be buried in thought, she had forgotten to extinguish the light. Bragelonne was a very model of elegance in every way, it was impossible to see him once without always remembering him. And not only had Madame seen him once, but it will not be forgotten he was one of the very first who had gone to meet her, and had accompanied her from Le Havre to Paris. Madame preserved therefore an excellent recollection of him. Ah! M. de Bragelonne, she said to him, you are going to see my brother, who will be delighted to pay to the son a portion of the debt of gratitude he contracted with the father. The Comte de la Fere, Madame, has been abundantly recompensed for the little service he had the happiness to render the king, by the kindness manifested towards him. And it is I who will have to convey to his majesty the assurance of the respect, devotion, and gratitude of both father and son. Do you know my brother? No, your highness, I shall have the honor of seeing his majesty for the first time. You require no recommendation to him. At all events, however, if you have any doubt about your personal merit, take me unhesitatingly for your surety. Your royal highness overwhelms me with kindness. No. M. De Bragelonne, I well remember that we were fellow travelers once, and that I remarked your extreme prudence in the midst of the extravagant absurdities committed, on both sides, by two of the greatest simpletons in the world, M. de Guiche and the Duke of Buckingham. Let us not speak of them, however, but of yourself. Are you going to England to remain there permanently? Forgive my inquiry, it is not curiosity, but a desire to be of service to you in anything I can. No, madam. I am going to England to fulfill a mission which His Majesty has been kind enough to confide to me, nothing more. And you propose to return to France? As soon as I have accomplished my mission. Unless, indeed, His Majesty King Charles II should have other orders for me. He will beg you, at the very least, I am sure, to remain near him as long as possible. In that case, as I shall not know how to refuse, I will now beforehand entreat your Royal Highness to have the goodness to remind the King of France that one of his devoted servants is far away from him. Take care that when you are recalled, you do not consider his command an abuse of power. I do not understand you, madam. The court of France is not easily matched, I am aware, but yet we have some pretty women at the court of England also. Raoul smiled. Oh, said madam, yours is a smile which portends no good to my countrywomen. It is as though you were telling them, Monsieur de Bragelonne, I visit you, but I leave my heart on the other side of the channel. Did not your smile indicate that? Your Highness is gifted with the power of reading the inmost depths of the soul, and you will understand, therefore, why, at present, any prolonged residence at the court of England would be a matter of the deepest regret. And I need not inquire if so gallant a knight is recompensed in return. I have been brought up, madam, with her whom I love, and I believe our affection is mutual. In that case, do not delay your departure, Monsieur de Bragelonne, and delay not your return, for on your return we shall see two persons happy, for I hope no obstacle exists to your felicity. There is a great obstacle, madam. Indeed. What is it? The king's wishes on the subject. The king opposes your marriage. He postpones it, at least. I solicited His Majesty's consent through the Comte de la Fere, and, without absolutely refusing it, he positively said it must be deferred. Is the young lady whom you love unworthy of you, then? She is worthy of a king's affection, madam. I mean, she is not, perhaps, of birth equal to your own. Her family is excellent. Is she young, beautiful? She is 17, and, in my opinion, exceedingly beautiful. Is she in the country, or at Paris? She is here at Fontainebleau, madam. At the court? Yes. Do I know her? She has the honor to form one of your Highness's household. Her name? Inquired the princess, anxiously, if indeed, she added, hastily, her name is not a secret. No, madam, my affection is too pure for me to make a secret of it to anyone, and with still greater reason to your Royal Highness, whose kindness towards me has been so extreme. It is Mademoiselle Louise de la Valliere. Madame could not restrain an exclamation, in which a feeling stronger than surprise might have been detected. Ah! She said, La Valliere, she who yesterday, she paused, and then continued, she who was taken ill, I believe. Yes, madam. It was only this morning that I heard of the accident that had befallen her. Did you see her before you came to me? I had the honor of taking leave of her. And you say, resumed madam, making a powerful effort over herself, that the king has, deferred your marriage with this young girl. Yes, madam, deferred it. Did he assign any reason for this postponement? None. How long is it since the Comte de la Fere preferred his request to the king? More than a month, madam. It is very singular, said the princess, as something like a film clouded her eyes. A month, she repeated. About a month. You are right, Vicomte, said the princess, with a smile, in which de Bragelonne might have remarked a kind of restraint. My brother must not keep you too long in England. Set off at once, and in the first letter I write to England, I will claim you in the king's name. And Madame rose to place her letter in Bragelonne's hands. Raoul understood that his audience was at an end. He took the letter, bowed lowly to the princess, and left the room. A month, murmured the princess. Could I have been blind, then, to so great an extent, and could he have loved her for this last month? And as Madame had nothing to do, she sat down to begin a letter to her brother, the postscript of which was a summons for Bragelonne to return. The Comte de Guiche, as we have seen, had yielded to the pressing persuasions of Manicamp, and allowed himself to be led to the stables, where they desired their horses to be got ready for them. Then, by one of the side paths, a description of which has already been given, they advanced to meet Monsieur, who, having just finished bathing, was returning towards the chateau. Wearing a woman's veil to protect his face from getting burnt by the sun, which was shining very brightly. Monsieur was in one of those fits of good humor to which the admiration of his own good looks sometimes gave occasion. As he was bathing he had been able to compare the whiteness of his body with that of his courtiers, and, thanks to the care which his Royal Highness took of himself, no one, not even the Chevalier de Lorraine, was able to stand the comparison. Monsieur, moreover, had been tolerably successful in swimming, and his muscles having been exercised by the healthy immersion in the cool water, he was in a light and cheerful state of mind and body. So that, at the sight of Guiche, who advanced to meet him at a hand gallop, mounted upon a magnificent white horse, the prince could not restrain an exclamation of delight. I think matters look well, said Manicamp, who fancied he could read this friendly disposition upon his Royal Highness's countenance. Good day, de Guiche, good day, exclaimed the prince. Long life to your Royal Highness, replied de Guiche, encouraged by the tone of Philip's voice, health, joy, happiness, and prosperity to your Highness. Welcome, de Guiche, come on my right side, but keep your horse in hand, for I wish to return at a walking pace under the cool shade of these trees. As you please, Monseigneur, said de Guiche, taking his place on the prince's right as he had been invited to do. Now, my dear de Guiche, said the prince, give me a little news of that de Guiche whom I used to know formerly, and who used to pay attentions to my wife. Guiche blushed to the very whites of his eyes, while Monsieur burst out laughing, as though he had made the wittiest remark in the world. The few privileged courtiers who surrounded Monsieur thought it their duty to follow his example, although they had not heard the remark, and a noisy burst of laughter immediately followed. Beginning with the first courtier, passing on through the whole company, and only terminating with the last. De Guiche, although blushing scarlet, put a good countenance on the matter. Manicamp looked at him. Ah! Monseigneur, replied de Guiche, show a little charity toward such a miserable fellow as I am, do not hold me up to the ridicule of the Chevalier de Lorraine. How do you mean? If he hears you ridicule me, he will go beyond your Highness, and will show no pity. About your passion and the princess, do you mean? For mercy's sake, Monseigneur. Come, come, de Guiche, confess that you did get a little sweet upon Madame. I will never confess such a thing, Monseigneur. Out of respect for me, I suppose. But I release you from your respect, de Guiche. Confess, as if it were simply a question about Mademoiselle de Chalais or Mademoiselle de la Valliere. Then breaking off, he said, beginning to laugh again, Comte, that wasn't at all bad, a remark like a sword, which cuts two ways at once. I hit you and my brother at the same time, Chalais and La Valliere, your affianced bride and his future lady love. Really, Monseigneur, said the Comte, you are in a most brilliant humor today. The fact is, I feel well, and then I am pleased to see you again. But you were angry with me, were you not? Monseigneur. Why should I have been so? Because I interfered with your sarabands and your other Spanish amusements. Nay, do not deny it. On that day you left the princess's apartments with your eyes full of fury. That brought you ill luck, for you danced in the ballet yesterday in a most wretched manner. Now don't get sulky, de Guiche, for it does you no good, but makes you look like a tame bear. If the princess did not look at you attentively yesterday, I am quite sure of one thing. What is that, Monseigneur? Your Highness alarms me. She has quite forsworn you now, said the prince, with a burst of loud laughter. Decidedly, thought Manicamp, rank has nothing to do with it, and all men are alike. The prince continued, at all events, you have now returned, and it is to be hoped that the chevalier will become amiable again. How so, Monseigneur, and by what miracle can I exercise such an influence over M. de Lorraine? The matter is very simple, he is jealous of you. Bah! It is not possible. It is the case, though. He does me too much honor. The fact is, that when you are here, he is full of kindness and attention, but when you are gone he makes me suffer a perfect martyrdom. I am like a seesaw. Besides, you do not know the idea that has struck me. I do not even suspect it. Well, then. When you were in exile, for you really were exiled, my poor de Guiche. I should think so, indeed, but whose fault was it, said de Guiche, pretending to speak in an angry tone. Not mine, certainly, my dear Comte, replied his Royal Highness, upon my honor, I did not ask for the king to exile you. No, not you, Monseigneur, I am well aware, but... But madam. Well, as far as that goes, I do not say it was not the case. Why, what the deuce did you do or say to madam? Really, Monseigneur. Women, I know, have their grudges, and my wife is not free from caprices of that nature. But if she were the cause of your being exiled I bear you no ill will. In that case, Monseigneur, said de Guiche, I am not altogether unhappy. Manicamp, who was following closely behind de Guiche and who did not lose a word of what the prince was saying, bent down to his very shoulders over his horse's neck. In order to conceal the laughter he could not repress. Besides, your exile started a project in my head. Good. When the chevalier, finding you were no longer here, and sure of reigning undisturbed, began to bully me, I, observing that my wife, in the most perfect contrast to him, was most kind and amiable towards me who had neglected her so much, the idea occurred to me of becoming a model husband, a rarity, a curiosity, at the court. And I had an idea of getting very fond of my wife. De Guiche looked at the prince with a stupefied expression of countenance, which was not assumed. Oh! Monseigneur, de Guiche stammered out. Surely, that never seriously occurred to you. Indeed it did. I have some property that my brother gave me on my marriage. She has some money of her own, and not a little either, for she gets money from her brother and brother-in-law of England and France at the same time. Well. We should have left the court. I should have retired to my chateau at Villers-Cotterets, situated in the middle of a forest, in which we should have led a most sentimental life in the very same spot where my grandfather, Henry IV, sojourned with La Belle Gabrielle. What do you think of that idea, de Guiche? Why, it is enough to make one shiver, Monseigneur, replied de Guiche, who shuddered in reality. Ah! I see you would never be able to endure being exiled a second time. Monseigneur. I will not carry you off with us, as I had first intended. What, with you, Monseigneur? Yes. If the idea should occur to me again of taking a dislike to the court. Oh! Do not let that make any difference, Monseigneur, I would follow your highness to the end of the world. Clumsy fellow that you are! Said Manicamp, grumblingly, pushing his horse towards de Guiche, so as almost to unseat him, and then, as he passed close to him, as if he had lost command over the horse, he whispered. For goodness sake, think what you are saying. Well, it is agreed, then, said the prince, since you are so devoted to me, I shall take you with me. Anywhere, Monseigneur, replied de Guiche in a joyous tone, whenever you like, and at once, too. Are you ready? And de Guiche, laughingly, gave his horse the rein, and galloped forward a few yards. One moment, said the prince. Let us go to the chateau first. What for? Why, to take my wife, of course. What for? Asked de Guiche. Why, since I tell you that it is a project of conjugal affection, it is necessary I should take my wife with me. In that case, Monseigneur, replied the Comte, I am greatly concerned, but no de Guiche for you. Bah! Yes, why do you take Madame with you? Because I begin to fancy I love her, said the prince. De Guiche turned slightly pale, but endeavored to preserve his seeming cheerfulness. If you love Madame, Monseigneur, he said, that ought to be quite enough for you, and you have no further need of your friends. Not bad, murmured Manicamp. There, your fear of Madame has begun again, replied the prince. Why, Monseigneur, I have experienced that to my cost, a woman who was the cause of my being exiled. What a revengeful disposition you have, de Guiche, how virulently you bear malice. I should like the case to be your own, Monseigneur. Decidedly, then, that was the reason why you danced so badly yesterday, you wished to revenge yourself, I suppose, by trying to make Madame make a mistake in her dancing. Ah! That is very paltry, de Guiche, and I will tell Madame of it. You may tell her whatever you please, Monseigneur, for her Highness cannot hate me more than she does. Nonsense, you are exaggerating, and this because merely of the fortnight's sojourn in the country she imposed on you. Monseigneur, a fortnight is a fortnight. And when the time is passed in getting sick and tired of everything, a fortnight is an eternity. So that you will not forgive her? Never. Come, de Guiche, be a better disposed fellow than that. I wish to make your peace with her. You will find, in conversing with her, that she has no malice or unkindness in her nature, and that she is very talented. Monseigneur. You will see that she can receive her friends like a princess, and laugh like a citizen's wife. You will see that, when she pleases, she can make the pleasant hours pass like minutes. Come, de Guiche, you must really make up your differences with my wife. Upon my word, said Manicamp to himself, the prince is a husband whose wife's name will bring him ill luck, and King Candaules, of old, was a tiger beside his royal highness. At all events, added the prince, I am sure you will make it up with my wife, I guarantee you will do so. Only, I must show you the way now. There is nothing commonplace about her, it is not everyone who takes her fancy. Monseigneur. No resistance, de Guiche, or I shall get out of temper, replied the prince. Well, since he will have it so, murmured Manicamp, in Guiche's ear, do as he wants you to do. Well, Monseigneur, said the Comte, I obey. And to begin, resumed the prince, there will be cards, this evening, in Madame's apartment, you will dine with me, and I will take you there with me. Oh! As for that, Monseigneur, objected de Guiche, you will allow me to object. What, again? This is positive rebellion. Madame received me too indifferently, yesterday, before the whole court. Really, said the prince, laughing. Nay, so much so, indeed, that she did not even answer me when I addressed her. It may be a good thing to have no self-respect at all, but to have too little is not enough, as the saying is. Comte. After dinner, you will go to your own apartments and dress yourself, and then you will come to fetch me. I shall wait for you. Since your Highness absolutely commands it. Positively. He will not lose his hold, said Manicamp, these are the things to which husbands cling most obstinately. Ah! What a pity Molière could not have heard this man. He would have turned him into verse if he had. The prince and his court, chatting in this manner, returned to the coolest apartments of the chateau. By the by, said de Guiche, as they were standing by the door, I had a commission for your royal highness. Execute it, then. M. De Bragelonne has, by the king's order, set off for London, and he charged me with his respects for you, Monseigneur. A pleasant journey to the Vicomte, whom I like very much. Go and dress yourself, de Guiche, and come back for me. If you don't come back, what will happen, Monseigneur? I will have you sent to the Bastille. Well, said de Guiche, laughing, His Royal Highness, Monseigneur, is decidedly the counterpart of Her Royal Highness, Madame. Madame gets me sent into exile, because she does not care for me sufficiently, and Monseigneur gets me imprisoned, because he cares for me too much. I thank Monseigneur, and I thank Madame. Come, come, said the prince, you are a delightful companion, and you know I cannot do without you. Return as soon as you can. Very well. But I am in the humor to prove myself difficult to be pleased, in my turn, Monseigneur. Bah! So, I will not return to your Royal Highness, except upon one condition. Name it. I want to oblige the friend of one of my friends. What's his name? Malicorne. An ugly name. But very well born, Monseigneur. That may be. Well, IOM. Malicorne a place in your household, Monseigneur. What kind of a place? Any kind of a place, a supervision of some sort or another, for instance. That happens very fortunately, for yesterday I dismissed my chief usher of the apartments. That will do admirably. What are his duties? Nothing, except to look about and make his report. A sort of interior police? Exactly. Ah, how excellently that will suit Malicorne, Manicamp ventured to say. You know the person we are speaking of, M. Manicamp? Inquired the prince. Intimately, Monseigneur. He is a friend of mine. And your opinion is? That your Highness could never get a better usher of the apartments than he will make. How much does the appointment bring in? Inquired the Comte of the prince. I don't know at all, only I have always been told that he could make as much as he pleased when he was thoroughly in earnest. What do you call being thoroughly in earnest, Prince? It means, of course, when the functionary in question is a man who has his wits about him. In that case I think your Highness will be content, for Malicorne is as sharp as the devil himself. Good. The appointment will be an expensive one for me, in that case, replied the prince, laughing. You are making me a positive present, Comte. I believe so, Monseigneur. Well, go and announce to your M. Malicorne. Malicorne, Monseigneur. I shall never get hold of that name. You say Manicamp very well, Monseigneur. Oh, I ought to say Malicorne very well, too. The alliteration will help me. Say what you like, Monseigneur, I can promise you your inspector of apartments will not be annoyed. He has the very happiest disposition that can be met with. Well, then, my dear de Guiche, inform him of his nomination. But, stay. What is it, Monseigneur? I wish to see him beforehand. If he be as ugly as his name, I retract every word I have said. Your Highness knows him, for you have already seen him at the Palais Royal, nay, indeed, it was I who presented him to you. Ah, I remember now, not a bad-looking fellow. I know you must have noticed him, Monseigneur. Yes. You see, de Guiche, I do not wish that either my wife or myself should have ugly faces before our eyes. My wife will have all her maids of honor pretty, all the gentlemen about me good-looking. In this way, de Guiche, you see, that any children we may have will run a good chance of being pretty, if my wife and myself have handsome models before us. Most magnificently argued, Monseigneur, said Manicamp, showing his approval by look and voice at the same time. As for de Guiche, he very probably did not find the argument so convincing, for he merely signified his opinion by a gesture, which, moreover, exhibited in a marked manner some indecision of mind on the subject. Manicamp went off to inform Malicorne of the good news he had just learned. De Guiche seemed very unwilling to take his departure for the purpose of dressing himself. Monsieur, singing, laughing, and admiring himself, passed away the time until the dinner hour, in a frame of mind that justified the proverb of happy as a prince. 131. Story of a Dryad and a Naiad. Everyone had partaken of the banquet at the chateau, and afterwards assumed their full court dresses. The usual hour for the repast was 5 o'clock. If we say, then, that the repast occupied an hour, and the toilette 2 hours, everybody was ready about 8 o'clock in the evening. Towards 8 o'clock, then, the guests began to arrive at Madame's, for we have already intimated that it was Madame who received that evening. And at Madame's soirees no one failed to be present. For the evenings passed in her apartments always had that perfect charm about them which the Queen, that pious and excellent princess, had not been able to confer upon her reunions. For, unfortunately, one of the advantages of goodness of disposition is that it is far less amusing than wit of an ill-natured character. And yet, let us hasten to add, that such a style of wit could not be assigned to Madame, for her disposition of mind, naturally of the very highest order, comprised too much true generosity. Too many noble impulses and high-souled thoughts, to warrant her being termed ill-natured. But Madame was endowed with a spirit of resistance, a gift frequently fatal to its possessor, for it breaks where another disposition would have bent. The result was that blows did not become deadened upon her as upon what might be termed the cotton-wadded feelings of Marie Theresa. Her heart rebounded at each attack, and therefore, whenever she was attacked, even in a manner that almost stunned her, she returned blow for blow to anyone imprudent enough to tilt against her. Was this really maliciousness of disposition or simply waywardness of character? We regard those rich and powerful natures as like the tree of knowledge, producing good and evil at the same time. A double branch, always blooming and fruitful, of which those who wish to eat know how to detect the good fruit. And from which the worthless and frivolous die who have eaten of it, a circumstance which is by no means to be regarded as a great misfortune. Madame, therefore, who had a well-disguised plan in her mind of constituting herself the second, if not even the principal, queen of the court, rendered her receptions delightful to all. From the conversation, the opportunities of meeting, and the perfect liberty she allowed every one of making any remark he pleased, on the condition, however, that the remark was amusing or sensible. And it will hardly be believed, that, by that means, there was less talking among the society Madame assembled together than elsewhere. Madame hated people who talked much, and took a remarkably cruel revenge upon them, for she allowed them to talk. She disliked pretension, too, and never overlooked that defect, even in the king himself. It was more than a weakness of Monsieur, and the princess had undertaken the amazing task of curing him of it. As for the rest, poets, wits, beautiful women, all were received by her with the air of a mistress superior to her slaves. Sufficiently meditative in her liveliest humors to make even poets meditate. Sufficiently pretty to dazzle by her attractions, even among the prettiest. Sufficiently witty for the most distinguished persons who were present. To be listened to with pleasure, it will easily be believed that the reunions held in Madame's apartments must naturally have proved very attractive. All who were young flocked there, and when the king himself happens to be young, everybody at court is so too. And so, the older ladies of the court, the strong-minded women of the Regency, or of the last reign, pouted and sulked at their ease. But others only laughed at the fits of sulkiness in which these venerable individuals indulged. Who had carried the love of authority so far as even to take command of bodies of soldiers in the wars of the Fronde, in order, as Madame asserted, not to lose their influence over men altogether. As 8 o'clock struck, Her Royal Highness entered the great drawing-room accompanied by her ladies in attendance, and found several gentlemen belonging to the court already there. Having been waiting for some minutes. Among those who had arrived before the hour fixed for the reception, she looked round for one who, she thought, ought to have been first in attendance, but he was not there. However, almost at the very moment she completed her investigation, Monsieur was announced. Monsieur looked splendid. All the precious stones and jewels of Cardinal Mazarin, which of course that minister could not do otherwise than leave. All the Queen Mother's jewels as well as a few belonging to his wife, Monsieur wore them all, and he was as dazzling as the rising sun. Behind him followed de Guiche, with hesitating steps and an air of contrition admirably assumed. De Guiche wore a costume of French grey velvet, embroidered with silver and trimmed with blue ribbons. He wore also Mechlin lace as rare and beautiful in its own way as the jewels of Monsieur in theirs. The plume in his hat was red. Madame, too, wore several colors, and preferred red for embroidery, grey for dress, and blue for flowers. M. De Guiche, dressed as we have described, looked so handsome that he excited everyone's observation. An interesting pallor of complexion, a languid expression of the eyes, his white hands seen through the masses of lace that covered them. The melancholy expression of his mouth, it was only necessary, indeed, to see M. de Guiche to admit that few men at the court of France could hope to equal him. The consequence was that Monsieur, who was pretentious enough to fancy he could eclipse a star even, if a star had adorned itself in a similar manner to himself, was, on the contrary, completely eclipsed in all imaginations, which are silent judges certainly, but very positive and firm in their convictions. Madame looked at de Guiche lightly, but light as her look had been, it brought a delightful color to his face. In fact, Madame found de Guiche so handsome and so admirably dressed, that she almost ceased regretting the royal conquest she felt she was on the point of escaping her. Her heart, therefore, sent the blood to her face. Monsieur approached her. He had not noticed the princess's blush, or if he had seen it, he was far from attributing it to its true cause. "Madam," he said, kissing his wife's hand, "there is someone present here, who has fallen into disgrace, an unhappy exile whom I venture to recommend to your kindness. Do not forget, I beg, that he is one of my best friends, and that a gentle reception of him will please me greatly." "What exile? What disgraced person are you speaking of?" inquired Madame, looking all round, and not permitting her glance to rest more on the Count than on the others. This was the moment to present de Guiche, and the prince drew aside and let de Guiche pass him, who, with a tolerably well-assumed awkwardness of manner, approached Madame and made his reverence to her. "What," exclaimed Madame, as if she were greatly surprised, "is M. de Guiche the disgraced individual you speak of, the exile in question?" "Yes, certainly," returned the Duke. "Indeed," said Madame, "he seems almost the only person here." "You are unjust, Madame," said the prince. "I certainly. Come, forgive the poor fellow." "Forgive him what? What have I to forgive M. de Guiche? Come, explain yourself, de Guiche. What do you wish to be forgiven?" inquired the prince. "Alas! Her Royal Highness knows very well what it is," replied the latter, in a hypocritical tone. "Come, come, give him your hand, Madame," said Philip. "If it will give you any pleasure, Monsieur," and, with a movement of her eyes and shoulders, which it would be impossible to describe, Madame extended towards the young man her beautiful and perfumed hand, upon which he pressed his lips. It was evident that he did so for some little time, and that Madame did not withdraw her hand too quickly, for the Duke added, "De Guiche is not wickedly disposed, Madame. So do not be afraid, he will not bite you." A pretext was given in the gallery by the Duke's remark, which was not, perhaps, very laughable, for everyone to laugh excessively. The situation was odd enough, and some kindly disposed persons had observed it. Monsieur was still enjoying the effect of his remark, when the king was announced. The appearance of the room at that moment was as follows: in the center, before the fireplace, which was filled with flowers, Madame was standing up, with her maids of honor formed in two wings on either side of her, around whom the butterflies of the court were fluttering. Several other groups were formed in the recesses of the windows, like soldiers stationed in their different towers who belonged to the same garrison. From their respective places they could pick up the remarks which fell from the principal group. From one of these groups, the nearest to the fireplace, Malicorne, who had been at once raised to the dignity, through Manicamp and de Guiche, of the post of master of the apartments, and whose official costume had been ready for the last 2 months, was brilliant with gold lace, and shone upon Montalais, standing on Madame's extreme left. With all the fire of his eyes and splendor of his velvet. Madame was conversing with Mademoiselle de Chatillon and Mademoiselle de Créquy, who were next to her, and addressed a few words to Monsieur, who drew aside as soon as the king was announced. Mademoiselle de la Valliere, like Montalais, was on Madame's left hand, and the last but one on the line, Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente being on her right. She was stationed as certain bodies of troops are, whose weakness is suspected, and who are placed between two experienced regiments. Guarded in this manner by the companions who had shared her adventure, La Valliere, whether from regret at Raoul's departure, or still suffering from the emotion caused by recent events, which had begun to render her name familiar on the lips of the courtiers, La Valliere, we repeat, hid her eyes, red with weeping, behind her fan, and seemed to give the greatest attention to the remarks which Montalais and Athos, alternately, whispered to her from time to time. As soon as the king's name was announced, a general movement took place in the apartment. Madame, in her character as hostess, rose to receive the royal visitor. But as she rose, notwithstanding her preoccupation of mind, she glanced hastily towards her right. Her glance, which the presumptuous de Guiche regarded as intended for himself, rested, as it swept over the whole circle, upon La Valliere, whose warm blush and restless emotion it instantly perceived. The king advanced to the middle of the group, which had now become a general one, by a movement which took place from the circumference to the center. Every head bowed low before his majesty, the ladies bending like frail, magnificent lilies before King Aquilo. There was nothing very severe, we will even say, nothing very royal that evening about the king, except youth and good looks. He wore an air of animated joyousness and good humor which set all imaginations at work, and, thereupon, all present promised themselves a delightful evening. For no other reason than from having remarked the desire his majesty had to amuse himself in Madame's apartments. If there was anyone in particular whose high spirits and good humor equaled the king's, it was M. de Saint-Aignan, who was dressed in a rose-colored costume, with face and ribbons of the same color, and, in addition, particularly rose-colored in his ideas, for that evening M. de Saint-Aignan was prolific in jests. The circumstance which had given a new expansion to the numerous ideas germinating in his fertile brain was, that he had just perceived that Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente was, like himself, dressed in rose color. We would not wish to say, however, that the wily courtier had not known beforehand that the beautiful Athos was to wear that particular color. For he very well knew the art of unlocking the lips of a dressmaker or a lady's maid as to her mistress's intentions. He cast as many killing glances at Mademoiselle Athos as he had bows of ribbons on his stockings and doublet, in other words he discharged a prodigious number. The king having paid Madame the customary compliments, and Madame having requested him to be seated, the circle was immediately formed. Louis inquired of Monsieur the particulars of the day's bathing, and stated, looking at the ladies present while he spoke, that certain poets were engaged turning into verse the enchanting diversion of the baths of Violaines, and that one of them particularly, M. Lauret, seemed to have been entrusted with the confidence of some water nymph. As he had in his verses recounted many circumstances that were actually true, at which remark more than one lady present felt herself bound to blush. The king at this moment took the opportunity of looking round him at more leisure. Montalais was the only one who did not blush sufficiently to prevent her looking at the king, and she saw him fix his eyes devouringly on Mademoiselle de la Valliere. This undaunted maid of honor, Mademoiselle de Montalais, be it understood, forced the king to lower his gaze, and so saved Louise de la Valliere from a sympathetic warmth of feeling this gaze might possibly have conveyed. Louis was appropriated by Madame, who overwhelmed him with inquiries, and no one in the world knew how to ask questions better than she did. He tried, however, to render the conversation general, and, with the view of effecting this, he redoubled his attention in devotion to her. Madame coveted complimentary remarks, and, determined to procure them at any cost, she addressed herself to the king, saying, "Sire, your Majesty, who is aware of everything which occurs in your kingdom, ought to know beforehand the verses confided to M. Lured by this nymph, will your majesty kindly communicate them to us? Madam, replied the king, with perfect grace of manner, I dare not, you, personally, might be in no little degree confused at having to listen to certain details, but Saint Aignan tells a story well, and has a perfect recollection of the verses. If he does not remember them, he will invent. I can certify he is almost a poet himself. Saint Aignan, thus brought prominently forward, was compelled to introduce himself as advantageously as possible. Unfortunately, however, for Madame, he thought of his own personal affairs only. In other words, instead of paying Madame the compliments she so much desired and relished, his mind was fixed upon making as much display as possible of his own good fortune. Again glancing, therefore, for the 100th time at the beautiful Athénais, who carried into practice her previous evening's theory of not even deigning to look at her adorer, he said, Your Majesty will perhaps pardon me for having too indifferently remembered the verses which the nymph dictated to Lauret. But if the king has not retained any recollection of them, how could I possibly remember? Madame did not receive this shortcoming of the courtier very favorably. Ah! Madame, added Saint Aignan, at present it is no longer a question what the water nymphs have to say. And one would almost be tempted to believe that nothing of any interest now occurs in those liquid realms. It is upon earth, Madame, important events happen. Ah! Madame, upon the earth, how many tales are there full of? Well, said Madame, and what is taking place upon the earth? That question must be asked of the Dryads, replied the Comte. The Dryads inhabit the forest, as your Royal Highness is aware. I am aware also, that they are naturally very talkative, Monsieur de Saint Aignan. Such is the case, Madame. But when they say such delightful things, it would be ungracious to accuse them of being too talkative. Do they talk so delightfully, then? Inquired the princess, indifferently. Really, Monsieur de Saint Aignan, you excite my curiosity. And, if I were the king, I would require you immediately to tell us what the delightful things are these Dryads have been saying, since you alone seem to understand their language. I am at His Majesty's orders, Madame, in that respect, replied the Comte, quickly. What a fortunate fellow this Saint Aignan is to understand the language of the Dryads, said Monsieur. I understand it perfectly, Monseigneur, as I do my own language. Tell us all about them, then, said Madame. The king felt embarrassed, for his confidant was, in all probability, about to embark in a difficult matter. He felt that it would be so, from the general attention excited by Saint Aignan's preamble, and aroused too by Madame's peculiar manner. The most reserved of those who were present seemed ready to devour every syllable the Comte was about to pronounce. They coughed, drew closer together, looked curiously at some of the maids of honor, who, in order to support with greater propriety, or with more steadiness, the fixity of the inquisitorial looks bent upon them, adjusted their fans accordingly, and assumed the bearing of a duellist about to be exposed to his adversary's fire. At this epoch, the fashion of ingeniously constructed conversations, and hazardously dangerous recitals, so prevailed, that, where, in modern times, a whole company assembled in a drawing-room would begin to suspect some scandal, or disclosure, or tragic event, and would hurry away in dismay. Madame's guests quietly settled themselves in their places, in order not to lose a word or gesture of the comedy composed by Monsieur de Saint Aignan for their benefit, and the termination of which, whatever the style and the plot might be, must, as a matter of course, be marked by the most perfect propriety. The Comte is known as a man of extreme refinement, and an admirable narrator. He courageously began, then, amidst a profound silence, which would have been formidable to anyone but himself, Madame, by the king's permission, I address myself, in the first place, to your Royal Highness, since you admit yourself to be the person present possessing the greatest curiosity. I have the honor, therefore, to inform your Royal Highness that the Dryad more particularly inhabits the hollows of oaks. And, as Dryads are mythological creatures of great beauty, they inhabit the most beautiful trees, in other words, the largest to be found. At this exordium, which recalled, under a transparent veil, the celebrated story of the royal oak, which had played so important a part in the last evening, so many hearts began to beat. Both from joy and uneasiness, that, if Saint Aignan had not had a good and sonorous voice, their throbbings might have been heard above the sound of his voice. "There must surely be Dryads at Fontainebleau, then," said Madame, in a perfectly calm voice, "for I have never, in all my life, seen finer oaks than in the Royal Park." And as she spoke, she directed towards de Guiche a look of which he had no reason to complain, as he had of the one that preceded it. Which, as we have already mentioned, had reserved a certain amount of indefiniteness most painful for so loving a heart as his. "Precisely, madam, it is of Fontainebleau I was about to speak to your Royal Highness," said Saint Aignan. "For the Dryad whose story is engaging our attention, lives in the park belonging to the chateau of His Majesty." The affair was fairly embarked on. The action was begun, and it was no longer possible for auditory or narrator to draw back. "It will be worth listening to," said Madame. "For the story not only appears to me to have all the interest of a national incident, but still more, seems to be a circumstance of very recent occurrence." "I ought to begin at the beginning," said the Comte. "In the first place, then, there lived at Fontainebleau, in a cottage of modest and unassuming appearance, 2 shepherds. The one was the shepherd Tircis, the owner of extensive domains transmitted to him from his parents, by right of inheritance. Tircis was young and handsome, and, from his many qualifications, he might be pronounced to be the first and foremost among the shepherds in the whole country. One might even boldly say he was the king of shepherds." A subdued murmur of approbation encouraged the narrator, who continued, "His strength equals his courage. No one displays greater address in hunting wild beasts, nor greater wisdom in matters where judgment is required. Whenever he mounts and exercises his horse in the beautiful plains of his inheritance, or whenever he joins with the shepherds who owe him allegiance, in different games of skill and strength. One might say that it is the god Mars hurling his lance on the plains of Thrace, or, even better, that it was Apollo himself, the god of day, radiant upon earth, bearing his flaming darts in his hand." Everyone understood that this allegorical portrait of the king was not the worst exordium the narrator could have chosen. And consequently it did not fail to produce its effect, either upon those who, from duty or inclination, applauded it to the very echo, or on the king himself, to whom flattery was very agreeable when delicately conveyed, and whom, indeed, it did not always displease, even when it was a little too broad. Saint Aignan then continued, "It is not in games of glory only, ladies, that the shepherd Tircis had acquired that reputation by which he was regarded as the king of the shepherds." "Of the shepherds of Fontainebleau," said the king, smilingly, to Madame. "Oh," exclaimed Madame, "Fontainebleau is selected arbitrarily by the poet. But I should say, of the shepherds of the whole world." The king forgot his part of a passive auditor, and bowed. "It is," paused Saint Aignan, amidst a flattering murmur of applause, "it is with ladies fair especially that the qualities of this king of the shepherds are most prominently displayed. He is a shepherd with a mind as refined as his heart is pure, he can pay a compliment with a charm of manner whose fascination it is impossible to resist. And in his attachments he is so discreet, that beautiful and happy conquests may regard their lot as more than enviable. Never a syllable of disclosure, never a moment's forgetfulness. Whoever has seen and heard Tircis must love him, whoever loves and is beloved by him, has indeed found happiness." Saint Aignan here paused, he was enjoying the pleasure of all these compliments. And the portrait he had drawn, however grotesquely inflated it might be, had found favor in certain ears, in which the perfections of the shepherd did not seem to have been exaggerated. Madame begged the orator to continue. "Tircis," said the Comte, "had a faithful companion, or rather a devoted servant, whose name was Amintas." "Ah!" said Madame, archly, "now for the portrait of Amintas, you are such an excellent painter, Monsieur de Saint Aignan." "Madame! Oh! Comte, do not, I entreat you, sacrifice poor Amintas. I should never forgive you. Madame, Amintas is of too humble a position, particularly beside Tircis, for his person to be honored by a parallel. There are certain friends who resemble those followers of ancient times, who cause themselves to be buried alive at their master's feet. Amintas's place, too, is at the feet of Tircis. He cares for no other, and if, sometimes, the illustrious hero. Illustrious shepherd, you mean, said Madame, pretending to correct M. de Saint-Aignan. Your Royal Highness is right. I was mistaken, returned the courtier. If, I say, the shepherd Tircis deigns occasionally to call Amintas his friend, and to open his heart to him, it is an unparalleled favor, which the latter regards as the most unbounded felicity. All that you say, interrupted Madame, establishes the extreme devotion of Amintas to Tircis, but does not furnish us with the portrait of Amintas. Comte, do not flatter him, if you like. But describe him to us. I will have Amintas's portrait. Saint-Aignan obeyed, after having bowed profoundly to His Majesty's sister-in-law. Amintas, he said, is somewhat older than Tircis. He is not an ill-favored shepherd, it is even said that the Muses condescended to smile upon him at his birth, even as Hebe smiled upon youth. He is not ambitious of display, but he is ambitious of being loved, and he might not, perhaps, be found unworthy of it, if he were only sufficiently well known. This latter paragraph, strengthened by a killing glance, was directed straight to Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, who received them both unmoved. But the modesty and tact of the allusion had produced a good effect. Amintas reaped the benefit of it in the applause bestowed upon him. Tircis's head even gave the signal for it by a consenting bow, full of good feeling. One evening, continued Saint-Aignan, Tircis and Amintas were walking together in the forest, talking of their love disappointments. Do not forget, ladies, that the story of the Dryad is now beginning, otherwise it would be easy to tell you what Tircis and Amintas, the two most discreet shepherds of the whole earth, were talking about. They reached the thickest part of the forest, for the purpose of being quite alone, and of confiding their troubles more freely to each other. When suddenly the sound of voices struck upon their ears. Ah, ah, said those who surrounded the narrator. Nothing can be more interesting. At this point, Madame, like a vigilant general inspecting his army, glanced at Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, who could not help wincing as they drew themselves up. These harmonious voices, resumed Saint-Aignan, were those of certain shepherdesses, who had been likewise desirous of enjoying the coolness of the shade, and who, knowing the isolated and almost unapproachable situation of the place, had betaken themselves there to interchange their ideas upon. A loud burst of laughter occasioned by this remark of Saint-Aignan, and an imperceptible smile of the king, as he looked at Tonnay-Charente, followed this sally. The Dryad affirms positively, continued Saint-Aignan, that the shepherdesses were 3 in number, and that all 3 were young and beautiful. What were their names? Said Madame, quickly. Their names, said Saint-Aignan, who hesitated from fear of committing an indiscretion. Of course, you call your shepherds Tircis and Amintas, give your shepherdesses names in a similar manner. Oh! Madam, I am not an inventor, I relate simply what took place as the Dryad related it to me. What did your Dryad, then, call these shepherdesses? You have a very treacherous memory, I fear. This Dryad must have fallen out with the goddess Mnemosyne. These shepherdesses, madam. Pray remember that it is a crime to betray a woman's name. From which a woman absolves you, Comte, on the condition that you will reveal the names of the shepherdesses. Their names were Phyllis, Amaryllis, and Galatea. Exceedingly well. They have not lost by the delay, said Madame, and now we have 3 charming names. But now for their portraits. Saint-Aignan again made a slight movement. Nay, Comte, let us proceed in due order, returned Madame. Ought we not, sire, to have the portraits of the shepherdesses? The king, who expected this determined perseverance, and who began to feel some uneasiness, did not think it safe to provoke so dangerous an interrogator. He thought, too, that Saint-Aignan, in drawing the portraits, would find a means of insinuating some flattering allusions which would be agreeable to the ears of one His Majesty was interested in pleasing. It was with this hope and with this fear that Louis authorized Saint Aignan to sketch the portraits of the shepherdesses, Phyllis, Amaryllis, and Galatea. Very well, then. Be it so, said Saint Aignan, like a man who has made up his mind, and he began. 132. Conclusion of the story of a Naiad and of a Dryad. Phyllis, said Saint Aignan, with a glance of defiance at Montalais. Such as a fencing master would give who invites an antagonist worthy of him to place himself on guard. Phyllis is neither fair nor dark, neither tall or short, neither too grave nor too gay. Though but a shepherdess, she is as witty as a princess, and as coquettish as the most finished flirt that ever lived. Nothing can equal her excellent vision. Her heart yearns for everything her gaze embraces. She is like a bird, which, always warbling, at one moment schemes the ground, at the next rises fluttering in pursuit of a butterfly, then rests itself upon the topmost branch of a tree, where it defies the bird-catchers either to come and seize it or to entrap it in their nets. The portrait bore such a strong resemblance to Montalais, that all eyes were directed towards her. She, however, with her head raised, and with a steady, unmoved look, listened to Saint Aignan, as if he were speaking of an utter stranger. "Is that all, Monsieur de Saint Aignan?" inquired the princess. "Oh! Your Royal Highness, the portrait is but a mere sketch, and many more additions could be made, but I fear to weary your patience, or offend the modesty of the shepherdess. And I shall therefore pass on to her companion, Amaryllis." "Very well," said Madame, "pass on to Amaryllis, Monsieur de Saint Aignan, we are all attention." Amaryllis is the eldest of the three, and yet, Saint Aignan hastened to add, this advanced age does not reach 20 years. Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, who had slightly knitted her brows at the commencement of the description, unbent them with a smile. She is tall, with an astonishing abundance of beautiful hair, which she fastens in the manner of the Grecian statues. Her walk is full of majesty, her attitude haughty. She has the air, therefore, rather of a goddess than a mere mortal, and among the goddesses, she most resembles Diana the huntress. With this sole difference, however, that the cruel shepherdess, having stolen the quiver of young love, while poor Cupid was sleeping in a thicket of roses, instead of directing her arrows against the inhabitants of the forest, discharges them pitilessly against all poor shepherds who pass within reach of her bow and of her eyes. "Oh! What a wicked shepherdess," said Madame. "She may some day wound herself with one of those arrows she discharges, as you say, so mercilessly on all sides." "It is the hope of shepherds, one and all," said Saint Aignan. "And that of the shepherd Amintas in particular, I suppose," said Madame. "The shepherd Amintas is so timid," said Saint Aignan, with the most modest air he could assume, "that if he cherishes such a hope as that, no one has ever known anything about it. For he conceals it in the very depths of his heart." A flattering murmur of applause greeted this profession of faith on behalf of the shepherd. "And Galatea?" inquired Madame. "I am impatient to see a hand so skilful as yours continue the portrait where Virgil left it, and finish it before our eyes." "Madame," said Saint Aignan, "I am indeed a poor dumb post beside the mighty Virgil. Still, encouraged by your desire, I will do my best." Saint Aignan extended his foot and hand, and thus began, "White as milk, she casts upon the breeze the perfume of her fair hair tinged with golden hues, as are the ears of corn. One is tempted to inquire if she is not the beautiful Europa, who inspired Jupiter with a tender passion as she played with her companions in the flower-spangled meadows. From her exquisite eyes, blue as azure heaven on the clearest summer day, emanates a tender light, which reverie nurtures, and love dispenses. When she frowns, or bends her looks towards the ground, the sun is veiled in token of mourning. When she smiles, on the contrary, nature resumes her jollity, and the birds, for a brief moment silenced, recommence their songs amid the leafy covert of the trees. Galatea, said Saint Aignan, in conclusion, is worthy of the admiration of the whole world. And if she should ever bestow her heart upon another, happy will that man be to whom she consecrates her first affections. Madame, who had attentively listened to the portrait Saint Aignan had drawn, as, indeed, had all the others, contented herself with accentuating her approbation of the most poetic passage by occasional inclinations of her head. But it was impossible to say if these marks of assent were accorded to the ability of the narrator of the resemblance of the portrait. The consequence, therefore, was, that as Madame did not openly exhibit any approbation, no one felt authorized to applaud, not even Monsieur, who secretly thought that Saint Aignan dwelt too much upon the portraits of the shepherdesses, and had somewhat slightingly passed over the portraits of the shepherds. The whole assembly seemed suddenly chilled. Saint Aignan, who had exhausted his rhetorical skill and his palette of artistic tints in sketching the portrait of Galatea, and who, after the favor with which his other descriptions had been received, already imagined he could hear the loudest applause allotted to this last one, was himself more disappointed than the king and the rest of the company. A moment's silence followed, which was at last broken by Madame. "Well, sir," she inquired, "what is your Majesty's opinion of these three portraits?" The king, who wished to relieve Saint Aignan's embarrassment without compromising himself, replied, "Why, Amaryllis, in my opinion, is beautiful." "For my part," said Monsieur, "I prefer Phyllis. She is a capital girl, or rather a good sort of fellow of a nymph." A gentle laugh followed, and this time the looks were so direct, that Montalais felt herself blushing almost scarlet. "Well," resumed Madame, "what were those shepherdesses saying to each other?" Saint Aignan, however, whose vanity had been wounded, did not feel himself in a position to sustain an attack of new and refreshed troops, and merely said, "Madame, the shepherdesses were confiding to one another their little preferences." "Nay, nay. Monsieur de Saint Aignan, you are a perfect stream of pastoral poesy," said Madame, with an amiable smile, which somewhat comforted the narrator. "They confess that love is a mighty peril, but that the absence of love is the heart's sentence of death." "What was the conclusion they came to?" inquired Madame. "They came to the conclusion that love was necessary." "Very good. Did they lay down any conditions?" "That of choice, simply," said Saint Aignan. "I ought even to add, remember it is the Dryad who is speaking, that one of the shepherdesses, Amaryllis, I believe, was completely opposed to the necessity of loving. And yet she did not positively deny that she had allowed the image of a certain shepherd to take refuge in her heart." "Was it Amintas or Tircis?" "Amintas, Madame," said Saint Aignan, modestly. But Galatea, the gentle and soft-eyed Galatea, immediately replied, that neither Amintas, nor Alphesiboas, nor Tityrus, nor indeed any of the handsomest shepherds of the country, were to be compared to Tircis. That Tircis was as superior to all other men, as the oak to all other trees, as the lily in its majesty to all other flowers. She drew even such a portrait of Tircis that Tircis himself, who was listening, must have felt truly flattered at it, notwithstanding his rank as a shepherd. Thus Tircis and Amintas had been distinguished by Phyllis and Galatea, and thus had the secrets of two hearts revealed beneath the shades of evening, and amid the recesses of the woods. Such, Madame, is what the Dryad related to me, she who knows all that takes place in the hollows of oaks and grassy dells. She who knows the loves of the birds, and all they wish to convey by their songs. She who understands, in fact, the language of the wind among the branches, the humming of the insect with its gold and emerald wings in the corolla of the wildflowers. It was she who related the particulars to me, and I have repeated them. And now you have finished, Monsieur de Saint Aignan, have you not? Said Madame, with a smile that made the king tremble. Quite finished, replied Saint Aignan, and but too happy if I have been able to amuse your royal highness for a few moments. Moments which have been too brief, replied the princess. For you have related most admirably all you know, but, my dear Monsieur de Saint Aignan, you have been unfortunate enough to obtain your information from one Dryad only, I believe. Yes, madam, only from one, I confess. The fact was, that you passed by a little Naiad, who pretended to know nothing at all, and yet knew a great deal more than your Dryad, my dear Comte. A Naiad, repeated several voices, who began to suspect that the story had a continuation. Of course close beside the oak you are speaking of, which, if I am not mistaken, is called the Royal Oak, is it not so, Monsieur de Saint-Aignan? Saint-Aignan and the king exchanged glances. Yes, madam, the former replied. Well, close beside the oak there is a pretty little spring, which runs murmuringly over the pebbles, between banks of forget-me-nots and daffodils. I believe you are correct, said the king, with some uneasiness, and listening with some anxiety to his sister-in-law's narrative. Oh! There is one, I can assure you, said madame. And the proof of it is, that the Naiad who resides in that little stream stopped me as I was about to cross. Ah, said Saint-Aignan. Yes, indeed, continued the princess, and she did so in order to communicate to me many particulars Monsieur de Saint-Aignan has omitted in his recital. Pray relate them yourself, then, said Monsieur, you can relate stories in such a charming manner. The princess bowed at the conjugal compliment paid her. I do not possess the poetical powers of the Comte, nor his ability to bring to light the smallest details. You will not be listened to with less interest on that account, said the king, who already perceived that something hostile was intended in his sister-in-law's story. I speak, too, continued madame, in the name of that poor little Naiad, who is indeed the most charming creature I ever met. Moreover, she laughed so heartily while she was telling me her story, that, in pursuance of that medical axiom that laughter is the finest physic in the world, I ask permission to laugh a little myself when I recollect her words. The king and Saint-Aignan, who noticed spreading over many of the faces present a distant and prophetic ripple of the laughter madame announced, finished by looking at each other, as if asking themselves whether there was not some little conspiracy concealed beneath these words. But madame was determined to turn the knife in the wound over and over again. She therefore resumed with the air of the most perfect candor, in other words, with the most dangerous of all her airs, well, then, I passed that way, she said. And as I found beneath my steps many fresh flowers newly blown, no doubt Phyllis, Amaryllis, Galatea, and all your shepherdesses had passed the same way before me. The king bit his lips, for the recital was becoming more and more threatening. My little Naiad, continued madame, was cooing over her quaint song in the bed of the rivulet. As I perceived that she accosted me by touching the hem of my dress, I could not think of receiving her advances ungraciously, and more particularly so, since, after all, a divinity, even though she be of a second grade, is always of greater importance than a mortal, though a princess. I thereupon accosted the Naiad, and bursting into laughter, this is what she said to me. Fancy, princess, you understand, sire, it is the Naiad who is speaking. The king bowed assentingly. And madame continued, fancy, princess, the banks of my little stream have just witnessed a most amusing scene. Two shepherds, full of curiosity, even indiscreetly so, have allowed themselves to be mystified in a most amusing manner by three nymphs, or three shepherdesses, I beg your pardon. But I do not now remember if it was nymphs or shepherdesses she said. But it does not much matter, so we will continue. The king, at this opening, colored visibly, and Saint-Aignan, completely losing countenance, began to open his eyes in the greatest possible anxiety. The two shepherds, pursued my nymph, still laughing, followed in the wake of the three young ladies, no, I mean, of the three nymphs, forgive me, I ought to say, of the three shepherdesses. It is not always wise to do that, for it may be awkward for those who are followed. I appeal to all the ladies present, and not one of them, I am sure, will contradict me. The king, who was much disturbed by what he suspected was about to follow, signified his assent by a gesture. But, continued the Naiad, the shepherdesses had noticed Tircis and Amintas gliding into the wood, and, by the light of the moon, they had recognized them through the grove of the trees. Ah, you laugh, interrupted madame, wait, you are not yet at the end. The king turned pale, Saint-Aignan wiped his forehead, now dewed with perspiration. Among the groups of ladies present could be heard smothered laughter and stealthy whispers. The shepherdesses, I was saying, noticing how indiscreet the two shepherds were, proceeded to sit down at the foot of the royal oak. And, when they perceived that their over-curious listeners were sufficiently near, so that not a syllable of what they might say could be lost, they addressed towards them very innocently. In the most artless manner in the world indeed, a passionate declaration, which from the vanity natural to all men, and even to the most sentimental of shepherds, seemed to the two listeners as sweet as honey. The king, at these words, which the assembly was unable to hear without laughing, could not restrain a flash of anger darting from his eyes. As for Saint Aignan, he let his head fall upon his breast, and concealed, under a silly laugh, the extreme annoyance he felt. "Oh," said the king, drawing himself up to his full height, "upon my word, that is a most amusing jest, certainly. But, really and truly, are you sure you quite understood the language of the Naiads?" "The Comte, sire, pretends to have perfectly understood that of the Dryads," retorted Madame, icily. "No doubt," said the king. "But you know the Comte has the weakness to aspire to become a member of the Academy, so that, with this object in view, he has learnt all sorts of things of which very happily you are ignorant. And it might possibly happen that the language of the nymph of the waters might be among the number of things you have not studied." "Of course, sire," replied Madame, "for facts of that nature one does not altogether rely upon oneself alone, a woman's ear is not infallible, so says Saint Augustine. And I, therefore, wish to satisfy myself by other opinions beside my own, and as my Naiad, who, in her character of a goddess, is polyglot, is not that the expression, de Saint Aignan?" "I believe so," said the latter, quite out of countenance. "Well," continued the princess, "as my Naiad, who, in her character of a goddess, had at first spoken to me in English, I feared, as you suggest, that I might have misunderstood her. And I requested Mademoiselle de Montalais, de Tonnay-Charente, and de la Valliere, to come to me, begging my Naiad to repeat to me in the French language the recital she had already communicated to me in English." "And did she do so?" inquired the king. "Oh, she is the most polite divinity it is possible to imagine." "Yes, sire, she did so that no doubt whatever remains on the subject." "Is it not so, young ladies?" said the princess, turning towards the left of her army. "Did not the Naiad say precisely what I have related, and have I, in any one particular, exceeded the truth, Phyllis?" "I beg your pardon, I mean Mademoiselle or de Montalais." "Precisely as you have stated, madame," articulated Mademoiselle de Montalais, very distinctly. "Is it true, Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente?" "The perfect truth," replied Athanase, in a voice quite as firm, but not yet so distinct. "And you, La Valliere?" asked Madame. The poor girl felt the king's ardent look fixed upon her, she dared not deny, she dared not tell a falsehood, she merely bowed her head, and everybody took it for a token of assent. Her head, however, was not raised again, chilled as she was by a coldness more bitter than that of death. This triple testimony overwhelmed the king. As for Saint Aignan, he did not even attempt to dissemble his despair, and, hardly knowing what he said, he stammered out, "An excellent jest. Admirably played." "A just punishment for curiosity," said the king, in a hoarse voice. "Oh! Who would think, after the chastisement that Tircis and Amintas had suffered, of endeavoring to surprise what is passing in the heart of shepherdesses? Assuredly I shall not, for one. And, you, gentlemen?" "Nor I." "Nor I," repeated, in a chorus, the group of courtiers. Madame was filled with triumph at the king's annoyance. And was full of delight, thinking that her story had been, or was to be, the termination of the whole affair. As for Monsieur, who had laughed at the two stories without comprehending anything about them, he turned towards de Guiche, and said to him, "Well, Comte, you say nothing. Can you not find something to say? Do you pity Tircis and Amintas, for instance?" "I pity them with all my soul," replied de Guiche. "For, in very truth, love is so sweet a fancy, that to lose it, fancy though it may be, is to lose more than life itself. If, therefore, these two shepherds thought themselves beloved, if they were happy in that idea, and if, instead of that happiness, they meet not only that empty void which resembles death, but jeers and jests at love itself, which is worse than 1,000 deaths. In that case, I say that Tircis and Amintas are the two most unhappy men I know. And you are right, too, Monsieur de Guiche, said the king, for, in fact, the injury in question is a very hard return for a little harmless curiosity. That is as much to say, then, that the story of my Naiad has displeased the king, asked Madame, innocently. Nay, Madame, undeceive yourself, said Louis, taking the princess by the hand. Your Naiad, on the contrary, has pleased me, and the more so, because she was so truthful, and because her tale, I ought to add, is confirmed by the testimony of unimpeachable witnesses. These words fell upon La Valliere, accompanied by a look that no one, from Socrates to Montaigne, could have exactly defined. The look and the king's remark succeeded in overpowering the unhappy girl, who, with her head upon Montalais' shoulder, seemed to have fainted away. The king rose, without remarking this circumstance, of which no one, moreover, took any notice, and, contrary to his usual custom, for generally he remained late in Madame's apartments. He took his leave, and retired to his own side of the palace. Saint-Aignan followed him, leaving the rooms in as much despair as he had entered them with delight. Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, less sensitive than La Valliere, was not much frightened, and did not faint. However, it may be that the last look of Saint-Aignan had hardly been so majestic as the king's. 133. Royal Psychology. The king returned to his apartments with hurried steps. The reason he walked as fast as he did was probably to avoid tottering in his gait. He seemed to leave behind him as he went along a trace of a mysterious sorrow. That gaiety of manner, which everyone had remarked in him on his arrival, and which they had been delighted to perceive, had not perhaps been understood in its true sense, but his stormy departure. His disordered countenance, all knew, or at least thought they could tell the reason of. Madame's levity of manner, her somewhat bitter jests, bitter for persons of a sensitive disposition, and particularly for one of the king's character. The great resemblance which naturally existed between the king and an ordinary mortal, were among the reasons assigned for the precipitate and unexpected departure of his Majesty. Madame, keen-sighted enough in other respects, did not, however, at first see anything extraordinary in it. It was quite sufficient for her to have inflicted some slight wound upon the vanity or self-esteem of one who, so soon forgetting the engagements he had contracted, seemed to have undertaken to disdain, without cause, the noblest and highest prize in France. It was not an unimportant matter for Madame, in the present position of affairs, to let the king perceive the difference which existed between the bestowal of his affections on one in a high station, and the running after each passing fancy, like a youth fresh from the provinces. With regard to those higher placed affections, recognizing their dignity and their illimitable influence, acknowledging in them a certain etiquette and display, a monarch not only did not act in a manner derogatory to his high position, but found even repose, security, mystery, and general respect therein. On the contrary, in the debasement of a common or humble attachment, he would encounter, even among his meanest subjects, carping in sarcastic remarks. He would forfeit his character of infallibility and inviolability. Having descended to the region of petty human miseries, he would be subjected to paltry contentions. In one word, to convert the royal divinity into a mere mortal by striking at his heart, or rather even at his face, like the meanest of his subjects, was to inflict a terrible blow upon the pride of that generous nature. Louis was more easily captivated by vanity than affection. Madame had wisely calculated her vengeance, and it has been seen, also, in what manner she carried it out. Let it not be supposed, however, that Madame possessed such terrible passions as the heroines of the Middle Ages, or that she regarded things from a pessimistic point of view. On the contrary, Madame, young, amiable, of cultivated intellect, coquettish, loving in her nature, but rather from fancy, or imagination, or ambition, than from her heart, Madame, we say. On the contrary, inaugurated that epoch of light and fleeting amusements, which distinguished the 120 years that intervened between the middle of the 17th century and the last quarter of the 18th. Madame saw, therefore, or rather fancied she saw, things under their true aspect. She knew that the king, her august brother-in-law, had been the first to ridicule the humble La Valliere, and that, in accordance with his usual custom, it was hardly probable he would ever love the person who had excited his laughter, even had it been only for a moment. Moreover, was not her vanity ever present, that evil influence which plays so important a part in that comedy of dramatic incidents called the life of a woman? Did not her vanity tell her, aloud, in a subdued voice, in a whisper, in every variety of tone, that she could not, in reality, she a princess, young, beautiful, and rich, be compared to the poor La Valliere, as youthful as herself it is true, but far less pretty, certainly, and utterly without money, protectors, or position. And surprise need not be excited with respect to Madame. For it is known that the greatest characters are those who flatter themselves the most in the comparisons they draw between themselves and others, between others and themselves. It may perhaps be asked what was Madame's motive for an attack so skillfully conceived and executed. Why was there such a display of forces, if it were not seriously her intention to dislodge the king from a heart that had never been occupied before, in which he seemed disposed to take refuge? Was there any necessity, then, for Madame to attach so great an importance to La Valliere, if she did not fear her? Yet Madame did not fear La Valliere in that direction in which an historian, who knows everything, sees into the future, or rather, the past. Madame was neither a prophetess nor a sibyl. Nor could she, any more than another, read what was written in that terrible and fatal book of the future, which records in its most secret pages the most serious events. No, Madame desired simply to punish the king for having availed himself of secret means altogether feminine in their nature. She wished to prove to him that if he made use of offensive weapons of that nature, she, a woman of ready wit and high descent, would assuredly discover in the arsenal of her imagination defensive weapons proof even against the thrusts of a monarch. Moreover, she wished him to learn that, in a war of that description, kings are held of no account, or, at all events, that kings who fight on their own behalf, like ordinary individuals, may witness the fall of their crown in the first encounter. And that, in fact, if he had expected to be adored by all the ladies of the court from the very first, from a confident reliance on his mere appearance, it was a pretension which was most preposterous and insulting even, for certain persons who filled a higher position than others, and that a lesson taught in season to this royal personage, who assumed too high and haughty a carriage, would be rendering him a great service. Such, indeed, were Madame's reflections with respect to the king. The sequel itself was not thought of. And in this manner, it will be seen that she had exercised her influence over the minds of her maids of honor, and with all its accompanying details, had arranged the comedy which had just been acted. The king was completely bewildered by it. For the first time since he had escaped from the trammels of M. de Mazarin, he found himself treated as a man. Similar severity from any of his subjects would have been at once resisted by him. Strength comes with battle. But to match one's self with women, to be attacked by them, to have been imposed upon by mere girls from the country, who had come from Blois expressly for that purpose. It was the depth of dishonor for a young sovereign full of the pride his personal advantages and royal power inspired him with. There was nothing he could do, neither reproaches, nor exile, nor could he even show the annoyance he felt. To manifest vexation would have been to admit that he had been touched, like Hamlet, by a sword from which the button had been removed, the sword of ridicule. To show animosity against women, humiliation. Especially when the women in question have laughter on their side, as a means of vengeance. If, instead of leaving all the responsibility of the affair to these women, one of the courtiers had had anything to do with the intrigue, how delightedly would Louis have seized the opportunity of turning the Bastille to personal account. But there, again, the king's anger paused, checked by reason. To be the master of armies, of prisons, of an almost divine authority, and to exert such majesty and might in the service of a petty grudge, would be unworthy not only of a monarch, but even of a man. It was necessary, therefore, simply to swallow the affront in silence, and to wear his usual gentleness and graciousness of expression. It was essential to treat Madame as a friend. As a friend, Well, and why not? Either Madame had been the instigator of the affair, or the affair itself had found her passive. If she had been the instigator of it, it certainly was a bold measure on her part, but, at all events, it was but natural in her. Who was it that had sought her in the earliest moments of her married life to whisper words of love in her ear? Who was it that had dared to calculate the possibility of committing a crime against the marriage vow, a crime, too, still more deplorable on account of the relationship between them? Who was it that, shielded behind his royal authority, had said to this young creature, "Be not afraid, love but the King of France, who is above all, and a movement of whose sceptred hand will protect you against all attacks, even from your own remorse"? And she had listened to and obeyed the royal voice, had been influenced by his ensnaring tones. And when, morally speaking, she had sacrificed her honor in listening to him, she saw herself repaid for her sacrifice by an infidelity the more humiliating, since it was occasioned by a woman far beneath her in the world. Had Madame, therefore, been the instigator of the revenge, she would have been right. If, on the contrary, she had remained passive in the whole affair, what grounds had the king to be angry with her on that account? Was it for her to restrain, or rather could she restrain, the chattering of a few country girls? And was it for her, by an excess of zeal that might have been misinterpreted, to check, at the risk of increasing it, the impertinence of their conduct? All these various reasonings were like so many actual stings to the king's pride. But when he had carefully, in his own mind, gone over all the various causes of complaint, Louis was surprised, upon due reflection, in other words, after the wound has been dressed, to find that there were other causes of suffering, secret, unendurable, and unrevealed. There was one circumstance he dared not confess, even to himself, namely, that the acute pain from which he was suffering had its seat in his heart. The fact is, he had permitted his heart to be gratified by La Valliere's innocent confusion. He had dreamed of a pure affection, of an affection for Louis the man, and not the sovereign, of an affection free from all self-interest. And his heart, simpler and more youthful than he had imagined it to be, had to meet that other heart that had revealed itself to him by its aspirations. The commonest thing in the complicated history of love, is the double inoculation of love to which any two hearts are subjected. The one loves nearly always before the other, in the same way that the latter finishes nearly always by loving after the other. In this way, the electric current is established, in proportion to the intensity of the passion which is first kindled. The more Mademoiselle de la Valliere showed her affection, the more the king's affection had increased. And it was precisely that which had annoyed his Majesty. For it was now fairly demonstrated to him, that no sympathetic current had been the means of hurrying his heart away in its course. Because there had been no confession of love in the case, because the confession was, in fact, an insult towards the man and towards the sovereign. And finally, because, and the word, too, burnt like a hot iron, because, in fact, it was nothing but a mystification after all. This girl, therefore, who, in strictness, could not lay claim to beauty, or birth, or great intelligence, who had been selected by Madame herself, on account of her unpretending position, had not only aroused the king's regard, but had, moreover, treated him with disdain, he, the king, a man who, like an Eastern potentate, had but to bestow a glance, to indicate with his finger, to throw his handkerchief. And, since the previous evening, his mind had been so absorbed with this girl that he could think and dream of nothing else. Since the previous evening his imagination had been occupied by clothing her image with charms to which she could not lay claim. In very truth, he whom such vast interests summoned, and whom so many women smiled upon invitingly, had, since the previous evening, consecrated every moment of his time, every throb of his heart, to this sole dream. It was, indeed, either too much, or not sufficient. The indignation of the king, making him forget everything, and, among others, that Saint Aignan was present, was poured out in the most violent imprecations. True it is, that Saint Aignan had taken refuge in a corner of the room, and from his corner, regarded the tempest passing over. His own personal disappointment seemed contemptible, in comparison with the anger of the king. He compared with his own petty vanity the prodigious pride of offended majesty. And, being well read in the hearts of kings in general, and in those of powerful kings in particular, he began to ask himself if this weight of anger, as yet held in suspense, would not soon terminate by falling upon his own head, for the very reason that others were guilty, and he innocent. In point of fact, the king, all at once, did arrest his hurried pace, and, fixing a look full of anger upon Saint Aignan, suddenly cried out, "And you, Saint Aignan?" Saint Aignan made a sign which was intended to signify, "Well, sire." "Yes, you have been as silly as myself, I think." "Sire," stammered out Saint Aignan, "you permitted us to be deceived by this shameless trick." "Sire," said Saint Aignan, whose agitation was such as to make him tremble in every limb, "let me entreat your majesty not to exasperate yourself. Women, you know, are characters full of imperfections, created for the misfortune of mankind. To expect anything good from them is to require them to perform impossibilities." The king, who had the greatest consideration for himself, and who had begun to acquire over his emotions that command which he preserved over them all his life, perceived that he was doing an outrage to his own dignity in displaying so much animosity about so trifling an object. "No," he said, hastily, "you are mistaken, Saint Aignan, I am not angry. I can only wonder that we should have been turned into ridicule so cleverly and with such audacity by these young girls. I am particularly surprised that, although we might have informed ourselves accurately on the subject, we were silly enough to leave the matter for our own hearts to decide." The heart, sire, is an organ which requires positively to be reduced to its material functions, but which, for the sake of humanity's peace of mind, should be deprived of all its metaphysical inclinations. For my own part, I confess, when I saw that your majesty's heart was so taken up by this little, my heart taken up, my mind might, perhaps, have been so. But as for my heart, it was. Louis again perceived that, in order to fill one gulf, he was about to dig another. "Besides," he added, "I have no fault to find with the girl. I was quite aware that she was in love with someone else. The Vicomte de Bragelonne. I informed your majesty of the circumstance." "You did so, but you were not the first who told me. The Comte de la Fere had solicited from me Mademoiselle de la Valliere's hand for his son. And, on his return from England, the marriage shall be celebrated, since they love each other. I recognize your majesty's great generosity of disposition in that act. So, Saint Aignan, we will cease to occupy ourselves with these matters any longer," said Louis. "Yes, we will digest the affront, sire," replied the courtier, with resignation. "Besides, it will be an easy matter to do so," said the king, checking a sigh. "And, by way of a beginning, I will set about the composition of an epigram upon all three of them. I will call it, the Naiad and Dryad, which will please madam." "Do so, Saint Aignan, do so," said the king, indifferently. "You shall read me your verses, they will amuse me." "Ah! It does not signify, Saint Aignan," added the king, like a man breathing with difficulty, "the blow requires more than human strength to support in a dignified manner." As the king thus spoke, assuming an air of the most angelic patience, one of the servants in attendance knocked gently at the door. Saint Aignan drew aside, out of respect. "Come in," said the king. The servant partially opened the door. "What is it?" inquired Louis. The servant held out a letter of a triangular shape. "For your majesty," he said. "From whom?" "I do not know. One of the officers on duty gave it to me." The valet, in obedience to a gesture of the king, handed him the letter. The king advanced towards the candles, opened the note, read the signature, and uttered a loud cry. Saint Aignan was sufficiently respectful not to look on. But, without looking on, he saw and heard all, and ran towards the king, who with a gesture dismissed the servant. "Oh, heavens," said the king, as he read the note. "Is your majesty unwell?" inquired Saint Aignan, stretching forward his arms. "No, no," Saint Aignan read, and he handed him the note. Saint-Aignan's eyes fell upon the signature. La Valliere, he exclaimed. Oh, sire. Read, read. And Saint-Aignan read. Forgive my importunity, sire, and forgive, also, the absence of the formalities which may be wanting in this letter. A note seems to be more speedy and more urgent than a dispatch. I venture, therefore, to address this note to your Majesty. I have retired to my own room, overcome with grief and fatigue, sire. And I implore your Majesty to grant me the favor of an audience, which will enable me to confess the truth to my sovereign. Louise de la Valliere. Well? Asked the king, taking the letter from Saint-Aignan's hands, who was completely bewildered by what he had just read. Well, repeated Saint-Aignan. What do you think of it? I hardly know. Still, what is your opinion? Sire, the young lady must have heard the muttering of the thunder, and has got frightened. Frightened at what? Asked Louis with dignity. Why, your Majesty has 1,000 reasons to be angry with the author or authors of so hazardous a joke. And, if your Majesty's memory were to be awakened in a disagreeable sense, it would be a perpetual menace hanging over the head of this imprudent girl. Saint-Aignan, I do not think as you do. Your Majesty doubtless sees more clearly than myself. Well. I see affliction and restraint in these lines. More particularly since I recall some of the details of the scene which took place this evening in Madame's apartments. The king suddenly stopped, leaving his meaning unexpressed. In fact, resumed Saint-Aignan, your Majesty will grant an audience, nothing is clearer than that. I will do better, Saint-Aignan. What is that, sire? Put on your cloak. But, sire. You know the suite of rooms where Madame's maids of honor are lodged? Certainly. You know some means of obtaining an entrance there? As far as that is concerned, I do not. At all events, you must be acquainted with someone there. Really, your Majesty is the source of every good idea. You do know someone, then. Who is it? I know a certain gentleman, who is on very good terms with a certain young lady there. One of the maids of honor. Yes, sire. With Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, I suppose? Said the king, laughing. Fortunately, no, sire, with Montalais. What is his name? Malicorne. And you can depend on him? I believe so, sire. He ought to have a key of some sort in his possession. And if he should happen to have one, as I have done him a service, why, he will let us have it. Nothing could be better. Let us set off immediately. The king threw his cloak over Saint-Aignan's shoulders, asked him for his, and both went out into the vestibule. 134. Something that neither Naiad nor Dryad foresaw. Saint-Aignan stopped at the foot of the staircase leading to the entresol, where the maids of honor were lodged, and to the first floor, where Madame's apartments were situated. Then, by means of one of the servants who was passing, he sent to apprise Malicorne, who was still with Monsieur. After having waited 10 minutes, Malicorne arrived, full of self-importance. The king drew back towards the darkest part of the vestibule. Saint-Aignan, on the contrary, advanced to meet him, but at the first words, indicating his wish, Malicorne drew back abruptly. Oh, he said, you want me to introduce you into the rooms of the maids of honor? Yes. You know very well that I cannot do anything of the kind, without being made acquainted with your object. Unfortunately, my dear Monsieur Malicorne, it is quite impossible for me to give you any explanation. You must therefore confide in me as in a friend who got you out of a great difficulty yesterday, and who now begs you to draw him out of one today. Yet I told you, Monsieur, what my object was. Which was, not to sleep out in the open air, and any man might express the same wish, whilst you, however, admit nothing. Believe me, my dear Monsieur Malicorne, Saint-Aignan persisted, that if I were permitted to explain myself, I would do so. In that case, my dear Monsieur, it is impossible for me to allow you to enter Mademoiselle de Montalais's apartment. Why so? You know why, better than anyone else, since you caught me on the wall paying my addresses to Mademoiselle de Montalais. It would, therefore, be an excess of kindness on my part, you will admit, since I am paying my attentions to her, to open the door of her room to you. But who told you it was on her account I asked you for the key? For whom, then? She does not lodge there alone, I suppose? No, certainly. For Mademoiselle de la Valliere shares her rooms with her. But, really, you have nothing more to do with Mademoiselle de la Valliere than with Mademoiselle de Montalais, and there are only two men to whom I would give this key, to M. de Bragelonne, if he begged me to give it to him, and to the king, if he commanded me. In that case, give me the key, monsieur, I order you to do so, said the king, advancing from the obscurity, and partially opening his cloak. Mademoiselle de Montalais will step down to talk with you, while we go upstairs to Mademoiselle de la Valliere, for, in fact, it is she only whom we desire to see. The king! Exclaimed Malicorne, bowing to the very ground. Yes, the king, said Louis, smiling, the king, who is as pleased with your resistance as with your capitulation. Rise, monsieur, and render us the service we request of you. I obey, your majesty, said Malicorne, leading the way up the staircase. Get Mademoiselle de Montalais to come down, said the king, and do not breathe a word to her of my visit. Malicorne bowed in token of obedience, and proceeded up the staircase. But the king, after a hasty reflection, followed him, and that, too, with such rapidity, that, although Malicorne was already more than halfway up the staircase, the king reached the room at the same moment. He then observed, by the door which remained half-opened behind Malicorne, La Valliere, sitting in an armchair with her head thrown back, and in the opposite corner Montalais, who, in her dressing gown, was standing before a looking-glass, engaged in arranging her hair, and parleying the while with Malicorne. The king hurriedly opened the door and entered the room. Montalais called out at the noise made by the opening of the door, and, recognizing the king, made her escape. La Valliere rose from her seat, like a dead person galvanized, and then fell back in her armchair. The king advanced slowly towards her. You wished for an audience, I believe, he said coldly. I am ready to hear you. Speak. Saint Aignan, faithful to his character of being deaf, blind, and dumb, had stationed himself in a corner of the door, upon a stool which by chance he found there. Concealed by the tapestry which covered the doorway, and leaning his back against the wall, he could thus listen without being seen. Resigning himself to the post of a good watchdog, who patiently waits and watches without ever getting in his master's way. La Valliere, terror-stricken at the king's irritated aspect, rose a second time, and assuming a posture full of humility and entreaty, murmured, Forgive me, sire. What need is there for my forgiveness? Asked Louis. Sire, I have been guilty of a great fault, nay, more than a great fault, a great crime. You. Sire, I have offended your majesty. Not in the slightest degree in the world, replied Louis XIV. I implore you, sire, not to maintain towards me that terrible seriousness of manner which reveals your majesty's just anger. I feel I have offended you, sire, but I wish to explain to you how it was that I have not offended you of my own accord. In the first place, said the king, in what way can you possibly have offended me? I cannot perceive how. Surely not on account of a young girl's harmless and very innocent jest. You turned the credulity of a young man into ridicule, it was very natural to do so, any other woman in your place would have done the same. Oh! Your majesty overwhelms me by your remark. Why so? Because, if I had been the author of the jest, it would not have been innocent. Well, is that all you had to say to me in soliciting an audience? Said the king, as though about to turn away. Thereupon La Valliere, in an abrupt and a broken voice, her eyes dried up by the fire of her tears, made a step towards the king, and said, Did your majesty hear everything? Everything, what? Everything I said beneath the royal oak. I did not lose a syllable. And now, after your majesty really heard all, are you able to think I abused your credibility? Credulity. Yes, indeed, you have selected the very word. And your Majesty did not suppose that a poor girl like myself might possibly be compelled to submit to the will of others? Forgive me, returned the king. But I shall never be able to understand that she, who of her own free will could express herself so unreservedly beneath the royal oak, would allow herself to be influenced to such an extent by the direction of others. But the threat held out against me, sire. Threat? Who threatened you? Who dared to threaten you? Those who have the right to do so, sire. I do not recognize anyone as possessing the right to threaten the humblest of my subjects. Forgive me, sire, but near your Majesty, even, there are persons sufficiently high in position to have, or to believe that they possess, the right of injuring a young girl, without fortune. And possessing only her reputation. In what way injure her? In depriving her of her reputation, by disgracefully expelling her from the court. Oh! Mademoiselle de la Valliere, said the king bitterly, I prefer those persons who exculpate themselves without incriminating others. Sire. Yes. And I confess that I greatly regret to perceive, that an easy justification, as your own would have been, is now complicated in my presence by a tissue of reproaches and imputations against others. And which you do not believe, exclaimed La Valliere. The king remained silent. Nay, but tell me, repeated La Valliere, vehemently. I regret to confess it, repeated the king, bowing coldly. The young girl uttered a deep groan, striking her hands together in despair. You do not believe me, then, she said to the king, who still remained silent, while poor La Valliere's features became visibly changed at his continued silence. Therefore, you believe, she said, that I prearranged this ridiculous, this infamous plot, of trifling, in so shameless a manner, with your Majesty. Nay, said the king, it was neither ridiculous nor infamous, it was not even a plot, merely a jest, more or less amusing, and nothing more. Oh! Murmured the young girl, the king does not, and will not believe me, then. No, indeed, I will not believe you, said the king. Besides, in point of fact, what can be more natural? The king, you argue, follows me, listens to me, watches me. The king wishes perhaps to amuse himself at my expense, I will amuse myself at his, and as the king is very tender-hearted, I will take his heart by storm. La Valliere hid her face in her hands, as she stifled her sobs. The king continued pitilessly, he was revenging himself upon the poor victim before him for all he had himself suffered. Let us invent, then, this story of my loving him and preferring him to others. The king is so simple and so conceited that he will believe me. And then we can go and tell others how credulous the king is, and can enjoy a laugh at his expense. Oh, exclaimed La Valliere, you think that, you believe that, it is frightful. And, pursued the king, that is not all. If this self-conceited prince take our jest seriously, if he should be imprudent enough to exhibit before others anything like delight at it, well, in that case, the king will be humiliated before the whole court. And what a delightful story it will be, too, for him to whom I am really attached, in fact part of my dowry for my husband. To have the adventure to relate of the monarch who was so amusingly deceived by a young girl. Sire, exclaimed La Valliere, her mind bewildered, almost wandering, indeed, not another word, I implore you, do you not see that you are killing me? A jest, nothing but a jest, murmured the king, who, however, began to be somewhat affected. La Valliere fell upon her knees, and that so violently, that the sound could be heard upon the hard floor. Sire, she said, I prefer shame to disloyalty. What do you mean? Inquired the king, without moving a step to raise the young girl from her knees. Sire, when I shall have sacrificed my honor and my reason both to you, you will perhaps believe in my loyalty. The tale which was related to you in Madame's apartments, and by Madame herself, is utterly false, and that which I said beneath the great oak. Well, that is the only truth. What? Exclaimed the king. Sire, exclaimed La Valliere, hurried away by the violence of her emotions, were I to die of shame on the very spot where my knees are fixed, I would repeat it until my latest breath. I said that I loved you, and it is true, I do love you. You. I have loved you, sire, from the very first day I ever saw you. From the moment when at Blois, where I was pining away my existence, your royal looks, full of light and life, were first bent upon me. I love you still, sire. It is a crime of high treason, I know, that a poor girl like myself should love her sovereign, and should presume to tell him so. Punish me for my audacity, despise me for my shameless immodesty. But do not ever say, do not ever think, that I have jested with or deceived you. I belong to a family whose loyalty has been proved, sire, and I, too, love my king. Suddenly her strength, voice, and respiration ceased, and she fell forward, like the flower Virgil alludes to, which the scythe of the reaper severed in the midst of the grass. The king, at these words, at this vehement entreaty, no longer retained any ill will or doubt in his mind, his whole heart seemed to expand at the glowing breath of an affection which proclaimed itself in such noble and courageous language. When, therefore, he heard the passionate confession, his strength seemed to fail him, and he hid his face in his hands. But when he felt La Valliere's hands clinging to his own, when their warm pressure fired his blood, he bent forward, and passing his arm round La Valliere's waist, he raised her from the ground and pressed her against his heart. But she, her drooping head fallen forward on her bosom, seemed to have ceased to live. The king, terrified, called out for Saint Aignan. Saint Aignan, who had carried his discretion so far as to remain without stirring in his corner, pretending to wipe away a tear, ran forward at the king's summons. He then assisted Louise to seat the young girl upon a couch, slapped her hands, sprinkled some Hungary water over her face, calling out all the while, "Come, come, it is all over. The king believes you, and forgives you. There now. Take care, or you will agitate his majesty too much, his majesty is so sensitive, so tender-hearted. Now, really, Mademoiselle de la Valliere, you must pay attention, for the king is very pale." The fact was, the king was visibly losing color. But La Valliere did not move. "Do pray recover," continued Saint Aignan. "I beg, I implore you, it is really time you should. Think only of one thing, that if the king should become unwell, I should be obliged to summon his physician. What a state of things that would be! So do pray rouse yourself. Make an effort, pray do, and do so at once, my dear." It was difficult to display more persuasive eloquence than Saint Aignan did, but something still more powerful, and of a more energetic nature than this eloquence, aroused La Valliere. The king, who was kneeling before her, covered the palms of her hands with those burning kisses which are to the hands what a kiss upon the lips is to the face. La Valliere's senses returned to her. She languidly opened her eyes and, with a dying look, murmured, "Oh! Sire, has your majesty pardoned me, then?" The king did not reply, for he was still too much overcome. Saint Aignan thought it was his duty again to retire, for he observed the passionate devotion which was displayed in the king's gaze. La Valliere rose. "And now, sire, that I have justified myself, at least I trust so, in your majesty's eyes, grant me leave to retire into a convent. I shall bless your majesty all my life, and I shall die thanking and loving heaven for having granted me 1 hour of perfect happiness." "No, no," replied the king, "you will live here blessing heaven, on the contrary, but loving Louis, who will make your existence one of perfect felicity, Louis who loves you, Louis who swears it." "Oh! Sire, sire!" And upon this doubt of La Valliere, the king's kisses became so warm that Saint Aignan thought it was his duty to retire behind the tapestry. These kisses, however, which she had not the strength at first to resist, began to intimidate the young girl. "Oh! Sire," she exclaimed, "do not make me repeat my loyalty, for this would show me that your majesty despises me still." "Mademoiselle de la Valliere," said the king, suddenly, drawing back with an air full of respect, "there is nothing in the world that I love and honor more than yourself, and nothing in my court. I call heaven to witness, shall be so highly regarded as you shall be henceforward. I entreat your forgiveness for my transport. It arose from an excess of affection, but I can prove to you that I love you more than ever by respecting you as much as you can possibly desire or deserve." Then, bending before her, and taking her by the hand, he said to her, "Will you honor me by accepting the kiss I press upon your hand?" And the king's lips were pressed respectfully and lightly upon the young girl's trembling hand. "Henceforth," added Louis, rising and bending his glance upon La Valliere, "henceforth you are under my safeguard. Do not speak to anyone of the injury I have done you, forgive others that which they may have attempted. For the future, you shall be so far above all those, that, far from inspiring you with fear, they shall be even beneath your pity." And he bowed as reverently as though he were leaving a place of worship. Then calling to Saint Aignan, who approached with great humility, he said, "I hope, Comte, that Mademoiselle de la Valliere will kindly confer a little of her friendship upon you, in return for that which I have vowed to her eternally." Saint Aignan bent his knee before La Valliere, saying, "How happy, indeed, would such an honor make me." "I will send your companion back to you," said the king. "Farewell. Or, rather, adieu till we meet again, do not forget me in your prayers, I entreat." "Oh," cried La Valliere, "be assured that you and heaven are in my heart together." These words of Louise elated the king, who, full of happiness, hurried Saint Aignan down the stairs. Madame had not anticipated this denouement. And neither the Naiad nor the Dryad had breathed a word about it. 135. The new general of the Jesuits. While La Valliere and the king were mingling, in their first confession of love, all the bitterness of the past, the happiness of the present, and hopes of the future, Fouquet had retired to the apartments which had been assigned to him in the château, and was conversing with Aramis precisely upon the very subjects which the king at that moment was forgetting. "Now tell me," said Fouquet, after having installed his guest in an armchair and seated himself by his side, "tell me, Monsieur d'Herblay, what is our position with regard to the Belle Isle affair? And whether you have received any news about it?" "Everything is going on in that direction as we wish," replied Aramis, "the expenses have been paid, and nothing has transpired of our designs." "But what about the soldiers the king wished to send there?" "I have received news this morning they arrived there 15 days ago." "And how have they been treated?" "In the best manner possible." "What has become of the former garrison?" "The soldiers were landed at Sarzeau, and then transferred immediately to Quimper." "And the new garrison?" "Belongs to us from this very moment." "Are you sure of what you say, my dear Monsieur de Vannes?" "Quite sure, and, moreover, you will see by and by how matters have turned out. Still you are very well aware, that, of all the garrison towns, Belle Isle is precisely the very worst." "I know it, and have acted accordingly. No space to move about, no gaiety, no cheerful society, no gambling permitted. Well, it is a great pity," added Aramis, with one of those smiles so peculiar to him, "to see how much young people at the present day seek amusement, and how much, consequently, they incline to the man who procures and pays for their favorite pastimes. But if they amuse themselves at Belle Isle? If they amuse themselves through the king's means, they will attach themselves to the king. But if they get bored to death through the king's means, and amuse themselves through M. Fouquet, they will attach themselves to M. Fouquet. And you informed my intendant, of course?" "So that immediately on their arrival?" "By no means, they were left alone a whole week, to weary themselves at their ease. But, at the end of the week, they cried out, saying that former officers amused themselves much better. Whereupon they were told that the old officers had been able to make a friend of M. Fouquet, and that M. Fouquet, knowing them to be friends of his, had from that moment done all he possibly could to prevent their getting wearied or bored upon his estates. Upon this they began to reflect. Immediately afterwards, however, the intendant added, that without anticipating M. Fouquet's orders, he knew his master sufficiently well to be aware that he took an interest in every gentleman in the king's service, and that, although he did not know the newcomers, he would do as much for them as he had done for the others. Excellent. And I trust that the promises were followed up. I desire, as you know, that no promise should ever be made in my name without being kept. Without a moment's loss of time, our 2 privateers, and your own horses, were placed at the disposal of the officers. The keys of the principal mansion were handed over to them, so that they made up hunting parties, and walking excursions with such ladies as are to be found in Belle Isle, and such other as they are enabled to enlist from the neighborhood, who have no fear of seasickness. And there is a fair sprinkling to be met with at Sarzeau and Vannes, I believe, your eminence. Yes, in fact all along the coast, said Aramis, quietly. And now, how about the soldiers? Everything precisely the same, in a relative degree, you understand. The soldiers have plenty of wine, excellent provisions, and good pay. Very good, so that this garrison can be depended upon, and it is a better one than the last. Good. The result is, if fortune favors us, so that the garrisons are changed in this manner, only every 2 months, that, at the end of every 3 years, the whole army will, in its turn, have been there. And, therefore, instead of having 1 regiment in our favor, we shall have 50,000 men. Yes, yes. I knew perfectly well, said Fouquet, that no friend could be more incomparable and invaluable than yourself, my dear Monsieur d'Herblay. But, he added, laughing, all this time we are forgetting our friend, Du Vallon. What has become of him? During the 3 days I spent at Saint-Mandé, I confess I have forgotten him completely. I do not forget him, however, returned Aramis. Porthos is at Saint-Mandé. His joints are kept well greased, the greatest care is being taken care of him with regard to the food he eats, and the wines he drinks. I advise him to take daily airings in the small park, which you have kept for your own use, and he makes us of it accordingly. He begins to walk again, he exercises his muscular powers by bending down young elm trees, or making the old oaks fly into splinters, as Milo of Crotona used to do. And, as there are no lions in the park, it is not unlikely we shall find him alive. Porthos is a brave fellow. Yes, but in the meantime he will get bored to death. Oh, no, he never does that. He will be asking questions. He sees no one. At all events, he is looking or hoping for something or another. I have inspired in him a hope which we will realize some fine morning, and on that he subsists. What is it? That of being presented to the king. Oh. In what character? As the engineer of Belle Isle, of course. Is it possible? Quite true. Shall we not be obliged, then, to send him back to Belle Isle? Most certainly. I am even thinking of sending him as soon as possible. Porthos is very fond of display, he is man whose weakness D'Artagnan, Athos, and myself are alone acquainted with. He never commits himself in any way, he is dignity itself, to the officers there, he would seem like a paladin of the time of the Crusades. He would make the whole staff drunk, without getting tipsy in the least himself, and everyone will regard him with admiration and sympathy. If, therefore, it should happen that we have any orders requiring to be carried out, Porthos is an incarnation of the order itself. And whatever he chose to do others would find themselves obliged to submit to. Send him back, then. That is what I intend to do, but only in a few days, for I must not omit to tell you one thing. What is it? I begin to mistrust D'Artagnan. He is not at Fontainebleau, as you may have noticed, and D'Artagnan is never absent, or apparently idle, without some object in view. And now that my own affairs are settled, I am going to try and ascertain what the affairs are in which D'Artagnan is engaged. Your own affairs are settled, you say? Yes. You are very fortunate in that case, then, and I should like to be able to say the same. I hope you do not make yourself uneasy. Nothing could be better than the king's reception of you. True. And Colbert leaves you in peace. Nearly so. In that case, said Aramis, with that connection of ideas which marked him, in that case, then, we can bestow a thought upon the young girl I was speaking to you about yesterday. Whom do you mean? What, have you forgotten already? I mean La Valliere. Ah. Of course, of course. Do you object, then, to try and make a conquest of her? In one respect only. My heart is engaged in another direction, and I positively do not care about the girl in the least. Oh, said Aramis, your heart is engaged, you say. The deuce. We must take care of that. Why? Because it is terrible to have the heart occupied, when others, besides yourself, have so much need of the head. You are right. So you see, at your first summons, I left everything. But to return to this girl. What good do you see in my troubling myself about her? The king, it is said, has taken a fancy to her, at least, so it is supposed. But you, who know everything, know very differently. I know that the king is greatly and suddenly changed, that the day before yesterday he was crazy over Madame. That a few days ago, Monsieur complained of it, even to the Queen Mother, and that some conjugal misunderstandings and maternal scoldings were the consequence. How do you know all that? I do know it, at all events, since these misunderstandings and scoldings, the king has not addressed a word, has not paid the slightest attention, to her Royal Highness. Well, what next? Since then, he has been taken up with Mademoiselle de la Valliere. Now, Mademoiselle de la Valliere is one of Madame's maids of honor. You happen to know, I suppose, what is called a chaperone in matters of love. Well, then, Mademoiselle de la Valliere is Madame's chaperone. It is for you to take advantage of this state of things. You have no occasion for me to tell you that. But, at all events, wounded vanity will render the conquest an easier one. The girl will get hold of the king, and Madame's secret, and you can scarcely predict what a man of intelligence can do with a secret. But how to get at her? Nay, you, of all men, to ask me such a question, said Aramis. Very true. I shall not have any time to take any notice of her. She is poor and unassuming, you will create a position for her, and whether she tames the king as his lady confessor, or his sweetheart, you will have enlisted a new and valuable ally. Very good, said Fouquet. What is to be done, then, with regard to this girl? Whenever you have taken a fancy to any lady, Monsieur Fouquet, what course have you generally pursued? I have written to her, protesting my devotion to her. I have added, how happy I should be to render her any service in my power, and have signed Fouquet, at the end of the letter. And has anyone offered resistance? One person only, replied Fouquet. But, 4 days ago, she yielded, as the others had done. Will you take the trouble to write? Said Aramis, holding a pen towards him, which Fouquet took, saying. I will write at your dictation. My head is so taken up in another direction, that I should not be able to write a couple lines. Very well, said Aramis, write. And he dictated, as follows, Mademoiselle, I have seen you, and you will not be surprised to learn, I think you very beautiful. But, for one of the position you merit at court, your presence there is a waste of time. The devotion of a man of honor, should ambition of any kind inspire you, might possibly serve as a means of display for your talent and beauty. I place my devotion at your feet. But, as an affection, however reserved and unpresuming it may be, might possibly compromise the object of its worship. It would ill become a person of your merit running the risk of being compromised, without her future being assured. If you would deign to accept and reply to my affection shall prove its gratitude to you in making you free and independent forever. Having finished writing, Fouquet looked at Aramis. Sign it, said the latter. Is it absolutely necessary? Your signature at the foot of that letter is worth 1,000,000, you forget that. Fouquet signed. Now, by whom do you intend to send this letter? Asked Aramis. By an excellent servant of mine. Can you rely on him? He is a man who has been with me all my life. Very well. Besides, in this case, we are not playing for very heavy stakes. How so? For if what you say be true of the accommodating disposition of this girl for the king and madam, the king will give her all the money she can ask for. The king has money, then? Asked Aramis. I suppose so, for he has not asked me for any more. Be easy, he will ask for some, soon. Nay, more than that, I had thought he would have spoken to me about the fete at Vaux, but he never said a word about it. He will be sure to do so, though. You must think the king's disposition a very cruel one, Monsieur d'Herblay. It is not he who is so. He is young, and therefore his disposition is a kind one. He is young, and either he is weak, or his passions are strong, and Monsieur Colbert holds his weakness and his passions in his villainous grasp. You admit that you fear him? I do not deny it. In that case I am lost. Why so? My only influence with the king has been through the money I commanded, and now I am a ruined man. Not so. What do you mean by not so? Do you know my affairs better than myself? That is not unlikely. If he were to request this fate to be given, you would give it, of course. But where is the money to come from? Have you ever been in want of any? Oh! If you only knew at what a cost I procured the last supply. The next shall cost you nothing. But who will give it me? I will. What, give me 6 millions? 10, if necessary. Upon my word, d'Herblay, said Fouquet, your confidence alarms me more than the king's displeasure. Who can you possibly be, after all? You know me well enough, I should think. Of course, but what is it you are aiming at? I wish to see upon the throne of France a king devoted to Monsieur Fouquet, and I wish Monsieur Fouquet to be devoted to me. Oh! Exclaimed Fouquet, pressing his hand, as for being devoted to you, I am yours, entirely, but believe me, my dear d'Herblay, you are deceiving yourself. In what respect? The king will never become devoted to me. I do not remember to have said that King Louis would ever become devoted to you. Why, on the contrary, you have this moment said so. I did not say the king, I said a king. Is it not all the same? No, on the contrary, it is altogether different. I do not understand you. You will do so, shortly, then. Suppose, for instance, the king in question were to be a very different person to Louis XIV. Another person. Yes, who is indebted for everything to you. Impossible. His very throne, even. You are mad, d'Herblay. There is no man living besides Louis XIV who can sit on the throne of France. I know of none, not one. But I know one. Unless it be Monsieur, said Fouquet, looking at Aramis uneasily, yet Monsieur. It is not Monsieur. But how can it be, that a prince not of the royal line, that a prince without any right? My king, or rather your king, will be everything that is necessary, be assured of that. Be careful, Monsieur d'Herblay, you make my blood run cold, and my head swim. Aramis smiled. There is but little occasion for that, he replied. Again, I repeat, you terrify me, said Fouquet. Aramis smiled. You laugh, said Fouquet. The day will come when you will laugh too, only at the present moment I must laugh alone. But explain yourself. When the proper time comes, I will explain all. Fear nothing. Have faith in me, and doubt nothing. The fact is, I cannot but doubt, because I do not see clearly, or even at all. That is because of your blindness, but a day will come when you will be enlightened. Oh, said Fouquet, how willingly would I believe. You, without belief. You, who, through my means, have 10 times crossed the abyss yawning at your feet, and in which, had you been alone, you would have been irretrievably swallowed, you, without belief. You, who from procureur general attained the rank of intendant, from the rank of intendant that of the first minister of the crown. And who from the rank of first minister will pass to that of mayor of the palace. But no, he said, with the same unaltered smile, "No, no, you cannot see, and consequently cannot believe, what I tell you." And Aramis rose to withdraw. "One word more," said Fouquet. "You have never yet spoken to me in this manner, you have never yet shown yourself so confident, I should rather say so daring. Because it is necessary, in order to speak confidently, to have the lips unfettered. And that is now your case." "Yes." "Since a very short time, then." "Since yesterday, only." "Oh. Monsieur d'Herblay, take care, your confidence is becoming audacity. One can well be audacious when one is powerful. And you are powerful. I have already offered you 10 millions. I repeat the offer." Fouquet rose, profoundly agitated. "Come," he said, "come, you spoke of overthrowing kings and replacing them by others. If, indeed, I am not really out of my senses, is or is not that what you said just now?" "You are by no means out of your senses, for it is perfectly true I did say all that just now." "And why did you say so?" "Because it is easy to speak in this manner of thrones being cast down, and kings being raised up, when one is, oneself, far above all kings and thrones, of this world at least." "Your power is infinite, then," cried Fouquet. "I have told you so already, and I repeat it," replied Aramis, with glistening eyes and trembling lips. Fouquet threw himself back in his chair, and buried his face in his hands. Aramis looked at him for a moment, as the angel of human destinies might have looked upon a simple mortal. "Adieu," he said to him, "sleep undisturbed, and send your letter to La Valliere. Tomorrow we shall see each other again." "Yes, tomorrow," said Fouquet, shaking his head like a man returning to his senses. "But where shall we see each other?" "At the King's Promenade, if you like." "Agreed." And they separated. 136. The storm. The dawn of the following day was dark and gloomy, and as everyone knew that the promenade was down in the royal programme, everyone's gaze, as his eyes were opened, was directed towards the sky. Just above the tops of the trees a thick, suffocating vapor seemed to remain suspended, with barely sufficient power to rise 30 feet above the ground under the influence of the sun's rays, which was scarcely visible as a faint spot of lesser darkness through the veil of heavy mist. No dew had fallen in the morning, the turf was dried up for want of moisture, the flowers withered. The birds sang less inspiringly than usual upon the boughs, which remained motionless as the limbs of corpses. The strange confused and animated murmurs, which seemed born and to exist in virtue of the sun, that respiration of nature which is unceasingly heard amidst all other sounds, could not be heard now. And never had the silence been so profound. The king had noticed the cheerless aspect of the heavens as he approached the window immediately upon rising. But as all the necessary directions had been given respecting the promenade, and every preparation had been made accordingly, and as, which was far more imperious than anything else, Louis relied upon this promenade to satisfy the cravings of his imagination, and we will even already say, the clamorous desires of his heart, the king unhesitatingly decided that the appearance of the heavens had nothing whatever to do with the matter. That the promenade was arranged, and that, whatever the state of the weather, the promenade should take place. Besides, there are certain terrestrial sovereigns who seem to have accorded them privileged existences. And there are certain times when it might almost be supposed that the expressed wish of an earthly monarch has its influence over the divine will. It was Virgil who observed of Augustus, "Noct plut tota redurnt spectacula main." 9. Louis attended Mass as usual, but it was evident that his attention was somewhat distracted from the presence of the Creator by the remembrance of the creature. His mind was occupied during the service in reckoning more than once the number of minutes, then of seconds, which separated him from the blissful moment when the promenade would begin. That is to say, the moment when Madame would set out with her maids of honor. Besides, as a matter of course, everybody at the chateau was ignorant of the interview which had taken place between La Valliere and the king. Montalais, perhaps, with her usual chattering propensity, might have been disposed to talk about it. But Montalais on this occasion was held in check by Malicorne, who had securely fastened on her pretty lips the golden padlock of mutual interest. As for Louis XIV, his happiness was so extreme that he had forgiven Madame, or nearly so, her little piece of malice of the previous evening. In fact, he had occasion to congratulate himself rather than to complain of it. Had it not been for her ill-natured action, he would not have received the letter from La Valliere. Had it not been for the letter, he would have had no interview, and had it not been for the interview he would have remained undecided. His heart was filled with too much happiness for any ill feeling to remain in it, at that moment at least. Instead, therefore, of knitting his brows into a frown when he perceived his sister-in-law, Louis resolved to receive her in a more friendly and gracious manner than usual. But on one condition only, that she would be ready to set out early. Such was the nature of Louis's thoughts during Mass. Which made him, during the ceremony, forget matters which, in his character of most Christian king and of the eldest son of the Church, ought to have occupied his attention. He returned to the chateau, and as the promenade was fixed for midday, and it was at present just 10 o'clock, he set to work desperately with Colbert and Lyon. But even while he worked Louis went from the table to the window, inasmuch as the window looked out upon Madame's pavilion, he could see M. Fouquet in the courtyard, to whom the courtiers, since the favour shown towards him on the previous evening, paid greater attention than ever. The king, instinctively, on noticing Fouquet, turned towards Colbert, who was smiling, and seemed full of benevolence and delight. A state of feeling which had arisen from the very moment one of his secretaries had entered and handed him a pocket-book, which he had put unopened into his pocket. But, as there was always something sinister at the bottom of any delight expressed by Colbert, Louis preferred, of the smiles of the two men, that of Fouquet. He beckoned to the superintendent to come up, and then turning towards Lyon and Colbert he said, "Finish this matter, place it on my desk, and I will read it at my leisure." And he left the room. At the sign the king had made to him, Fouquet had hastened up the staircase, while Aramis, who was with the superintendent, quietly retired among the group of courtiers and disappeared without having been even observed by the king. The king and Fouquet met at the top of the staircase. "Sire," said Fouquet, remarking the gracious manner in which Louis was about to receive him, "your Majesty has overwhelmed me with kindness during the last few days. It is not a youthful monarch, but a being of higher order, who reigns over France, one whom pleasure, happiness, and love acknowledge as their master." The king colored. The compliment, although flattering, was not the less somewhat pointed. Louis conducted Fouquet to a small room that divided his study from his sleeping apartment. "Do you know why I summoned you?" said the king as he seated himself upon the edge of the window, so as not to lose anything that might be passing in the gardens which fronted the opposite entrance to Madame's pavilion. "No, sire," replied Fouquet, "but I am sure for something agreeable, if I am to judge from your Majesty's gracious smile." "You are mistaken, then." "I, sire. For I summoned you, on the contrary, to pick a quarrel with you." "With me, sire?" "Yes, and that a serious one. Your Majesty alarms me, and yet I was most confident in your justice and goodness. Do you know I am told, Monsieur Fouquet, that you are preparing a grand fête at Vaux?" Fouquet smiled, as a sick man would do at the first shiver of a fever which has left him but returns again. "And that you have not invited me," continued the king. "Sire," replied Fouquet, "I have not even thought of the fate you speak of, and it was only yesterday evening that one of my friends," Fouquet laid a stress upon the word, "was kind enough to make me think of it. Yet I saw you yesterday evening, Monsieur Fouquet, and you said nothing to me about it. How dared I hope that your Majesty would so greatly descend from your own exalted station as to honor my dwelling with your royal presence? Excuse me, Monsieur Fouquet, you did not speak to me about your fate." "I did not allude to the fate to your Majesty, I repeat, in the first place, because nothing had been decided with regard to it, and, secondly, because I feared a refusal." "And something made you fear a refusal, Monsieur Fouquet?" "You see I am determined to push you hard. The profound wish I had that your Majesty should accept my invitation." "Well, Monsieur Fouquet, nothing is easier, I perceive, then are coming to an understanding. Your wish is to invite me to your fete, my own is to be present at it. Invite me and I will go. Is it possible that your majesty will deign to accept? Murmured the superintendent. Why, really, monsieur, said the king, laughing, I think I do more than accept, I rather fancy I am inviting myself. Your majesty overwhelms me with honor and delight, exclaimed Fouquet, but I shall be obliged to repeat what M. Vieuville said to your ancestor, Henry IV, Domini, non sum dignus. 10. To which I reply, Monsieur Fouquet, that if you give a fete, I will go, whether I am invited or not. I thank your majesty deeply, said Fouquet, as he raised his head beneath this favour, which he was convinced would be his ruin. But how could your majesty have been informed of it? By a public rumour, Monsieur Fouquet, which says such wonderful things of yourself and the marvels of your house. Would you become proud, Monsieur Fouquet, if the king were to be jealous of you? I should be the happiest man in the world, sire, since the very day on which your majesty were to be jealous of Vaux, I should possess something worthy of being offered to you. Very well, Monsieur Fouquet, prepare your fete, and open the door of your house as wide as possible. It is for your majesty to fix the day. This day month, then. Has your majesty any further commands? Nothing, Monsieur Fouquet, except from the present moment until then to have you near me as much as possible. I have the honor to form one of your majesty's party for the promenade. Very good, indeed, I am now setting out, for there are the ladies, I see, who are going to start. With this remark, the king, with all the eagerness, not only of a young man, but of a young man in love, withdrew from the window, in order to take his gloves and cane, which his valet held ready for him. The neighing of the horses and the crunching of the wheels on the gravel of the courtyard could be distinctly heard. The king descended the stairs, and at the moment he appeared upon the flight of steps, everyone stopped. The king walked straight up to the young queen. The queen mother, who was still suffering more than ever from the illness with which she was afflicted, did not wish to go out. Marie Theresa accompanied Madame in her carriage, and asked the king in what direction he wished the promenade to drive. The king, who had just seen La Valliere, still pale from the event of the previous evening, get into a carriage with 3 of her companions, told the queen that he had no preference. And wherever she would like to go, there would he be with her. The queen then desired that the outriders should proceed in the direction of Épermont. The outriders set off accordingly before the others. The king rode on horseback, and for a few minutes accompanied the carriage of the queen and Madame. The weather had cleared up a little, but a kind of veil of dust, like a thick gauze, was still spread over the surface of the heavens. And the sun made every atom glisten within the circuit of its rays. The heat was stifling. But, as the king did not seem to pay any attention to the appearance of the heavens, no one made himself uneasy about it, and the promenade, in obedience to the orders given by the queen, took its course in the direction of Épermont. The courtiers who followed were in the very highest spirits. It was evident that everyone tried to forget, and to make others forget, the bitter discussions of the previous evening. Madame, particularly, was delightful. In fact, seeing the king at the door of her carriage, as she did not suppose he would be there for the queen's sake, she hoped that her prince had returned to her. Hardly, however, had they proceeded a quarter of a mile on the road, when the king, with a gracious smile, saluted them and drew up his horse, leaving the queen's carriage to pass on. Then that of the principal ladies of honor, and then all the others in succession, seeing the king stop, wished in their turn to stop too. But the king made a sign to them to continue their progress. When La Valliere's carriage passed, the king approached it, saluted the ladies who were inside, and was preparing to accompany the carriage containing the maids of honor. In the same way he had followed that in which Madame was, when suddenly the whole file of carriages stopped. It was probable that Madame, uneasy at the king having left her, had just given directions for the performance of this maneuver. The direction in which the promenade was to take place having been left to her. The king, having sent to inquire what her object was in stopping the cavalcade, was informed in reply, that she wished to walk. She most likely hoped that the king, who was following the carriages of the maids of honor on horseback, would not venture to follow the maids of honor themselves on foot. They had arrived in the middle of the forest. The promenade, in fact, was not ill-timed, especially for those who were dreamers or lovers. From the little open space where the halt had taken place, 3 beautiful long walks, shady and undulating, stretched out before them. These walks were covered with moss or with leaves that formed a carpet from the loom of nature. And each walk had its horizon in the distance, consisting of about a handbreadth of sky, apparent through the interlacing of the branches of the trees. At the end of almost every walk, evidently in great tribulation and uneasiness, the startled deer were seen hurrying to and fro, first stopping for a moment in the middle of the path. And then raising their heads they fled with the speed of an arrow or bounded into the depths of the forest, where they disappeared from view. Now and then a rabbit, of philosophical mien, might be noticed quietly sitting upright, rubbing his muzzle with his 4 paws, and looking about inquiringly, as though wondering whether all these people, who were approaching in his direction, and who had just disturbed him in his meditations and his meal, were not followed by their dogs, or had not their guns under their arms. All alighted from their carriages as soon as they observed that the Queen was doing so. Marie Theresa took the arm of one of her ladies of honor, and, with a side glance towards the king, who did not perceive that he was in the slightest degree the object of the Queen's attention, entered the forest by the first path before her. 2 of the outriders preceded her Majesty with long poles, which they used for the purpose of putting the branches of the trees aside, or removing the bushes that might impede her progress. As soon as Madame alighted, she found the Comte de Guiche at her side, who bowed and placed himself at her disposal. Monsieur, delighted with his bath of the 2 previous days, had announced his preference for the river, and, having given de Guiche leave of absence, remained at the chateau with the Chevalier de Lorraine and Manicamp. He was not in the slightest degree jealous. He had been looked for to no purpose among those present. But as Monsieur was a man who thought a great deal of himself, and usually added very little to the general pleasure, his absence was rather a subject of satisfaction than regret. Everyone had followed the example which the Queen and Madame had set, doing just as they pleased, according as chance or fancy influenced them. The king, we have already observed, remained near La Valliere, and, throwing himself off his horse at the moment the door of her carriage was opened, he offered her his hand to alight. Montalais and Charente immediately drew back and kept at a distance, the former from calculated, the latter from natural motives. There was this difference, however, between the 2, that the one had withdrawn from a wish to please the king, the other for a very opposite reason. During the last half-hour the weather also had undergone a change. The veil which had been spread over the sky, as if driven by a blast of heated air, had become massed together in the western part of the heavens. And afterwards, as if driven by a current of air from the opposite direction, was now advancing slowly and heavily towards them. The approach of the storm could be felt, but as the king did not perceive it, no one thought it proper to do so. The promenade was therefore continued. Some of the company, with minds ill at ease on the subject, raised their eyes from time to time towards the sky. Others, even more timid still, walked about without wandering too far from the carriages, where they relied upon taking shelter in case the storm burst. The greater number of these, however, observing that the king fearlessly entered the wood with La Valliere, followed his Majesty. The king, noticing this, took La Valliere's hand, and led her to a lateral forest alley, where no one this time ventured to follow him. 137. The shower of rain. At this moment, and in the same direction, too, that the king and La Valliere had taken, except that they were in the wood itself instead of following the path. 2 men were walking together, utterly indifferent to the appearance of the heavens. Their heads were bent down in the manner of people occupied with matters of great moment. They had not observed either de Guiche or Madame, the king or La Valliere. Suddenly something fell through the air like a colossal sheet of flame, followed by a loud but distant rumbling noise. "Ah," said one of them, raising his head, "here comes the storm. Let us reach our carriages, my dear D'Herblay." Aramis looked inquiringly at the heavens. There is no occasion to hurry yet, he said. And then resuming the conversation where it had doubtless been interrupted, he said, "You were observing that the letter we wrote last evening must by this time have reached its destination." "I was saying that she certainly has it." "Whom did you send it by?" "By my own servant, as I have already told you." "Did he bring back an answer?" "I have not seen him since." The young girl was probably in attendance on Madame, or was in her own room dressing, and he may have had to wait. Our time for leaving arrived, and we set off, of course. I cannot, therefore, know what is going on yonder. Did you see the king before leaving? Yes. How did he seem? Nothing could have passed off better, or worse. According as he be sincere or hypocritical. And the fete? Will take place in a month. He invited himself, you say? With a pertinacity in which I detected Colbert's influence. But has not last night removed your illusions? What illusions? With respect to the assistance you may be able to give me under these circumstances. No. I have passed the night writing, and all my orders are given. Do not conceal it from yourself, D'Herblay, but the fate will cost some millions. I will supply 6. Do you on your side get 2 or 3? You are a wonderful man, my dear D'Herblay. Aramis smiled. But, inquired Fouquet, with some remaining uneasiness, how is it that while you are now squandering millions in this manner? A few days ago you did not pay the 50,000 francs to Baisemeaux out of your own pocket? Because a few days ago I was as poor as Job. And today? Today I am wealthier than the king himself. Very well, said Fouquet, I understand men pretty well. I know you are incapable of forfeiting your word, I do not wish to wrest your secret from you, and so let us talk no more about it. At this moment a dull, heavy rumbling was heard, which suddenly developed into a violent clap of thunder. Oh, said Fouquet, I was quite right in what I said. Come, said Aramis, let us rejoin the carriages. We shall not have time, said Fouquet, for here comes the rain. In fact, as he spoke, and as if the heavens were opened, a shower of large drops of rain was suddenly heard pattering on the leaves about them. We shall have time, said Aramis, to reach the carriages before the foliage becomes saturated. It will be better, said Fouquet, to take shelter somewhere, in a grotto, for instance. Yes, but where are we to find a grotto? Inquired Aramis. I know one, said Fouquet, smiling, not 10 paces from here. Then looking round him, he added, yes, we are quite right. You are very fortunate to have so good a memory, said Aramis, smiling in his turn, but are you not afraid that your coachman, finding we do not return, will suppose we have taken another road back, and that he will not follow the carriages belonging to the court? Oh, there is no fear of that, said Fouquet, whenever I place my coachman and my carriage in any particular spot, nothing but an express order from the king could stir them. And more than that, too, it seems that we are not the only ones who have come so far, for I hear footsteps and the sound of voices. As he spoke, Fouquet turned round, and opened with his cane a mass of foliage which hid the path from his view. Aramis's glance as well as his own plunged at the same moment through the aperture he had made. A woman, said Aramis. And a man, said Fouquet. It is La Valliere and the king, they both exclaimed together. Oh, said Aramis, is his majesty aware of your cavern as well? I should not be astonished if he were, for he seems to be on very good terms with the Dryads of Fontainebleau. Never mind, said Fouquet, let us get there. If he is not aware of it, we shall see what he will do if he should know it, as it has 2 entrances, so that whilst he enters by one, we can leave by the other. Is it far? Asked Aramis, for the rain is beginning to penetrate. We are there now, said Fouquet, as he pushed aside a few branches, and an excavation in the solid rock could be observed, hitherto concealed by heaths, ivy, and a thick covert of small shrubs. Fouquet led the way, followed by Aramis, but as the latter entered the grotto, he turned round, saying, yes, they are entering the wood, and, see, they are bending their steps this way. Very well, let us make room for them, said Fouquet, smiling and pulling Aramis by his cloak, but I do not think the king knows of my grotto. Yes, said Aramis, they are looking about them, but it is only for a thicker tree. Aramis was not mistaken, the king's looks were directed upward, and not around him. He held La Valliere's arm within his own, and held her hand in his. La Valliere's feet began to sleep on the damp grass. Louis again looked round him with greater attention than before, and perceiving an enormous oak with wide-spreading branches, he hurriedly drew La Valliere beneath its protecting shelter. The poor girl looked round her on all sides, and seemed half afraid, half desirous of being followed. The king made her lean back against the trunk of the tree, whose vast circumference, protected by the thickness of the foliage, was as dry as if at that moment the rain had not been falling in torrents. He himself remained standing before her with his head uncovered. After a few minutes, however, some drops of rain penetrated through the branches of the tree and fell on the king's forehead, who did not pay any attention to them. "Oh, sire," murmured La Valliere, pushing the king's hat towards him. But the king simply bowed, and determinedly refused to cover his head. "Now or never is the time to offer your place," said Fouquet in Aramis's ear. "Now or never is the time to listen, and not lose a syllable of what they may have to say to each other," replied Aramis in Fouquet's ear. In fact they both remained perfectly silent, and the king's voice reached them where they were. "Believe me," said the king, "I perceive, or rather I can imagine your uneasiness. Believe me, I sincerely regret having isolated you from the rest of the company, and brought you, also, to a spot where you will be inconvenienced by the rain. You are wet already, and perhaps cold too." "No, sire." "And yet you tremble." "I am afraid, sire, that my absence may be misinterpreted, at a moment, too, when all the others are reunited. I would not hesitate to propose returning to the carriages, Mademoiselle de la Valliere, but pray look and listen. And tell me if it be possible to attempt to make the slightest progress at present." In fact the thunder was still rolling, and the rain continued to fall in torrents. "Besides," continued the king, "no possible interpretation can be made which would be to your discredit. Are you not with the King of France, in other words, with the first gentleman of the kingdom?" "Certainly, sire," replied La Valliere, "and it is a very distinguished honor for me. It is not, therefore, for myself that I fear any interpretations that may be made." "For whom, then?" "For you, sire." "For me," said the king, smiling, "I do not understand you. Has your Majesty already forgotten what took place yesterday evening in Her Royal Highness's apartments?" "Oh! Forget that, I beg, or allow me to remember it for no other purpose than to thank you once more for your letter, and—" "Sire," interrupted La Valliere, "the rain is falling. And your Majesty's head is uncovered. I entreat you not to think of anything but yourself." "Oh! I," said La Valliere, smiling, "I am a country girl, accustomed to roaming through the meadows of the Loire and the gardens of Blois, whatever the weather may be. And, as for my clothes," she added, looking at her simple muslin dress, "your Majesty sees there is but little room for injury. Indeed, I have already noticed, more than once, that you owed nearly everything to yourself and nothing to your toilette. Your freedom from coquetry is one of your greatest charms in my eyes. Sire, do not make me out better than I am, and say merely, you cannot possibly be a coquette." "Why so?" "Because," said La Valliere, smiling, "I am not rich." "You admit, then," said the king, quickly, "that you have a love for beautiful things?" "Sire, I only regard those things as beautiful which are within my reach. Everything which is too highly placed for me, you are indifferent to, is foreign to me, as being prohibited. And I," said the king, "do not find that you are at my court on the footing you should be. The services of your family have not been sufficiently brought under my notice. The advancement of your family was cruelly neglected by my uncle. On the contrary, sire, His Royal Highness, the Duke of Orleans, was always exceedingly kind towards M. de Saint-Remy, my stepfather. The services rendered were humble, and, properly speaking, our services have been adequately recognized. It is not everyone who is happy enough to find opportunities of serving his sovereign with distinction. I have no doubt at all, that, if ever opportunities had been met with, my family's actions would have been as lofty as their loyalty was firm, but that happiness was never ours. In that case, Mademoiselle de la Valliere, it belongs to kings to repair the want of opportunity, and most delightedly do I undertake to repair, in your instance, and with the least possible delay, the wrongs of fortune towards you. Nay, sire, cried La Valliere, eagerly, leave things, I beg, as they are now. Is it possible? You refuse what I ought, and what I wish to do for you. All I desired has been granted me, when the honor was conferred upon me of forming one of Madame's household. But if you refuse for yourself, at least accept for your family. Your generous intentions, sire, bewilder me and make me apprehensive, for, in doing for my family what your kindness urges you to do, your majesty will raise up enemies for us. And enemies for yourself, too. Leave me in the ranks of middle life, sire, of all the feelings and sentiments I experience, leave me to enjoy the pleasing instinct of disinterestedness. The sentiments you express, said the king, are indeed admirable. Quite true, murmured Aramis in Fouquet's ear, and he cannot be accustomed to them. But, replied Fouquet, suppose she were to make a similar reply to my letter. True, said Aramis, let us not anticipate, but wait the conclusion. And then, dear Monsieur d'Herblay, added the superintendent, hardly able to appreciate the sentiments which La Valliere had just expressed. It is very often sound calculation to seem disinterested with monarchs. Exactly what I was thinking this very minute, said Aramis. Let us listen. The king approached nearer to La Valliere, and as the rain dripped more and more through the foliage of the oak, he held his hat over the head of the young girl, who raised her beautiful blue eyes towards the royal hat which sheltered her, and shook her head, sighing deeply as she did so. What melancholy thought, said the king, can possibly reach your heart when I place mine as a rampart before it? I will tell you, sire. I had already once before broached this question, which is so difficult for a young girl of my age to discuss, but your majesty imposed silence on me. Your majesty belongs not to yourself alone, you are married. And every sentiment which would separate your majesty from the queen, in leading you to take notice of me, will be a source of profoundest sorrow for the queen. The king endeavored to interrupt the young girl, but she continued with a suppliant gesture. The Queen Maria, with an attachment which can be well understood, follows with her eyes every step of your majesty which separates you from her. Happy enough in having had her fate united to your own, she weepingly implores heaven to preserve you to her, and is jealous of the faintest throb of your heart bestowed elsewhere. The king again seemed anxious to speak, but again did La Valliere venture to prevent him. Would it not, therefore, be a most blamable action, she continued, if your majesty, a witness of this anxious and disinterested affection, gave the queen any cause for jealousy? Forgive me, sire, for the expressions I have used. I well know it is impossible, or rather that it would be impossible, that the greatest queen of the whole world could be jealous of a poor girl like myself. But though a queen, she is still a woman, and her heart, like that of the rest of her sex, cannot close itself against the suspicions which such as are evilly disposed, insinuate. For heaven's sake, sire, think no more of me, I am unworthy of your regard. Do you not know that in speaking as you have done, you change my esteem for you into the profoundest admiration? Sire, you assume my words to be contrary to the truth, you suppose me to be better than I really am, and attach a greater merit to me than God ever intended should be the case. Spare me, sire. For, did I not know that your majesty was the most generous man in your kingdom, I should believe you were jesting. You do not, I know, fear such a thing. I am quite sure of that, exclaimed Louis. I shall be obliged to believe it, if your majesty continues to hold such language towards me. I am most unhappy, then, said the king, in a tone of regret which was not assumed. I am the unhappiest prince in the Christian world, since I am powerless to induce belief in my words, in one whom I love the best in the wide world. And who almost breaks my heart by refusing to credit my regard for her. Oh, sire, said La Valliere, gently putting the king aside, who had approached nearer to her, I think the storm has passed away now, and the rain has ceased. At the very moment, however, as the poor girl, fleeing as it were from her own heart, which doubtless throbbed but too well in unison with the king's, uttered these words, the storm undertook to contradict her. A dead white flash of lightning illumined the forest with a weird glare, and a peal of thunder, like a discharge of artillery, burst over their heads. As if the height of the oak that sheltered them had attracted the storm. The young girl could not repress a cry of terror. The king with one hand drew her towards his heart, and stretched the other above her head, as though to shield her from the lightning. A moment's silence ensued, as the group, delightful as everything young and loving is delightful, remained motionless. While Fouquet and Aramis contemplated it in attitudes as motionless as La Valliere and the king. Oh, sire, murmured La Valliere, do you hear? And her head fell upon his shoulder. Yes, said the king. You see, the storm has not passed away. It is a warning, sire. The king smiled. Sire, it is the voice of heaven in anger. Be it so, said the king. I agree to accept that peal of thunder as a warning, and even as a menace, if, in 5 minutes from the present moment, it is renewed with equal violence. But if not, permit me to think that the storm is a storm simply, and nothing more. And the king, at the same moment, raised his head, as if to interrogate the heavens. But, as if the remark had been heard and accepted, during the 5 minutes which elapsed after the burst of thunder which had alarmed them, no renewed peal was heard. And, when the thunder was again heard, it was passing as plainly as if, during those same 5 minutes, the storm, put to flight, had traversed the heavens with the wings of the wind. Well, Louise, said the king, in a low tone of voice, do you still threaten me with the anger of heaven? And, since you wish to regard the storm as a warning, do you still believe it bodes misfortune? The young girl looked up, and saw that while they had been talking, the rain had penetrated the foliage above them, and was trickling down the king's face. Oh, sire, sire! She exclaimed, in accents of eager apprehensions, which greatly agitated the king. Is it for me, she murmured, that the king remains thus uncovered, and exposed to the rain? What am I, then? You are, you perceive, said the king, the divinity who dissipates the storm, and brings back fine weather. In fact, even as the king spoke, a ray of sunlight streamed through the forest, and caused the raindrops which rested upon the leaves, or fell vertically among the openings in the branches of the trees, to glisten like diamonds. Sire, said La Valliere, almost overcome, but making a powerful effort over herself, think of the anxieties your majesty will have to submit to on my account. At this very moment, they are seeking you in every direction. The queen must be full of uneasiness, and madam, oh, madam, the young girl exclaimed, with an expression almost resembling terror. This name had a certain effect upon the king. He started, and disengaged himself from La Valliere, whom he had, till that moment, held pressed against his heart. He then advanced towards the path, in order to look round, and returned, somewhat thoughtfully, to La Valliere. Madam, did you say? He remarked. Yes, madam. She, too, is jealous, said La Valliere, with a marked tone of voice. And her eyes, so timorous in their expression, and so modestly fugitive in their glance, for a moment, ventured to look inquiringly into the king's. Still, returned Louis, making an effort over himself, it seems to me that madam has no reason, no right to be jealous of me. Alas, murmured La Valliere. Are you, too, said the king, almost in a tone of reproach, are you among those who think the sister has a right to be jealous of the brother? It is not for me, sire, to seek to penetrate your majesty's secrets. You do believe it, then? Exclaimed the king. I believe madam is jealous, sire, La Valliere replied, firmly. Is it possible, said the king with some anxiety, that you have perceived it, then, from her conduct towards you? Have her manners in any way been such towards you that you can attribute them to the jealousy you speak of? Not at all, sire, I am of so little importance. Oh! If it were really the case, exclaimed Louis, violently. Sire, interrupted the young girl, it has ceased raining, someone is coming, I think. And, forgetful of all etiquette, she had seized the king by the arm. Well, replied the king, let them come. Who is there who would venture to think I had done wrong in remaining alone with Mademoiselle de la Valliere? For pity's sake, sire. They will think it strange to see you wet through, in this manner, and that you should have run such risk for me. I have simply done my duty as a gentleman, said Louis. And woe to him who may fail in criticizing his sovereign's conduct. In fact, at this moment a few eager and curious faces were seen in the walk, as if engaged in a search. Catching glimpses at last of the king and La Valliere, they seemed to have found what they were seeking. They were some of the courtiers who had been sent by the queen and madame, and uncovered themselves, in token of having perceived his majesty. But Louis, notwithstanding La Valliere's confusion, did not quit his respectful and tender attitude. Then, when all the courtiers were assembled in the walk, when everyone had been able to perceive the extraordinary mark of deference with which he had treated the young girl, by remaining standing and bareheaded during the storm, he offered her his arm, led her towards the group who were waiting. Recognized by an inclination of the head the respectful salutations which were paid him on all sides. And, still holding his hat in his hand, he conducted her to her carriage. And, as a few sparse drops of rain continued to fall, a last adieu of the vanishing storm, the other ladies, whom respect had prevented from getting into their carriages before the king, remained altogether unprotected by hood or cloak, exposed to the rain from which the king was protecting, as well as he was able, the humblest among them. The queen and madame must, like the others, have witnessed this exaggerated courtesy of the king. Madame was so disconcerted at it, that she touched the queen with her elbow, saying at the same time, look there, look there. The queen closed her eyes as if she had been suddenly seized with a fainting spell. She lifted her hands to her face and entered her carriage, madame following her. The king again mounted his horse, and without showing a preference for any particular carriage door, he returned to Fontainebleau, the reins hanging over his horse's neck, absorbed in thought. As soon as the crowd had disappeared, and the sound of the horses and carriages grew fainter in the distance, and when they were certain, in fact, that no one could see them, Aramis and Fouquet came out of their grotto, and both of them in silence passed slowly on towards the walk. Aramis looked most narrowly not only at the whole extent of the open space stretching out before and behind him, but even into the very depth of the wood. Monsieur Fouquet, he said, when he had quite satisfied himself that they were alone, we must get back, at any cost, that letter you wrote to La Valliere. That will be easy enough, said Fouquet, if my servant has not given it to her. In any case it must be had, do you understand? Yes. The king is in love with the girl, you mean? Deeply, and what is worse is, that on her side, the girl is passionately attached to him. As much as to say that we must change our tactics, I suppose. Not a doubt of it. You have no time to lose. You must see La Valliere, and, without thinking any more of becoming her lover, which is out of the question, must declare yourself her most devoted friend and her most humble servant. I will do so, replied Fouquet, and without the slightest feeling of disinclination, for she seems a good-hearted girl. Or a very clever one, said Aramis. But in that case, all the greater reason. Then he added, after a moment's pause, if I am not mistaken, that girl will become the strongest passion of the king's life. Let us return to our carriage, and, as fast as possible, to the chateau. 138. Toby. 2 hours after the superintendent's carriage had set off by Aramis's directions, conveying them both towards Fontainebleau with the fleetness of the clouds, the last breath of the tempest was hurrying across the face of heaven. La Valliere was closeted in her own apartment, with a simple muslin wrapper round her, having just finished a slight repast, which was placed upon a marble table. Suddenly the door was opened, and a servant entered to announce M. Fouquet, who had called to request permission to pay his respects to her. She made him repeat the message twice over, for the poor girl only knew M. Fouquet by name, and could not conceive what business she could possibly have with a superintendent of finances. However, as he might represent the king, and, after the conversation we have recorded it was very likely, she glanced at her mirror, drew out still more the ringlets of her hair, and desired him to be admitted. La Valliere could not, however, refrain from a certain feeling of uneasiness. A visit from the superintendent was not an ordinary event in the life of any woman attached to the court. Fouquet, so notorious for his generosity, his gallantry, and his sensitive delicacy of feeling with regard to women generally, had received more invitations than he had requested audiences. In many houses, the presence of the superintendent had been significant of fortune, in many hearts, of love. Fouquet entered the apartment with a manner full of respect, presenting himself with that ease and gracefulness of manner which was the distinctive characteristic of the men of eminence of that period, and which at the present day seems no longer to be understood, even through the interpretation of the portraits of the period, in which the painter has endeavored to recall them to being. La Valliere acknowledged the ceremonious salutation which Fouquet addressed to her by a gentle inclination of the head, and motioned him to a seat. But Fouquet, with a bow, said, "I will not sit down until you have pardoned me." "I?" asked La Valliere, "pardon what?" Fouquet fixed a most piercing look upon the young girl, and fancied he could perceive in her face nothing but the most unaffected surprise. "I observe," he said, "that you have as much generosity as intelligence, and I read in your eyes the forgiveness I solicit. A pardon pronounced by your lips is insufficient for me, and I need the forgiveness of your heart and mind." "Upon my honor, monsieur," said La Valliere, "I assure you most positively I do not understand your meaning." "Again, that is a delicacy on your part which charms me," replied Fouquet, "and I see you do not wish me to blush before you." "Blush? Blush before me? Why should you blush?" "Can I have deceived myself," said Fouquet, "and can I have been happy enough not to have offended you by my conduct towards you?" "Really, monsieur," said La Valliere, shrugging her shoulders, "you speak in enigmas, and I suppose I am too ignorant to understand you." "Be it so," said Fouquet, "I will not insist. Tell me, only, I entreat you, that I may rely upon your full and complete forgiveness." "I have but one reply to make to you, monsieur," said La Valliere, somewhat impatiently, "and I hope that will satisfy you. If I knew the wrong you have done me, I would forgive you, and I now do so with still greater reason since I am ignorant of the wrong you allude to." Fouquet bit his lips, as Aramis would have done. "In that case," he said, "I may hope, that, notwithstanding what has happened, our good understanding will remain undisturbed. And that you will kindly confer the favor upon me of believing in my respectful friendship." La Valliere fancied that she now began to understand, and said to herself, "I should not have believed M. Fouquet so eager to seek the source of a favor so very recent," and then added aloud, "Your friendship, monsieur. You offer me your friendship. The honor, on the contrary, is mine, and I feel overpowered by it." "I am aware," replied Fouquet, "that the friendship of the master may appear more brilliant and desirable than that of the servant. But I assure you the latter will be quite as devoted, quite as faithful, and altogether disinterested." La Valliere bowed, for, in fact, the voice of the superintendent seemed to convey both conviction and real devotion in its tone, and she held out her hand to him, saying, "I believe you." Fouquet eagerly took hold of the young girl's hand. "You see no difficulty, therefore," he added, "in restoring me that unhappy letter." "What letter?" inquired La Valliere. Fouquet interrogated her with his most searching gaze, as he had already done before, but the same ingenious expressions, the same transparently candid look met his. "I am obliged to confess," he said, after this denial, "that your heart is the most delicate in the world. And I should not feel I was a man of honor and uprightness if I were to suspect anything from a woman so generous as yourself." "Really, Monsieur Fouquet," replied La Valliere, "it is with profound regret I am obliged to repeat that I absolutely understand nothing of what you refer to." In fact, then, upon your honor, mademoiselle, you have not received any letter from me? Upon my honor, none, replied La Valliere, firmly. Very well, that is quite sufficient. Permit me, then, to renew the assurance of my utmost esteem and respect, said Fouquet. Then, bowing, he left the room to seek Aramis, who was waiting for him in his own apartment, and leaving La Valliere to ask herself whether the superintendent had not lost his senses. Well? Inquired Aramis, who was impatiently waiting Fouquet's return, are you satisfied with the favorite? Enchanted, replied Fouquet, she is a woman full of intelligence and fine feeling. She did not get angry, then? Far from that, she did not even seem to understand. To understand what? To understand that I had written to her. She must, however, have understood you sufficiently to give the letter back to you, for I presume she returned it. Not at all. At least, you satisfied yourself that she had burnt it. My dear Monsieur d'Herblay, I have been playing at cross purposes for more than an hour, and, however amusing it may be, I begin to have had enough of this game. So understand me thoroughly, the girl pretended not to understand what I was saying to her, she denied having received any letter. Therefore, having positively denied its receipt, she was unable either to return or burn it. Oh, said Aramis, with uneasiness, what is this you tell me? I say that she swore most positively she had not received any letter. That is too much. And did you not insist? On the contrary, I did insist, almost impertinently even. And she persisted in her denial? Unhesitatingly. And did she not contradict herself? Not once. But, in that case, then, you have left our letter in her hands? How could I do otherwise? Oh! It was a great mistake. What the deuce would you have done in my place? One could not force her, certainly, but it is very embarrassing. Such a letter ought not to remain in existence against us. Oh! The young girl's disposition is generosity itself, I looked at her eyes, and I can read eyes well. You think she can be relied upon? From my heart I do. Well, I think we are mistaken. In what way? I think that, in point of fact, as she herself told you, she did not receive the letter. What? Do you suppose? I suppose that, from some motive, of which we know nothing, your man did not deliver the letter to her. Fouquet rang the bell. A servant appeared. Send Toby here, he said. A moment afterwards a man made his appearance, with an anxious, restless look, shrewd expression of the mouth, with short arms, and his back somewhat bent. Aramis fixed a penetrating look upon him. Will you allow me to interrogate him myself? Inquired Aramis. Do so, said Fouquet. Aramis was about to say something to the lackey, when he paused. No, he said. He would see that we attach too much importance to his answer, therefore question him yourself, I will pretend to be writing. Aramis accordingly placed himself at a table, his back turned towards the old attendant, whose every gesture and look he watched in a looking-glass opposite to him. Come here, Toby, said Fouquet to the valet, who approached with a tolerably firm step. How did you execute my commission? Inquired Fouquet. In the usual way, Monseigneur, replied the man. But how, tell me. I succeeded in penetrating as far as Mademoiselle de la Valliere's apartment, but she was at mass, and so I placed the note on her toilette table. Is not that what you told me to do? Precisely, and is that all? Absolutely all, Monseigneur. No one was there. No one. Did you conceal yourself as I told you? Yes. And she returned? 10 minutes afterwards. And no one could have taken the letter? No one, for no one had entered the room. From the outside, but from the interior? From the place where I was secreted, I could see to the very end of the room. Now listen to me, said Fouquet, looking fixedly at the lackey. If this letter did not reach its proper destination, confess it, for, if a mistake has been made, your head shall be the forfeit. Toby started, but immediately recovered himself. Monseigneur, he said, I placed the letter on the very place I told you, and I ask only half an hour to prove to you that the letter is in Mademoiselle de la Valliere's hand. Or to bring you back the letter itself. Aramis looked at the valet scrutinizingly. Fouquet was ready in placing confidence in people, and for 20 years this man had served him faithfully. Go, he said. But bring me the proof you speak of. The lackey quitted the room. Well, what do you think of it? Inquired Fouquet of Aramis. I think that you must, by some means or another, assure yourself of the truth, either that the letter has, or has not, reached La Valliere. That, in the first case, La Valliere must return it to you, or satisfy you by burning it in your presence. That, in the second, you must have the letter back again, even were it to cost you 1,000,000. Come, is not that your opinion? Yes. But still, my dear bishop, I believe you are exaggerating the importance of the affair. Blind, how blind you are, murmured Aramis. La Valliere, returned Fouquet, whom we assume to be a schemer of the first ability, is simply nothing more than a coquette, who hopes that I shall pay my court to her. Because I have already done so, and who, now that she has received a confirmation of the king's regard, hopes to keep me in leading strings with the letter. It is natural enough. Aramis shook his head. Is not that your opinion? Said Fouquet. She is not a coquette, he replied. Allow me to tell you. Oh. I am well enough acquainted with women who are coquettes, said Aramis. My dear friend. It is a long time ago since I finished my education, you mean. But women are the same, throughout the centuries. True, but men change, and you at the present day are far more suspicious than you formerly were. And then, beginning to laugh, he added, Come, if La Valliere is willing to love me only to the extent of 1/3, and the king 2/3, do you think the condition acceptable? Aramis rose impatiently. La Valliere, he said, has never loved, and never will love, anyone but the king. At all events, said Fouquet, what would you do? Ask me rather what I would have done. Well. What would you have done? In the first place, I should not have allowed that man to depart. Toby. Yes, Toby is a traitor. Nay, I am sure of it, and I would not have let him go until he had told me the truth. There is still time. I will recall him, and do you question him in your turn. Agreed. But I assure you it is useless. He has been with me for 20 years, and has never made the slightest mistake, and yet, added Fouquet, laughing, it would have been easy enough for him to have done so. Still, call him back. This morning I fancy I saw that face, in earnest conversation with one of M. Colbert's men. Where was that? Opposite the stables. Bah! All my people are at daggers drawn with that fellow. I saw him, I tell you, and his face, which should have been unknown to me when he entered just now, struck me as disagreeably familiar. Why did you not say something, then, while he was here? Because it is only at this very minute that my memory is clear upon the subject. Really, said Fouquet, you alarm me. And he again rang the bell. Provided that it is not already too late, said Aramis. Fouquet once more rang impatiently. The valet usually in attendance appeared. Toby, said Fouquet, send Toby. The valet again shut the door. You leave me at perfect liberty, I suppose. Entirely so. I may employ all means, then, to ascertain the truth. All. Intimidation, even. I constitute you public prosecutor in my place. They waited 10 minutes longer, but uselessly, and Fouquet, thoroughly out of patience, again rang loudly. Toby, he exclaimed. Monseigneur, said the valet, they are looking for him. He cannot be far distant, I have not given him any commission to execute. I will go and see, Monseigneur, replied the valet, as he closed the door. Aramis, during the interview, walked impatiently, but without a syllable, up and down the cabinet. They waited a further 10 minutes. Fouquet rang in a manner to alarm the very dead. The valet again presented himself, trembling in a way to induce a belief that he was the bearer of bad news. "Monseigneur is mistaken," he said, before even Fouquet could interrogate him. "You must have given Toby some commission, for he has been to the stables and taken your lordship's swiftest horse. And saddled it himself." "Well? And he has gone off." "Gone," exclaimed Fouquet. "Let him be pursued, let him be captured." "Nay, nay," whispered Aramis, taking him by the hand, "be calm, the evil is done." The valet quietly went out. "The evil is done, you say?" "No doubt, I was sure of it. And now, let us give no cause for suspicion. We must calculate the result of the blow, and ward it off, if possible." "After all," said Fouquet, "the evil is not great." "You think so?" said Aramis. "Of course. Surely a man is allowed to write a love letter to a woman." "A man, certainly, a subject, no, especially, too, when the woman in question is one with whom the king is in love." "But the king was not in love with La Valliere a week ago. He was not in love with her yesterday, and the letter is dated yesterday." "I could not guess the king was in love, when the king's affection was not even yet in existence." "As you please," replied Aramis. "But unfortunately the letter is not dated, and it is that circumstance particularly which annoys me. If it had only been dated yesterday, I should not have the slightest shadow of uneasiness on your account." Fouquet shrugged his shoulders. "Am I not my own master," he said, "and is the king, then, king of my brain and of my flesh?" "You are right," replied Aramis, "do not let us attach greater importance to matters than is necessary. And besides—" "Well. If we are menaced, we have means of defense." "Oh. Menaced," said Fouquet, "you do not place this gnat bite, as it were, among the number of menaces which may compromise my fortune and my life, do you? Do not forget, Monsieur Fouquet, that the bit of an insect can kill a giant, if the insect be venomous. But has this sovereign power you were speaking of, already vanished? I am all-powerful, it is true, but I am not immortal. Come, then, the most pressing matter is to find Toby again, I suppose. Is not that your opinion?" "Oh. As for that, you will not find him again," said Aramis, "and if he were of any great value to you, you must give him up for lost." "At all events he is somewhere or another in the world," said Fouquet. "You're right, let me act," replied Aramis. 139. Madame's Four Chances. Anne of Austria had begged the young queen to pay her a visit. For some time past suffering most acutely, and losing both her youth and beauty with that rapidity which signalizes the decline of women for whom life has been one long contest, Anne of Austria had, in addition to her physical sufferings, to experience the bitterness of being no longer held in any esteem, except as a surviving remembrance of the past, amidst the youthful beauties, wits, and influential forces of her court. Her physician's opinions, her mirror also, grieved her far less than the inexorable warnings which the society of the courtiers afforded, who, like rats in a ship, abandon the hold into which on the very next voyage the water will infallibly penetrate, owing to the ravages of decay. Anne of Austria did not feel satisfied with the time her eldest son devoted to her. The king, a good son, more from affectation than from affection, had at first been in the habit of passing an hour in the morning and one in the evening with his mother. But, since he had himself undertaken the conduct of state affairs, the duration of the morning and evening's visit had been reduced by 1/2. And then, by degrees, the morning visit had been suppressed altogether. They met at Mass. The evening visit was replaced by a meeting, either at the King's Assembly or at Madame's, which the Queen attended obligingly enough, out of regard to her two sons. The result of this was, that Madame gradually acquired an immense influence over the court, which made her apartments the true royal place of meeting. This, Anne of Austria perceived. Knowing herself to be very ill, and condemned by her sufferings to frequent retirement, she was distressed at the idea that the greater part of her future days and evenings would pass away solitary, useless, and in despondency. She recalled with terror the isolation in which Cardinal Richelieu had formerly left her, those dreaded and insupportable evenings, during which, however, she had both youth and beauty, which are ever accompanied by hope, to console her. She next formed the project of transporting the court to her own apartments, and of attracting Madame, with her brilliant escort, to her gloomy and already sorrowful abode, where the widow of a king of France, and the mother of a king of France, was reduced to console, in her artificial widowhood, the weeping wife of a king of France. And began to reflect. She had intrigued a good deal in her life. In the good times past, when her youthful mind nursed projects that were, ultimately, invariably successful, she had by her side, to stimulate her ambition and her love, a friend of her own sex. More eager, more ambitious than herself, a friend who had loved her, a rare circumstance at court, and whom some petty considerations had removed from her forever. But for many years past, except Madame de Motteville, and La Molina, her Spanish nurse, a confidant in her character of countrywoman and woman too, who could boast of having given good advice to the Queen, who, too, among all the youthful heads there, could recall the past for her, that past in which alone she lived. Anne of Austria remembered Madame de Chevreuse, in the first place exiled rather by her wish than the king's, and then dying in exile, the wife of a gentleman of obscure birth and position. She asked herself what Madame de Chevreuse would have advised her to do in similar circumstances, in their mutual difficulties arising from their intrigues. And after serious reflection, it seemed as if the clever, subtle mind of her friend, full of experience and sound judgment, answered her in the well-remembered ironical tones, all the insignificant young people are poor and greedy of gain. They require gold and incomes to supply means of amusement, it is by interest you must gain them over. Anne of Austria adopted this plan. Her purse was well filled, and she had at her disposal a considerable sum of money, which had been amassed by Mazarin for her, and lodged in a place of safety. She possessed the most magnificent jewels in France, and especially pearls of a size so large that they made the king sigh every time he saw them, because the pearls of his crown were like millet seed compared to them. Anne of Austria had neither beauty nor charms any longer at her disposal. She gave out, therefore, that her wealth was great, and as an inducement for others to visit her apartments she let it be known that there were good gold crowns to be won at play, or that handsome presents were likely to be made on days when all went well with her, or windfalls, in the shape of annuities which she had wrung from the king by entreaty, and thus she determined to maintain her credit. In the first place, she tried these means upon Madame, because to gain her consent was of more importance than anything else. Madame, notwithstanding the bold confidence which her wit and beauty inspired her, blindly ran head foremost into the net thus stretched out to catch her. Enriched by degrees by these presents and transfers of property, she took a fancy to inheritances by anticipation. Anne of Austria adopted the same means towards Monsieur, and even towards the king himself. She instituted lotteries in her apartments. The day on which the present chapter opens, invitations had been issued for a late supper in the Queen Mother's apartments, as she intended that 2 beautiful diamond bracelets of exquisite workmanship should be put into a lottery. The medallions were antique cameos of the greatest value. The diamonds, in point of intrinsic value, did not represent a very considerable amount, but the originality and rarity of the workmanship were such that everyone at court not only wished to possess the bracelets, but even to see the Queen herself wear them. For, on the days she wore them, it was considered as a favor to be admitted to admire them in kissing her hands. The courtiers had, even with regard to this subject, adopted various expressions of gallantry to establish the aphorism that the bracelets would have been priceless in value if they had not been unfortunate enough to be placed in contact with arms as beautiful as the Queen's. This compliment had been honored by a translation into all the languages of Europe, and numerous verses in Latin and French had been circulated on the subject. The day that Anne of Austria had selected for the lottery was a decisive moment. The king had not been near his mother for a couple of days. Madame, after the great scene of the Dryads and Naiads, was sulking by herself. It is true, the king's fit of resentment was over, but his mind was absorbingly occupied by a circumstance that raised him above the stormy disputes and giddy pleasures of the court. Anne of Austria effected a diversion by the announcement of the famous lottery to take place in her apartments on the following evening. With this object in view she saw the young queen, whom, as we have already seen, she had invited to pay her a visit in the morning. "I have good news to tell you," she said to her. "The king has been saying the most tender things about you. He is young, you know, and easily drawn away. But so long as you keep near me, he will not venture to keep away from you, to whom, besides, he is most warmly and affectionately attached. I intend to have a lottery this evening and shall expect to see you." "I have heard," said the young queen, with a sort of timid reproach, "that your majesty intends to put in the lottery those lovely bracelets whose rarity is so great that we ought not to allow them to pass out of the custody of the crown. Even were there no other reason than that they had once belonged to you." "My daughter," said Anne of Austria, who read the young queen's thoughts, and wished to console her for not having received the bracelets as a present. "It is positively necessary that I should induce madame to pass her time in my apartments." "Madame," said the young queen, blushing. "Of course, would you not prefer to have a rival near you, whom you could watch and influence, to knowing the king is with her, always as ready to flirt as to be flirted with by her? The lottery I have proposed is my means of attraction for that purpose. Do you blame me?" "Oh, no," returned Maria Theresa, clapping her hands with a childlike expression of delight. "And you no longer regret, then, that I did not give you these bracelets, as I at first intended to do?" "Oh, no, no." "Very well. Make yourself look as beautiful as possible that our supper may be very brilliant. The gayer you seem, the more charming you appear, and you will eclipse all the ladies present as much by your brilliancy as by your rank." Maria Theresa left full of delight. An hour afterwards, Anne of Austria received a visit from Madame, whom she covered with caresses, saying, "Excellent news. The king is charmed with my lottery." "But I," replied Madame, "am not so greatly charmed. To see such beautiful bracelets on anyone's arms but yours or mine, is what I cannot reconcile myself to." "Well, well," said Anne of Austria, concealing by a smile a violent pang she had just experienced, "do not look at things in the worst light immediately. Ah, madam, fortune is blind, and I am told there are 200 tickets. Quite as many as that, but you cannot surely forget that there can only be one winner." "No doubt. But who will that be?" "Can you tell?" said madam, in despair. "You remind me that I had a dream last night. My dreams are always good, I sleep so little." "What was your dream? But are you suffering?" "No," said the queen, stifling with wonderful command the torture of a renewed attack of shooting pains in her bosom, "I dreamed that the king won the bracelets." "The king? You are going to ask me, I think, what the king could possibly do with the bracelets?" "Yes. And you would not add, perhaps, that it would be very fortunate if the king were really to win, for he would be obliged to give the bracelets to someone else. To restore them to you, for instance. In which case I should immediately give them away. For you do not think, I suppose," said the queen, laughing, "that I have put these bracelets up to a lottery from necessity. My object was to give them without arousing anyone's jealousy. But if fortune will not get me out of my difficulty, well, I will teach fortune a lesson, and I know very well to whom I intend to offer the bracelets." These words were accompanied by so expressive a smile, that madame could not resist paying her by a grateful kiss. "But," added Anne of Austria, "do you not know, as well as I do, that if the king were to win the bracelets, he would not restore them to me?" "You mean he would give them to the queen?" "No. And for the very same reason that he would not give them back again to me, since, if I had wished to make the queen a present of them, I had no need of him for that purpose." Madame cast a side glance upon the bracelets, which, in their casket, were dazzlingly exposed to view upon a table close beside her. "How beautiful they are," she said, sighing. "But stay," Madame continued, "we are quite forgetting that your Majesty's dream was nothing but a dream. I should be very much surprised, returned Anne of Austria, if my dream were to deceive me. That has happened to me very seldom. We may look upon you as a prophetess, then. I have already said, that I dream but very rarely, but the coincidence of my dream about this matter, with my own ideas, is extraordinary. It agrees so wonderfully with my own views and arrangements. What arrangements do you allude to? That you will get the bracelets, for instance. In that case, it will not be the king. Oh! Said Anne of Austria, there is not such a very great distance between his Majesty's heart and your own, for, are you not his sister, for whom he has a great regard? There is not, I repeat, so very wide a distance, that my dream can be pronounced false on that account. Come, let us reckon up the chances in its favor. I will count them. In the first place, we will begin with the dream. If the king wins, he is sure to give you the bracelets. I admit that is one. If you win them, they are yours. Naturally. That may be admitted also. Lastly, if Monsieur were to win them. Oh, said Madame, laughing heartily, he would give them to the Chevalier de Lorraine. Anne of Austria laughed as heartily as her daughter-in-law, so much so, indeed, that her sufferings again returned, and made her turn suddenly pale in the very midst of her enjoyment. What is the matter? Inquired Madame, terrified. Nothing, nothing, a pain in my side. I have been laughing too much. We were at the fourth chance, I think. I cannot see a fourth. I beg your pardon, I am not excluded from the chance of winning, and if I be the winner, you are sure of me. Oh! Thank you, exclaimed Madame. I hope that you look upon yourself as one whose chances are good, and that my dream now begins to assume the solid outlines of reality. Yes, indeed, you give me both hope and confidence, said Madame, and the bracelets, won in this manner, will be 100 times more precious to me. Well. Then, goodbye, until this evening. And the two princesses separated. Anne of Austria, after her daughter-in-law had left her, said to herself, as she examined the bracelets, they are, indeed, precious. Since, by their means, this evening, I shall have won over a heart to my side, and, at the same time, fathomed an important secret. Then turning towards the deserted recess in her room, she said, addressing vacancy, is it not thus that you would have acted, my poor Chevreuse? Yes, I know it is. And, like a perfume of other, fairer days, her youth, her imagination, and her happiness seem to be wafted towards the echo of this invocation. 140. The Lottery. By 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone had assembled in the Queen Mother's apartments. Anne of Austria, in full dress, beautiful still, from former loveliness, and from all the resources coquetry can command at the hands of clever assistants, concealed, or rather pretended to conceal. From the crowd of courtiers who surrounded her, and who still admired her, thanks to the combination of circumstances which we have indicated in the preceding chapter, the ravages, which were already visible, of the acute suffering to which she finally yielded a few years later. Madame, almost as great a coquette as Anne of Austria, and the Queen, simple and natural as usual, were seated beside her, each contending for her good graces. The ladies of honor, united in a body, in order to resist with greater effect, and consequently with more success, the witty and lively conversations which the young men held about them, were enabled, like a battalion formed in a square, to offer each other the means of attack and defense which were thus at their command. Montalais, learned in that species of warfare which consists of sustained skirmishing, protected the whole line by a sort of rolling fire she directed against the enemy. Saint Aignan, in utter despair at the rigor, which became almost insulting from the very fact of her persisting in it, Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente displayed, tried to turn his back upon her. But, overcome by the irresistible brilliancy of her eyes, he, every moment, returned to consecrate his defeat by new submissions, to which Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente did not fail to reply by fresh acts of impertinence. Saint Aignan did not know which way to turn. La Valliere had about her, not exactly a court, but sprinklings of courtiers. Saint Aignan, hoping by this maneuver to attract Athanas's attention towards him, approached the young girl, and saluted her with a respect that induced some to believe that he wished to balance Athanas by Louise. But these were persons who had neither been witnesses of the scene during the shower, nor had heard it spoken of. As the majority was already informed, and well informed, too, on the matter, the acknowledged favor with which she was regarded had attracted to her side some of the most astute, as well as the least sensible, members of the court. The former, because they said with Montaigne, "How do I know?" and the latter, who said with Rabelais, "Perhaps." The greatest number had followed in the wake of the latter, just as in hunting 5 or 6 of the best hounds alone follow the scent of the animal hunted, whilst the remainder of the pack follow only the scent of the hounds. The two queens and Madame examined with particular attention the toilettes of their ladies and maids of honor, and they condescended to forget they were queens in recollecting that they were women. In other words, they pitilessly picked to pieces every person present who wore a petticoat. The looks of both princesses simultaneously fell upon La Valliere, who, as we have just said, was completely surrounded at that moment. Madame knew not what pity was, and said to the Queen Mother, as she turned towards her, if fortune were just, she would favor that poor La Valliere. "That is not possible," said the Queen Mother, smiling. "Why not?" "There are only 200 tickets, so that it was not possible to inscribe everyone's name on the list." "And hers is not there, then?" "No." "What a pity. She might have won them, and then sold them." "Sold them," exclaimed the Queen. "Yes. It would have been a dowry for her, and she would not have been obliged to marry without her trousseau, as will probably be the case." "Really," answered the Queen Mother, "poor little thing, has she no dresses, then?" And she pronounced these words like a woman who has never been able to understand the inconveniences of a slenderly filled purse. "Stay, look at her. Heaven forgive me, if she is not wearing the very same petticoat this evening that she had on this morning during the promenade, and which she managed to keep clean, thanks to the care the king took of her, in sheltering her from the rain." At the very moment Madame uttered these words the king entered the room. The two queens would not perhaps have observed his arrival, so completely were they occupied in their ill-natured remarks, had not Madame noticed that, all at once, La Valliere, who was standing up facing the gallery, exhibited certain signs of confusion, and then said a few words to the courtiers who surrounded her, who immediately dispersed. This movement induced Madame to look towards the door, and at that moment, the captain of the guards announced the king. At this moment La Valliere, who had hitherto kept her eyes fixed upon the gallery, suddenly cast them down as the king entered. His Majesty was dressed magnificently and in the most perfect taste. He was conversing with Monsieur and the Duc de Roquelaure, Monsieur on his right and the Duc de Roquelaure on his left. The king advanced, in the first place, towards the queens, to whom he bowed with an air full of graceful respect. He took his mother's hand and kissed it, addressed a few compliments to Madame upon the beauty of her toilette, and then began to make the round of the assembly. La Valliere was saluted in the same manner as the others, but with neither more nor less attention. His Majesty then returned to his mother and his wife. When the courtiers noticed that the king had only addressed some ordinary remark to the young girl who had been so particularly noticed in the morning, they immediately drew their own conclusion to account for this coldness of manner. This conclusion being, that although the king may have taken a sudden fancy to her, that fancy had already disappeared. One thing, however, must be remarked, that close beside La Valliere, among the number of the courtiers, M. Fouquet was to be seen. And his respectfully attentive manner served to sustain the young girl in the midst of the varied emotions that visibly agitated her. M. Fouquet was just on the point, moreover, of speaking in a more friendly manner with Mademoiselle de la Valliere, when M. Colbert approached, and after having bowed to Fouquet with all the formality of respectful politeness, he seemed to take up a post beside La Valliere, for the purpose of entering into conversation with her. Fouquet immediately quitted his place. These proceedings were eagerly devoured by the eyes of Montalais and Malicorne, who mutually exchanged their observations on the subject. De Guiche, standing within the embrasure of one of the windows, saw no one but Madame. But as Madame, on her side, frequently glanced at La Valliere, de Guiche's eyes, following Madame's, were from time to time cast upon the young girl. La Valliere instinctively felt herself sinking beneath the weight of all these different looks, inspired, some by interest, others by envy. She had nothing to compensate her for her sufferings, not a kind word from her companions, nor a look of affection from the king. No one could possibly express the misery the poor girl was suffering. The Queen Mother next directed the small table to be brought forward, on which the lottery tickets were placed, 200 in number, and begged Madame de Motteville to read the list of the names. It was a matter of course that this list had been drawn out in strict accordance with the laws of etiquette. The king's name was first on the list, next the Queen Mother, then the Queen, Monsieur, Madame, and so on. All hearts throbbed anxiously as the list was read out. More than 300 persons had been invited, and each of them was anxious to learn whether his or her name was to be found in the number of privileged names. The king listened with as much attention as the others, and when the last name had been pronounced, he noticed that La Valliere had been omitted from the list. Everyone, of course, remarked this omission. The king flushed as if much annoyed, but La Valliere, gentle and resigned, as usual, exhibited nothing of the sort. While the list was being read, the king had not taken his eyes off the young girl, who seemed to expand, as it were, beneath the happy influence she felt was shed around her. And who was delighted and too pure in spirit for any other thought than that of love to find an entrance either to her mind or her heart. Acknowledging this touching self-denial by the fixity of his attention, the king showed La Valliere how much he appreciated its delicacy. When the list was finished, the different faces of those who had been omitted or forgotten fully expressed their disappointment. Malicorne was also left out from amongst the men. And the grimace he made plainly said to Montalais, who was also forgotten, "Cannot we contrive to arrange matters with fortune in such a manner that she shall not forget us?" To which a smile full of intelligence from Mademoiselle Laure replied, "Certainly we can." The tickets were distributed to each according to the number listed. The king received his first, next the Queen Mother, then Monsieur, then the Queen and Madame, and so on. After this, Anne of Austria opened a small Spanish leather bag, containing 200 numbers engraved upon small balls of mother-of-pearl, and presented the open sack to the youngest of her maids of honor, for the purpose of taking one of the balls out of it. The eager expectation of the throng, amidst all the tediously slow preparations, was rather that of cupidity than curiosity. Saint-Aignan bent towards Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente to whisper to her, "Since we have each a number, let us unite our two chances. The bracelet shall be yours if I win, and if you are successful, deign to give me but one look of your beautiful eyes." "No," said Athénais, "if you win the bracelet, keep it, everyone for himself." "You are without any pity," said Saint-Aignan, "and I will punish you by a quatrain. Beautiful Iris, to my vow. You are too opposed." "Silence," said Athénais. "You will prevent me hearing the winning number." "Number 1, said the young girl who had drawn the mother-of-pearl from the Spanish leather bag. "The king," exclaimed the Queen Mother. "The king has won," repeated the queen, delightedly. "Oh! The king!" "Your dream," said Madame, joyously, in the ear of Anne of Austria. The king was the only one who did not exhibit any satisfaction. He merely thanked fortune for what she had done for him, in addressing a slight salutation to the young girl who had been chosen as her proxy. Then receiving from the hands of Anne of Austria, amid the eager desire of the whole assembly, the casket enclosing the bracelets, he said, "Are these bracelets really beautiful, then?" "Look at them," said Anne of Austria, "and judge for yourself." The king looked at them, and said, "Yes, indeed, an admirable medallion. What perfect finish! What perfect finish!" repeated Madame. Queen Maria Theresa easily saw, and that, too at the very first glance, that the king would not offer the bracelets to her. But, as he did not seem the least degree in the world disposed to offer them to Madame, she felt almost satisfied, or nearly so. The king sat down. The most intimate among the courtiers approached, one by one, for the purpose of admiring more closely the beautiful piece of workmanship, which soon, with the king's permission, was handed about from person to person. Immediately, everyone, connoisseurs or not, uttered various exclamations of surprise, and overwhelmed the king with congratulations. There was, in fact, something for everybody to admire, the brilliance for some, and the cutting for others. The ladies present visibly displayed their impatience to see such a treasure monopolized by the gentlemen. "Gentlemen, gentlemen," said the king, "whom nothing escaped, one would almost think that you wore bracelets as the Sabines used to do. Hand them round for a while for the inspection of the ladies, who seem to have, and with far greater right, an excuse for understanding such matters." These words appeared to Madame the commencement of a decision she expected. She gathered, besides, this happy belief from the glances of the Queen Mother. The courtier who held them at the moment the king made this remark, amidst the general agitation, hastened to place the bracelets in the hands of the Queen, Marie Theresa, who, knowing too well, poor woman, that they were not designed for her, hardly looked at them, and almost immediately passed them on to Madame. The latter, and even more minutely, Monsieur, gave the bracelets a long look of anxious and almost covetous desire. She then handed the jewels to those ladies who were near her, pronouncing this single word, but with an accent which was worth a long phrase, magnificent. The ladies who had received the bracelets from Madame's hands looked at them as long as they chose to examine them, and then made them circulate by passing them on towards the right. During this time the king was tranquilly conversing with de Guiche and Fouquet, rather passively letting them talk than himself listening. Accustomed to the set form of ordinary phrases, his ear, like that of all men who exercise an incontestable superiority over others, merely selected from the conversations held in various directions the indispensable word which requires reply. His attention, however, was now elsewhere, for it wandered as his eyes did. Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente was the last of the ladies inscribed for tickets. And, as if she had ranked according to her name upon the list, she had only Montalais and Valliere near her. When the bracelets reached these two latter, no one appeared to take any further notice of them. The humble hands which for a moment touched these jewels, deprived them, for the time, of their importance, a circumstance which did not, however, prevent Montalais from starting with joy, envy, and covetous desire, at the sight of the beautiful stones still more than at their magnificent workmanship. It is evident that if she were compelled to decide between the pecuniary value and the artistic beauty, Montalais would unhesitatingly have preferred diamonds to cameos, and her disinclination, therefore, to pass them on to her companion, La Valliere, was very great. La Valliere fixed a look almost of indifference upon the jewels. "Oh, how beautiful, how magnificent these bracelets are," exclaimed Montalais. "And yet you do not go into ecstasies about them, Louise. You are no true woman, I am sure." "Yes, I am, indeed," replied the young girl, with an accent of the most charming melancholy. "But why desire that which can never, by any possibility, be ours?" The king, his head bent forward, was listening to what Louise was saying. Hardly had the vibration of her voice reached his ear than he rose, radiant with delight, and passing across the whole assembly, from the place where he stood, to La Valliere, "You are mistaken. Mademoiselle," he said, "you are a woman, and every woman has a right to wear jewels, which are a woman's appurtenance." "Oh, sire," said La Valliere, "your majesty will not absolutely believe in my modesty. I believe you possess every virtue, mademoiselle, frankness as well as every other. I entreat you, therefore, to say frankly what you think of these bracelets. That they are beautiful, sire, and cannot be offered to any other than a queen. I am delighted that such is your opinion, mademoiselle, the bracelets are yours, and the king begs your acceptance of them." And as, with a movement almost resembling terror, La Valliere eagerly held out the casket to the king gently pushed back her trembling hand. A silence of astonishment, more profound than that of death, reigned in the assembly. And yet, from the side where the queens were, no one had heard what he had said, nor understood what he had done. A charitable friend, however, took upon herself to spread the news. It was Tonne Charente, to whom Madame had made a sign to approach. "Good heavens," exclaimed Tonne Charente, "how happy that La Valliere is! The king has just given her the bracelets." Madame bit her lips to such a degree that the blood appeared upon the surface of the skin. The young queen looked first at La Valliere and then at Madame, and began to laugh. Anne of Austria rested her chin upon her beautiful white hand, and remained for a long time absorbed by a presentiment that disturbed her mind, and by a terrible pang which stung her heart. De Guiche, observing Madame turn pale, and guessing the cause of her change of color, abruptly quitted the assembly and disappeared. Malicorne was then able to approach Montalais very quietly, and under cover of the general din of conversation, said to her, "Or, your fortune and our future are standing at your elbow." "Yes," was her reply, as she tenderly embraced La Valliere, whom, inwardly, she was tempted to strangle. 141. Malaga. During all these long and noisy debates between the opposite ambitions of politics and love, one of our characters, perhaps the one least deserving of neglect, was, however, very much neglected, very much forgotten, and exceedingly unhappy. In fact, D'Artagnan, we say, for we must call him by his name, to remind our readers of his existence, D'Artagnan, we repeat, had absolutely nothing whatever to do amidst these brilliant butterflies of fashion. After following the king during 2 whole days at Fontainebleau, and critically observing the various pastoral fancies and heroic-comic transformations of his sovereign, the musketeer felt that he needed something more than this to satisfy the cravings of his nature. At every moment assailed by people asking him, "How do you think this costume suits me, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" he would reply to them in quiet, sarcastic tones, "Why, I think you are quite as well dressed as the best-dressed monkey to be found in the fair at Saint Laurent." It was just such a compliment D'Artagnan would choose where he did not feel disposed to pay any other, and, whether agreeable or not, the inquirer was obliged to be satisfied with it. Whenever anyone asked him, "How do you intend to dress yourself this evening?" he replied, "I shall undress myself," at which the ladies all laughed, and a few of them blushed. But after a couple of days passed in this manner, the musketeer, perceiving that nothing serious was likely to arise which would concern him, and that the king had completely, or, at least, appeared to have completely forgotten Paris, Saint-Mandé, and Belle-Isle, that M. Colbert's mind was occupied with illuminations and fireworks, that for the next month, at least, the ladies had plenty of glances to bestow, and also to receive in exchange, D'Artagnan asked the king for leave of absence for a matter of private business. At the moment D'Artagnan made his request, His Majesty was on the point of going to bed, quite exhausted from dancing. "You wish to leave me, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" inquired the king, with an air of astonishment, for Louis XIV could never understand why anyone who had the distinguished honor of being near him could wish to leave him. "Sire," said D'Artagnan, "I leave you simply because I am not of the slightest service to you in anything." "Ah! If I could only hold the balancing pole while you were dancing, it would be a very different affair." "But, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the king, gravely, "people dance without balancing poles." "Ah! Indeed," said the musketeer, continuing his imperceptible tone of irony, "I had no idea such a thing was possible." "You have not seen me dance, then?" inquired the king. "Yes. But I always thought dancers went from easy to difficult acrobatic feats." "I was mistaken, all the more greater reason, therefore, that I should leave for a time." "Sire, I repeat, you have no present occasion for my services. Besides, if your Majesty should have any need of me, you would know where to find me." "Very well," said the king, and he granted him leave of absence. We shall not look for D'Artagnan, therefore, at Fontainebleau, for to do so would be useless. But, with the permission of our readers, follow him to the Rue de Lombards, where he was located at the sign of the Pilon d'Or, in the house of our old friend Planchet. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening, and the weather was exceedingly warm. There was only one window open, and that one belonging to a room on the entresol. A perfume of spices, mingled with another perfume less exotic, but more penetrating, namely, that which arose from the street, ascended to salute the nostrils of the musketeer. D'Artagnan, reclining in an immense straight-backed chair, with his legs not stretched out, but simply placed upon a stool, formed an angle of the most obtuse form that could possibly be seen. Both his arms were crossed over his head reclining upon his left shoulder, like Alexander the Great. His eyes, usually so quick and intelligent in their expression, were now half-closed, and seemed fastened, as it were, upon a small corner of blue sky that was visible behind the opening of the chimneys. There was just enough blue, and no more, to fill one of the sacks of lentils, or haricots, which formed the principal furniture of the shop on the ground floor. Thus extended at his ease, and sheltered in his place of observation behind the window, D'Artagnan seemed as if he had ceased to be a soldier. As if he were no longer an officer belonging to the palace, but was, on the contrary, a quiet, easygoing citizen in a state of stagnation between his dinner and supper. Or between his supper and his bed. One of those strong, ossified brains, which have no more room for a single idea, so fiercely does animal matter keep watch at the doors of intelligence. Narrowly inspecting the contraband trade which might result from the introduction into the brain of a symptom of thought. We have already said night was closing in, the shops were being lighted, while the windows of the upper apartments were being closed. And the rhythmic steps of a patrol of soldiers forming the night watch could be heard retreating. D'Artagnan continued, however, to think of nothing, except the blue corner of the sky. A few paces from him, completely in the shade, lying on his stomach, upon a sack of Indian corn, was Planchet, with both his arms under his chin, and his eyes fixed on D'Artagnan, who was either thinking, dreaming, or sleeping, with his eyes open. Planchet had been watching him for a tolerably long time, and, by way of interruption, he began by exclaiming, "Hum! Hum!" But D'Artagnan did not stir. Planchet then saw that it was necessary to have recourse to more effectual means still, after a prolonged reflection on the subject. The most ingenious means that suggested itself to him under the present circumstances, was to let himself roll off the sack on to the floor, murmuring, at the same time, against himself, the word "stupid." But, notwithstanding the noise produced by Planchet's fall, D'Artagnan, who had in the course of his existence heard many other, and very different falls, did not appear to pay the least attention to the present one. Besides, an enormous cart, laden with stones, passing from the Rue Saint-Médéric, absorbed, in the noise of its wheels, the noise of Planchet's tumble. And yet Planchet fancied that, in token of tacit approval, he saw him imperceptibly smile at the word "stupid." This emboldened him to say, "Are you asleep, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" "No, Planchet, I am not even asleep," replied the musketeer. "I am in despair," said Planchet, "to hear such a word as even." "Well, and why not? Is it not a grammatical word, Monsieur Planchet?" "Of course, Monsieur d'Artagnan." "Well. Well, then, the word distresses me beyond measure." "Tell me why you are distressed, Planchet," said D'Artagnan. "If you say that you are not even asleep, it is as much as to say that you have not even the consolation of being able to sleep. Or, better still, it is precisely the same as telling me that you are getting bored to death. Planchet, you know that I am never bored. Except today, and the day before yesterday." "Bah! Monsieur d'Artagnan, it is a week since you returned here from Fontainebleau. In other words, you have no longer your orders to issue, or your men to review and maneuver. You need the sound of guns, drums, and all that din and confusion. I, who have myself carried a musket, can easily believe that." "Planchet," replied D'Artagnan, "I assure you I am not bored in the least in the world." "In that case, what are you doing, lying there, as if you were dead?" "My dear Planchet, there was, once upon a time, at the siege of La Rochelle, when I was there, when you were there, when we both were there, a certain Arab, who was celebrated for the manner in which he adjusted culverins. He was a clever fellow, although of a very odd complexion, which was the same color as your olives. Well, this Arab, whenever he had done eating or working, used to sit down to rest himself, as I am resting myself now, and smoked I cannot tell you what sort of magical leaves. In a large amber-mouthed tube. And if any officers, happening to pass, reproached him for being always asleep, he used quietly to reply, better to sit down than to stand up, to lie down than to sit down. To be dead than to lie down. He was an acutely melancholy Arab, and I remember him perfectly well, from the color of his skin, and the style of his conversation. He used to cut off the heads of Protestants with the most singular gusto. Precisely, and then used to embalm them, when they were worth the trouble. And when he was thus engaged with his herbs and plants about him, he looked like a basket maker making baskets. You are quite right, Planchet, he did. Oh. I can remember things very well, at times. I have no doubt of it, but what do you think of his mode of reasoning? I think it good in one sense, but very stupid in another. Expound your meaning, Planchet. Well, monsieur, in point of fact then, better to sit down than to stand up, is plain enough, especially when one may be fatigued, and Planchet smiled in a roguish way. As for, better to be lying down, let that pass, but as for the last proposition, that it is, better to be dead than alive, it is, in my opinion, very absurd. My own undoubted preference being for my bed. And if you are not of my opinion, it is simply, as I have already had the honor of telling you, because you are boring yourself to death. Planchet, do you know M. La Fontaine? The chemist at the corner of the Rue Saint-Médéric? No, the writer of fables. Oh. Maître Corbeau. Exactly, well, then, I am like his hair. He has got a hair also, then. He has all sorts of animals. Well, what does his hair do, then? M. La Fontaine's hair thinks. Ah. Planchet, I am like that hair, I am thinking. You are thinking, you say? Said Planchet, uneasily. Yes, your house is dull enough to drive people to think, you will admit that, I hope. And yet, monsieur, you have a lookout upon the street. Yes. And wonderfully interesting that is, of course. But it is no less true, monsieur, that, if you were living at the back of the house, you would bore yourself, I mean, you would think, more than ever. Upon my word, Planchet, I hardly know that. Still, said the grocer, if your reflections are at all like those which led you to restore King Charles II, and Planchet finished by a little laugh which was not without its meaning. Ah! Planchet, my friend, returned D'Artagnan, you are getting ambitious. Is there no other king to be restored, D'Artagnan, no second monk to be packed up, like a salted hog, in a deal box? No, my dear Planchet, all the kings are seated on their respective thrones, less comfortably so, perhaps, than I am upon this chair, but, at all events, there they are. And D'Artagnan sighed deeply. Monsieur D'Artagnan, said Planchet, you are making me very uneasy. You are very good, Planchet. I begin to suspect something. What is it? Monsieur D'Artagnan, you are getting thin. Oh, said D'Artagnan, striking his chest which sounded like an empty cuirass, it is impossible, Planchet. Ah, said Planchet, slightly overcome. If you were to get thin in my house. Well. I should do something rash. What would you do? Tell me. I should look out for the man who was the cause of all your anxieties. Ah. According to your account, I am anxious now. Yes, you are anxious, and you are getting thin, visibly getting thin. Malaga. If you go on getting thin, in this way, I will take my sword in my hand, and go straight to D'Herblay, and have it out with him. What, said D'Artagnan, starting in his chair. What's that you say? And what has D'Herblay's name to do with your groceries? Just as you please. Get angry if you like, or call me names, if you prefer it, but, the deuce is in it. I know what I know. D'Artagnan had, during this second outburst of Planchet's, so placed himself as not to lose a single look of his face. That is, he sat with both his hands resting on both his knees, and his head stretched out towards the grocer. Come, explain yourself, he said, and tell me how you could possibly utter such a blasphemy. M. D'Herblay, your old master, my friend, an ecclesiastic, a musketeer turned bishop, do you mean to say you would raise your sword against him, Planchet? I could raise my sword against my own father, when I see you in such a state as you are now. M. D'Herblay, a gentleman. It's all the same to me whether he's a gentleman or not. He gives you the blue devils, that is all I know. And the blue devils make people get thin. Malaga. I have no notion of M. D'Artagnan leaving my house thinner than when he entered it. How does he give me the blue devils, as you call it? Come, explain, explain. You have had the nightmare during the last 3 nights. I. Yes, you. And in your nightmare you called out, several times, Aramis, deceitful Aramis. Ah. I said that, did I? Murmured D'Artagnan, uneasily. Yes, those very words, upon my honor. Well, what else? You know the saying, Planchet, dreams go by contraries. Not so. For every time, during the last 3 days, when you went out, you have not once failed to ask me, on your return, have you seen M. D'Herblay, or else have you received any letters for me from M. D'Herblay? Well, it is very natural I should take an interest in my old friend, said D'Artagnan. Of course, but not to such an extent as to get thin on that account. Planchet, I'll get fatter, I give you my word of honor I will. Very well, monsieur, I accept it, for I know that when you give your word of honor, it is sacred. I will not dream of Aramis any more, and I will never ask you again if there are any letters from M. D'Herblay, but on condition that you explain one thing to me. Tell me what it is, monsieur. I am a great observer, and just now you made use of a very singular oath, which is unusual for you. You mean Malaga? I suppose. Precisely. It is the oath I have used ever since I have been a grocer. Very proper, too, it is the name of a dried grape, or raisin, I believe. It is my most ferocious oath. When I have once said Malaga, I am a man no longer. Still, I never knew you use that oath before. Very likely not, monsieur. I had a present made me of it, said Planchet. And, as he pronounced these words, he winked his eye with a cunning expression, which thoroughly awakened D'Artagnan's attention. Come, come, M. Planchet. Why, I am not like you, monsieur, said Planchet. I don't pass my life in thinking. You do wrong, then. I mean in boring myself to death. We have but a very short time to live, why not make the best of it? You are an Epicurean philosopher, I begin to think, Planchet. Why not? My hand is still as steady as ever. I can write, and can weigh out my sugar and spices, my foot is firm, I can dance and walk about, my stomach has its teeth still, for I eat and digest very well, my heart is not quite hardened. Well, monsieur? Well, what, Planchet? Why, you see, said the grocer, rubbing his hands together. D'Artagnan crossed one leg over the other, and said, Planchet, my friend, I am unnerved with extreme surprise, for you are revealing yourself to me under a perfectly new light. Planchet, flattered in the highest degree by this remark, continued to rub his hands very hard together. Ah, he said, because I happen to be only slow, you think me, perhaps, a positive fool. Very good, Planchet, very well reasoned. Follow my idea, monsieur, if you please. I said to myself, continued Planchet, that, without enjoyment, there is no happiness on this earth. Quite true, what you say, Planchet, interrupted D'Artagnan. At all events, if we cannot obtain pleasure, for pleasure is not so common a thing, after all, let us, at least, get consolations of some kind or another. And so you console yourself? Exactly so. Tell me how you console yourself. I put on a buckler for the purpose of confronting ennui. I place my time at the direction of patience. And on the very eve of feeling I am going to get bored, I amuse myself. And you don't find any difficulty in that? None. And you found it out quite by yourself? Quite so. It is miraculous. What do you say? I say, that your philosophy is not to be matched in the Christian or pagan world, in modern days or in antiquity. You think so? Follow my example, then. It is a very tempting one. Do as I do. I could not wish for anything better, but all minds are not of the same stamp. And it might possibly happen that if I were required to amuse myself in the manner you do, I should bore myself horribly. Bah! At least try first. Well, tell me what you do. Have you observed that I leave home occasionally? Yes. In any particular way? Periodically. That's the very thing. You have noticed it, then. My dear Planchet, you must understand that when people see each other every day, and one of the two absents himself, the other misses him. Do you not feel the want of my society when I am in the country? Prodigiously, that is to say, I feel like a body without a soul. That being understood then, proceed. What are the periods when I absent myself? On the 15th and 30th of every month. And I remain away. Sometimes 2, sometimes 3, and sometimes 4 days at a time. Have you ever given it a thought, why I was absent? To look after your debts, I suppose. And when I returned, how did you think I looked, as far as my face was concerned? Exceedingly self-satisfied. You admit, you say, that I always look satisfied. And what have you attributed my satisfaction to? That your business was going on very well. That your purchases of rice, prunes, raw sugar, dried apples, pears, and treacle were advantageous. You were always very picturesque in your notions and ideas, Planchet. And I was not in the slightest degree surprised to find you had selected grocery as an occupation, which is of all trades the most varied, and the very pleasantest. As far as the character is concerned. Inasmuch as one handles so many natural and perfumed productions. Perfectly true, monsieur, but you are very greatly mistaken. In what way? In thinking that I leave here every fortnight, to collect my money or to make purchases. Ho, ho! How could you possibly have thought such a thing? Ho, ho, ho! And Planchet began to laugh in a manner that inspired D'Artagnan with very serious misgivings as to his sanity. I confess, said the Musketeer, that I do not precisely catch your meaning. Very true, monsieur. What do you mean by very true? It must be true, since you say it, but pray, be assured that it in no way lessens my opinion of you. Ah, that is lucky. No. You are a man of genius, and whenever the question happens to be of war, tactics, surprises, or good honest blows to be dealt with, why, kings are marionettes, compared to you. But for the consolations of the mind, the proper care of the body, the agreeable things of life, if one may say so, ah. Monsieur, don't talk to me about men of genius. They are nothing short of executioners. Good, said D'Artagnan, really fidgety with curiosity, upon my word you interest me in the highest degree. You feel already less bored than you did just now, do you not? I was not bored, yet since you have been talking to me, I feel more animated. Very good, then, that is not a bad beginning. I will cure you, rely upon that. There is nothing I should like better. Will you let me try, then? Immediately, if you like. Very well. Have you any horses here? Yes. 10, 20, 30. Oh, there is no occasion for so many as that, 2 will be quite sufficient. They are quite at your disposal, Planchet. Very good, then I shall carry you off with me. When? Tomorrow. Where? Ah, you are asking too much. You will admit, however, that it is important I should know where I am going. Do you like the country? Only moderately, Planchet. In that case you like town better? That is as may be. Very well, I am going to take you to a place, half town and half country. Good. To a place where I am sure you will amuse yourself. Is it possible? Yes. And more wonderful still, to a place from which you have just returned for the purpose only, it would seem, of getting bored here. It is to Fontainebleau you are going, then? Exactly. To Fontainebleau. And, in heaven's name, what are you going to do at Fontainebleau? Planchet answered D'Artagnan by a wink full of sly humor. You have some property there, you rascal. Oh, a very paltry affair, a little bit of a house, nothing more. I understand you. But it is tolerable enough, after all. I am going to Planchet's country seat, exclaimed D'Artagnan. Whenever you like. Did we not fix tomorrow? Let us say tomorrow, if you like. And then, besides, tomorrow is the 14th, that is to say, the day before the one when I am afraid of getting bored, so we will look upon it as an understood thing. Agreed, by all means. You will lend me one of your horses? The best I have. No, I prefer the gentlest of all. I never was a very good rider, as you know, and in my grocery business I have got more awkward than ever, besides. Besides what? Why, added Planchet, I do not wish to fatigue myself. Why so? D'Artagnan ventured to ask. Because I should lose half the pleasure I expect to enjoy, replied Planchet. And thereupon he rose from his sack of Indian corn, stretching himself, and making all his bones crack, one after the other, with a sort of harmony. Planchet! Planchet! Exclaimed D'Artagnan, I do declare that there is no sybarite upon the face of the globe who can for a moment be compared to you. Oh, Planchet, it is very clear that we have never yet eaten a ton of salt together. Why so, monsieur? Because, even now I can scarcely say I know you, said D'Artagnan, and because, in point of fact, I return to the opinion which, for a moment, I had formed of you that day at Boulogne. When you strangled, or did so as nearly as possible, M. De Wardes's valet, Lubin, in plain language, Planchet, that you are a man of great resources. Planchet began to laugh with a laugh full of self-conceit. Bade the musketeer good night, and went down to his back shop, which he used as a bedroom. D'Artagnan resumed his original position upon his chair, and his brow, which had been unruffled for a moment, became more pensive than ever. He had already forgotten the whims and dreams of Planchet. Yes, said he, taking up again the thread of his thoughts, which had been broken by the whimsical conversation in which we have just permitted our readers to participate. Yes, those 3 points include everything. First, to ascertain what Baisemeaux wanted with Aramis, secondly, to learn why Aramis does not let me hear from him. And thirdly, to ascertain where Porthos is. The whole mystery lies in these 3 points. Since, therefore, continued D'Artagnan, our friends tell us nothing, we must have recourse to our own poor intelligence. I must do what I can, Mordieux, or rather Malaga, as Planchet would say. 142. A letter from M. Baisemeaux. D'Artagnan, faithful to his plan, went the very next morning to pay a visit to M. de Baisemeaux. It was cleaning up or tidying day at the Bastille. The cannons were furbished up, the staircases scraped and cleaned, and the jailers seemed to be carefully engaged in polishing the very keys. As for the soldiers belonging to the garrison, they were walking about in different courtyards, under the pretense that they were clean enough. The governor, Baisemeaux, received D'Artagnan with more than ordinary politeness, but he behaved towards him with so marked a reserve of manner that all D'Artagnan's tact and cleverness could not get a syllable out of him. The more he kept himself within bounds, the more D'Artagnan's suspicion increased. The latter even fancied he remarked that the governor was acting under the influence of a recent recommendation. Baisemeaux had not been at the Palais Royal with D'Artagnan the same cold and impenetrable man which the latter now found in the Baisemeaux of the Bastille. When D'Artagnan wished to make him talk about the urgent money matters which had brought Baisemeaux in search of D'Artagnan, and had rendered him expansive. Notwithstanding what had passed on that evening, Baisemeaux pretended that he had some orders to give in the prison, and left D'Artagnan so long alone waiting for him, that our musketeer, feeling sure that he should not get another syllable out of him, left the Bastille without waiting until Baisemeaux returned from his inspection. But D'Artagnan's suspicions were aroused, and when once that was the case, D'Artagnan could not sleep or remain quiet for a moment. He was among men what the cat is among quadrupeds, the emblem of anxiety and impatience, at the same moment. A restless cat can no more remain in the same place than a silk thread wafted idly to and fro with every breath of air. A cat on the watch is as motionless as death stationed at its place of observation, and neither hunger nor thirst can draw it from its meditations. D'Artagnan, who was burning with impatience, suddenly threw aside the feeling, like a cloak which he felt too heavy on his shoulders, and said to himself that that which they were concealing from him was the very thing it was important he should know. And, consequently, he reasoned that Baisemeaux would not fail to put Aramis on his guard, if Aramis had given him any particular recommendation, and this was, in fact, the very thing that happened. Baisemeaux had hardly had time to return from the dungeon, then D'Artagnan placed himself in ambuscade close to the Rue de Petit Musc, so as to see everyone who might leave the gates of the Bastille. After he had spent an hour on the lookout from the golden portcullis, under the penthouse of which he could keep himself a little in the shade, D'Artagnan observed a soldier leave the Bastille. This was, indeed, the surest indication he could possibly have wished for, as every jailer or warder has certain days, and even certain hours, for leaving the Bastille. Since all are alike prohibited from having either wives or lodgings in the castle, and can accordingly leave without exciting any curiosity. But a soldier once in barracks is kept there for 24 hours when on duty, and no one knew this better than D'Artagnan. The guardsman in question, therefore, was not likely to leave his regimentals, except on an express and urgent order. The soldier, we were saying, left the Bastille at a slow and lounging pace, like a happy mortal, in fact, who, instead of mounting sentry before a wearisome guardhouse, or upon a bastion no less wearisome, has the good luck to get a little liberty, in addition to a walk, both pleasures being luckily reckoned as part of his time on duty. He bent his steps towards the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, enjoying the fresh air and the warmth of the sun, and looking at all the pretty faces he passed. D'Artagnan followed him at a distance. He had not yet arranged his ideas as what was to be done. I must, first of all, he thought, see the fellow's face. A man seen is a man judged. D'Artagnan increased his pace, and, which was not very difficult, by the by, soon got in advance of the soldier. Not only did he observe that his face showed a tolerable amount of intelligence and resolution, but he noticed also that his nose was a little red. He has a weakness for brandy, I see, said D'Artagnan to himself. At the same moment that he remarked his red nose, he saw that the soldier had a white paper in his belt. Good, he has a letter, added D'Artagnan. The only difficulty was to get hold of the letter. But a common soldier would, of course, be only too delighted at having been selected by M. de Baisemeaux as a special messenger, and would not be likely to sell his message. As D'Artagnan was biting his nails, the soldier continued to advance more and more into the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. He is certainly going to Saint-Mandé, he said to himself, and I shall not be able to learn what the letter contains. It was enough to drive him wild. If I were in uniform, said D'Artagnan to himself, would have this fellow seized, and his letter with him. I could easily get assistance at the very first guardhouse. But the devil take me if I mention my name in an affair of this kind. If I were to treat him to something to drink, his suspicions would be roused, and besides, he might drink me drunk. Mordioux! My wits seem to have left me, said D'Artagnan, it is all over with me. Yet, supposing I were to attack this poor devil, make him draw his sword and kill him for the sake of his letter? No harm in that, if it were a question of a letter from a queen to a nobleman, or a letter from a cardinal to a queen, but what miserable intrigues are those of Messrs. Aramis and Fouquet with M. Colbert? A man's life for that? No, no, indeed, not even 10 crowns. As he philosophized in this manner, biting first his nails, and then his mustaches, he perceived a group of archers and a commissary of the police engaged in carrying away a man of very gentlemanly exterior, who was struggling with all his might against them. The archers had torn his clothes, and were dragging him roughly away. He begged they would lead him along more respectfully, asserting that he was a gentleman and a soldier. And observing our soldier walking in the street, he called out, "Help, comrade." The soldier walked on with the same step towards the man who had called out to him, followed by the crowd. An idea suddenly occurred to D'Artagnan. It was his first one, and we shall find it was not a bad one either. During the time the gentleman was relating to the soldier that he had just been seized in a house as a thief, when the truth was he was only there as a lover. And while the soldier was pitying him, and offering him consolation and advice with that gravity which a French soldier has always ready whenever his vanity or his esprit de corps is concerned, D'Artagnan glided behind the soldier, who was closely hemmed in by the crowd, and with a rapid sweep, like a saber slash, snatched the letter from his belt. As at this moment the gentleman with the torn clothes was pulling about the soldier, to show how the commissary of police had pulled him about, D'Artagnan effected his pillage of the letter without the slightest interference. He stationed himself about 10 paces distant, behind the pillar of an adjoining house, and read on the address, to Monsieur du Vallon, at Monsieur Fouquet's, Saint-Mandé. "Good," he said, and then he unsealed, without tearing the letter, drew out the paper, which was folded in 4, from the inside, which contained only these words: "Dear Monsieur du Vallon, will you be good enough to tell Monsieur d'Herblay that he has been to the Bastille, and has been making inquiries? Your devoted de Baisemeaux." "Very good." "All right," exclaimed D'Artagnan, "it is clear enough now. Porthos is engaged in it." Being now satisfied of what he wished to know, Mordioux, thought the Musketeer, what is to be done with that poor devil of a soldier? That hot-headed, cunning fellow, de Baisemeaux, will make him pay dearly for my trick. If he returns without the letter, what will they do to him? Besides, I don't want the letter. When the egg has been sucked, what is the good of the shell? D'Artagnan perceived that the commissary and the archers had succeeded in convincing the soldier, and went on their way with the prisoner, the latter being still surrounded by the crowd, and continuing his complaints. D'Artagnan advanced into the very middle of the crowd, let the letter fall, without anyone having observed him, and then retreated rapidly. The soldier resumed his route towards Saint-Mandé, his mind occupied with the gentleman who had implored his protection. Suddenly he thought of his letter, and, looking at his belt, saw that it was no longer there. D'Artagnan derived no little satisfaction from his sudden, terrified cry. The poor soldier in the greatest anguish of mind looked round him on every side, and at last, about 20 paces behind him, he perceived the lucky envelope. He pounced on it like a falcon on its prey. The envelope was certainly a little dirty, and rather crumpled, but at all events the letter itself was found. D'Artagnan observed that the broken seal attracted the soldier's attention a good deal, but he finished apparently by consoling himself, and returned the letter to his belt. "Go on," said D'Artagnan, "I have plenty of time before me, so you may precede me. It appears that Aramis is not in Paris, since Baisemeaux writes to Porthos. Dear Porthos, how delighted I shall be to see him again, and to have some conversation with him," said the Gascon. And, regulating his pace according to that of the soldier, he promised himself to arrive a quarter of an hour after him at M. Fouquet's. 143. In which the reader will be delighted to find that Porthos has lost nothing of his strength. D'Artagnan had, according to his usual style, calculated that every hour is worth 60 minutes. And every minute worth 60 seconds. Thanks to this perfectly exact calculation of minutes and seconds, he reached the superintendent's door at the very moment the soldier was leaving it with his belt empty. D'Artagnan presented himself at the door, which a porter with a profusely embroidered livery held half open for him. D'Artagnan would very much have liked to enter without giving his name, but this was impossible, and so he gave it. Notwithstanding this concession, which ought to have removed every difficulty in the way, at least D'Artagnan thought so, the concierge hesitated. However, at the second repetition of the title, Captain of the King's Guards, the concierge, without quite leaving the passage clear for him, ceased to bar it completely. D'Artagnan understood that orders of the most positive character had been given. He decided, therefore, to tell a falsehood, a circumstance, moreover, which did not seriously affect his peace of mind, when he saw that beyond the falsehood the safety of the state itself, or even purely in simply his own individual personal interest, might be at stake. He moreover added to the declarations he had already made, that the soldier sent to M. du Vallon was his own messenger, and that the only object that letter had in view was to announce his intended arrival. From that moment, no one opposed D'Artagnan's entrance any further, and he entered accordingly. A valet wished to accompany him, but he answered that it was useless to take that trouble on his account, inasmuch as he knew perfectly well where M. du Vallon was. There was nothing, of course, to say to a man so thoroughly and completely informed on all points, and D'Artagnan was permitted, therefore, to do as he liked. The terraces, the magnificent apartments, the gardens, were all reviewed and narrowly inspected by the Musketeer. He walked for a quarter of an hour in this more than royal residence, which included as many wonders as articles of furniture, and as many servants as there were columns and doors. Decidedly, he said to himself, this mansion has no other limits than the pillars of the habitable world. Is it probable Porthos has taken it into his head to go back to Pierrefonds without even leaving M. Fouquet's house? He finally reached a remote part of the chateau enclosed by a stone wall, which was covered with a profusion of thick plants, luxuriant in blossoms as large and solid as fruit. At equal distances on the top of this wall were placed various statues in timid or mysterious attitudes. These were vestals hidden beneath the long Greek peplum, with its thick, sinuous folds. Agile nymphs, covered with their marble veils, and guarding the palace with their fugitive glances. A statue of Hermes, with his finger on his lips, one of Iris, with extended wings. Another of Night, sprinkled all over with poppies, dominated the gardens and outbuildings, which could be seen through the trees. All these statues threw in white relief their profiles upon the dark ground of the tall cypresses, which darted their somber summits towards the sky. Around these cypresses were entwined climbing roses, whose flowering rings were fastened to every fork of the branches, and spread over the lower boughs and the various statues. Showers of flowers of the rarest fragrance. These enchantments seemed to the Musketeer the result of the greatest efforts of the human mind. He felt in a dreamy, almost poetical, frame of mind. The idea that Porthos was living in so perfect an Eden gave him a higher idea of Porthos, showing how tremendously true it is. That even the very highest orders of minds are not quite exempt from the influence of surroundings. D'Artagnan found the door, and on, or rather in the door, a kind of spring which he detected. Having touched it, the door flew open. D'Artagnan entered, closed the door behind him, and advanced into a pavilion built in a circular form, in which no other sound could be heard but cascades and the songs of birds. At the door of the pavilion he met a lackey. "It is here, I believe," said D'Artagnan, without hesitation, "that le Baron du Vallon is staying." "Yes, monsieur," answered the lackey. "Have the goodness to tell him that le Chevalier d'Artagnan, captain of the king's musketeers, is waiting to see him." D'Artagnan was introduced into the salon, and had not long to remain in expectation. A well-remembered step shook the floor of the adjoining room, a door opened, or rather flew open. And Porthos appeared and threw himself into his friend's arms with a sort of embarrassment which did not ill become him. "You here?" he exclaimed. "And you?" replied D'Artagnan. "Ah, you sly fellow." "Yes," said Porthos, with a somewhat embarrassed smile, "yes, you see I am staying in M. Fouquet's house, at which you are not a little surprised, I suppose." "Not at all. Why should you not be one of M. Fouquet's friends?" M. Fouquet has a very large number, particularly among clever men. Porthos had the modesty not to take the compliment to himself. "Besides," he added, "you saw me at Belle Isle. A greater reason for my believing you to be one of M. Fouquet's friends." "The fact is, I am acquainted with him," said Porthos, with a certain embarrassment of manner. "Ah, friend Porthos," said D'Artagnan, "how treacherously you have behaved towards me." "In what way, exclaimed Porthos. What? You complete so admirable a work as the fortifications of Belle Isle, and you did not tell me of it. Porthos colored. Nay, more than that, continued D'Artagnan, you saw me out yonder, you know I am in the king's service, and yet you could not guess that the king. Jealously desirous of learning the name of the man whose abilities had wrought a work of which he heard the most wonderful accounts, you could not guess, I say. That the king sent me to learn who this man was? What? The king sent you to learn? Of course, but don't let us speak of that any more. Not speak of it, said Porthos, on the contrary, we will speak of it. And so the king knew that we were fortifying Belle Isle? Of course, does not the king know everything? But he did not know who was fortifying it. No, he only suspected, from what he had been told of the nature of the works, that it was some celebrated soldier or another. The devil, said Porthos, if I had only known that. You would not have run away from Vannes as you did, perhaps. No, what did you say when you couldn't find me? My dear fellow, I reflected. Ah, indeed, you reflect, do you? Well, and what did that reflection lead to? It led me to guess the whole truth. Come, then, tell me what did you guess after all? Said Porthos, settling himself into an armchair, and assuming the airs of a sphinx. I guessed, in the first place, that you were fortifying Belle Isle. There was no great difficulty in that, for you saw me at work. Wait a minute, I also guessed something else, that you were fortifying Belle Isle by M. Fouquet's orders. That's true. But even that is not all. Whenever I feel myself in trim for guessing, I do not stop on my road, and so I guessed that M. Fouquet wished to preserve the most absolute secrecy respecting these fortifications. I believe that was his intention, in fact, said Porthos. Yes, but do you know why he wished to keep it secret? In order it should not become known, perhaps, said Porthos. That was his principal reason. But his wish was subservient to a bit of generosity. In fact, said Porthos, I have heard it said that M. Fouquet was a very generous man. To a bit of generosity he wished to exhibit towards the king. Oh. You seem surprised at that? Yes. And you didn't guess? No. Well, I know it, then. You are a wizard. Not at all, I assure you. How do you know it, then? By a very simple means. I heard M. Fouquet himself say so to the king. Say what to the king? That he fortified Belle Isle on his Majesty's account, and that he had made him a present of Belle Isle. And you heard M. Fouquet say that to the king? In those very words. He even added, Belle Isle has been fortified by an engineer, one of my friends, a man of a great deal of merit, whom I shall ask your Majesty's permission to present to you. What is his name? Said the king. The Baron du Vallon, M. Fouquet replied. Very well, returned his Majesty, you will present him to me. The king said that. Upon the word of a D'Artagnan. Oh. Said Porthos. Why have I not been presented, then? Have they not spoken to you about this presentation? Yes, certainly, but I am always kept waiting for it. Be easy, it will be sure to come. Humph, grumbled Porthos, which D'Artagnan pretended not to hear. And, changing the conversation, he said, you seem to be living in a very solitary place here, my dear fellow. I always preferred retirement. I am of a melancholy disposition, replied Porthos, with a sigh. Really, that is odd, said D'Artagnan, I never remarked that before. It is only since I have taken to reading, said Porthos, with a thoughtful air. But the labors of the mind have not affected the health of the body, I trust. Not in the slightest degree. Your strength is as great as ever. Too great, my friend, too great. Ah! I had heard that, for a short time after your arrival. That I could hardly move a limb, I suppose. How was it? Said D'Artagnan, smiling, and why was it you could not move? Porthos, perceiving that he had made a mistake, wished to correct it. "Yes, I came from Belle Isle upon very hard horses," he said, "and that fatigued me. I am no longer astonished, then, since I, who followed you, found 7 or 8 lying dead on the road." "I am very heavy, you know," said Porthos. "So that you were bruised all over." "My marrow melted, and that made me very ill." Poor Porthos. "But how did Aramis act towards you under those circumstances?" "Very well, indeed. He had me attended to by M. Fouquet's own doctor. But just imagine, at the end of a week I could not breathe any longer." "What do you mean?" "The room was too small, I had absorbed every atom of air." "Indeed?" "I was told so, at least. And so I was removed into another apartment." "Where you were able to breathe, I hope and trust." "Yes, more freely, but no exercise, nothing to do." The doctor pretended that I was not to stir. I, on the contrary, felt that I was stronger than ever. That was the cause of a very serious accident." "What accident?" "Fancy, my dear fellow, that I revolted against the directions of that ass of a doctor, and I resolved to go out, whether it suited him or not, and, consequently, I told the valet who waited on me to bring me my clothes." "You were quite naked, then?" "Oh, no. On the contrary, I had a magnificent dressing gown to wear." The lackey obeyed. I dressed myself in my own clothes, which had become too large for me. But a strange circumstance had happened, my feet had become too large. "Yes, I quite understand." "And my boots too small." "You mean your feet were still swollen?" "Exactly, you have hit it." "Pardieu! And is that the accident you were going to tell me about?" "Oh, yes, I did not make the same reflection you have done. I said to myself, since my feet have entered my boots 10 times, there is no reason why they should not go in the 11th. Allow me to tell you, my dear Porthos, that on this occasion you failed in your logic. In short, then, they placed me opposite to a part of the room which was partitioned. I tried to get my boot on. I pulled it with my hands, I pushed with all the strength of the muscles of my leg, making the most unheard of efforts, when suddenly the 2 tags of my boot remained in my hands. And my foot struck out like a ballista. How learned you are in fortification, dear Porthos. My foot darted out like a ballista, and came against the partition, which it broke in. I really thought that, like Samson, I had demolished the temple. And the number of pictures, the quantity of china, vases of flowers, carpets, and window-panes that fell down were really wonderful. Indeed. Without reckoning that on the other side of the partition was a small table laden with porcelain. Which you knocked over. Which I dashed to the other side of the room, said Porthos, laughing. Upon my word, it is, as you say, astonishing, replied D'Artagnan, beginning to laugh also. Whereupon Porthos laughed louder than ever. I broke, said Porthos, in a voice half-choked from his increasing mirth, more than 3,000 francs worth of china, ha, ha, ha. Good, said D'Artagnan. I smashed more than 4,000 francs worth of glass, ho, ho, ho. Excellent. Without counting a lustre, which fell on my head and was broken into 1,000 pieces, ha, ha, ha. Upon your head, said D'Artagnan, holding his sides. On top. But your head was broken, I suppose? No, since I tell you, on the contrary, my dear fellow, that it was the lustre which was broken, like glass, which, in point of fact, it was. Ah! The lustre was glass, you say? Venetian glass. A perfect curiosity, quite matchless, indeed, and weighed 200 pounds. And it fell upon your head. Upon my head. Just imagine, a globe of crystal, gilded all over, the lower part beautifully encrusted, perfumes burning at the top, with jets from which flame issued when they were lighted. I quite understand, but they were not lighted at the time, I suppose. Happily not, or I should have been grilled prematurely. And you were only knocked down flat, instead? Not at all. How, not at all? Why, the lustre fell on my skull. It appears that we have upon the top of our heads an exceedingly thick crust. Who told you that, Porthos? The doctor. A sort of dome which would bear Notre Dame. Bah! Yes, it seems that our skulls are made in that manner. Speak for yourself, my dear fellow, it is your own skull that is made in that manner, and not the skulls of other people. Well, that may be so, said Porthos, conceitedly, so much, however, was that the case, in my instance, that no sooner did the lustre fall upon the dome which we have at the top of our head. Then there was a report like a cannon, the crystal was broken to pieces, and I fell, covered from head to foot. With blood, poor Porthos. Not at all, with perfumes, which smelt like rich creams, it was delicious, but the odor was too strong, and I felt quite giddy from it. Perhaps you have experienced it sometimes yourself, D'Artagnan? Yes, in inhaling the scent of the lily of the valley. So that, my poor friend, you were knocked over by the shock and overpowered by the perfumes? Yes. But what is very remarkable, for the doctor told me he had never seen anything like it. You had a bump on your head, I suppose, interrupted D'Artagnan. I had 5. Why 5? I will tell you, the lustre had, at its lower extremity, 5 gilt ornaments, excessively sharp. Oh! Well, these 5 ornaments penetrated my hair, which, as you see, I wear very thick. Fortunately so. And they made a mark on my skin. But just notice the singularity of it, these things seem really only to happen to me. Instead of making indentations, they made bumps. The doctor could never succeed in explaining that to me satisfactorily. Well, then, I will explain it to you. You will do me a great service if you will, said Porthos, winking his eyes, which, with him, was sign of the profoundest attention. Since you have been employing your brain in studies of an exalted character, in important calculations, and so on, the head has gained a certain advantage. So that your head is now too full of science. Do you think so? I am sure of it. The result is, that, instead of allowing any foreign matter to penetrate the interior of the head, your bony box or skull, which is already too full, avails itself of the openings which are made in allowing this excess to escape. Ah, said Porthos, to whom this explanation appeared clearer than that of the doctor. The 5 protuberances, caused by the 5 ornaments of the lustre, must certainly have been scientific globules, brought to the surface by the force of circumstances. In fact, said Porthos, the real truth is, that I felt far worse outside my head than inside. I will even confess, that when I put my hat upon my head, clapping it on my head with that graceful energy which we gentlemen of the sword possess, if my fist was not very gently applied, I experienced the most painful sensations. I quite believe you, Porthos. Therefore, my friend, said the giant, Fouquet decided, seeing how slightly built the house was, to give me another lodging, and so they brought me here. It is the private park, I think, is it not? Yes. Where the rendezvous are made, that park, indeed, which is so celebrated in some of those mysterious stories about the superintendent. I don't know. I have had no rendezvous or heard mysterious stories myself, but they have authorized me to exercise my muscles, and I take advantage of the permission by rooting up some of the trees. What for? To keep my hand in, and also to take some birds' nests. I find it more convenient than climbing. You are as pastoral as Tircis, my dear Porthos. Yes, I like the small eggs. I like them very much better than larger ones. You have no idea how delicate an omelette is, if made of 400 or 500 eggs of linnets, chaffinches, starlings, blackbirds, and thrushes. But 500 eggs is perfectly monstrous. A salad bowl will hold them easily enough, said Porthos. D'Artagnan looked at Porthos admiringly for full 5 minutes, as if he had seen him for the first time, while Porthos spread his chest out joyously and proudly. They remained in this state several minutes, Porthos smiling, and D'Artagnan looking at him. D'Artagnan was evidently trying to give the conversation a new turn. "Do you amuse yourself much here, Porthos?" he asked at last, very likely after he had found out what he was searching for. "Not always. I can imagine that. But when you get thoroughly bored, by and by, what do you intend to do?" "Oh. I shall not be here for any length of time. Aramis is waiting until the last bump on my head disappears, in order to present me to the king, who I am told cannot endure the sight of a bump." "Aramis is still in Paris, then?" "No. Whereabouts is he, then?" "At Fontainebleau." "Alone?" "With M. Fouquet." "Very good. But do you happen to know one thing?" "No, tell it me, and then I shall know." "Well, then, I think Aramis is forgetting you." "Do you really think so?" "Yes, for at Fontainebleau yonder, you must know, they are laughing, dancing, banqueting, and drawing the corks of M. de Mazarin's wine in fine style. Are you aware that they have a ballet every evening there? The deuce they have. I assure you that your dear Aramis is forgetting you." "Well, that is not at all unlikely, and I have myself thought so sometimes. Unless he is playing you a trick, the sly fellow." "Oh. You know that Aramis is as sly as a fox." "Yes, but to play me a trick. Listen, in the first place, he puts you under a sort of sequestration." "He sequestrates me." "Do you mean to say I am sequestrated?" "I think so. I wish you would have the goodness to prove that to me." "Nothing easier." "Do you ever go out?" "Never." "Do you ever ride on horseback?" "Never." "Are your friends allowed to come and see you?" "Never." "Very well, then, never to go out, never to ride on horseback, never to be allowed to see your friends, that is called being sequestrated." "But why should Aramis sequestrate me?" inquired Porthos. "Come," said D'Artagnan, "be frank, Porthos." "As gold." "It was Aramis who drew the plan of the fortifications at Belle Isle, was it not?" Porthos colored as he said, "Yes, but that was all he did." "Exactly, and my own opinion is that it was no very great affair after all." "That is mine, too." "Very good, I am delighted we are of the same opinion." "He never even came to Belle Isle," said Porthos. "There now, you see. It was I who went to Vannes, as you may have seen." "Say rather, as I did see." "Well, that is precisely the state of the case, my dear Porthos. Aramis, who only drew the plans, wishes to pass himself off as the engineer, whilst you, who, stone by stone, built the wall, the citadel, and the bastions. He wishes to reduce to the rank of a mere builder." "By builder, you mean mason, perhaps?" "Mason, the very word." "Plasterer, in fact." "Hodman." "Exactly." "Oh, oh. My dear Aramis, you seem to think you are only 25 years of age still." "Yes, and that is not all, for he believes you are 50. I should have amazingly liked to have seen him at work." "Yes, indeed." "A fellow who has got the gout." "Yes." "Who has lost 3 of his teeth." 4. "While I, look at mine." And Porthos, opening his large mouth very wide, displayed 2 rows of teeth not quite as white as snow, but even, hard, and sound as ivory. "You can hardly believe, Porthos," said D'Artagnan, "what a fancy the king has for good teeth. Yours decide me, I will present you to the king myself." "You? Why not? Do you think I have less credit at court than Aramis?" "Oh, no. Do you think I have the slightest pretensions upon the fortifications at Belle Isle?" "Certainly not. It is your own interest alone which would induce me to do it." "I don't doubt it in the least." "Well, I am the intimate friend of the king. And a proof of that is, that whenever there is anything disagreeable to tell him, it is I who have to do it. But, dear D'Artagnan, if you present me—" "Well. Aramis will be angry." "With me?" "No, with me." "Bah! Whether he or I present you, since you are to be presented, what does it matter? They were going to get me some clothes made. Your own are splendid. Oh! Those I had ordered were far more beautiful. Take care, the king likes simplicity. In that case, I will be simple. But what will M. Fouquet say, when he learns that I have left? Are you a prisoner, then, on parole? No, not quite that. But I promised him I would not leave without letting him know. Wait a minute, we shall return to that presently. Have you anything to do here? Nothing of any importance, at least. Unless, indeed, you are Aramis's representative for something of importance. By no means. What I tell you, pray, understand that, is out of interest for you. I suppose, for instance, that you are commissioned to send messages and letters to him. Ah! Letters, yes. I send certain letters to him. Where? To Fontainebleau. Have you any letters, then? But. Nay, let me speak. Have you any letters, I say? I have just received one for him. Interesting. I suppose so. You do not read them, then? I am not at all curious, said Porthos, as he drew out of his pocket the soldier's letter which Porthos had not read, but D'Artagnan had. Do you know what to do with it? Said D'Artagnan. Of course, do as I always do, send it to him. Not so. Why not? Keep it, then. Did they not tell you that this letter was important? Very important. Well, you must take it yourself to Fontainebleau. To Aramis? Yes. Very good. And since the king is there, you will profit by that. I shall profit by the opportunity to present you to the king. Ah! D'Artagnan, there is no one like you for expedients. Therefore, instead of forwarding to our friend any messages, which may or may not be faithfully delivered, we will ourselves be the bearers of the letter. I had never even thought of that, and yet it is simple enough. And therefore, because it is urgent, Porthos, we ought to set off at once. In fact, said Porthos, the sooner we set off the less chance there is of Aramis's letter being delayed. Porthos, your reasoning is always accurate, and, in your case, logic seems to serve as an auxiliary to the imagination. Do you think so? Said Porthos. It is the result of your hard reading, replied D'Artagnan. So come along, let us be off. But, said Porthos, my promise to M. Fouquet. Which? Not to leave Saint-Mandé without telling him of it. Ah! Porthos, said D'Artagnan, how very young you still are. In what way? You are going to Fontainebleau, are you not, where you will find M. Fouquet? Yes. Probably in the king's palace. Yes, repeated Porthos, with an air full of majesty. Well, you will accost him with these words, M. Fouquet, I have the honor to inform you that I have just left Saint-Mandé. And, said Porthos, with the same majestic mien, seeing me at Fontainebleau at the king's, M. Fouquet will not be able to tell me I am not speaking the truth. My dear Porthos, I was just on the point of opening my lips to make the same remark, but you anticipate me in everything. Oh! Porthos, how fortunately you are gifted. Years have made not the slightest impression on you. Not overmuch, certainly. Then there is nothing more to say. I think not. All your scruples are removed. Quite so. In that case I shall carry you off with me. Exactly, and I will go and get my horse saddled. You have horses here, then? I have 5. You had them sent from Pierrefonds, I suppose? No, M. Fouquet gave them to me. My dear Porthos, we shall not want 5 horses for 2 persons, besides, I have already 3 in Paris, which would make 8, and that will be too many. It would not be too many if I had some of my servants here, but, alas! I have not got them. Do you regret them, then? I regret Musketon, I miss Musketon. What a good-hearted fellow you are, Porthos, said D'Artagnan, but the best thing you can do is to leave your horses here, as you have left Musketon out yonder. Why so? Because, by and by, it might turn out a very good thing if Fouquet had never given you anything at all. I don't understand you, said Porthos. It is not necessary you should understand. But yet. I will explain to you later, Porthos. I'll wager it is some piece of policy or other. And of the most subtle character, returned D'Artagnan. Porthos nodded his head at this word policy, then, after a moment's reflection, he added, I confess, D'Artagnan, that I am no politician. I know that well. Oh. No one knows what you told me yourself, you, the bravest of the brave. What did I tell you, Porthos? That every man has his day. You told me so, and I have experienced it myself. There are certain days when one feels less pleasure than others in exposing one's self to a bullet or a sword thrust. Exactly my own idea. And mine, too, although I can hardly believe in blows or thrusts that kill outright. The deuce. And yet you have killed a few in your time. Yes, but I have never been killed. Your reason is a very good one. Therefore, I do not believe I shall ever die from a thrust of a sword or a gunshot. In that case, then, you are afraid of nothing. Ah. Water, perhaps. Oh. I swim like an otter. Of a quartan fever, then. I have never had one yet, and I don't believe I ever shall, but there is one thing I will admit, and Porthos dropped his voice. What is that? Asked D'Artagnan, adopting the same tone of voice as Porthos. I must confess, repeated Porthos, that I am horribly afraid of politics. Ah, bah, exclaimed D'Artagnan. Upon my word, it's true, said Porthos, in a stentorian voice. I have seen His Eminence Monsieur le Cardinal de Richelieu, and His Eminence Monsieur le Cardinal de Mazarin. The one was a red politician, the other a black politician. I never felt very much more satisfied with the one than with the other. The first struck off the heads of M. de Marillac, M. de Thou, M. de Cinq-Mars, M. Chalais, M. de Bouteville, and M. de Montmorency. The second got a whole crowd of Frondeurs cut in pieces, and we belonged to them. On the contrary, we did not belong to them, said D'Artagnan. Oh. Indeed, yes, for if I unsheathed my sword for the cardinal, I struck it for the king. My good Porthos. Well, I have done. My dread of politics is such, that if there is any question of politics in the matter, should greatly prefer to return to Pierrefonds. You would be quite right, if that were the case. But with me, my dear Porthos, no politics at all, that is quite clear. You have labored hard in fortifying Belle Isle. The king wished to know the name of the clever engineer under whose directions the works were carried out. You are modest, as all men of true genius are. Perhaps Aramis wishes to put you under a bushel. But I happen to seize hold of you, I make it known who you are, I produce you, the king rewards you, and that is the only policy I have to do with. And the only one I will have to do with either, said Porthos, holding out his hand to D'Artagnan. But D'Artagnan knew Porthos's grasp. He knew that, once imprisoned within the Baron's 5 fingers, no hand ever left it without being half crushed. He therefore held out, not his hand, but his fist, and Porthos did not even perceive the difference. The servants talked a little with each other in an undertone, and whispered a few words, which D'Artagnan understood, but which he took very good care not to let Porthos understand. Our friend, he said to himself, was really and truly Aramis's prisoner. Let us now see what the result will be of the liberation of the captive. 144. The Rat and the Cheese. D'Artagnan and Porthos returned on foot, as D'Artagnan had set out. When D'Artagnan, as he entered the shop of the Pilon d'Or, announced to Planchet that M. du Vallon would be one of the privileged travelers, and as the plume in Porthos's hat made the wooden candles suspended over the front jingle together. A melancholy presentiment seemed to eclipse the delight Planchet had promised himself for the morrow. But the grocer had a heart of gold, ever mindful of the good old times, a trait that carries youth into old age. So Planchet, notwithstanding a sort of internal shiver, checked as soon as experienced, received Porthos with respect, mingled with the tenderest cordiality. Porthos, who was a little cold and stiff in his manners at first, on account of the social difference existing at that period between a baron and a grocer, soon began to soften when he perceived so much good feeling and so many kind attentions in Planchet. He was particularly touched by the liberty which was permitted him to plunge his great palms into the boxes of dried fruits and preserves, into the sacks of nuts and almonds, and into the drawers full of sweetmeats. So that, notwithstanding Planchet's pressing invitations to go upstairs to the entresol, he chose as his favorite seat, during the evening which he had to spend at Planchet's house, the shop itself, where his fingers could always fish up whatever his nose detected. The delicious figs from Provence, filberts from the forest, Tours plums, were subjects of his uninterrupted attention for 5 consecutive hours. His teeth, like millstones, cracked heaps of nuts, the shells of which were scattered all over the floor, where they were trampled by everyone who went in and out of the shop. Porthos pulled from the stalk with his lips, at one mouthful, bunches of the rich muscatel raisins with their beautiful bloom, half a pound of which passed at one gulp from his mouth to his stomach. In one of the corners of the shop, Planchet's assistants, huddled together, looked at each other without venturing to open their lips. They did not know who Porthos was, for they had never seen him before. The race of those Titans who had worn the cuirasses of Hugh Capet, Philip Augustus, and Francis I had already begun to disappear. They could hardly help thinking he might be the ogre of the fairy tale, who was going to turn the whole contents of Planchet's shop into his insatiable stomach, and that, too, without in the slightest degree displacing the barrels and chests that were in it. Cracking, munching, chewing, nibbling, sucking, and swallowing, Porthos occasionally said to the grocer, "You do a very good business here, friend Planchet. He will very soon have none at all to do, if this sort of thing continues," grumbled the foreman, who had Planchet's word that he should be his successor. In the midst of his despair, he approached Porthos, who blocked up the whole of the passage leading from the back shop to the shop itself. He hoped that Porthos would rise and that this movement would distract his devouring ideas. "What do you want, my man?" asked Porthos, affably. "I should like to pass you, monsieur, if it is not troubling you too much." "Very well," said Porthos, "it does not trouble me in the least." At the same moment he took hold of the young fellow by the waistband, lifted him off the ground, and placed him very gently on the other side, smiling all the while with the same affable expression. As soon as Porthos had placed him on the ground, the lad's legs so shook under him that he fell back upon some sacks of corks. But noticing the giant's gentleness of manner, he ventured again, and said, "Ah, monsieur. Pray be careful." "What about?" inquired Porthos. "You are positively putting a fiery furnace into your body." "How is that, my good fellow?" "All those things are very heating to the system." "Which?" "Raisins, nuts, and almonds." "Yes. But if raisins, nuts, and almonds are heating, there is no doubt at all of it, monsieur." "Honey is very cooling," said Porthos, stretching out his hand toward a small barrel of honey which was open, and he plunged the scoop with which the wants of the customers were supplied into it, and swallowed a good half-pound at one gulp. "I must trouble you for some water now, my man," said Porthos. "In a pail, monsieur?" asked the lad, simply. "No, in a water bottle, that will be quite enough." And raising the bottle to his mouth, as a trumpeter does his trumpet, he emptied the bottle at a single draught. Planchet was agitated in every fibre of propriety and self-esteem. However, a worthy representative of the hospitality which prevailed in early days, he feigned to be talking very earnestly with D'Artagnan, and incessantly repeated, "Ah, monsieur, what a happiness! What an honor! What time shall we have supper, Planchet?" inquired Porthos. "I feel hungry." The foreman clasped his hands together. The two others got under the counters, fearing Porthos might have a taste for human flesh. "We shall only take a sort of snack here," said D'Artagnan. And when we get to Planchet's country seat, we will have supper. Ah, ah. So we are going to your country house, Planchet, said Porthos, so much the better. You overwhelm me, Monsieur le Baron. The Monsieur le Baron had a great effect upon the men, who detected a personage of the highest quality in an appetite of that kind. This title, too, reassured them. They had never heard that an ogre was ever called Monsieur le Baron. I will take a few biscuits to eat on the road, said Porthos, carelessly. And he emptied a whole jar of aniseed biscuits into the huge pocket of his doublet. My shop is saved, exclaimed Planchet. Yes, as the cheese was, whispered the foreman. What cheese? The Dutch cheese, inside which a rat had made his way, and we found only the rind left. Planchet looked all round his shop, and observing the different articles which had escaped Porthos's teeth, he found the comparison somewhat exaggerated. The foreman, who remarked what was passing in his master's mind, said, Take care, he is not gone yet. Have you any fruit here? Said Porthos, as he went upstairs to the entresol, where it had just been announced that some refreshment was prepared. Alas! Thought the grocer, addressing a look at D'Artagnan full of entreaty, which the latter half understood. As soon as they had finished eating they set off. It was late when the three riders, who had left Paris about 6 in the evening, arrived at Fontainebleau. The journey passed very agreeably. Porthos took a fancy to Planchet's society, because the latter was very respectful in his manners, and seemed delighted to talk to him about his meadows, his woods, and his rabbit warrens. Porthos had all the taste and pride of a landed proprietor. When D'Artagnan saw his two companions in earnest conversation, he took the opposite side of the road, and letting his bridle drop upon his horse's neck, separated himself from the whole world. As he had done from Porthos and from Planchet. The moon shone softly through the foliage of the forest. The breezes of the open country rose deliciously perfumed to the horses' nostrils, and they snorted and pranced along delightedly. Porthos and Planchet began to talk about hay crops. Planchet admitted to Porthos that in the advanced years of his life, he had certainly neglected agricultural pursuits for commerce. But that his childhood had been passed in Picardy in the beautiful meadows where the grass grew as high as the knees. And where he had played under the green apple trees covered with red-cheeked fruit. He went on to say, that he had solemnly promised himself that as soon as he should have made his fortune, he would return to nature, and end his days, as he had begun them. As near as he possibly could to the earth itself, where all men must sleep at last. Said Porthos, in that case, my dear Monsieur Planchet, your retirement is not far distant. How so? Why, you seem to be in the way of making your fortune very soon. Well, we are getting on pretty well, I must admit, replied Planchet. Come, tell me what is the extent of your ambition, and what is the amount you intend to retire upon. There is one circumstance, monsieur, said Planchet, without answering the question, which occasions me a good deal of anxiety. What is it? Inquired Porthos, looking all round him as if in search of the circumstance that annoyed Planchet, and desirous of freeing him from it. Why, formerly, said the grocer, you used to call me Planchet quite short, and you would have spoken to me then in a much more familiar manner than you do now. Certainly, I should have said so formerly, replied the good-natured Porthos, with an embarrassment full of delicacy, but formerly. Formerly I was D'Artagnan's lackey. Is not that what you mean? Yes. Well, if I am not quite his lackey, I am as much as ever I was his devoted servant, and more than that, since that time. Well, Planchet? Since that time, I have had the honor of being in partnership with him. Oh, said Porthos. What, has D'Artagnan gone into the grocery business? No, said D'Artagnan, whom these words had drawn out of his reverie. And who entered into the conversation with that readiness and rapidity which distinguished every operation of his mind and body. It was not D'Artagnan who entered into the grocery business, but Planchet who entered into a political affair with me. Yes, said Planchet, with mingled pride and satisfaction, we transacted a little business which brought me in 100,000 francs and D'Artagnan 200,000. Oh, oh! Said Porthos, with admiration. So that, Monsieur le Baron, continued the grocer, I again beg you to be kind enough to call me Planchet, as you used to do. And to speak to me as familiarly as in old times. You cannot possibly imagine the pleasure it would give me. If that be the case, my dear Planchet, I will do so, certainly, replied Porthos. And as he was quite close to Planchet, he raised his hand, as if to strike him on the shoulder, in token of friendly cordiality. But a fortunate movement of the horse made him miss his aim, so that his hand fell on the crupper of Planchet's horse, instead, which made the animal's legs almost give way. D'Artagnan burst out laughing, as he said, Take care, Planchet, for if Porthos begins to like you so much, he will caress you, and if he caresses you he will knock you as flat as a pancake. Porthos is still as strong as ever, you know. Oh, said Planchet, Mousqueton is not dead, and yet Monsieur le Baron is very fond of him. Certainly, said Porthos, with a sigh which made all the three horses rear, and I was only saying, this very morning, to D'Artagnan, how much I regretted him. But tell me, Planchet. Thank you, Monsieur le Baron, thank you. Good lad, good lad. How many acres of park have you got? Of park? Yes, we will reckon up the meadows presently, and the woods afterwards. Whereabouts, monsieur? At your chateau. Oh, Monsieur le Baron, I have neither chateau, nor park, nor meadows, nor woods. What have you got, then? Inquired Porthos, and why do you call it a country seat? I did not call it a country seat, Monsieur le Baron, replied Planchet, somewhat humiliated, but a country box. Ah, ah. I understand. You are modest. No, Monsieur le Baron, I speak the plain truth. I have rooms for a couple of friends, that's all. But in that case, whereabouts do your friends walk? In the first place, they can walk about the King's Forest, which is very beautiful. Yes, I know the forest is very fine, said Porthos, nearly as beautiful as my forest at Berry. Planchet opened his eyes very wide. Have you a forest of the same kind as the forest at Fontainebleau, Monsieur le Baron? He stammered out. Yes. I have two, indeed, but the one at Berry is my favorite. Why so? Asked Planchet. Because I don't know where it ends, and, also, because it is full of poachers. How can the poachers make the forest so agreeable to you? Because they hunt my game, and I hunt them, which, in these peaceful times, is for me a sufficiently pleasing picture of war on a small scale. They had reached this turn of conversation, when Planchet, looking up, perceived the houses at the commencement of Fontainebleau. The lofty outlines of which stood out strongly against the misty visage of the heavens. Whilst, rising above the compact and irregularly formed mass of buildings, the pointed roofs of the chateau were clearly visible, the slates of which glistened beneath the light of the moon. Like the scales of an immense fish. Gentlemen, said Planchet, I have the honor to inform you that we have arrived at Fontainebleau. 145. Planchet's country house. The cavaliers looked up, and saw that what Planchet had announced to them was true. 10 minutes afterwards they were in the street called the Rue de Lyon, on the opposite side of the hostelry of the Beau Paon. A high hedge of bushy elders, hawthorn, and wild hops formed an impenetrable fence, behind which rose a white house, with a high tiled roof. Two of the windows, which were quite dark, looked upon the street. Between the two, a small door, with a porch supported by a couple of pillars, formed the entrance to the house. The door was gained by a step raised a little from the ground. Planchet got off his horse, as if he intended to knock at the door. But, on second thoughts, he took hold of his horse by the bridle, and led it about 30 paces further on, his two companions following him. He then advanced about another 30 paces, until he arrived at the door of a cart-house, lighted by an iron grating, and, lifting up a wooden latch, pushed open one of the folding doors. He entered first, leading his horse after him by the bridle, into a small courtyard, where an odor met them which revealed their close vicinity to a stable. "That smells all right," said Porthos, loudly, getting off his horse, "and I almost begin to think I am near my own cows at Pierrefonds." "I have only one cow," Planchet hastened to say modestly. "And I have 30, said Porthos, "or rather, I don't exactly know how many I have." When the two cavaliers had entered, Planchet fastened the door behind them. In the meantime, D'Artagnan, who had dismounted with his usual agility, inhaled the fresh perfumed air with the delight a Parisian feels at the sight of green fields and fresh foliage. Plucked a piece of honeysuckle with one hand, and of sweetbriar with the other. Porthos clawed hold of some peas which were twined round poles stuck into the ground, and ate, or rather browsed upon them. Shells and all, and Planchet was busily engaged trying to wake up an old and infirm peasant, who was fast asleep in a shed, lying on a bed of moss, and dressed in an old stable suit of clothes. The peasant, recognizing Planchet, called him the master, to the grocer's great satisfaction. "Stable the horses well, old fellow, and you shall have something good for yourself," said Planchet. "Yes, yes, fine animals they are too," said the peasant. "Oh! They shall have as much as they like." "Gently, gently, my man," said D'Artagnan, "we are getting on a little too fast. A few oats and a good bed, nothing more." "Some bran and water for my horse," said Porthos, "for it is very warm, I think." "Don't be afraid, gentlemen," replied Planchet. "Daddy Celestin is an old gendarme, who fought at Ivry. He knows all about horses, so come into the house." And he led the way along a well-sheltered walk, which crossed a kitchen garden, then a small paddock, and came out into a little garden behind the house, the principal front of which, as we have already noticed, faced the street. As they approached, they could see, through two open windows on the ground floor, which led into a sitting room, the interior of Planchet's residence. This room, softly lighted by a lamp placed on the table, seemed, from the end of the garden, like a smiling image of repose, comfort, and happiness. In every direction where the rays of light fell, whether upon a piece of old china, or upon an article of furniture shining from excessive neatness, or upon the weapons hanging against the wall, the soft light was softly reflected. And its rays seemed to linger everywhere upon something or another, agreeable to the eye. The lamp which lighted the room, whilst the foliage of jasmine and climbing roses hung in masses from the window frames, splendidly illuminated a damask tablecloth as white as snow. The table was laid for 2 persons. Amber-colored wine sparkled in a long cut-glass bottle, and a large jug of blue china, with a silver lid, was filled with foaming cider. Near the table, in a high-backed armchair, reclined, fast asleep, a woman of about 30 years of age, her face the very picture of health and freshness. Upon her knees lay a large cat, with her paws folded under her, and her eyes half closed, purring in that significant manner which, according to feline habits, indicates perfect contentment. The 2 friends paused before the window in complete amazement, while Planchet, perceiving their astonishment, was in no little degree secretly delighted at it. "Ah! Planchet, you rascal," said D'Artagnan, "I now understand your absences." "Oh, oh! There is some white linen," said Porthos, in his turn, in a voice of thunder. At the sound of this gigantic voice, the cat took flight, the housekeeper woke up with a start, and Planchet, assuming a gracious air, introduced his 2 companions into the room, where the table was already laid. "Permit me, my dear," he said, "to present to you Monsieur le Chevalier d'Artagnan, my patron." D'Artagnan took the lady's hand in his in the most courteous manner, and with precisely the same chivalrous air as he would have taken Madame's. "Monsieur le Baron du Vallon de Bracieux de Pierrefonds," added Planchet. Porthos bowed with a reverence which Anne of Austria would have approved of. It was then Planchet's turn, and he unhesitatingly embraced the lady in question, not, however, until he had made a sign as if requesting D'Artagnan's and Porthos's permission. A permission as a matter of course frankly conceded. D'Artagnan complimented Planchet, and said, "You are indeed a man who knows how to make life agreeable." "Life, monsieur," said Planchet, laughing, "is capital which a man ought to invest as sensibly as he possibly can." "And you get very good interest for yours," said Porthos, with a burst of laughter like a peal of thunder. Planchet turned to his housekeeper. "You have before you," he said to her, "the two gentlemen who influenced the greatest, gayest, grandest portion of my life. I have spoken to you about them both very frequently." "And about two others as well," said the lady, with a very decided Flemish accent. "Madame is Dutch?" inquired D'Artagnan. Porthos curled his moustache, a circumstance which was not lost upon D'Artagnan, who noticed everything. "I am from Antwerp," said the lady. "And her name is Madame Gechter," said Planchet. "You should not call her Madame," said D'Artagnan. "Why not?" asked Planchet. "Because it would make her seem older every time you call her so." "Well, I call her Trüchen." "And a very pretty name too," said Porthos. "Trüchen," said Planchet, "came to me from Flanders with her virtue and 2,000 florins. She ran away from a brute of a husband who was in the habit of beating her. Being myself a Picard born, I was always very fond of the artesian women, and it is only a step from Artois to Flanders. She came crying bitterly to her godfather, my predecessor in the Rue de Lombards. She placed her 2,000 florins in my establishment, which I have turned to very good account, and which have brought her in 10,000. Bravo, Planchet. She is free and well off. She has a cow, a maid-servant and old Celestine at her orders, she mends my linen, knits my winter stockings, she only sees me every fortnight, and seems to make herself in all things tolerably happy. And indeed, gentlemen, I am very happy and comfortable," said Trüchen, with perfect ingenuousness. Porthos began to curl the other side of his moustache. "The deuce," thought D'Artagnan, "can Porthos have any intentions in that quarter?" In the meantime Trüchen had set her cook to work, had laid the table for two more, and covered it with every possible delicacy that could convert a light supper into a substantial meal. A meal into a regular feast. Fresh butter, salt beef, anchovies, tunny, a shopful of Planchet's commodities, fowls, vegetables, salad, fish from the pond and the river, game from the forest, all the produce, in fact, of the province. Moreover, Planchet returned from the cellar, laden with 10 bottles of wine, the glass of which could hardly be seen for the thick coating of dust which covered them. Porthos's heart began to expand as he said, "I am hungry," and he sat himself beside Madame Trüchen, whom he looked at in the most killing manner. D'Artagnan seated himself on the other side of her, while Planchet, discreetly and full of delight, took his seat opposite. "Do not trouble yourselves," he said, "if Trüchen should leave the table now and then during supper, for she will have to look after your bedrooms." In fact, the housekeeper made her escape quite frequently, and they could hear, on the first floor above them, the creaking of the wooden bedsteads and the rolling of the casters on the floor. While this was going on, the three men, Porthos especially, ate and drank gloriously. It was wonderful to see them. The 10 full bottles were 10 empty ones by the time Trüchen returned with the cheese. D'Artagnan still preserved his dignity and self-possession, but Porthos had lost a portion of his. And the mirth soon began to grow somewhat uproarious. D'Artagnan recommended a new descent into the cellar, and, as Planchet no longer walked with the steadiness of a well-trained foot soldier, the captain of the Musketeers proposed to accompany him. They set off, humming songs wild enough to frighten anybody who might be listening. Trüchen remained behind at table with Porthos. While the two wine-bibbers were looking behind the firewood for what they wanted, a sharp report was heard like the impact of a pair of lips on a lady's cheek. "Porthos fancies himself at La Rochelle," thought D'Artagnan, as they returned freighted with bottles. Planchet was singing so loudly that he was incapable of noticing anything. D'Artagnan, whom nothing ever escaped, remarked how much redder Trüchen's left cheek was than her right. Porthos was sitting on Trüchen's left, and was curling with both his hands both sides of his moustache at once, and Trüchen was looking at him with a most bewitching smile. The sparkling wine of Anjou very soon produced a remarkable effect upon the three companions. D'Artagnan had hardly strength enough left to take a candlestick to light Planchet up his own staircase. Planchet was pulling Porthos along, who was following Trüchen, who was herself jovial enough. It was D'Artagnan who found out the rooms and the beds. Porthos threw himself into the one destined for him, after his friend had undressed him. D'Artagnan got into his own bed, saying to himself, Mordioux! I had made up my mind never to touch that light-colored wine, which brings my early camp days back again. Fie! Fie! If my musketeers were only to see their captain in such a state. And drawing the curtains of his bed, he added, fortunately enough, though, they will not see me. The country is very amusing, said Porthos, stretching out his legs, which passed through the wooden footboard, and made a tremendous crash, of which, however, no one in the house was capable of taking the slightest notice. By 2 o'clock in the morning everyone was fast asleep. 146. Showing what could be seen from Planchet's house. The next morning found the three heroes sleeping soundly. Trüchen had closed the outside blinds to keep the first rays of the sun from the leaden-lidded eyes of her guests, like a kind, good housekeeper. It was still perfectly dark, then, beneath Porthos's curtains and under Planchet's canopy, when D'Artagnan, awakened by an indiscreet ray of light which made its way through a peek-hole in the shutters, jumped hastily out of bed, as if he wished to be the first at a forlorn hope. He took by assault Porthos's room, which was next to his own. The worthy Porthos was sleeping with a noise like distant thunder. In the dim obscurity of the room his gigantic frame was prominently displayed, and his swollen fist hung down outside the bed upon the carpet. D'Artagnan awoke Porthos, who rubbed his eyes in a tolerably good humor. In the meantime Planchet was dressing himself, and met at their bedroom doors his two guests, who were still somewhat unsteady from their previous evening's entertainment. Although it was yet very early, the whole household was already up. The cook was mercilessly slaughtering in the poultry yard, Celestin was gathering white cherries in the garden. Porthos, brisk and lively as ever, held out his hand to Planchet's, and D'Artagnan requested permission to embrace Madame Trüchen. The latter, to show that she bore no ill will, approached Porthos, upon whom she conferred the same favor. Porthos embraced Madame Trüchen, heaving an enormous sigh. Planchet took both his friends by the hand. I am going to show you over the house, he said. When we arrived last night it was as dark as an oven, and we were unable to see anything. But in broad daylight, everything looks different, and you will be satisfied, I hope. If we begin by the view you have here, said D'Artagnan, that charms me beyond everything. I have always lived in royal mansions, you know, and royal personages have tolerably sound ideas upon the selection of points of view. I am a great stickler for a good view myself, said Porthos. At my Château de Pierrefonds, I have had 4 avenues laid out, and at the end of each is a landscape of an altogether different character from the others. You shall see my prospect, said Planchet, and he led his two guests to a window. Ah, said D'Artagnan, this is the Rue de Lyon. Yes, I have 2 windows on this side, a paltry, insignificant view, for there is always that bustling and noisy inn, which is a very disagreeable neighbor. I had 4 windows here, but I bricked up 2. Let us go on, said D'Artagnan. They entered a corridor leading to the bedrooms, and Planchet pushed open the outside blinds. Hollow! What is that out yonder? Said Porthos. The forest, said Planchet. It is the horizon, a thick line of green, which is yellow in the spring, green in the summer, red in the autumn, and white in the winter. All very well, but it is like a curtain, which prevents one seeing a greater distance. Yes, said Planchet, still, one can see, at all events, everything that intervenes. Ah, the open country, said Porthos. But what is that I see out there, crosses and stones? Ah, that is the cemetery, exclaimed D'Artagnan. Precisely, said Planchet. I assure you it is very curious. Hardly a day passes that someone is not buried there, for Fontainebleau is by no means an inconsiderable place. Sometimes we see young girls clothed in white carrying banners, at others, some of the town council, or rich citizens, with choristers and all the parish authorities. And then, too, we see some of the officers of the king's household. I should not like that, said Porthos. There is not much amusement in it, at all events, said D'Artagnan. I assure you it encourages religious thoughts, replied Planchet. Oh, I don't deny that. But, continued Planchet, we must all die one day or another, and I once met with a maxim somewhere which I have remembered, that the thought of death is a thought that will do us all good. I am far from saying the contrary, said Porthos. But, objected D'Artagnan, the thought of green fields, flowers, rivers, blue horizons, extensive and boundless plains, is no less likely to do us good. If I had any, I should be far from rejecting them, said Planchet. But possessing only this little cemetery, full of flowers, so moss-grown, shady, and quiet, I am contented with it, and I think of those who live in town, in the Rue des Lombards, for instance. And who have to listen to the rumbling of a couple of thousand vehicles every day, and to the soulless tramp, tramp of 150,000 foot passengers. But living, said Porthos, living, remember that. That is exactly the reason, said Planchet, timidly, why I feel it does me good to contemplate a few dead. Upon my word, said D'Artagnan, that fellow Planchet is born a philosopher as well as a grocer. Monsieur, said Planchet, I am one of those good-humored sort of men whom heaven created for the purpose of living a certain span of days. And of considering all things good they meet with during their transitory stay on earth. D'Artagnan sat down close to the window, and as there seemed to be something substantial in Planchet's philosophy, he mused over it. Ah! Exclaimed Planchet, if I am not mistaken, we are going to have a representation now, for I think I heard something like chanting. Yes, said D'Artagnan, I hear singing too. Oh, it is only a burial of a very poor description, said Planchet, disdainfully, the officiating priest, the beadle, and only one chorister boy, nothing more. You observe, messrs, that the defunct lady or gentleman could not have been of very high rank. No one seems to be following the coffin. Yes, said Porthos, I see a man. You are right, a man wrapped in a cloak, said D'Artagnan. It's not worth looking at, said Planchet. I find it interesting, said D'Artagnan, leaning on the windowsill. Come, you are beginning to take a fancy to the place already, said Planchet, delightedly, it is exactly my own case. I was so melancholy at first that I could do nothing but make the sign of the cross all day, and the chants were like so many nails being driven into my head. But now, they lull me to sleep, and no bird I have ever seen or heard can sing better than those which are to be met with in this cemetery. Well, said Porthos, this is beginning to get a little dull for me, and I prefer going downstairs. Planchet with one bound was beside his guest, whom he offered to lead into the garden. What? Said Porthos to D'Artagnan, as he turned round, are you going to remain here? Yes, I will join you presently. Well, D'Artagnan is right, after all, said Planchet, are they beginning to bury yet? Not yet. Ah. Yes, the gravedigger is waiting until the cords are fastened round the bier. But, see, a woman has just entered the cemetery at the other end. Yes, my dear Planchet, said D'Artagnan, quickly, leave me. I feel I am beginning already to be much comforted by my meditations, so do not interrupt me. Planchet left, and D'Artagnan remained, devouring with his eager gaze from behind the half-closed blinds what was taking place just before him. The two bearers of the corpse had unfastened the straps by which they carried the litter, and were letting their burden glide gently into the open grave. At a few paces distant, the man with the cloak wrapped round him, the only spectator of this melancholy scene, was leaning with his back against a large cypress tree, and kept his face and person entirely concealed from the gravediggers and the priests. The corpse was buried in 5 minutes. The grave having been filled up, the priests turned away, and the gravedigger having addressed a few words to them, followed them as they moved away. The man in the mantle bowed as they passed him, and put a piece of gold into the gravedigger's hand. Mordioux, murmured D'Artagnan, it is Aramis himself. Aramis, in fact, remained alone, on that side at least, for hardly had he turned his head when a woman's footsteps, and the rustling of her dress, were heard in the path close to him. He immediately turned round, and took off his hat with the most ceremonious respect. He led the lady under the shelter of some walnut and lime trees, which overshadowed a magnificent tomb. Ah! Who would have thought it, said D'Artagnan, the Bishop of Vannes at a rendezvous. He is still the same Abbé Aramis as he was at Noisy-le-Sec, yes, he added, after a pause. But as it is in a cemetery, the rendezvous is sacred. But he almost laughed. The conversation lasted for fully half an hour. D'Artagnan could not see the lady's face, for she kept her back turned towards him. But he saw perfectly well, by the erect attitude of both the speakers, by their gestures, by the measured and careful manner with which they glanced at each other, either by way of attack or defense, that they must be conversing about any other subject than of love. At the end of the conversation the lady rose, and bowed profoundly to Aramis. Oh, said D'Artagnan, this rendezvous finishes like one of a very tender nature though. The cavalier kneels at the beginning, the young lady by and by gets tamed down, and then it is she who has to supplicate. Who is this lady? I would give anything to ascertain. This seemed impossible, however, for Aramis was the first to leave. The lady carefully concealed her head and face, and then immediately departed. D'Artagnan could hold out no longer. He ran to the window which looked out on the Rue de Lyon, and saw Aramis entering the inn. The lady was proceeding in quite an opposite direction, and seemed, in fact, to be about to rejoin an equipage, consisting of 2 led horses and a carriage, which he could see standing close to the borders of the forest. She was walking slowly, her head bent down, absorbed in the deepest meditation. Mordioux! Mordioux! I must and will learn who that woman is, said the musketeer again. And then, without further deliberation, he set off in pursuit of her. As he was going along, he tried to think how he could possibly contrive to make her raise her veil. She is not young, he said, and is a woman of high rank in society. I ought to know that figure and peculiar style of walk. As he ran, the sound of his spurs and of his boots upon the hard ground of the street made a strange jingling noise, a fortunate circumstance in itself, which he was far from reckoning upon. The noise disturbed the lady. She seemed to fancy she was being either followed or pursued, which was indeed the case, and turned round. D'Artagnan started as if he had received a charge of small shot in his legs, and then turning suddenly round as if he were going back the same way he had come, he murmured, Madame de Chevreuse. D'Artagnan would not go home until he had learnt everything. He asked Celestin to inquire of the gravedigger whose body it was they had buried that morning. A poor Franciscan mendicant friar, replied the latter, who had not even a dog to love him in this world, and to accompany him to his last resting place. If that were really the case, thought D'Artagnan, we should not have found Aramis present at his funeral. The Bishop of Vannes is not precisely a dog as far as devotion goes, his scent, however, is quite as keen, I admit. 147. How Porthos, Trüchen, and Planchet parted with each other on friendly terms, thanks to D'Artagnan. There was good living in Planchet's house. Porthos broke a ladder and 2 cherry trees, stripped the raspberry bushes, and was only unable to succeed in reaching the strawberry beds on account, as he said, of his belt. Trüchen, who had become quite sociable with the giant, said that it was not the belt so much as his corporation. And Porthos, in a state of the highest delight, embraced Trüchen, who gathered him a pailful of the strawberries, and made him eat them out of her hands. D'Artagnan, who arrived in the midst of these little innocent flirtations, scolded Porthos for his indolence, and silently pitied Planchet. Porthos breakfasted with a very good appetite, and when he had finished, he said, looking at Trüchen, I could make myself very happy here. Trüchen smiled at his remark, and so did Planchet, but not without embarrassment. D'Artagnan then addressed Porthos, you must not let the delights of Capua make you forget the real object of our journey to Fontainebleau. My presentation to the king? Certainly. I am going to take a turn in the town to get everything ready for that. Do not think of leaving the house, I beg. Oh, no, exclaimed Porthos. Planchet looked at D'Artagnan nervously. Will you be away long? He inquired. No, my friend, and this very evening I will release you from 2 troublesome guests. Oh. Monsieur d'Artagnan. Can you say? No, no. You are a noble-hearted fellow, but your house is very small. Such a house, with 6 acres of land, would be fit for a king, and make him very happy, too. But you were not born a great lord. No more was Porthos, murmured Planchet. But he has become so, my good fellow. His income has been 100,000 francs a year for the last 20 years, and for the last 50 years Porthos has been the owner of a couple of fists and a backbone, which are not to be matched throughout the whole realm of France. Porthos is a man of the very greatest consequence compared to you, and, well, I need say no more, for I know you are an intelligent fellow. No, no, monsieur, explain what you mean. Look at your orchard, how stripped it is, how empty your larder, your bedstead broken, your cellar almost exhausted. Look too, at Madame Trüchen. Oh. My goodness gracious, said Planchet. Madame Trüchen is an excellent person, continued D'Artagnan, but keep her for yourself, do you understand? And he slapped him on the shoulder. Planchet at this moment perceived Porthos and Trüchen sitting close together in an arbor. Trüchen, with a grace of manner peculiarly Flemish, was making a pair of earrings for Porthos out of a double cherry, while Porthos was laughing as amorously as Samson in the company of Delilah. Planchet pressed D'Artagnan's hand, and ran towards the arbor. We must do Porthos the justice to say that he did not move as they approached, and, very likely, he did not think he was doing any harm. Nor indeed did Trüchen move either, which rather put Planchet out. But he, too, had been so accustomed to see fashionable folk in his shop, that he found no difficulty in putting a good countenance on what seemed disagreeable or rude. Planchet seized Porthos by the arm, and proposed to go and look at the horses, but Porthos pretended he was tired. Planchet then suggested that the Baron du Vallon should taste some noyeau of his own manufacture, which was not to be equalled anywhere, an offer the Baron immediately accepted. And, in this way, Planchet managed to engage his enemy's attention during the whole of the day, by dint of sacrificing his cellar, in preference to his amour propre. 2 hours afterwards D'Artagnan returned. Everything is arranged, he said, I saw his Majesty at the very moment he was setting off for the chase, the king expects us this evening. The king expects me, cried Porthos, drawing himself up. It is a sad thing to have to confess, but a man's heart is like an ocean billow. For, from that very moment Porthos ceased to look at Madame Trüchen in that touching manner which had so softened her heart. Planchet encouraged these ambitious leanings as best he could. He talked over, or rather gave exaggerated accounts of all the splendors of the last reign, its battles, sieges, and grand court ceremonies. He spoke of the luxurious display which the English made, the prizes the 3 brave companions carried off, and how D'Artagnan, who at the beginning had been the humblest of the 4, finished by becoming the leader. He fired Porthos with a generous feeling of enthusiasm by reminding him of his early youth now passed away. He boasted as much as he could of the moral life this great lord had led, and how religiously he respected the ties of friendship. He was eloquent, and skillful in his choice of subjects. He tickled Porthos, frightened Trüchen, and made D'Artagnan think. At 6 o'clock, the musketeer ordered the horses to be brought round, and told Porthos to get ready. He thanked Planchet for his kind hospitality, whispered a few words about a post he might succeed in obtaining for him at court, which immediately raised Planchet in Trüchen's estimation. Where the poor grocer, so good, so generous, so devoted, had become much lowered ever since the appearance and comparison with him of the 2 great gentlemen. Such, however, is a woman's nature, they are anxious to possess what they have not got, and disdain it as soon as it is acquired. After having rendered this service to his friend Planchet, D'Artagnan said in a low tone of voice to Porthos, "That is a very beautiful ring you have on your finger." "It is worth 300 pistoles," said Porthos. "Madame Trüchen will remember you better if you leave her that ring," replied D'Artagnan, a suggestion which Porthos seemed to hesitate to adopt. "You think it is not beautiful enough, perhaps," said the Musketeer. "I understand your feelings. A great lord such as you would not think of accepting the hospitality of an old servant without paying him most handsomely for it, but I am sure that Planchet is too good-hearted a fellow to remember that you have an income of 100,000 francs a year." "I have more than half a mind," said Porthos, flattered by the remark, "to make Madame Trüchen a present of my little farm at Bracieux. It has 12 acres. "It is too much, my good Porthos, too much just at present. Keep it for a future occasion." He then took the ring off Porthos's finger, and approaching Trüchen, said to her, "Madame, Monsieur le Baron hardly knows how to entreat you, out of your regard for him, to accept this little ring. Du Vallon is one of the most generous and discreet men of my acquaintance. He wished to offer you a farm that he has at Bracieux, but I dissuaded him from it." "Oh!" said Trüchen, looking eagerly at the diamond. "Monsieur le Baron," exclaimed Planchet, quite overcome. "My good friend," stammered out Porthos, delighted at having been so well represented by D'Artagnan. These several exclamations, uttered at the same moment, made quite a pathetic winding up of a day which might have finished in a very ridiculous manner. But D'Artagnan was there, and, on every occasion, wheresoever D'Artagnan exercised any control, matters ended only just in the very way he wished and willed. There were general embracings. Trüchen, whom the Baron's munificence had restored to her proper position, very timidly, and blushing all the while, presented her forehead to the great lord with whom she had been on such very pretty terms the evening before. Planchet himself was overcome by a feeling of genuine humility. Still, in the same generosity of disposition, Porthos would have emptied his pockets into the hands of the cook and of Celestin. But D'Artagnan stopped him. "No," he said, "it is now my turn." And he gave 1 pistole to the woman and 2 to the man. And the benedictions which were showered down upon them would have rejoiced the heart of Harpagon himself, and have rendered even him a prodigal. D'Artagnan made Planchet lead them to the chateau, and introduced Porthos into his own apartment, where he arrived safely without having been perceived by those he was afraid of meeting. 148. The presentation of Porthos at court. At 7 o'clock the same evening, the king gave an audience to an ambassador from the United Provinces, in the grand reception room. The audience lasted a quarter of an hour. His Majesty afterwards received those who had been recently presented, together with a few ladies, who paid their respects first. In one corner of the salon, concealed behind a column, Porthos and D'Artagnan were conversing together, waiting until their turn arrived. "Have you heard the news?" inquired the Musketeer of his friend. "No." "Well, look, then." Porthos raised himself on tiptoe, and saw Fouquet in full court dress, leading Aramis towards the king. "Aramis," said Porthos. "Presented to the king by Fouquet." "Ah," ejaculated Porthos. "For having fortified Belle-Isle," continued D'Artagnan. "And I?" "You, oh, you. As I have already had the honor of telling you, are the good-natured, kind-hearted Porthos, and so they begged you to take care of Saint-Mandé a little." "Ah," repeated Porthos. "But, happily, I was there," said D'Artagnan, "and presently it will be my turn." At this moment Fouquet addressed the king. "Sire," he said, "I have a favor to solicit of your Majesty. D'Herblay is not ambitious, but he knows when he can be of service. Your Majesty needs a representative at Rome, who would be able to exercise a powerful influence there. May I request a cardinal's hat for D'Herblay?" The king started. "I do not often solicit anything of your Majesty," said Fouquet. "That is a reason, certainly," replied the king, who always expressed any hesitation he might have in that manner, and to which remark there was nothing to say in reply. Fouquet and Aramis looked at each other. The king resumed, M. d'Herblay can serve us equally well in France, an archbishopric, for instance. Sire, objected Fouquet, with a grace of manner peculiarly his own, your majesty overwhelms M. d'Herblay. The archbishopric may, in your majesty's extreme kindness, be conferred in addition to the hat, the one does not exclude the other. The king admired the readiness which he displayed, and smiled, saying, D'Artagnan himself could not have answered better. He had no sooner pronounced the name than D'Artagnan appeared. Did your majesty call me? He said. Aramis and Fouquet drew back a step, as if they were about to retire. Will your majesty allow me, said D'Artagnan quickly, as he led forward Porthos, to present to your majesty le Baron du Vallon, one of the bravest gentlemen of France? As soon as Aramis saw Porthos, he turned as pale as death, while Fouquet clenched his hands under his ruffles. D'Artagnan smiled blandly at both of them, while Porthos bowed, visibly overcome before the royal presence. Porthos here, murmured Fouquet in Aramis's ear. Hush! Deep treachery at work, hissed the latter. Sire, said D'Artagnan, it is more than 6 years ago I ought to have presented M. du Vallon to your majesty. But certain men resemble stars, they move not 1 inch unless their satellites accompany them. The Pleiades are never disunited, and that is the reason I have selected, for the purpose of presenting him to you, the very moment when you would see M. d'Herblay by his side. Aramis almost lost countenance. He looked at D'Artagnan with a proud, haughty air, as though willing to accept the defiance the latter seemed to throw down. Ah! These gentlemen are good friends, then, said the king. Excellent friends, sire, the one can answer for the other. Ask M. de Vallon now in what manner Belle-Isle was fortified. Fouquet moved back a step. Belle-Isle, said Aramis, coldly, was fortified by that gentleman, and he indicated Porthos with his hand, who bowed a second time. Louis could not withhold his admiration, though at the same time his suspicions were aroused. Yes, said D'Artagnan, but ask Monsieur le Baron whose assistance he had in carrying the works out. Aramis's, said Porthos, frankly, and he pointed to the bishop. What the deuce does all this mean? Thought the bishop, and what sort of a termination are we to expect to this comedy? What? Exclaimed the king, is the cardinal's, I mean this bishop's, name Aramis? His nom de guerre, said D'Artagnan. My nickname, said Aramis. A truce to modesty, exclaimed D'Artagnan. Beneath the priest's robe, sire, is concealed the most brilliant officer, a gentleman of the most unparalleled intrepidity, and the wisest theologian in your kingdom. Louis raised his head. And an engineer, also, it appears, he said, admiring Aramis's calm, imperturbable self-possession. An engineer for a particular purpose, sire, said the latter. My companion in the Musketeers, sire, said D'Artagnan, with great warmth of manner, the man who has more than 100 times aided your father's ministers by his advice, M. d'Herblay, in a word, who, with M. du Vallon, myself, and M. le Comte de la Fere, who is known to your majesty, formed that quartet which was a good deal talked about during the late king's reign, and during your majesty's minority. And who fortified Belle-Isle, the king repeated, in a significant tone. Aramis advanced and bowed, in order to serve the son as I served the father. D'Artagnan looked very narrowly at Aramis while he uttered these words, which displayed so much true respect, so much warm devotion, such entire frankness and sincerity, that even he, D'Artagnan, the eternal doubter, he, the almost infallible in judgment, was deceived by it. A man who lies cannot speak in such a tone as that, he said. Louis was overcome by it. In that case, he said to Fouquet, who anxiously awaited the result of this proof, the cardinal's hat is promised. Monsieur d'Herblay, I pledge you my honor that the first promotion shall be yours. Thank him, Fouquet, for it. Colbert overheard these words, they stung him to the quick, and he left the salon abruptly. And you, Monsieur du Vallon, said the king, what have you to ask? I am truly pleased to have it in my power to acknowledge the services of those who were faithful to my father. Sire, began Porthos, but he was unable to proceed with what he was going to say. Sire, exclaimed D'Artagnan, this worthy gentleman is utterly overpowered by your Majesty's presence, he who so valiantly sustained the looks and the fire of 1,000 foes. But, knowing what his thoughts are, I, who am more accustomed to gaze upon the sun, can translate them. He needs nothing, absolutely nothing. His sole desire is to have the happiness of gazing upon your Majesty for a quarter of an hour. You shall sup with me this evening, said the king, saluting Porthos with a gracious smile. Porthos became crimson from delight and pride. The king dismissed him, and D'Artagnan pushed him into the adjoining apartment, after he had embraced him warmly. Sit next to me at table, said Porthos in his ear. Yes, my friend. Aramis is annoyed with me, I think. Aramis has never liked you so much as he does now. Fancy, it was I who was the means of his getting the cardinal's hat. Of course, said Porthos. By the by, does the king like his guests to eat much at his table? It is a compliment to himself if you do, said D'Artagnan, for he himself possesses a royal appetite. 149. Explanations. Aramis cleverly managed to effect a diversion for the purpose of finding D'Artagnan and Porthos. He came up to the latter, behind one of the columns, and, as he pressed his hand, said, So you have escaped from my prison? Do not scold him, said D'Artagnan. It was I, dear Aramis, who set him free. Ah! My friend, replied Aramis, looking at Porthos, could you not have waited with a little more patience? D'Artagnan came to the assistance of Porthos, who already began to breathe hard, in sore perplexity. You see, you members of the church are great politicians. We mere soldiers come at once to the point. The facts are these, I went to pay Baisemeaux a visit. Aramis pricked up his ears at this announcement. Stay, said Porthos. You make me remember that I have a letter from Baisemeaux for you, Aramis. And Porthos held out the bishop the letter we have already seen. Aramis begged to be allowed to read it, and read it without D'Artagnan feeling in the slightest degree embarrassed by the circumstance that he was so well acquainted with the contents of it. Besides, Aramis's face was so impenetrable, that D'Artagnan could not but admire him more than ever. After he had read it, he put the letter into his pocket with the calmest possible air. You were saying, Captain, he observed. I was saying, continued the Musketeer, that I had gone to pay Baisemeaux a visit on His Majesty's service. On His Majesty's service, said Aramis. Yes, said D'Artagnan, and, naturally enough, we talked about you and our friends. I must say that Baisemeaux received me coldly, so I soon took my leave of him. As I was returning, a soldier accosted me, and said, no doubt as he recognized me, notwithstanding I was in private clothes, Captain. Will you be good enough to read me the name written on this envelope? And I read, to Monsieur du Vallon, at M. Fouquet's house, Saint-Mandé. The deuce, I said to myself, Porthos has not returned, then, as I fancied, to Belle-Isle, or to Pierrefonds, but is at M. Fouquet's house, at Saint-Mandé, and as M. Fouquet is not at Saint-Mandé, Porthos must be quite alone, or, at all events, with Aramis. I will go and see Porthos, and I accordingly went to see Porthos. Very good, said Aramis, thoughtfully. You never told me that, said Porthos. I had no time, my friend. And you brought back Porthos with you to Fontainebleau? Yes, to Planchet's house. Does Planchet live at Fontainebleau? Inquired Aramis. Yes, near the cemetery, said Porthos, thoughtlessly. What do you mean by, near the cemetery? Said Aramis, suspiciously. Come, thought the Musketeer, since there is to be a squabble, let us take advantage of it. Yes, the cemetery, said Porthos. Planchet is a very excellent fellow, who makes very excellent preserves, but his house has windows which look out upon the cemetery. And a confoundedly melancholy prospect it is. So this morning. This morning, said Aramis, more and more excited. D'Artagnan turned his back to them, and walked to the window, where he began to play a march upon one of the panes of glass. Yes, this morning we saw a man buried there. Ah! Very depressing, was it not? I should never be able to live in a house where burials can always be seen from the window. D'Artagnan, on the contrary, seems to like it very much. So D'Artagnan saw it as well. Not simply saw it, he literally never took his eyes off the whole time. Aramis started, and turned to look at the Musketeer, but the latter was engaged in earnest conversation with Saint Aignan. Aramis continued to question Porthos, and when he had squeezed all the juice out of this enormous lemon, he threw the peel aside. He turned towards his friend D'Artagnan, and clapping him on the shoulder, when Saint Aignan had left him, the king's supper having been announced, said, "D'Artagnan." "Yes, my dear fellow," he replied. "We do not sup with his majesty, I believe." "Well, we do. Can you give me 10 minutes' conversation?" 20, if you like. His majesty will take quite that time to get properly seated at table. Where shall we talk, then? Here, upon these seats if you like. The king has left, we can sit down, and the apartment is empty. Let us sit down, then. They sat down, and Aramis took one of D'Artagnan's hands in his. "Tell me, candidly, my dear friend, whether you have not counseled Porthos to distrust me a little?" "I admit, I have, but not as you understand it. I saw that Porthos was bored to death, and I wished, by presenting him to the king, to do for him, and for you, what you would never do for yourselves." "What is that?" "Speak in your own praise." "And you have done it most nobly, I thank you." "And I brought the cardinal's hat a little nearer, just as it seemed to be retreating from you." "Ah! I admit that," said Aramis, with a singular smile, "you are, indeed, not to be matched for making your friends' fortunes for them. You see, then, that I only acted with the view of making Porthos's fortune for him. I meant to have done that myself, but your arm reaches farther than ours." It was now D'Artagnan's turn to smile. "Come," said Aramis, "we ought to deal truthfully with each other. Do you still love me, D'Artagnan?" "The same as I used to do," replied D'Artagnan, without compromising himself too much by this reply. "In that case, thanks, and now, for the most perfect frankness," said Aramis. "You visited Belle-Isle on behalf of the king?" "Pardieu! You wished to deprive us of the pleasure of offering Belle-Isle completely fortified to the king. But before I could deprive you of that pleasure, I ought to have been made acquainted with your intention of doing so. You came to Belle-Isle without knowing anything?" "Of you?" "Yes. How the devil could I imagine that Aramis had become so clever an engineer as to be able to fortify like Polybius, or Archimedes?" "True. And yet you smelt me out over yonder." "Oh. Yes. And Porthos, too." "I did not divine that Aramis was an engineer. I was only able to guess that Porthos might have become one. There is a saying, one becomes an orator, one is born a poet. But it has never been said, one is born Porthos, and one becomes an engineer." "Your wit is always amusing," said Aramis, coldly. "Well, I will go on." "Do." "When you found out our secret, you made all the haste you could to communicate it to the king." "I certainly made as much haste as I could, since I saw that you were making still more. When a man weighing 258 pounds, as Porthos does, rides post. When a gouty prelate, I beg your pardon, but you yourself told me you were so, when a prelate scours the highway, I naturally supposed that my two friends, who did not wish to be communicative with me, had certain matters of the highest importance to conceal from me, and so I made as much haste as my leanness and the absence of gout would allow. Did it not occur to you, my dear friend, that you might be rendering Porthos and myself a very sad service?" "Yes, I thought it not unlikely. But you and Porthos made me play a very ridiculous part at Belle-Isle." "I beg your pardon," said Aramis. "Excuse me," said D'Artagnan. "So that," pursued Aramis, "you now know everything?" "No, indeed. You know I was obliged to inform M. Fouquet of what had happened, in order that he would be able to anticipate what you might have to tell the king. That is rather obscure. Not at all. M. Fouquet has his enemies, you will admit that, I suppose. Certainly. And one in particular. A dangerous one. A mortal enemy. Well, in order to counteract that man's influence, it was necessary that M. Fouquet should give the king a proof of his great devotion to him, and of his readiness to make the greatest sacrifices. He surprised his majesty by offering him Belle Isle. If you had been the first to reach Paris, the surprise would have been destroyed, it would have looked as if we had yielded to fear. I understand. That is the whole mystery, said Aramis, satisfied that he had at last quite convinced the musketeer. Only, said the latter, it would have been more simple to have taken me aside, and said to me, my dear D'Artagnan, we are fortifying Belle Isle, and intend to offer it to the king. Tell us frankly, for whom you are acting. Are you a friend of M. Colbert, or of M. Fouquet? Perhaps I should not have answered you, but you would have added, are you my friend? I should have said, yes. Aramis hung down his head. In this way, continued D'Artagnan, you would have paralyzed my movements, and I should have gone to the king, and said, Sire, M. Fouquet is fortifying Belle Isle, and exceedingly well, too, but here is a note, which the governor of Belle Isle gave me for your majesty, or, M. Fouquet is about to wait upon your majesty to explain his intentions with regard to it. I should not have been placed in an absurd position. You would have enjoyed the surprise so long planned, and we should not have had any occasion to look askant at each other when we met. While, on the contrary, replied Aramis, you have acted altogether as one friendly to M. Colbert. And you really are a friend of his, I suppose? Certainly not, indeed, exclaimed the captain. M. Colbert is a mean fellow, and I hate him as I used to hate Mazarin, but without fearing him. Well, then, said Aramis, I love M. Fouquet, and his interests are mine. You know my position. I have no property or means whatever. M. Fouquet gave me several livings, a bishopric as well. M. Fouquet has served and obliged me like the generous-hearted man he is, and I know the world sufficiently well to appreciate a kindness when I meet with one. M. Fouquet has won my regard, and I have devoted myself to his service. You could not possibly do better. You will find him a very liberal master. Aramis bit his lips. And then said, the best a man could possibly have. He then paused for a minute, D'Artagnan taking good care not to interrupt him. I suppose you know how Porthos got mixed up in all this? No, said D'Artagnan, I am curious, of course, but I never question a friend when he wishes to keep a secret from me. Well, then, I will tell you. It is hardly worth the trouble, if the confidence is to bind me in any way. Oh! Do not be afraid. There is no man whom I love better than Porthos, because he is so simple-minded and good-natured. Porthos is so straightforward in everything. Since I have become a bishop, I have looked for these primeval natures, which make me love truth and hate intrigue. D'Artagnan stroked his mustache, but said nothing. I saw Porthos and again cultivated his acquaintance, his own time hanging idly on his hands, his presence recalled my earlier and better days without engaging me in any present evil. I sent for Porthos to come to Vannes. M. Fouquet, whose regard for me is very great, having learnt that Porthos and I were attached to each other by old ties of friendship, promised him increase of rank at the earliest promotion. And that is the whole secret. I shall not abuse your confidence, said D'Artagnan. I am sure of that, my dear friend, no one has a finer sense of honor than yourself. I flatter myself that you are right, Aramis. And now, and here the prelate looked searchingly and scrutinizingly at his friend, now let us talk of ourselves and for ourselves, will you become one of M. Fouquet's friends? Do not interrupt me until you know what that means. Well, I am listening. Will you become a Marechal of France, peer, duke, and the possessor of a duchy, with 1,000,000 of francs? But, my friend, replied D'Artagnan, what must one do to get all that? Belong to M. Fouquet. But I already belong to the king. Not exclusively, I suppose. Oh. A D'Artagnan cannot be divided. You have, I presume, ambitions, as noble hearts like yours have. Yes, certainly I have. Well. Well. I wish to be a Maréchal. The king will make me Maréchal, Duke, Peer, the king will make me all that. Aramis fixed a searching look upon D'Artagnan. Is not the king master, said D'Artagnan. No one disputes it. But Louis XIII was master also. Oh. My dear friend, between Richelieu and Louis XIII stood no D'Artagnan, said the Musketeer, very quietly. There are many stumbling blocks round the king, said Aramis. Not for the king's feet. Very likely not, still. One moment, Aramis. I observe that everyone thinks of himself, and never of his poor prince. I will maintain myself maintaining him. And if you meet with ingratitude? The weak alone are afraid of that. You are quite certain of yourself? I think so. Still, the king may some day have no further need for you. On the contrary, I think his need of me will soon be greater than ever. And hearken, my dear fellow, if it became necessary to arrest a new Condé, who would do it? This alone in France. And D'Artagnan struck his sword, which clanked sullenly on the tessellated floor. You are right, said Aramis, turning very pale, and then he rose and pressed D'Artagnan's hand. That is the last summons for supper, said the captain of the Musketeers, will you excuse me? Aramis threw his arm round the Musketeer's neck, and said, a friend like you is the brightest jewel in the royal crown. And they immediately separated. I was right, mused D'Artagnan. There is, indeed, something strangely serious stirring. We must hasten the explosion, breathed the coming cardinal, for D'Artagnan has discovered the existence of a plot. 150. Madame and de Guiche. It will not be forgotten how Comte de Guiche left the Queen Mother's apartments on the day when Louis XIV presented La Valliere with the beautiful bracelets he had won in the lottery. The Comte walked to and fro for some time outside the palace, in the greatest distress, from 1,000 suspicions and anxieties with which his mind was beset. Presently he stopped and waited on the terrace opposite the grove of trees, watching for Madame's departure. More than half an hour passed away. And as he was at that moment quite alone, the Comte could hardly have had any very diverting ideas at his command. He drew his tablets from his pocket, and, after hesitating over and over again, determined to write these words, Madam, I implore you to grant me one moment's conversation. Do not be alarmed at this request, which contains nothing in any way opposed to the profound respect with which I subscribe myself, etc., etc. He had signed and folded this singular love letter, when he suddenly observed several ladies leaving the chateau, and afterwards several courtiers too. In fact, almost everyone that formed the Queen's circle. He saw La Valliere herself, then Montalais talking with Malicorne. He watched the departure of the very last of the numerous guests that had a short time before thronged the Queen Mother's cabinet. Madame herself had not yet passed. She would be obliged, however, to cross the courtyard in order to enter her own apartments, and, from the terrace where he was standing, de Guiche could see all that was going on in the courtyard. At last he saw Madame leave, attended by a couple of pages, who were carrying torches before her. She was walking very quickly. As soon as she reached the door, she said, Let someone go and look for de Guiche, he has to render an account of a mission he had to discharge for me. If he should be disengaged, request him to be good enough to come to my apartment. De Guiche remained silent, hidden in the shade. But as soon as Madame had withdrawn, he darted from the terrace down the steps and assumed a most indifferent air, so that the pages who were hurrying towards his rooms might meet him. Ah! It is Madame, then, who is seeking me. He said to himself, quite overcome, and he crushed in his hand the now worse than useless letter. M. Le Comte, said one of the pages, approaching him, we are indeed most fortunate in meeting you. Why so, messieurs? A command from Madame. From Madame, said de Guiche, looking surprised. Yes, le Comte, Her Royal Highness has been asking for you, she expects to hear, she told us, the result of a commission you had to execute for her. Are you at liberty? I am quite at Her Royal Highness's orders. Will you have the goodness to follow us, then? When de Guiche entered the princess's apartments, he found her pale and agitated. Montalais was standing at the door, evidently uneasy about what was passing in her mistress's mind. De Guiche appeared. Ah! Is that you, Monsieur de Guiche? Said Madame. Come in, I beg. Mademoiselle de Montalais, I do not require your attendance any longer. Montalais, more puzzled than ever, courtesied and withdrew. De Guiche and the princess were left alone. The Comte had every advantage in his favor, it was Madame who had summoned him to a rendezvous. But how was it possible for the Comte to make use of this advantage? Madame was so whimsical, and her disposition so changeable. She soon allowed this to be perceived, for, suddenly opening the conversation, she said, Well. Have you nothing to say to me? He imagined she must have guessed his thoughts. He fancied, for those who are in love are thus constituted, being as credulous and blind as poets or prophets, he fancied she knew how ardent was his desire to see her. And also the subject uppermost in his mind. Yes, Madame, he said, and I think it very singular. The affair of the bracelets, she exclaimed, eagerly, you mean that, I suppose? Yes, Madame. And you think the king is in love? Do you not? Guiche looked at her for some time, her eyes sank under his gaze, which seemed to read her very heart. I think, he said, that the king may possibly have had an idea of annoying someone, were it not for that, the king would hardly show himself so earnest in his attentions as he is. He would not run the risk of compromising, from mere thoughtlessness of disposition, a young girl against whom no one has been hitherto able to say a word. Indeed. The bold, shameless girl, said the princess, haughtily. I can positively assure your Royal Highness, said de Guiche, with a firmness marked by great respect, that Mademoiselle de la Valliere is beloved by a man who merits every respect. For he is a brave and honorable gentleman. Bragelonne. My friend, yes, madam. Well, and though he is your friend, what does that matter to the king? The king knows that Bragelonne is affianced to Mademoiselle de la Valliere. And as Raoul has served the king most valiantly, the king will not inflict an irreparable injury upon him. Madame began to laugh in a manner that produced a sinister impression upon de Guiche. I repeat, madam, I do not believe the king is in love with Mademoiselle de la Valliere. And the proof that I do not believe it is, that I was about to ask you whose amour propre it is likely the king is desirous of wounding. You, who are well acquainted with the whole court, can perhaps assist me in ascertaining that. And assuredly, with greater certainty, since it is everywhere said that your Royal Highness is on very friendly terms with the king. Madame bit her lips, and, unable to assign any good and sufficient reasons, changed the conversation. Prove to me, she said, fixing on him one of those looks in which the whole soul seems to pass into the eyes, prove to me, I say, that you intended to interrogate me at the very moment I sent for you. De Guiche gravely drew from his pocket the now crumpled note that he had written, and showed it to her. Sympathy, she said. Yes, said the Comte, with an indescribable tenderness of tone, sympathy. I have explained to you how and why I sought you, you, however, have yet to tell me, madam, why you sent for me. True, replied the princess. She hesitated, and then suddenly exclaimed, those bracelets will drive me mad. You expected the king would offer them to you, replied de Guiche. Why not? But before you, madam, before you, his sister-in-law, was there not the queen herself to whom the king should have offered them? Before La Valliere, cried the princess, wounded to the quick, could he not have presented them to me? Was there not the whole court, indeed, to choose from? I assure you, madam, said the Comte, respectfully, that if anyone heard you speak in this manner, if anyone were to see how red your eyes are, and, heaven forgive me, to see, too, that tear trembling on your eyelids, it would be said that your royal highness was jealous." "Jealous," said the princess, haughtily, "jealous of La Valliere." She expected to see de Guiche yield beneath her scornful gesture and her proud tone. But he simply and boldly replied, "Jealous of La Valliere, yes, madam." "Am I to suppose, monsieur," she stammered out, "that your object is to insult me?" "It is not possible, madam," replied the Comte, slightly agitated, but resolved to master that fiery nature. "Leave the room," said the princess, thoroughly exasperated, de Guiche's coolness and silent respect having made her completely lose her temper. De Guiche fell back a step, bowed slowly, but with great respect, drew himself up, looking as white as his lace cuffs, and, in a voice slightly trembling, said, "It was hardly worth while to have hurried here to be subjected to this unmerited disgrace." And he turned away with hasty steps. He had scarcely gone half a dozen paces when Madame darted like a tigress after him, seized him by the cuff, and making him turn round again, said, trembling with passion as she did so, "The respect you pretend to have is more insulting than the insult itself. Insult me, if you please, but at least speak." "Madam," said the Comte, gently, as he drew his sword, "thrust this blade into my heart, rather than kill me by degrees." At the look he fixed upon her, a look full of love, resolution, and despair, even, she knew how readily the Comte, so outwardly calm in appearance, would pass his sword through his own breast if she added another word. She tore the blade from his hands, and, pressing his arm with a feverish impatience, which might pass for tenderness, said, "Do not be too hard upon me, Comte. You see how I am suffering, and yet you have no pity for me." Tears, the cries of this strange attack, stifled her voice. As soon as de Guiche saw her weep, he took her in his arms and carried her to an armchair. In another moment she would have been suffocated. "Oh, why," he murmured, as he knelt by her side, "why do you conceal your troubles from me? Do you love anyone? Tell me." "It would kill me, I know, but not until I should have comforted, consoled, and served you even." "And do you love me to that extent?" she replied, completely conquered. "I do indeed love you to that extent, madam." She placed both her hands in his. "My heart is indeed another's," she murmured in so low a tone that her voice could hardly be heard. But he heard it, and said, "Is it the king you love?" She gently shook her head, and her smile was like a clear bright streak in the clouds, through which after the tempest has passed one almost fancies paradise is opening. "But," she added, "there are other passions in a high-born heart. Love is poetry, but the real life of the heart is pride. Comte, I was born on a throne, I am proud and jealous of my rank. Why does the king gather such unworthy objects round him?" "Once more, I repeat," said the Comte, "you are acting unjustly towards that poor girl, who will one day be my friend's wife." "Are you simple enough to believe that, Comte?" "If I did not believe it," he said, turning very pale, "Bragelonne should be informed of it tomorrow. Indeed he should, if I thought that poor La Valliere had forgotten the vows she had exchanged with Raoul. But no, it would be cowardly to betray a woman's secret. It would be criminal to disturb a friend's peace of mind." "You think, then," said the princess, with a wild burst of laughter, "that ignorance is happiness?" "I believe it," he replied. "Prove it to me, then," she said, hurriedly. "It is easily done, madam. It is reported through the whole court that the king loves you, and that you return his affection." "Well?" she said, breathing with difficulty. "Well. Admit for a moment that Raoul, my friend, had come and said to me, 'Yes, the king loves madam, and has made an impression upon her heart,' I possibly should have slain Raoul." "It would have been necessary," said the princess, with the obstinacy of a woman who feels herself not easily overcome, "for M. de Bragelonne to have had proofs before he ventured to speak to you in that manner." "Such, however, is the case," replied de Guiche, with a deep sigh, "that, not having been warned, I have never examined into the matter seriously. And I now find that my ignorance has saved my life. So, then, you drive selfishness and coldness to that extent, said Madame, that you would let this unhappy young man continue to love La Valliere? I would, until La Valliere's guilt were revealed. But the bracelets? Well, Madame, since you yourself expected to receive them from the king, what can I possibly say? The argument was a telling one, and the princess was overwhelmed by it, and from that moment her defeat was assured. But as her heart and mind were instinct with noble and generous feelings, she understood de Guiche's extreme delicacy. She saw that in his heart he really suspected that the king was in love with La Valliere, and that he did not wish to resort to the common expedient of ruining a rival in the mind of a woman. By giving the latter the assurance and certainty that this rival's affections were transferred to another woman. She guessed that his suspicions of La Valliere were aroused, and that, in order to leave himself time for his convictions to undergo a change, so as not to ruin Louise utterly, he was determined to pursue a certain straightforward line of conduct. She could read so much real greatness of character, and such true generosity of disposition in her lover, that her heart really warmed with affection towards him, whose passion for her was so pure and delicate. Despite his fear of incurring her displeasure, de Guiche, by retaining his position as a man of proud independence of feeling and deep devotion, became almost a hero in her estimation, and reduced her to the state of a jealous and little-minded woman. She loved him for this so tenderly, that she could not refuse to give him a proof of her affection. See how many words we have wasted, she said, taking his hand, suspicions, anxieties, mistrust, sufferings, I think we have enumerated all those words. Alas! Madam, yes. Efface them from your heart as I drive them from mine. Whether La Valliere does or does not love the king, and whether the king does or does not love La Valliere, from this moment you and I will draw a distinction in the two characters I have to perform. You open your eyes so wide that I am sure you hardly understand me. You are so impetuous, madam, that I always tremble at the fear of displeasing you. And see how he trembles now, poor fellow, she said, with the most charming playfulness of manner. Yes, monsieur, I have two characters to perform. I am the sister of the king, the sister-in-law of the king's wife. In this character ought I not to take an interest in these domestic intrigues? Come, tell me what you think. As little as possible, madam. Agreed, monsieur, but it is a question of dignity, and then, you know, I am the wife of the king's brother. De Guiche sighed. A circumstance, she added, with an expression of great tenderness, which will remind you that I am always to be treated with the profoundest respect. De Guiche fell at her feet, which he kissed, with the religious fervor of a worshipper. And I begin to think that, really and truly, I have another character to perform. I was almost forgetting it. Name it, oh. Name it, said de Guiche. I am a woman, she said, in a voice lower than ever, and I love. He rose, she opened her arms, and their lips met. A footstep was heard behind the tapestry, and Mademoiselle de Montalais appeared. What do you want? Said Madame. De Guiche is wanted, replied Montalais, who was just in time to see the agitation of the actors of these four characters, for de Guiche had consistently carried out his part with heroism. 151. Montalais and Malicorne. Montalais was right. De Guiche, thus summoned in every direction, was very much exposed, from such a multiplication of business, to the risk of not attending to any. It so happened that, considering the awkwardness of the interruption, Madame, notwithstanding her wounded pride, and secret anger, could not, for the moment at least, reproach Montalais for having violated, in so bold a manner, the semi-royal order with which she had been dismissed on de Guiche's entrance. De Guiche, also, lost his presence of mind, or, it would be more correct to say, had already lost it, before Montalais's arrival, for scarcely had he heard the young girl's voice, than, without taking leave of Madame, as the most ordinary politeness required, even between persons equal in rank and station, he fled from her presence, his heart tumultuously throbbing. And his brain on fire, leaving the princess with one hand raised, as though to bid him adieu. Montalais was at no loss, therefore, to perceive the agitation of the two lovers. The one who fled was agitated, and the one who remained was equally so. "Well," murmured the young girl, as she glanced inquisitively round her, "this time, at least, I think I know as much as the most curious woman could possibly wish to know." Madame felt so embarrassed by this inquisitorial look, that, as if she heard Montalais's muttered side remark, she did not speak a word to her maid of honor, but, casting down her eyes, retired at once to her bedroom. Montalais, observing this, stood listening for a moment, and then heard Madame lock and bolt her door. By this she knew that the rest of the evening was at her own disposal. And making, behind the door which had just been closed, a gesture which indicated but little real respect for the princess, she went down the staircase in search of Malicorne, who was very busily engaged at that moment in watching a courier, who, covered with dust, had just left the Comte de Guiche's apartments. Montalais knew that Malicorne was engaged in a matter of some importance, she therefore allowed him to look and stretch out his neck as much as he pleased. And it was only when Malicorne had resumed his natural position, that she touched him on the shoulder. "Well," said Montalais, "what is the latest intelligence you have?" M. De Guiche is in love with Madame. Fine news, truly. I know something more recent than that. Well, what do you know? That Madame is in love with him, De Guiche. The one is the consequence of the other. Not always, my good monsieur. Is that remark intended for me? Present company always excepted. Thank you, said Malicorne. Well, and in the other direction, what is stirring? The king wished, this evening, after the lottery, to see Mademoiselle de la Valliere. Well, and he has seen her? No, indeed. What do you mean by that? The door was shut and locked. So that the king was obliged to go back again, looking very sheepish, like a thief who has forgotten his crowbar. Good. And in the third place, inquired Montalais. The courier who has just arrived for de Guiche came from M. de Bragelonne. Excellent, said Montalais, clapping her hands together. Why so? Because we have work to do. If we get weary now, something unlucky will be sure to happen. We must divide the work, then, said Malicorne, in order to avoid confusion. Nothing easier, replied Montalais. 3 intrigues, carefully nursed and carefully encouraged, will produce, one with another, and taking a low average, 3 love letters a day. Oh! Exclaimed Malicorne, shrugging his shoulders, you cannot mean what you say, darling, 3 letters a day, that may do for sentimental common people. A musketeer on duty, a young girl in a convent, may exchange letters with their lovers once a day, perhaps, from the top of a ladder, or through a hole in the wall. A letter contains all the poetry their poor little hearts have to boast of. But the cases we have in hand require to be dealt with very differently. Well, finish, said Montalais, out of patience with him. Someone may come. Finish. Why, I am only at the beginning. I have still 3 points as yet untouched. Upon my word, he will be the death of me, with his Flemish indifference, exclaimed Montalais. And you will drive me mad with your Italian vivacity. I was going to say that our lovers here will be writing volumes to each other. But what are you driving at? At this. Not one of our lady correspondents will be able to keep the letters they may receive. Very likely not. M. de Guiche will not be able to keep his either. That is probable. Very well, then. I will take care of all that. That is the very thing that is impossible, said Malicorne. Why so? Because you are not your own mistress, your room is as much La Valliere's as yours. And there are certain persons who will think nothing of visiting and searching a maid of honor's room, so that I am terribly afraid of the queen, who is as jealous as a Spaniard. Of the queen mother, who is as jealous as a couple of Spaniards, and, last of all, of Madame herself, who has jealousy enough for 10 Spaniards. You forgot someone else. Who? Monsieur. I was only speaking of the women. Let us add them up, then. We will call Monsieur, number 1. De Guiche. Number 2. The Vicomte de Bragelonne. Number 3. And the king, Number 4. Of course the king, who not only will be more jealous, but more powerful than all the rest put together. Ah, my dear. Well. Into what a wasp's nest you have thrust yourself. And as yet not quite far enough, if you will follow me into it. Most certainly I will follow you where you like. Yet. Well, yet. While we have time, I think it will be prudent to turn back. But I, on the contrary, think the wisest course to take is to put ourselves at once at the head of all these intrigues. You will never be able to do it. With you, I could superintend 10 of them. I am in my element, you must know. I was born to live at the court, as the salamander is made to live in the fire. Your comparison does not reassure me in the slightest degree in the world, my dear Montalais. I have heard it said, and by learned men too, that, in the first place, there are no salamanders at all, and that, if there had been any, they would have been infallibly baked or roasted on leaving the fire. Your learned men may be very wise as far as salamanders are concerned, but they would never tell you what I can tell you. Namely, that Or de Montalais is destined, before a month is over, to become the first diplomatist in the court of France. Be it so, but on condition that I shall be the second. Agreed. An offensive and defensive alliance, of course. Only be very careful of any letters. I will hand them to you as I receive them. What shall we tell the king about Madame? That Madame is still in love with His Majesty. What shall we tell Madame about the king? That she would be exceedingly wrong not to humor him. What shall we tell La Valliere about Madame? Whatever we choose, for La Valliere is in our power. How so? Every way. What do you mean? In the first place, through the Vicomte de Bragelonne. Explain yourself. You do not forget, I hope, that Monsieur de Bragelonne has written many letters to Mademoiselle de la Valliere. I forget nothing. Well, then, it was I who received, and I who intercepted those letters. And, consequently, it is you who have them still. Yes. Where? Here. Oh, no. I have them safe at Blois, in the little room you know well enough. That dear little room, that darling little room, the antechamber of the palace I intend you to live in one of these days. But, I beg your pardon, you said that all those letters are in that little room? Yes. Did you not put them in a box? Of course. In the same box where I put all the letters I received from you, and where I put mine also when your business or your amusements prevented you from coming to our rendezvous. Ah, very good, said Malicorne. Why are you satisfied? Because I see there is a possibility of not having to run to Blois after the letters, for I have them here. You have brought the box away. It was very dear to me, because it belonged to you. Be sure and take care of it, for it contains original documents that will be of priceless value by and by. I am perfectly well aware of that indeed, and that is the very reason why I laugh as I do, and with all my heart, too. And now, one last word. Why last? Do we need anyone to assist us? No one. Valets or maidservants? Bad policy. You will give the letters, you will receive them. Oh. We must have no pride in this affair, otherwise Malicorne and Mademoiselle or, not transacting their own affairs themselves, will have to make up their minds to see them done by others. You are quite right, but what is going on yonder in de Guiche's room? Nothing, he is only opening his window. Let us be gone. And they both immediately disappeared, all the terms of the contract being agreed on. The window just opened was, in fact, that of the Comte de Guiche. It was not alone with the hope of catching a glimpse of Madame through her curtains that he seated himself by the open window, for his preoccupation of mind had at that time a different origin. He had just received, as we have already stated, the courier who had been dispatched to him by Bragelonne. The latter having written to de Guiche a letter which had made the deepest impression upon him, and which he had read over and over again. "Strange, strange," he murmured. "How irresponsible are the means by which destiny hurries men onward to their fate." Leaving the window in order to approach nearer to the light, he once more read the letter he had just received. Calais. My dear Count, I found M. de Wardes at Calais. He has been seriously wounded in an affair with the Duke of Buckingham. De Wardes is, as you know, unquestionably brave, but full of malevolent and wicked feelings. He conversed with me about yourself, for whom, he says, he has a warm regard, also about Madame, whom he considers a beautiful and amiable woman. He has guessed your affection for a certain person. He also talked to me about the lady for whom I have so ardent a regard, and showed the greatest interest on my behalf in expressing a deep pity for me, accompanied, however, by dark hints which alarmed me at first, but which I at last looked upon as the result of his usual love of mystery. These are the facts. He had received news of the court. You will understand, however, that it was only through M. de Lorraine. The report goes, so says the news, that a change has taken place in the king's affections. You know whom that concerns. Afterwards, the news continues, people are talking about one of the maids of honor, respecting whom various slanderous reports are being circulated. These vague phrases have not allowed me to sleep. I have been deploring, ever since yesterday, that my diffidence and vacillation of purpose, notwithstanding a certain obstinacy of character I may possess, have left me unable to reply to these insinuations. In a word, M. de Wardes was setting off for Paris, and I did not delay his departure with explanations. For it seemed rather hard, I confess, to cross-examine a man whose wounds are hardly yet closed. In short, he travelled by short stages, as he was anxious to leave, he said, in order to be present at a curious spectacle the court cannot fail to offer within a short time. He added a few congratulatory words accompanied by vague sympathizing expressions. I could not understand the one any more than the other. I was bewildered by my own thoughts, and tormented by a mistrust of this man, a mistrust which, you know better than anyone else, I have never been able to overcome. As soon as he left, my perception seemed to become clearer. It is hardly possible that a man of de Wardes's character should not have communicated something of his own malicious nature to the statements he made to me. It is not unlikely, therefore, that in the strange hints de Wardes threw out in my presence, there may be a mysterious signification, which I might have some difficulty in applying either to myself or to someone with whom you are acquainted. Being compelled to leave as soon as possible, in obedience to the king's commands, the idea did not occur to me of running after de Wardes in order to ask him to explain his reserve. But I have dispatched a courier to you with this letter, which will explain in detail my various doubts. I regard you as myself, you have reflected and observed, it will be for you to act. M. De Wardes will arrive very shortly, endeavor to learn what he meant, if you do not already know. M. De Wardes, moreover, pretended that the Duke of Buckingham left Paris on the very best of terms with Madame. This was an affair which would have unhesitatingly made me draw my sword, had I not felt that I was under the necessity of dispatching the king's mission before undertaking any quarrel whatsoever. Burn this letter, which Olivain will hand you. Whatever Olivain says, you may confidently rely on. Will you have the goodness, my dear Comte, to recall me to the remembrance of Mademoiselle de la Valliere, whose hands I kiss with the greatest respect. Your devoted de Bragelonne. P.S. If anything serious should happen, we should be prepared for everything. Dispatch a courier to me with this one single word, come. And I will be in Paris within 36 hours after the receipt of your letter. De Guiche sighed, folded up the letter a third time, and, instead of burning it, as Raoul had recommended him to do, placed it in his pocket. He felt it needed reading over and over again. How much distress of mind, yet what sublime confidence, he shows, murmured the Comte, he has poured out his whole soul in this letter. He says nothing of the Comte de la Fere, and speaks of his respect for Louise. He cautions me on my own account, and entreats me on his. Ah! Continued de Guiche, with a threatening gesture, you interfere in my affairs, Monsieur de Wardes, do you? Very well, then, I will shortly occupy myself with yours. As for you, poor Raoul, you who entrust your heart to my keeping, be assured I will watch over it. With this promise, de Guiche begged Malicorne to come immediately to his apartments, if possible. Malicorne acknowledged the invitation with an activity which was the first result of his conversation with Montalais. And while de Guiche, who thought that his motive was undiscovered, cross-examined Malicorne, the latter, who appeared to be working in the dark, soon guessed his questioner's motives. The consequence was, that, after a quarter of an hour's conversation, during which de Guiche thought he had ascertained the whole truth with regard to La Valliere and the king, he had learned absolutely nothing more than his own eyes had already acquainted him with, while Malicorne learned, or guessed, that Raoul, who was absent, was fast becoming suspicious. And that de Guiche intended to watch over the treasure of the Hesperides. Malicorne accepted the office of dragon. De Guiche fancied he had done everything for his friend, and soon began to think of nothing but his personal affairs. The next evening, de Wardes's return and first appearance at the king's reception were announced. When that visit had been paid, the convalescent waited on Monsieur de Guiche, taking care, however, to be at Monsieur's apartments before the visit took place. 152. How de Wardes was received at court. Monsieur had received de Wardes with that marked favour light and frivolous minds bestow on every novelty that comes in their way. De Wardes, who had been absent for a month, was like fresh fruit to him. To treat him with marked kindness was an infidelity to old friends, and there is always something fascinating in that. Moreover, it was a sort of reparation to de Wardes himself. Nothing, consequently, could exceed the favourable notice Monsieur took of him. The Chevalier de Lorraine, who feared this rival but a little, but who respected a character and disposition only too parallel to his own in every particular, with the addition of a bulldog courage he did not himself possess, received de Wardes with a greater display of regard and affection than even Monsieur had done. De Guiche, as we have said, was there also, but kept in the background, waiting very patiently until all these interchanges were over. De Wardes, while talking to the others, and even to Monsieur himself, had not for a moment lost sight of de Guiche, who, he instinctively felt, was there on his account. As soon as he had finished with the others, he went up to de Guiche. They exchanged the most courteous compliments, after which de Wardes returned to Monsieur and the other gentlemen. In the midst of these congratulations Madame was announced. She had been informed of de Wardes's arrival, and knowing all the details of his voyage and duel, she was not sorry to be present at the remarks she knew would be made, without delay, by one who, she felt assured, was her personal enemy. 2 or 3 of her ladies accompanied her. De Wardes saluted Madame in the most graceful and respectful manner, and, as a commencement of hostilities, announced, in the first place, that he could furnish the Duke of Buckingham's friends with the latest news about him. This was a direct answer to the coldness with which Madame had received him. The attack was a vigorous one, and Madame felt the blow, but without appearing to have even noticed it. He rapidly cast a glance at Monsieur and at de Guiche, the former colored, and the latter turned very pale. Madame alone preserved an unmoved countenance. But, as she knew how many unpleasant thoughts and feelings her enemy could awaken in the 2 persons who were listening to him, she smilingly bent forward towards the traveller, as if to listen to the news he had brought, but he was speaking of other matters. Madame was brave, even to imprudence. If she were to retreat, it would be inviting an attack, so, after the first disagreeable impression had passed away, she returned to the charge. "Have you suffered much from your wounds, Monsieur de Wardes?" she inquired, "for we have been told that you had the misfortune to get wounded." It was now de Wardes's turn to wince. He bit his lips, and replied, "No, Madame, hardly at all." "Indeed. And yet in this terribly hot weather." The sea breezes were very fresh and cool, madam, and then I had one consolation. Indeed. What was it? The knowledge that my adversary's sufferings were still greater than my own. Ah! You mean he was more seriously wounded than you were? I was not aware of that, said the princess, with utter indifference. Oh, madam, you are mistaken, or rather you pretend to misunderstand my remark. I did not say that he was a greater sufferer in body than myself, but his heart was very seriously affected. De Guiche comprehended instinctively from what direction the struggle was approaching. He ventured to make a sign to madame, as if entreating her to retire from the contest. But she, without acknowledging de Guiche's gesture, without pretending to have noticed it even, and still smiling, continued. Is it possible, she said, that the Duke of Buckingham's heart was touched? I had no idea, until now, that a heart wound could be cured. Alas! Madam, replied De Wardes, politely, every woman believes that. And it is this belief that gives them that superiority to man which confidence begets. You misunderstand altogether, dearest, said the prince, impatiently, M. De Wardes means that the Duke of Buckingham's heart had been touched, not by the sword, but by something sharper. Ah! Very good, exclaimed madame. It is a jest of M. de Wardes's. Very good, but I should like to know if the Duke of Buckingham would appreciate the jest. It is, indeed, a very great pity he is not here, M. de Wardes. The young man's eyes seemed to flash fire. Oh, he said, as he clenched his teeth, there is nothing I should like better. De Guiche did not move. Madame seemed to expect that he would come to her assistance. Monsieur hesitated. The Chevalier de Lorraine advanced and continued the conversation. Madam, he said, De Wardes knows perfectly well that for a Buckingham's heart to be touched is nothing new, and what he has said has already taken place. Instead of an ally, I have two enemies, murmured madame, two determined enemies, and in league with each other. And she changed the conversation. To change the conversation is, as everyone knows, a right possessed by princes which etiquette requires all to respect. The remainder of the conversation was moderate enough in tone. The principal actors had rehearsed their parts. Madame withdrew easily, and Monsieur, who wished to question her on several matters, offered her his hand on leaving. The Chevalier was seriously afraid that an understanding might be established between the husband and wife if he were to leave them quietly together. He therefore made his way to Monsieur's apartments, in order to surprise him on his return, and to destroy with a few words all the good impressions Madame might have been able to sow in his heart. De Guiche advanced towards De Wardes, who was surrounded by a large number of persons, and thereby indicated his wish to converse with him. De Wardes, at the same time, showing by his looks and by a movement of his head that he perfectly understood him. There was nothing in these signs to enable strangers to suppose they were otherwise than upon the most friendly footing. De Guiche could therefore turn away from him, and wait until he was at liberty. He had not long to wait. For De Wardes, freed from his questioners, approached De Guiche, and after a fresh salutation, they walked side by side together. You have made a good impression since your return, my dear De Wardes, said the Comte. Excellent, as you see. And your spirits are just as lively as ever. Better. And a very great happiness, too. Why not? Everything is so ridiculous in this world, everything so absurd around us. You are right. You are of my opinion, then. I should think so. And what news do you bring us from yonder? None at all. I have come to look for news here. But, tell me, you surely must have seen some people at Boulogne, one of our friends, for instance. It is no great time ago. Some people, one of our friends. Your memory is short. Ah. True, Bragelonne, you mean. Exactly so. Who was on his way to fulfill a mission, with which he was entrusted to King Charles II. Precisely. Well, then, did he not tell you, or did not you tell him? I do not precisely know what I told him, I must confess, but I do know what I did not tell him. De Wardes was finesse itself. He perfectly well knew from De Guiche's tone and manner, which was cold and dignified, that the conversation was about to assume a disagreeable turn. He resolved to let it take what course it pleased, and to keep strictly on his guard. "May I ask you what you did not tell him?" inquired de Guiche. "All about La Valliere." "La Valliere? What is it? And what was that strange circumstance you seem to have known over yonder, which Bragelonne, who was here on the spot, was not acquainted with?" "Do you really ask me that in a serious manner?" "Nothing more so." "What? You, a member of the court, living in Madame's household, a friend of Monsieur's, a guest at their table, the favorite of our lovely princess?" Guiche colored violently from anger. "What princess are you alluding to?" he said. "I am only acquainted with one, my dear fellow. I am speaking of Madame herself." "Are you devoted to another princess, then? Come, tell me." De Guiche was on the point of launching out, but he saw the drift of the remark. A quarrel was imminent between the two young men. De Wardes wished the quarrel to be only in Madame's name, while de Guiche would not accept it except on La Valliere's account. From this moment, it became a series of feigned attacks, which would have continued until one of the two had been touched home. De Guiche therefore resumed all the self-possession he could command. "There is not the slightest question in the world of Madame in this matter, my dear de Wardes," said Guiche, "but simply of what you were talking about just now." "What was I saying?" "That you had concealed certain things from Bragelonne." "Certain things which you know as well as I do," replied de Wardes. "No, upon my honor." "Nonsense. If you tell me what they are, I shall know, but not otherwise, I swear." "What? I who have just arrived from a distance of 60 leagues, and you who have not stirred from this place, who have witnessed with your own eyes that which rumor informed me of at Calais. Do you now tell me seriously that you do not know what it is about?" "Oh, Comte, this is hardly charitable of you." "As you like, de Wardes, but I again repeat, I know nothing." "You are truly discreet, well, perhaps it is very prudent of you. And so you will not tell me anything, will not tell me any more than you told Bragelonne? You are pretending to be deaf, I see. I am convinced that Madame could not possibly have more command over herself than you have." "Double hypocrite," murmured Guiche to himself, "you are again returning to the old subject." "Very well, then," continued de Wardes, "since we find it so difficult to understand each other about La Valliere and Bragelonne, let us speak about your own affairs." "Nay," said de Guiche, "I have no affairs of my own to talk about." "You have not said anything about me, I suppose, to Bragelonne, which you cannot repeat to my face?" "No. But understand me, Guiche, that however much I may be ignorant of certain matters, I am quite as conversant with others. If, for instance, we were conversing about the intimacies of the Duke of Buckingham at Paris, as I did during my journey with the Duke, I could tell you a great many interesting circumstances. Would you like me to mention them?" De Guiche passed his hand across his forehead, which was covered in perspiration. "No, no," he said, 100 times no. "I have no curiosity for matters which do not concern me. The Duke of Buckingham is for me nothing more than a simple acquaintance, whilst Raoul is an intimate friend. I have not the slightest curiosity to learn what happened to the Duke, while I have, on the contrary, the greatest interest in all that happened to Raoul." "In Paris?" "Yes, in Paris, or Boulogne. You understand I am on the spot, if anything should happen, I am here to meet it, whilst Raoul is absent, and has only myself to represent him, so, Raoul's affairs before my own." "But he will return." "Not, however, until his mission is completed. In the meantime, you understand, evil reports cannot be permitted to circulate about him without my looking into them. And for a better reason still, that he will remain some time in London," said de Wardes, chuckling. "You think so," said de Guiche, simply. "Think so, indeed. Do you suppose he was sent to London for no other purpose than to go there and return again immediately? No, no, he was sent to London to remain there. Ah! De Wardes, said de Guiche, grasping de Wardes's hand, that is a very serious suspicion concerning Bragelonne, which completely confirms what he wrote to me from Boulogne. De Wardes resumed his former coldness of manner, his love of raillery had led him too far, and by his own imprudence, he had laid himself open to attack. Well, tell me, what did he write to you about? He inquired. He told me that you had artfully insinuated some injurious remarks against La Valliere, and that you had seemed to laugh at his great confidence in that young girl. Well, it is perfectly true I did so, said de Wardes, and I was quite ready, at the time, to hear from the Vicomte de Bragelonne that which every man expects from another whenever anything may have been said to displease him. In the same way, for instance, if I were seeking a quarrel with you, I should tell you that Madame, after having shown the greatest preference for the Duke of Buckingham, is at this moment supposed to have sent the handsome Duke away for your benefit. Oh! That would not wound me in the slightest degree, my dear de Wardes, said de Guiche, smiling, notwithstanding the shiver that ran through his whole frame. Why, such a favour would be too great a happiness. I admit that, but if I absolutely wished to quarrel with you, I should try and invent a falsehood, perhaps, and speak to you about a certain arbour, where you and that illustrious princess were together, should speak also of certain genuflections, of certain kissings of the hand. And you who are so secret on all occasions, so hasty, so punctilious. Well, said de Guiche, interrupting him, with a smile upon his lips, although he almost felt as if he were going to die. I swear I should not care for that, nor should I in any way contradict you, for you must know, my dear Marquis, that for all matters which concern myself I am a block of ice. But it is a very different thing when an absent friend is concerned. A friend, on leaving, confided his interests to my safe keeping. For such a friend, de Wardes, believe me, I am like fire itself. I understand you, Monsieur de Guiche. In spite of what you say, there cannot be any question between us, just now, either of Bragelonne or of this insignificant girl, whose name is La Valliere. At this moment some of the younger courtiers were crossing the apartment, and having already heard the few words which had just been pronounced, were able also to hear those which were about to follow. De Wardes observed this, and continued aloud, oh! If La Valliere were a coquette like Madame, whose innocent flirtations, I am sure, were, first of all, the cause of the Duke of Buckingham being sent back to England, and afterwards were the reason of your being sent into exile. For you will not deny, I suppose, that Madame's pretty ways really had a certain influence over you? The courtiers drew nearer to the speakers, Saint Aignan at their head, and then Manicamp. But, my dear fellow, whose fault was that? Said de Guiche, laughing. I am a vain, conceited fellow, I know, and everybody else knows it too. I took seriously that which was only intended as a jest, and got myself exiled for my pains. But I saw my error. I overcame my vanity, and I obtained my recall, by making the amende honorable, and by promising myself to overcome this defect. And the consequence is, that I am so thoroughly cured, that I now laugh at the very thing which, 3 or 4 days ago, would have almost broken my heart. But Raoul is in love, and is loved in return. He cannot laugh at the reports which disturb his happiness, reports which you seem to have undertaken to interpret, when you know, Marquis, as I do, as these gentlemen do, as everyone does in fact, that all such reports are pure calumny. Calumny, exclaimed de Wardes, furious at seeing himself caught in the snare by de Guiche's coolness of temper. Certainly, calumny. Look at this letter from him, in which he tells me you have spoken ill of Mademoiselle de la Valliere, and where he asks me, if what you reported about this young girl is true or not. Do you wish me to appeal to these gentlemen, de Wardes, to decide? And with admirable coolness, de Guiche read aloud the paragraph of the letter which referred to La Valliere. And now, continued de Guiche, there is no doubt in the world, as far as I am concerned, that you wish to disturb Bragelonne's peace of mind, and that your remarks were maliciously intended. De Wardes looked round him, to see if he could find support from anyone, but, at the idea that De Wardes had insulted, either directly or indirectly, the idol of the day, everyone shook his head. And De Wardes saw that he was in the wrong. Messieurs, said de Guiche, intuitively divining the general feeling, my discussion with Monsieur de Wardes refers to a subject so delicate in its nature, that it is most important no one should hear more than you have already heard. Close the doors, then, I beg you, and let us finish our conversation in the manner which becomes two gentlemen, one of whom has given the other the lie. Messieurs, exclaimed those who were present. Is it your opinion, then, that I was wrong in defending Mademoiselle de la Valliere, said de Guiche. In that case, I pass judgment upon myself, and am ready to withdraw the offensive words I may have used to Monsieur de Wardes. The deuce. Certainly not, said Saint Ignan. Mademoiselle de la Valliere is an angel. Virtue and purity itself, said Manicamp. You see, Monsieur de Wardes, said de Guiche, I am not the only one who undertakes the defense of that poor girl. I entreat you, therefore, messieurs, a second time, to leave us. You see, it is impossible we could be more calm and composed than we are. It was the very thing the courtiers wished. Some went out at one door, and the rest at the other, and the two young men were left alone. Well played, said de Wardes, to the Comte. Was it not? Replied the latter. How can it be wondered at, my dear fellow, I have got quite rusty in the country, while the command you have acquired over yourself, Comte, confounds me. A man always gains something in women's society, so, pray accept my congratulations. I do accept them. And I will make Madame a present of them. And now, my dear Monsieur de Wardes, let us speak as loud as you please. Do not defy me. I do defy you, for you are known to be an evil-minded man. If you do that, you will be looked upon as a coward, too, and Monsieur would have you hanged, this evening, at his window casement. Speak, my dear de Wardes, speak. I have fought already. But not quite enough, yet. I see, you would not be sorry to fight with me while my wounds are still open. No, better still. The deuce. You are unfortunate in the moment you have chosen. A duel, after the one I have just fought, would hardly suit me, I have lost too much blood at Boulogne. At the slightest effort my wounds would open again, and you would really have too good a bargain. True, said de Guiche. And yet, on your arrival here, your looks and your arms showed there was nothing the matter with you. Yes, my arms are all right, but my legs are weak. And then, I have not had a foil in my hand since that devil of a duel, and you, I am sure, have been fencing every day, in order to carry your little conspiracy against me to a successful issue. Upon my honor, monsieur, replied de Guiche, it is 6 months since I last practiced. No, Comte, after due reflection, I will not fight, at least, with you. I will await Bragelonne's return, since you say it is Bragelonne who finds fault with me. Oh no, indeed. You shall not wait until Bragelonne's return, exclaimed the Comte, losing all command over himself, for you have said that Bragelonne might, possibly, be some time before he returns. And, in the meanwhile, your wicked insinuations would have had their effect. Yet, I shall have my excuse. So take care. I will give you a week to finish your recovery. That is better. We will wait a week. Yes, I understand, a week will give time to my adversary to make his escape. No, I will not give you 1 day, even. You are mad, monsieur, said de Wardes, retreating a step. And you are a coward, if you do not fight willingly. Nay, what is more, I will denounce you to the king, as having refused to fight, after having insulted La Valliere. Ah! Said de Wardes, you are dangerously treacherous, though you pass for a man of honor. There is nothing more dangerous than the treachery, as you term it, of the man whose conduct is always loyal and upright. Restore me the use of my legs, then, or get yourself bled, till you are as white as I am, so as to equalize our chances. No, I have something better than that to propose. What is it? We will fight on horseback, and will exchange 3 pistol shots each. You are a first-rate marksman. I have seen you bring down swallows with single balls, and at full gallop. Do not deny it, for I have seen you myself. I believe you are right, said De Wardes, and as that is the case, it is not unlikely I might kill you. You would be rendering me a very great service, if you did. I will do my best. Is it agreed? Give me your hand upon it. There it is, but on one condition, however. Name it. That not a word shall be said about it to the king. Not a word, I swear. I will go and get my horse, then. And I, mine. Where shall we meet? In the plain, I know an admirable place. Shall we go together? Why not? And both of them, on their way to the stables, passed beneath Madame's windows, which were faintly lighted. A shadow could be seen behind the lace curtains. There is a woman, said De Wardes, smiling, who does not suspect that we are going to fight, to die, perhaps, on her account. 153. The combat. De Wardes and de Guiche selected their horses, and saddled them with their own hands, with holster saddles. De Guiche, having 2 pairs of pistols, went to his apartments to get them. And after having loaded them, gave the choice to De Wardes, who selected the pair he had made use of 20 times before, the same, indeed, with which de Guiche had seen him kill swallows flying. You will not be surprised, he said, if I take every precaution. You know the weapons well, and, consequently, I am only making the chances equal. Your remark was quite useless, replied de Guiche, and you have done no more than you are entitled to do. Now, said De Wardes, I beg you to have the goodness to help me to mount. For I still experience a little difficulty in doing so. In that case, we had better settle the matter on foot. No, once in the saddle, I shall be all right. Very good, then. We will not speak of it again, said de Guiche, as he assisted De Wardes to mount his horse. And now, continued the young man, in our eagerness to murder one another, we have neglected one circumstance. What is that? That it is quite dark, and we shall almost be obliged to grope about, in order to kill. Oh, said de Guiche, you are as anxious as I am that everything should be done in proper order. Yes. But I do not wish people to say that you have assassinated me, any more than, supposing I were to kill you, I should myself like to be accused of such a crime. Did anyone make a similar remark about your duel with the Duke of Buckingham? Said de Guiche, it took place precisely under the same conditions as ours. Very true. But there was still light enough to see by, and we were up to our middles almost, in the water. Besides, there were a good number of spectators on shore, looking at us. De Guiche reflected for a moment. And the thought which had already presented itself to him became more confirmed, that De Wardes wished to have witnesses present, in order to bring back the conversation about Madame. And to give a new turn to the combat. He avoided saying a word in reply, therefore. And, as De Wardes once more looked at him interrogatively, he replied, by a movement of the head, that it would be best to let things remain as they were. The 2 adversaries consequently set off, and left the chateau by the same gate, close to which we may remember to have seen Montalais and Malicorne together. The night, as if to counteract the extreme heat of the day, had gathered the clouds together in masses which were moving slowly along from the west to the east. The vault above, without a clear spot anywhere visible, or without the faintest indication of thunder, seemed to hang heavily over the earth, and soon began, by the force of the wind, to split into streamers, like a huge sheet torn to shreds. Large and warm drops of rain began to fall heavily, and gathered the dust into globules, which rolled along the ground. At the same time, the hedges, which seemed conscious of the approaching storm, the thirsty plants, the drooping branches of the trees, exhaled 1,000 aromatic odors, which revived in the mind tender recollections, thoughts of youth, endless life, happiness, and love. How fresh the earth smells, said De Wardes, it is a piece of coquetry to draw us to her. By the by, replied de Guiche, several ideas have just occurred to me. And I wish to have your opinion upon them. Relative to our engagement. It is quite some time, in fact, that we should begin to arrange matters. Is it to be an ordinary combat, and conducted according to established custom? Let me first know what your established custom is. That we dismount in any particular open space that may suit us, fasten our horses to the nearest object, meet, each without our pistols in our hands, and afterwards retire for 150 paces, in order to advance on each other. Very good, that is precisely the way in which I killed poor Follivant, 3 weeks ago, at St. Denis. I beg your pardon, but you forgot one circumstance. What is that? That in your duel with Follivant you advanced towards each other on foot, your swords between your teeth, and your pistols in your hands. True. While now, on the contrary, as you cannot walk, you yourself admit that we shall have to mount our horses again, and charge, and the first who wishes to fire will do so. That is the best course, no doubt, but it is quite dark, we must make allowances for more missed shots than would be the case in the daytime. Very well, each will fire 3 times. The pair of pistols already loaded, and 1 reload. Excellent. Where shall our engagement take place? Have you any preference? No. You see that small wood which lies before us? The wood which is called Trüchen. Exactly. You know it? Perfectly. You know that there is an open glade in the center? Yes. Well, this glade is admirably adapted for such a purpose, with a variety of roads, by-places, paths, ditches, windings, and avenues. We could not find a better spot. I am perfectly satisfied, if you are so. We are at our destination, if I am not mistaken. Yes. Look at the beautiful open space in the center. The faint light which the stars afford seems concentrated in this spot, the woods which surround it seem, with their barriers, to form its natural limits. Very good. Do as you say. Let us first settle the conditions. These are mine, if you have any objection to make you will state it. I am listening. If the horse be killed, its rider will be obliged to fight on foot. That is a matter of course, since we have no change of horses here. But that does not oblige his adversary to dismount. His adversary will, in fact, be free to act as he likes. The adversaries, having once met in close contact, cannot quit each other under any circumstances, and may, consequently, fire muzzle to muzzle. Agreed. 3 shots and no more will do, I suppose. Quite sufficient, I think. Here are powder and balls for your pistols, measure out 3 charges, take 3 balls, I will do the same. Then we will throw the rest of the powder and balls away. And we will solemnly swear, said De Wardes, that we have neither balls nor powder about us. Agreed. And I swear it, said de Guiche, holding his hand towards heaven, a gesture which De Wardes imitated. And now, my dear Comte, said De Wardes, allow me to tell you that I am in no way your dupe. You already are, or soon will be, the accepted lover of Madame. I have detected your secret, and you are afraid I shall tell others of it. You wish to kill me, to ensure my silence. That is very clear, and in your place, I should do the same. De Guiche hung down his head. Only, continued De Wardes, triumphantly, was it really worth while, tell me, to throw this affair of Bragelonne's on my shoulders? But, take care, my dear fellow. In bringing the wild boar to bay, you enrage him to madness, in running down the fox, you endow him with the ferocity of the jaguar. The consequence is, that brought to bay by you, I shall defend myself to the very last. You will be quite right to do so. Yes, but take care, I shall work more harm than you think. In the first place, as a beginning, you will readily suppose that I have not been absurd enough to lock up my secret, or your secret rather, in my own breast. There is a friend of mine, who resembles me in every way, a man whom you know very well, who shares my secret with me. So, pray understand, that if you kill me, my death will not have been of much service to you, whilst, on the contrary, if I kill you, and everything is possible, you understand." De Guiche shuddered. "If I kill you," continued De Wardes, "you will have secured two mortal enemies to Madame, who will do their very utmost to ruin her." "Oh! Monsieur," exclaimed De Guiche, furiously, "do not reckon upon my death so easily. Of the two enemies you speak of, I trust most heartily to dispose of one immediately, and the other at the earliest opportunity." The only reply De Wardes made was a burst of laughter, so diabolical in its sound, that a superstitious man would have been terrified. But De Guiche was not so impressionable as that. "I think," he said, "that everything is now settled, Monsieur De Wardes, so have the goodness to take your place first, unless you would prefer me to do so." "By no means," said De Wardes. "I shall be delighted to save you the slightest trouble." And spurring his horse to a gallop, he crossed the wide open space, and took his stand at that point of the circumference of the crossroad immediately opposite to where De Guiche was stationed. De Guiche remained motionless. At this distance of 100 paces, the two adversaries were absolutely invisible to each other, being completely concealed by the thick shade of elms and chestnuts. A minute elapsed amidst the profoundest silence. At the end of the minute, each of them, in the deep shade in which he was concealed, heard the double click of the trigger, as they put the pistols on full cock. De Guiche, adopting the usual tactics, put his horse to a gallop, persuaded that he should render his safety doubly sure by the movement, as well as by the speed of the animal. He directed his course in a straight line towards the point where, in his opinion, De Wardes would be stationed, and he expected to meet De Wardes about halfway, but in this he was mistaken. He continued his course, presuming that his adversary was impatiently awaiting his approach. When, however, he had gone about 2/3 of the distance, he beheld the trees suddenly illuminated and a ball flew by, cutting the plume of his hat in two. Nearly at the same moment, and as if the flash of the first shot had served to indicate the direction of the other, a second report was heard. And a second ball passed through the head of De Guiche's horse, a little below the ear. The animal fell. These two reports, proceeding from the very opposite direction in which he expected to find De Wardes, surprised him a great deal. But as he was a man of amazing self-possession, he prepared himself for his horse falling, but not so completely, however, that the toe of his boot escaped being caught under the animal as it fell. Very fortunately the horse in its dying agonies moved so as to enable him to release the leg which was less entangled than the other. De Guiche rose, felt himself all over, and found that he was not wounded. At the very moment he had felt the horse tottering under him, he placed his pistols in the holsters, afraid that the force of the fall might explode one at least, if not both of them. By which he would have been disarmed, and left utterly without defense. Once on his feet, he took the pistols out of the holsters, and advanced towards the spot where, by the light of the flash, he had seen De Wardes appear. De Wardes had, at the first shot, accounted for the maneuver, than which nothing could have been simpler. Instead of advancing to meet De Guiche, or remaining in his place to await his approach, De Wardes had, for about 15 paces, followed the circle of the shadow which hid him from his adversary's observation, and at the very moment when the latter presented his flank in his career, he had fired from the place where he stood, carefully taking aim, and assisted instead of being inconvenienced by the horse's gallop. It has been seen that, notwithstanding the darkness, the first ball passed hardly more than an inch above De Guiche's head. De Wardes had so confidently relied upon his aim, that he thought he had seen De Guiche fall. His astonishment was extreme when he saw he still remained erect in his saddle. He hastened to fire his second shot, but his hand trembled, and he killed the horse instead. It would be a most fortunate chance for him if De Guiche were to remain held fast under the animal. Before he could have freed himself, De Wardes would have loaded his pistol and had De Guiche at his mercy. But De Guiche, on the contrary, was up, and had 3 shots to fire. De Guiche immediately understood the position of affairs. It would be necessary to exceed De Wardes in rapidity of execution. He advanced, therefore, so as to reach him before he should have had time to reload his pistol. De Wardes saw him approaching like a tempest. The ball was rather tight, and offered some resistance to the ramrod. To load carelessly would be simply to lose his last chance. To take the proper care in loading meant fatal loss of time, or rather, throwing away his life. He made his horse bound on one side. De Guiche turned round also, and, at the moment the horse was quiet again, fired, and the ball carried off De Wardes's hat from his head. De Wardes now knew that he had a moment's time at his own disposal. He availed himself of it in order to finish loading his pistol. De Guiche, noticing that his adversary did not fall, threw the pistol he had just discharged aside, and walked straight towards De Wardes, elevating the second pistol as he did so. He had hardly proceeded more than 2 or 3 paces, when De Wardes took aim at him as he was walking, and fired. An exclamation of anger was De Guiche's answer. The Comte's arm contracted and dropped motionless by his side, and the pistol fell from his grasp. His anxiety was excessive. "I am lost," murmured De Wardes, "he is not mortally wounded." At the very moment, however, De Guiche was about to raise his pistol against De Wardes, the head, shoulders, and limbs of the Comte seemed to collapse. He heaved a deep-drawn sigh, tottered, and fell at the feet of De Wardes's horse. "That is all right," said De Wardes, and gathering up the reins, he struck his spurs into the horse's sides. The horse cleared the Comte's motionless body, and bore De Wardes rapidly back to the chateau. When he arrived there, he remained a quarter of an hour deliberating within himself as to the proper course to be adopted. In his impatience to leave the field of battle, he had omitted to ascertain whether De Guiche were dead or not. A double hypothesis presented itself to De Wardes's agitated mind. Either De Guiche was killed, or De Guiche was wounded only. If he were killed, why should he leave his body in that manner to the tender mercies of the wolves? It was a perfectly useless piece of cruelty, for if De Guiche were dead, he certainly could not breathe a syllable of what had passed. If he were not killed, why should he, De Wardes, in leaving him there uncared for, allow himself to be regarded as a savage, incapable of one generous feeling? This last consideration determined his line of conduct. De Wardes immediately instituted inquiries after Manicamp. He was told that Manicamp had been looking after De Guiche, and, not knowing where to find him, had retired to bed. De Wardes went and awoke the sleeper, without any delay, and related the whole affair to him, which Manicamp listened to in perfect silence, but with an expression of momentarily increasing energy, of which his face could hardly have been supposed capable. It was only when De Wardes had finished, that Manicamp uttered the words, "Let us go." As they proceeded, Manicamp became more and more excited, and in proportion as De Wardes related the details of the affair to him, his countenance assumed every moment a darker expression. "And so," he said, when De Wardes had finished, "you think he is dead?" "Alas, I do." "And you fought in that manner, without witnesses?" He insisted upon it. "It is very singular." "What do you mean by saying it is singular?" "That it is very unlike Monsieur de Guiche's disposition." "You do not doubt my word, I suppose?" Hum. "You do doubt it, then?" "A little. But I shall doubt it more than ever, I warn you, if I find the poor fellow is really dead." "Monsieur Manicamp." "Monsieur de Wardes." "It seems you intend to insult me." "Just as you please. The fact is, I never did like people who come and say, 'I have killed such and such a gentleman in a corner.' It is a great pity, but I killed him in a perfectly honorable manner." "It has an ugly appearance, M. de Wardes." Silence. "We have arrived." In fact, the glade could now be seen, and in the open space lay the motionless body of the dead horse. To the right of the horse, upon the dark grass, with his face against the ground, the poor Comte lay, bathed in his blood. He had remained in the same spot, and did not even seem to have made the slightest movement. Manicamp threw himself on his knees, lifted the Comte in his arms, and found him quite cold, and steeped in blood. He let him gently fall again. Then, stretching out his hand and feeling all over the ground close to where the Comte lay, he sought until he found De Guiche's pistol. "By heaven!" he said, rising to his feet, pale as death and with the pistol in his hand, "you are not mistaken, he is quite dead." "Dead," repeated De Wardes. "Yes. And his pistol is still loaded," added Manicamp, looking into the pan. "But I told you that I took aim as he was walking towards me, and fired at him at the very moment he was going to fire at me." "Are you quite sure that you fought with him, Monsieur de Wardes?" "I confess that I am very much afraid it has been a foul assassination." "Nay, nay, no exclamations. You have had your 3 shots, and his pistol is still loaded. You have killed his horse, and he, de Guiche, one of the best marksmen in France, has not touched even either your horse or yourself. Well, Monsieur de Wardes, you have been very unlucky in bringing me here, all the blood in my body seems to have mounted to my head. And I verily believe that since so good an opportunity presents itself, I shall blow your brains out on the spot. So, Monsieur de Wardes, recommend yourself to heaven. Monsieur Manicamp, you cannot think of such a thing. On the contrary, I am thinking of it very strongly. Would you assassinate me? Without the slightest remorse, at least for the present. Are you a gentleman? I have given a great many proofs of it. Let me defend my life, then, at least. Very likely. In order, I suppose, that you may do to me what you have done to poor de Guiche. And Manicamp slowly raised his pistol to the height of De Wardes's breast, and with arms stretched out, and a fixed, determined look on his face, took a careful aim. De Wardes did not attempt a flight, he was completely terrified. In the midst, however, of this horrible silence, which lasted about a second, but which seemed an age to De Wardes, a faint sigh was heard. "Oh," exclaimed De Wardes, "he still lives. Help, de Guiche, I am about to be assassinated." Manicamp fell back a step or two, and the 2 young men saw the Comte raise himself slowly and painfully upon one hand. Manicamp threw the pistol away a dozen paces, and ran to his friend, uttering a cry of delight. De Wardes wiped his forehead, which was covered with a cold perspiration. "It was just in time," he murmured. "Where are you hurt?" inquired Manicamp of de Guiche, "and whereabouts are you wounded?" De Guiche showed him his mutilated hand and his chest covered with blood. "Comte," exclaimed De Wardes, "I am accused of having assassinated you. Speak, I implore you, and say that I fought loyally." "Perfectly so," said the wounded man, "Monsieur de Wardes fought quite loyally, and whoever says the contrary will make an enemy of me." "Then, sir," said Manicamp, "assist me, in the first place, to carry this gentleman home, and I will afterwards give you every satisfaction you please. Or, if you are in a hurry, we can do better still. Let us stanch the blood from the Comte's wounds here, with your pocket handkerchief and mine, and then, as there are 2 shots left, we can have them between us." "Thank you," said De Wardes. "Twice already, in 1 hour, I have seen death too close at hand to be agreeable. I don't like his look at all, and I prefer your apologies." Manicamp burst out laughing, and Guiche, too, in spite of his sufferings. The 2 young men wished to carry him, but he declared he felt quite strong enough to walk alone. The ball had broken his ring finger and his little finger, and then had glanced along his side, but without penetrating deeply into his chest. It was the pain rather than the seriousness of the wound, therefore, which had overcome de Guiche. Manicamp passed his arm under one of the Count's shoulders, and De Wardes did the same with the other, and in this way they brought him back to Fontainebleau. To the house of the same doctor who had been present at the death of the Franciscan, Aramis's predecessor. 154. The King's Supper. The king, while these matters were being arranged, was sitting at the supper table, and the not very large number of guests for that day had taken their seats too. After the usual gesture intimating the royal permission. At this period of Louis XIV's reign, although etiquette was not governed by the strict regulations subsequently adopted, the French court had entirely thrown aside the traditions of good fellowship and patriarchal affability existing in the time of Henry IV. which the suspicious mind of Louis XIII had gradually replaced with pompous state and ceremony, which he despaired of being able fully to realize. The king, therefore, was seated alone at a small separate table, which, like the desk of a president, overlooked the adjoining tables. Although we say a small table, we must not omit to add that this small table was the largest one there. Moreover, it was the one on which were placed the greatest number and quantity of dishes, consisting of fish, game, meat, fruit, vegetables, and preserves. The king was young and full of vigor and energy, very fond of hunting, addicted to all violent exercises of the body, possessing, besides, like all the members of the Bourbon family, a rapid digestion and an appetite speedily renewed. Louis XIV was a formidable table companion. He delighted in criticizing his cooks, but when he honored them by praise and commendation, the honor was overwhelming. The king began by eating several kinds of soup either mixed together or taken separately. He intermixed, or rather separated, each of the soups by a glass of old wine. He ate quickly and somewhat greedily. Porthos, who from the beginning had, out of respect, been waiting for a jog of D'Artagnan's arm, seeing the king make such rapid progress, turned to the musketeer and said in a low voice, "It seems as if one might go on now. His Majesty is very encouraging, from the example he sets. Look. The king eats," said D'Artagnan, "but he talks at the same time. Try and manage matters in such a manner that, if he should happen to address a remark to you, he will not find you with your mouth full, which would be very disrespectful." "The best way in that case," said Porthos, "is to eat no supper at all, and yet I am very hungry, I admit, and everything looks and smells most invitingly, as if appealing to all my senses at once." "Don't think of not eating for a moment," said D'Artagnan, "that would put his Majesty out terribly. The king has a saying, that he who works well, eats well, and he does not like people to eat indifferently at his table." "How can I avoid having my mouth full if I eat?" said Porthos. "All you have to do," replied the captain of the Musketeers, "is simply to swallow what you have in it, whenever the king does you the honor to address a remark to you." "Very good," said Porthos. And from that moment he began to eat with a certain well-bred enthusiasm. The king occasionally looked at the different persons who were at table with him, and, en connoisseur, could appreciate the different dispositions of his guests. "Monsieur du Vallon," he said. Porthos was enjoying a salmi de livre, and swallowed half of the back. His name, pronounced in such a manner, made him start, and by a vigorous effort of his gullet he absorbed the whole mouthful. "Sire," replied Porthos, in a stifled voice, but sufficiently intelligible, nevertheless. "Let those filets d'agneau be handed to Monsieur du Vallon," said the king. "Do you like brown meats, M. du Vallon?" "Sire, I like everything," replied Porthos. D'Artagnan whispered, "Everything your Majesty sends me." Porthos repeated, "Everything your Majesty sends me," an observation which the king apparently received with great satisfaction. "People eat well who work well," replied the king, delighted to have en tête-à-tête a guest who could eat as Porthos did. Porthos received the dish of lamb, and put a portion of it on his plate. "Well," said the king. "Exquisite," said Porthos, calmly. "Have you as good mutton in your part of the country, Monsieur du Vallon?" continued the king. "Sire, I believe that from my own province, as everywhere else, the best of everything is sent to Paris for your Majesty's use. But, on the other hand, I do not eat lamb in the same way your Majesty does." "Ah, ah. And how do you eat it?" "Generally, I have a lamb dressed whole." "Whole?" "Yes, sire." "In what manner, Monsieur du Vallon?" "In this, sire, my cook, who is a German, first stuffs the lamb in question with small sausages he procures from Strasbourg, force meat balls from Troyes, and larks from Pithiviers. By some means or other, which I am not acquainted with, he bones the lamb as he would do a fowl, leaving the skin on, however, which forms a brown crust all over the animal. When it is cut in beautiful slices, in the same way as an enormous sausage, a rose-colored gravy pours forth, which is as agreeable to the eye as it is exquisite to the palate. And Porthos finished by smacking his lips. The king opened his eyes with delight, and, while cutting some of the faisan and daube, which was being handed to him, he said, "That is a dish I should very much like to taste, Monsieur du Vallon." "Is it possible?" "A whole lamb." "Absolutely an entire lamb, sire." "Pass those pheasants to M. du Vallon, I perceive he is an amateur." The order was immediately obeyed. Then, continuing the conversation, he said, "And you do not find the lamb too fat?" "No, sire, the fat falls down at the same time as the gravy does, and swims on the surface. Then the servant who carves removes the fat with a spoon, which I have had expressly made for that purpose." "Where do you reside?" inquired the king. "At Pierrefonds, sire." "At Pierrefonds. Where is that, M. du Vallon, near Belle-Isle?" "Oh, no, sire. Pierrefonds is in the Soissonnais." "I thought you alluded to the lamb on account of the salt marshes." "No, sire, I have marshes which are not salt, it is true, but which are not the less valuable on that account." The king had now arrived at the entr'actes, but without losing sight of Porthos, who continued to play his part in the best manner. "You have an excellent appetite, M. du Vallon," said the king, "and you make an admirable guest at table." "Ah! Sire, if your majesty were ever to pay a visit to Pierrefonds, we would both of us eat our lamb together. For your appetite is not an indifferent one by any means." D'Artagnan gave Porthos a severe kick under the table, which made Porthos color up. "At your majesty's present happy age," said Porthos, "in order to repair the mistake he had made, I was in the Musketeers, and nothing could ever satisfy me then. Your majesty has an excellent appetite, as I have already had the honor of mentioning, but you select what you eat with quite too much refinement to be called for one moment a great eater." The king seemed charmed at his guest's politeness. "Will you try some of these creams?" he said to Porthos. "Sire, your majesty treats me with far too much kindness to prevent me speaking the whole truth." "Pray do so, M. du Vallon." "Will, sire, with regard to sweet dishes I only recognize pastry, and even that should be rather solid. All these frothy substances swell the stomach, and occupy a space which seems to me to be too precious to be so badly tenanted." "Ah! Gentlemen," said the king, indicating Porthos by a gesture, "here is indeed a model of gastronomy. It was in such a manner that our fathers, who so well knew what good living was, used to eat, while we," added his majesty, "do nothing but tantalize with our stomachs." And as he spoke, he took the breast of a chicken with ham, while Porthos attacked a dish of partridges and quails. The cupbearer filled his majesty's glass. "Give M. du Vallon some of my wine," said the king. This was one of the greatest honors of the royal table. D'Artagnan pressed his friend's knee. "If you could only manage to swallow the half of that boar's head I see yonder," said he to Porthos, "I shall believe you will be a duke and peer within the next 12-month. "Presently," said Porthos, phlegmatically, "I shall come to that by and by." In fact, it was not long before it came to the boar's turn, for the king seemed to take pleasure in urging on his guest. He did not pass any of the dishes to Porthos until he had tasted them himself, and he accordingly took some of the boar's head. Porthos showed that he could keep pace with his sovereign. And, instead of eating the half, as D'Artagnan had told him, he ate 3/4 of it. "It is impossible," said the king in an undertone, "that a gentleman who eats so good a supper every day, and who has such beautiful teeth, can be otherwise than the most straightforward, upright man in my kingdom." "Do you hear?" said D'Artagnan in his friend's ear. "Yes, I think I am rather in favor," said Porthos, balancing himself on his chair. "Oh! You are in luck's way." The king and Porthos continued to eat in the same manner, to the great satisfaction of the other guests, some of whom, from emulation, had attempted to follow them, but were obliged to give up halfway. The king soon began to get flushed, and the reaction of the blood to his face announced that the moment of repletion had arrived. It was then that Louis XIV, instead of becoming gay and cheerful, as most good livers generally do, became dull, melancholy, and taciturn. Porthos, on the contrary, was lively and communicative. D'Artagnan's foot had more than once to remind him of this peculiarity of the king. The dessert now made its appearance. The king had ceased to think anything further of Porthos. He turned his eyes anxiously towards the entrance door, and he was heard occasionally to inquire how it happened that Monsieur de Saint-Aignan was so long in arriving. At last, at the moment when His Majesty was finishing a pot of preserved plums with a deep sigh, Saint-Aignan appeared. The king's eyes, which had become somewhat dull, immediately began to sparkle. The Comte advanced towards the king's table, and Louis rose at his approach. Everybody got up at the same time, including Porthos, who was just finishing an almond cake capable of making the jaws of a crocodile stick together. The supper was over. 155. After supper, the king took Saint-Aignan by the arm, and passed into the adjoining apartment. "What has detained you, Comte?" said the king. "I was bringing the answer, sire," replied the Comte. "She has taken a long time to reply to what I wrote her." "Sire, your Majesty deigned to write in verse, and Mademoiselle de la Valliere wished to repay your Majesty in the same coin, that is to say, in gold." "Verses! Saint-Aignan," exclaimed the king in ecstasy. "Give them to me at once." And Louis broke the seal of a little letter, enclosing the verses which history has preserved entire for us, and which are more meritorious in intention than in execution. Such as they were, however, the king was enchanted with them, and exhibited his satisfaction by unequivocal transports of delight. But the universal silence which reigned in the rooms warned Louis, so sensitively particular with regard to good breeding, that his delight might give rise to various interpretations. He turned aside and put the note in his pocket, and then advancing a few steps, which brought him again to the threshold of the door close to his guests, he said, "M. du Vallon, I have seen you today with the greatest pleasure, and my pleasure will be equally great to see you again." Porthos bowed as the Colossus of Rhodes would have done, and retired from the room with his face towards the king. "M. d'Artagnan," continued the king, "you will await my orders in the gallery. I am obliged to you for having made me acquainted with M. du Vallon. Gentlemen," addressing himself to the other guests, "I return to Paris tomorrow on account of the departure of the Spanish and Dutch ambassadors. Until tomorrow then." The apartment was immediately cleared of the guests. The king took Saint-Aignan by the arm, made him read La Valliere's verses over again, and said, "What do you think of them?" "Charming, sire. They charm me, in fact, and if they were known. Oh! The professional poets would be jealous of them, but it is not likely they will know anything about them. Did you give her mine?" "Oh! Sire, she positively devoured them. They were very weak, I am afraid." "That is not what Mademoiselle de la Valliere said of them." "Do you think she was pleased with them?" "I am sure of it, sire." "I must answer, then." "Oh! Sire, immediately after supper." "Your Majesty will fatigue yourself." "You are quite right, study after eating is notoriously injurious. The labor of a poet especially so, and besides, there is great excitement prevailing at Mademoiselle de la Valliere's." "What do you mean?" "With her as with all the ladies of the court." "Why?" "On account of poor de Guiche's accident." "Has anything serious happened to de Guiche, then?" "Yes, sire, he has one hand nearly destroyed, a hole in his breast, in fact, he is dying." "Good heavens! Who told you that?" "Manicamp brought him back just now to the house of a doctor here in Fontainebleau, and the rumor soon reached us all." "Brought back? Poor de Guiche! And how did it happen?" "Ah! That is the very question, how did it happen?" "You say that in a very singular manner, Saint-Aignan. Give me the details." "What does he say himself?" "He says nothing, sire, but others do." "What others?" "Those who brought him back, sire." "Who are they?" "I do not know, sire, but M. de Manicamp knows." M. de Manicamp is one of his friends. As everybody is, indeed, said the king. Oh. No, returned Saint Aignan, you are mistaken, sire, everyone is not precisely a friend of M. de Guiche. How do you know that? Does your majesty require me to explain myself? Certainly I do. Well, sire, I believe I have heard something said about a quarrel between two gentlemen. When? This very evening, before your majesty's supper was served. That can hardly be. I have issued such stringent and severe ordinances with respect to dueling, that no one, I presume, would dare to disobey them. In that case, heaven preserve me from excusing anyone. Exclaimed Saint Aignan. Your majesty commanded me to speak, and I spoke accordingly. Tell me, then, in what way the Comte de Guiche has been wounded. Sire, it is said to have been at a boar hunt. This evening? Yes, sire. One of his hands shattered, and a hole in his breast. Who was at the hunt with him, de Guiche? I do not know, sire. But M. de Manicamp knows, or ought to know. You are concealing something from me, Saint Aignan. Nothing, sire, I assure you. Then, explain to me how the accident happened. Was it a musket that burst? Very likely, sire. But yet, on reflection, it could hardly have been that, for de Guiche's pistol was found close by him still loaded. His pistol? But a man does not go to a boar hunt with a pistol, I should think. Sire, it is also said that de Guiche's horse was killed and that the horse is still to be found in the wide open glade in the forest. His horse, Guiche go on horseback to a boar hunt? Saint Aignan, I do not understand a syllable of what you have been telling me. Where did this affair happen? At the Rond Point, in that part of the forest called the Bois. That will do. Call M. d'Artagnan. Saint Aignan obeyed, and the musketeer entered. Monsieur d'Artagnan, said the king, you will leave this place by the little door of the private staircase. Yes, sire. You will mount your horse. Yes, sire. And you will proceed to the Rond Point du Bois. Do you know the spot? Yes, sire. I have fought there twice. What? Exclaimed the king, amazed at the reply. Under the edicts, sire, of Cardinal Richelieu, returned D'Artagnan, with his usual impassibility. That is very different, monsieur. You will, therefore, go there, and will examine the locality very carefully. A man has been wounded there, and you will find a horse lying dead. You will tell me what your opinion is upon the whole affair. Very good, sire. As a matter of course, it is your own opinion I require, and not that of anyone else. You shall have it in an hour's time, sire. I prohibit your speaking with anyone, whoever it may be. Except with the person who must give me a lantern, said D'Artagnan. Oh. That is a matter of course, said the king, laughing at the liberty, which he tolerated in no one but his captain of the Musketeers. D'Artagnan left by the little staircase. Now, let my physician be sent for, said Louis. 10 minutes afterwards the king's physician arrived, quite out of breath. You will go, monsieur, said the king to him, and accompany M. de Saint Aignan wherever he may take you. You will render me an account of the state of the person you may see in the house you will be taken to. The physician obeyed without a remark, as at that time people began to obey Louis XIV, and left the room preceding Saint Aignan. Do you, Saint Aignan, send Manicamp to me, before the physician can possibly have spoken to him. And Saint Aignan left in his turn. 156. Showing in what way D'Artagnan discharged the mission with which the king had entrusted him. While the king was engaged in making these last-mentioned arrangements in order to ascertain the truth, D'Artagnan, without losing a second, ran to the stable, took down the lantern, saddled his horse himself, and proceeded towards the place His Majesty had indicated. According to the promise he had made, he had not accosted anyone, and, as we have observed, he had carried his scruples so far as to do without the assistance of the stable helpers altogether. D'Artagnan was one of those who in moments of difficulty pride themselves on increasing their own value. By dint of hard galloping, he in less than 5 minutes reached the wood, fastened his horse to the first tree he came to, and penetrated to the broad open space on foot. He then began to inspect most carefully, on foot and with his lantern in his hand, the whole surface of the Rond Point, went forward, turned back again, measured, examined. And after half an hour's minute inspection, he returned silently to where he had left his horse, and pursued his way in deep reflection and at a foot pace to Fontainebleau. Louis was waiting in his cabinet. He was alone, and with a pencil was scribbling on paper certain lines which D'Artagnan at the first glance recognized as unequal and very much touched up. The conclusion he arrived at was, that they must be verses. The king raised his head and perceived D'Artagnan. "Well, monsieur," he said, "do you bring me any news?" "Yes, sire." "What have you seen?" "As far as probability goes, sire," D'Artagnan began to reply. "It was certainty I requested of you. I will approach it as near as I possibly can. The weather was very well adapted for investigations of the character I have just made. It has been raining this evening, and the roads were wet and muddy." "Well, the result, D'Artagnan?" "Sire, your Majesty told me that there was a horse lying dead in the crossroad of the Bois-Rochin, and I began, therefore, by studying the roads. I say the roads, because the center of the crossroad is reached by 4 separate roads. The one that I myself took was the only one that presented any fresh traces. 2 horses had followed it side by side, their 8 feet were marked very distinctly in the clay. One of the riders was more impatient than the other, for the footprints of the one were invariably in advance of the other about half a horse's length." "Are you quite sure they were traveling together?" said the king. "Yes, sire. The horses are 2 rather large animals of equal pace, horses well used to maneuvers of all kinds, for they wheeled round the barrier of the Rond Point together." "Well, and after?" "The 2 cavaliers paused there for a minute, no doubt to arrange the conditions of the engagement. The horses grew restless and impatient. One of the riders spoke, while the other listened and seemed to have contented himself by simply answering. His horse pawed the ground, which proves that his attention was so taken up by listening that he let the bridle fall from his hand." "A hostile meeting did take place then?" "Undoubtedly." "Continue, you are a very accurate observer." "One of the 2 cavaliers remained where he was standing, the one, in fact, who had been listening. The other crossed the open space, and at first placed himself directly opposite to his adversary. The one who had remained stationary traversed the Rond Point at a gallop, about 2/3 of its length, thinking that by this means he would gain upon his opponent. But the latter had followed the circumference of the wood. You are ignorant of their names, I suppose?" "Completely so, sire. Only he who followed the circumference of the wood was mounted on a black horse." "How do you know that?" "I found a few hairs of his tail among the brambles which bordered the sides of the ditch." "Go on." "As for the other horse, there can be no trouble in describing him, since he was left dead on the field of battle." "What was the cause of his death?" "A ball which had passed through his brain." "Was the ball that of a pistol or a gun?" "It was a pistol bullet, sire. Besides, the manner in which the horse was wounded explained to me the tactics of the man who had killed it. He had followed the circumference of the wood in order to take his adversary in flank. Moreover, I followed his foot tracks on the grass." "The tracks of the black horse, do you mean?" "Yes, sire." "Go on, Monsieur d'Artagnan." "As your Majesty now perceives the position of the 2 adversaries, I will, for a moment, leave the cavalier who had remained stationary for the one who started off at a gallop." "Do so." "The horse of the cavalier who rode at full speed was killed on the spot." "How do you know that?" "The cavalier had not time even to throw himself off his horse, and so fell with it. I observed the impression of his leg, which, with a great effort, he was enabled to extricate from under the horse. The spur, pressed down by the weight of the animal, had ploughed up the ground." "Very good, and what did he do as soon as he rose up again?" "He walked straight up to his adversary." who still remained upon the verge of the forest. Yes, sire. Then, having reached a favorable distance, he stopped firmly, for the impression of both his heels are left in the ground quite close to each other, fired, and missed his adversary. How do you know he did not hit him? I found a hat with a ball through it. Ah, a proof, then, exclaimed the king. Insufficient, sire, replied D'Artagnan, coldly. It is a hat without any letters indicating its ownership, without arms, a red feather, as all hats have, the lace, even, had nothing particular in it. Did the man with the hat through which the bullet had passed fire a second time? Oh, sire, he had already fired twice. How did you ascertain that? I found the waddings of the pistol. And what became of the bullet which did not kill the horse? It cut in two the feather of the hat belonging to him against whom it was directed, and broke a small birch at the other end of the open glade. In that case, then, the man on the black horse was disarmed, whilst his adversary had still one more shot to fire? Sire, while the dismounted rider was extricating himself from his horse, the other was reloading his pistol. Only, he was much agitated while he was loading it, and his hand trembled greatly. How do you know that? Half the charge fell to the ground, and he threw the ramrod aside, not having time to replace it in the pistol. Monsieur d'Artagnan, this is marvelous you tell me. It is only close observation, sire, and the commonest highwayman could tell as much. The whole scene is before me from the manner in which you relate it. I have, in fact, reconstructed it in my own mind, with merely a few alterations. And now, said the king, let us return to the dismounted cavalier. You were saying that he walked towards his adversary while the latter was loading his pistol. Yes, but at the very moment he himself was taking aim, the other fired. Oh, said the king. And the shot? The shot told terribly, sire. The dismounted cavalier fell upon his face, after having staggered forward 3 or 4 paces. Where was he hit? In 2 places. In the first place, in his right hand, and then, by the same bullet, in his chest. But how could you ascertain that? Inquired the king, full of admiration. By a very simple means. The butt end of the pistol was covered with blood, and the trace of the bullet could be observed, with fragments of a broken ring. The wounded man, in all probability, had the ring finger and the little finger carried off. As far as the hand goes, I have nothing to say, but the chest. Sire, there were 2 small pools of blood, at a distance of about 2 feet and a half from each other. At one of these pools of blood the grass was torn up by the clenched hand. At the other, the grass was simply pressed down by the weight of the body. Pour de Guiche, exclaimed the king. Ah! It was M. de Guiche, then, said the musketeer, quietly. I suspected it, but did not venture to mention it to your majesty. And what made you suspect it? I recognized the de Gramont arms upon the holsters of the dead horse. And you think he is seriously wounded? Very seriously, since he fell immediately, and remained a long time in the same place. However, he was able to walk, as he left the spot, supported by 2 friends. You met him returning, then? No, but I observed the footprints of 3 men. The one on the right and the one on the left walked freely and easily, but the one in the middle dragged his feet as he walked. Besides, he left traces of blood at every step he took. Now, monsieur, since you saw the combat so distinctly that not a single detail seems to have escaped you, tell me something about De Guiche's adversary. Oh, sire, I do not know him. And yet you see everything very clearly. Yes, sire, I see everything, but I do not tell all I see. And, since the poor devil has escaped, your majesty will permit me to say that I do not intend to denounce him. And yet he is guilty, since he has fought a duel, monsieur. Not guilty in my eyes, sire, said D'Artagnan, coldly. Monsieur, exclaimed the king, are you aware of what you are saying? Perfectly, sire. But, according to my notions, a man who fights a duel is a brave man, such, at least, is my own opinion, but your majesty may have another, it is but natural, for you are master here. Monsieur d'Artagnan, I ordered you, however. D'Artagnan interrupted the king by a respectful gesture. You ordered me, sire, to gather what particulars I could, respecting a hostile meeting that had taken place. Those particulars you have. If you order me to arrest M. de Guiche's adversary, I will do so, but do not order me to denounce him to you, for in that case I will not obey. Very well. Arrest him, then. Give me his name, sire. The king stamped his foot angrily, but after a moment's reflection, he said, You are right, 10 times, 20 times, 100 times right. That is my opinion, sire. I am happy that, this time, it accords with your majesties. One word more. Who assisted Goeche? I do not know, sire. But you speak of 2 men. There was a person present, then, as second. There was no second, sire. Nay, more than that, when M. de Goeche fell, his adversary fled without giving him any assistance. The miserable coward! Exclaimed the king. The consequence of your ordinances, sire. If a man has fought well, and fairly, and has already escaped one chance of death, he naturally wishes to escape a second. M. de Bouteville cannot be forgotten very easily. And so, men turn cowards. No, they become prudent. And he has fled, then, you say? Yes, and as fast as his horse could possibly carry him. In what direction? In the direction of the chateau. Well, and after that? Afterwards, as I have had the honor of telling your majesty, 2 men on foot arrived, who carried M. de Goeche back with them. What proof have you that these men arrived after the combat? A very evident proof, sire. At the moment the encounter took place, the rain had just ceased, the ground had not had time to imbibe the moisture, and was, consequently, soaked. The footsteps sank in the ground, but while M. de Goeche was lying there in a fainting condition, the ground became firm again, and the footsteps made a less sensible impression. Louis clapped his hands together in sign of admiration. Monsieur d'Artagnan, he said, you are positively the cleverest man in my kingdom. The identical thing M. de Richelieu thought, and M. de Mazarin said, sire. And now, it remains for us to see if your sagacity is at fault. Oh! Sire, a man may be mistaken, humanum est errare, 11 said the Musketeer, philosophically. In that case, you are not human, Monsieur d'Artagnan, for I believe you are never mistaken. Your Majesty said that we were going to see whether such was the case, or not. Yes. In what way, may I venture to ask? I have sent for M. de Manicamp, and M. de Manicamp is coming. And M. de Manicamp knows the secret. De Goeche has no secrets from M. de Manicamp. D'Artagnan shook his head. No one was present at the combat, I repeat, and unless M. de Manicamp was one of the 2 men who brought him back. Hush, said the king, he is coming. Remain, and listen attentively. Very good, sire. And, at the very same moment, Manicamp and Saint-Aignan appeared at the threshold of the door. 157. The encounter. The king signified with an imperious gesture, first to the Musketeer, then to Saint-Aignan, on your lives, not a word. D'Artagnan withdrew, like a sentinel, to a corner of the room. Saint-Aignan, in his character of a favorite, leaned over the back of the king's chair. Manicamp, with his right foot properly advanced, a smile upon his lips, and his white and well-formed hands gracefully disposed, advanced to make his reverence to the king, who returned the salutation by a bow. Good evening, M. de Manicamp, he said. Your Majesty did me the honor to send for me, said Manicamp. Yes, in order to learn from you all the details of the unfortunate accident which has befallen the Comte de Goeche. Oh! Sire, it is grievous indeed. You were there. Not precisely, sire. But you arrived on the scene of the accident, a few minutes after it took place. Sire, about half an hour afterwards. And where did the accident happen? I believe, sire, the place is called the Rond-Point du Bois. Oh. The rendezvous of the hunt. The very spot, sire. Good. Give me all the details you are acquainted with, respecting this unhappy affair, Monsieur de Manicamp. Perhaps your Majesty has already been informed of them, and I fear to fatigue you with useless repetition. No, do not be afraid of that. Manicamp looked round him. He saw only D'Artagnan leaning with his back against the wainscot, D'Artagnan, calm, kind, and good-natured as usual, and Saint Aignan whom he had accompanied, and who still leaned over the king's armchair with an expression of countenance equally full of good feeling. He determined, therefore, to speak out. Your Majesty is perfectly aware, he said, that accidents are very frequent in hunting. In hunting, do you say? I mean, sire, when an animal is brought to bay. Ah, said the king, it was when the animal was brought to bay, then, that the accident happened? Alas! Sire, unhappily it was. The king paused for a moment before he said, what animal was being hunted? A wild boar, sire. And what could possibly have possessed de Guiche to go to a wild boar hunt by himself? That is but a clownish idea of sport, only fit for that class of people who, unlike the Maréchal de Gramont, have no dogs and huntsmen, to hunt as gentlemen should do. Manicamp shrugged his shoulders. Youth is very rash, he said, sententiously. Well, go on, said the king. At all events, continued Manicamp, not venturing to be too precipitate and hasty, and letting his words fall very slowly one by one, at all events, sire, poor de Guiche went hunting, all alone. Quite alone. Indeed, what a sportsman. And is not M. de Guiche aware that the wild boar always stands at bay? That is the very thing that really happened, sire. He had some idea, then, of the beast being there? Yes, sire, some peasants had seen it among their potatoes. 12. And what kind of animal was it? A short, thick beast. You may as well tell me, monsieur, that de Guiche had some idea of committing suicide, for I have seen him hunt, and he is an active and vigorous hunter. Whenever he fires at an animal brought to bay and held in check by the dogs, he takes every possible precaution, and yet he fires with a carbine. And on this occasion he seems to have faced the boar with pistols only. Manicamp started. A costly pair of pistols, excellent weapons to fight a duel with a man and not a wild boar. What an absurdity! There are some things, sire, which are difficult of explanation. You are quite right, and the event which we are now discussing is certainly one of them. Go on. During the recital, Saint Aignan, who probably would have made a sign to Manicamp to be careful what he was about, found that the king's glance was constantly fixed upon himself. So that it was utterly impossible to communicate with Manicamp in any way. As for D'Artagnan, the statue of silence at Athens was far more noisy and far more expressive than he. Manicamp, therefore, was obliged to continue in the same way he had begun, and so contrived to get more and more entangled in his explanation. Sire, he said, this is probably how the affair happened. Guiche was waiting to receive the boar as it rushed towards him. On foot or on horseback, inquired the king. On horseback. He fired upon the brute and missed his aim, and then it dashed upon him. And the horse was killed. Ah! Your Majesty knows that, then. I have been told that a horse has been found lying dead in the crossroads of the Bois, and I presume it was de Guiche's horse. Perfectly true, sire, it was his. Well, so much for the horse, and now for de Guiche. De Guiche, once down, was attacked and worried by the wild boar, and wounded in the hand and in the chest. It is a horrible accident, but it must be admitted it was de Guiche's own fault. How could he possibly have gone to hunt such an animal merely armed with pistols? He must have forgotten the fable of Adonis. Manicamp rubbed his ear in seeming perplexity. Very true, he said, it was very imprudent. Can you explain it, Monsieur Manicamp? Sire, what is written is written. Ah! You are a fatalist. Manicamp looked very uncomfortable and ill at ease. I am angry with you, Monsieur Manicamp, continued the king. With me, sire? Yes. How was it that you, who are de Guiche's intimate friend, and who know that he is subject to such acts of folly, did not stop him in time? Manicamp no longer knew what to do. The tone in which the king spoke was anything but that of a credulous man. On the other hand, it did not indicate any particular severity, nor did he seem to care very much about the cross-examination. There was more of raillery in it than menace. And you say, then, continued the king, that it was positively de Guiche's horse that was found dead? Quite positive, sire. Did that astonish you? No, sire. For your majesty will remember that, at the last hunt, M. de Saint-Maur had a horse killed under him, and in the same way. Yes, but that one was ripped open. Of course, sire. Had Guiche's horse been ripped open like M. de Saint-Maur's horse, I should not have been astonished. Manicamp opened his eyes very wide. Am I mistaken, resumed the king, was it not in the frontal bone that de Guiche's horse was struck? You must admit, Monsieur de Manicamp, that that is a very singular place for a wild boar to attack. You are aware, sire, that the horse is a very intelligent animal, and he doubtless endeavored to defend himself. But a horse defends himself with his heels and not with his head. In that case, the terrified horse may have slipped or fallen down, said Manicamp, and the boar, you understand, sire, the boar. Oh! I understand that perfectly, as far as the horse is concerned, but how about his rider? Well. That, too, is simple enough, the boar left the horse and attacked the rider. And, as I have already had the honor of informing your majesty, shattered de Guiche's hand at the very moment he was about to discharge his second pistol at him, and then, with a gouge of his tusk, made that terrible hole in his chest. Nothing is more likely. Really, Monsieur de Manicamp, you are wrong in placing so little confidence in your own eloquence, and you can tell a story most admirably. Your Majesty is exceedingly kind, said Manicamp, saluting him in the most embarrassed manner. From this day henceforth, I will prohibit any gentleman attached to my court going out to a similar encounter. Really, one might just as well permit dueling. Manicamp started, and moved as if he were about to withdraw. Is your Majesty satisfied? Delighted, but do not withdraw yet, Monsieur de Manicamp, said Louis, I have something to say to you. Well, well. Thought D'Artagnan, there is another who is not up to the mark, and he uttered a sigh which might signify, oh. The men of our stamp, where are they now? At this moment an usher lifted up the curtain before the door, and announced the king's physician. Ah, exclaimed Louis, here comes Monsieur Vallat, who has just been to see M. de Guiche. We shall now hear news of the man maltreated by the boar. Manicamp felt more uncomfortable than ever. In this way, at least, added the king, our conscience will be quite clear. And he looked at D'Artagnan, who did not seem in the slightest degree discomposed. 158. The physician. M. Vallat entered. The position of the different persons present was precisely the same. The king was seated, Saint-Aignan leaning over the back of his armchair, D'Artagnan with his back against the wall. And Manicamp still standing. Well, M. Vallat, said the king, did you obey my directions? With the greatest alacrity, sire. You went to the doctor's house in Fontainebleau? Yes, sire. And you found M. de Guiche there? I did, sire. What state was he in? Speak unreservedly. In a very sad state indeed, sire. The wild boar did not quite devour him, however. Devour whom? De Guiche. What wild boar? The boar that wounded him. M. de Guiche wounded by a boar. So it is said, at least. By a poacher, rather, or by a jealous husband, or an ill-used lover, who, in order to be revenged, fired upon him. What is it that you say, Monsieur Valot? Were not M. de Guiche's wounds produced by defending himself against a wild boar? M. de Guiche's wounds are the result of a pistol bullet that broke his ring finger and the little finger of the right hand, and afterwards buried itself in the intercostal muscles of the chest. A bullet. Are you sure Monsieur de Guiche was wounded by a bullet? Exclaimed the king, pretending to look much surprised. Indeed, I am, sire, so sure, in fact, that here it is. And he presented to the king a half-flattened bullet, which the king looked at, but did not touch. Did he have that in his chest, poor fellow? He asked. Not precisely. The ball did not penetrate, but was flattened, as you see, either upon the trigger of the pistol or upon the right side of the breastbone. Good heavens! Said the king, seriously, you said nothing to me about this, Monsieur de Manicamp. Sire. What does all this mean, then, this invention about hunting a wild boar at nightfall? Come, speak, monsieur. Sire. It seems, then, that you are right, said the king, turning round towards his captain of musketeers, and that a duel actually took place. The king possessed, to a greater extent than anyone else, the faculty enjoyed by the great in power or position, of compromising and dividing those beneath him. Manicamp darted a look full of reproaches at the musketeer. D'Artagnan understood the look at once, and not wishing to remain beneath the weight of such an accusation, advanced a step forward, and said, Sire. Your Majesty commanded me to go and explore the place where the crossroads meet in the Bois, and to report to you, according to my own ideas, what had taken place there. I submitted my observations to you, but without denouncing anyone. It was your Majesty yourself who was the first to name the Comte de Guiche. Well, monsieur, well, said the king, haughtily. You have done your duty, and I am satisfied with you. But you, Monsieur de Manicamp, have failed in yours, for you have told me a falsehood. A falsehood, sire. The expression is a hard one. Find a more accurate, then. Sire, I will not attempt to do so. I have already been unfortunate enough to displease your Majesty, and it will, in every respect, be far better for me to accept most humbly any reproaches you may think proper to address to me. You are right, monsieur, whoever conceals the truth from me, risks my displeasure. Sometimes, sire, one is ignorant of the truth. No further falsehood, monsieur, or I double the punishment. Manicamp bowed and turned pale. D'Artagnan again made another step forward, determined to interfere, if the still increasing anger of the king attained certain limits. You see, monsieur, continued the king, that it is useless to deny the thing any longer. M. de Guiche has fought a duel. I do not deny it, sire, and it would have been truly generous on your Majesty's part not to have forced me to tell a falsehood. Forced? Who forced you? Sire, M. de Guiche is my friend. Your Majesty has forbidden duels under pain of death. A falsehood might save my friend's life, and I told it. Good, murmured D'Artagnan, an excellent fellow, upon my word. Instead of telling a falsehood, monsieur, you should have prevented him from fighting, said the king. Oh! Sire, your Majesty, who is the most accomplished gentleman in France, knows quite as well as any of us other gentlemen that we have never considered M. de Bouteville dishonored for having suffered death on the place de Grève. That which does in truth dishonor a man is to avoid meeting his enemy, not to avoid meeting his executioner. Well, monsieur, that may be so, said Louis XIV, I am desirous of suggesting a means of your repairing all. If it be a means of which a gentleman may avail himself, I shall most eagerly seize the opportunity. The name of M. de Guiche's adversary. Oh, oh! Murmured D'Artagnan, are we going to take Louis XIII as a model? Sire, said Manicamp, with an accent of reproach. You will not name him, then, said the king. Sire, I do not know him. Bravo, murmured D'Artagnan. Monsieur de Manicamp, hand your sword to the captain. Manicamp bowed very gracefully, unbuckled his sword, smiling as he did so, and handed it for the musketeer to take. But Saint-Aignan advanced hurriedly between him and D'Artagnan. "Sire," he said, "will your Majesty permit me to say a word?" "Do so," said the king, delighted, perhaps, at the bottom of his heart, for someone to step between him and the wrath he felt had carried him too far. "Manicamp, you are a brave man, and the king will appreciate your conduct, but to wish to serve your friends too well, is to destroy them. Manicamp, you know the name the king asks you for?" "It is perfectly true, I do know it." "You will give it up then?" "If I felt I ought to have mentioned it, I should have already done so." "Then I will tell it, for I am not so extremely sensitive on such points of honor as you are." "You are at liberty to do so, but it seems to me, however." "Oh! A truce to magnanimity. I will not permit you to go to the Bastille in that way. Do you speak, or I will." Manicamp was keen-witted enough, and perfectly understood that he had done quite sufficient to produce a good opinion of his conduct. It was now only a question of persevering in such a manner as to regain the good graces of the king. "Speak, monsieur," he said to Saint-Aignan. "I have on my own behalf done all that my conscience told me to do. And it must have been very importunate," he added, turning towards the king, "since its mandates led me to disobey your Majesty's commands. But your Majesty will forgive me, I hope, when you learn that I was anxious to preserve the honor of a lady." "Of a lady?" said the king, with some uneasiness. "Yes, sire. A lady was the cause of this duel." Manicamp bowed. "If the position of the lady in question warrants it," he said, "I shall not complain of your having acted with so much circumspection. On the contrary, indeed. Sire, everything which concerns your Majesty's household, or the household of your Majesty's brother, is of importance in my eyes." "In my brother's household," repeated Louis XIV, with a slight hesitation. "The cause of the duel was a lady belonging to my brother's household, do you say? Or to Madame's?" "Ah! To Madame's." "Yes, sire." "Well, and this lady?" "Is one of the maids of honor of Her Royal Highness Madame la Duchesse d'Orléans." "For whom M. de Guiche fought, do you say?" "Yes, sire, and, this time, I tell no falsehood." Louis seemed restless and anxious. "Gentlemen," he said, turning towards the spectators of this scene, "will you have the goodness to retire for a moment? I wish to be alone with M. de Manicamp. I know he has some important communication to make for his own justification, and which he will not venture before witnesses. Put up your sword, M. de Manicamp." Manicamp returned his sword to his belt. "The fellow decidedly has his wits about him," murmured the musketeer, taking Saint-Aignan by the arm, and withdrawing with him. "He will get out of it," said the latter in D'Artagnan's ear. "And with honor, too, Comte." Manicamp cast a glance of recognition at Saint-Aignan and the captain, which luckily passed unnoticed by the king. "Come, come," said D'Artagnan, as he left the room, "I had an indifferent opinion of the new generation. Well, I was mistaken after all. There is some good in them, I perceive." Valot preceded the favorite and the captain, leaving the king and Manicamp alone in the cabinet. 159. Wherein D'Artagnan perceives that it was he who was mistaken, and Manicamp who was right. The king, determined to be satisfied that no one was listening, went himself to the door. And then returned precipitately and placed himself opposite Manicamp. "And now we are alone, Monsieur de Manicamp, explain yourself." "With the greatest frankness, sire," replied the young man. "And in the first place, pray understand," added the king, "that there is nothing to which I personally attach a greater importance than the honor of any lady. That is the very reason, sire, why I endeavored to study your delicacy of sentiment and feeling." "Yes, I understand it all now. You say that it was one of the maids of honor of my sister-in-law who was the subject of dispute, and that the person in question, De Guiche's adversary, the man, in point of fact, whom you will not name. But whom M. de Saint-Aignan will name, monsieur. Yes, you say, however, that this man insulted someone belonging to the household of Madame. Yes, sire. Mademoiselle de la Valliere. Ah! Said the king, as if he had expected the name, and yet as if its announcement had caused him a sudden pang. Ah! It was Mademoiselle de la Valliere who was insulted. I do not say precisely that she was insulted, sire. But at all events, I merely say that she was spoken of in terms far enough from respectful. A man dares to speak in disrespectful terms of Mademoiselle de la Valliere, and yet you refuse to tell me the name of the insulter. Sire, I thought it was quite understood that your Majesty had abandoned the idea of making me denounce him. Perfectly true, monsieur, returned the king, controlling his anger. Besides, I shall know in good time the name of this man whom I shall feel it my duty to punish. Manicamp perceived that they had returned to the question again. As for the king, he saw he had allowed himself to be hurried away a little too far, and therefore continued, and I will punish him, not because there is any question of Mademoiselle de la Valliere. Although I esteem her very highly, but because a lady was the object of the quarrel. And I intend that ladies shall be respected at my court, and that quarrels shall be put a stop to altogether. Manicamp bowed. And now, Monsieur de Manicamp, continued the king, what was said about Mademoiselle de la Valliere? Cannot your Majesty guess? Your Majesty can imagine the character of the jest in which young men permit themselves to indulge. They very probably said that she was in love with someone, the king ventured to remark. Probably so. But Mademoiselle de la Valliere has a perfect right to love anyone she pleases, said the king. That is the very point de Guiche maintained. And on account of which he fought, do you mean? Yes, sire, the sole and only cause. The king colored. And you do not know anything more, then? In what respect, sire? In the very interesting respect which you are now referring to. What does your Majesty wish to know? Why, the name of the man with whom La Valliere is in love, and whom de Guiche's adversary disputed her right to love. Sire, I know nothing, I have heard nothing, and have learnt nothing, even accidentally. But de Guiche is a noble-hearted fellow, and if, momentarily, he substituted himself in the place or stead of La Valliere's protector, it was because that protector was himself of too exalted a position to undertake her defense. These words were more than transparent, they made the king blush, but this time with pleasure. He struck Manicamp gently on the shoulder. Well, Monsieur de Manicamp, you are not only a ready, witty fellow, but a brave gentleman besides, and your friend de Guiche is a paladin quite after my own heart. You will express that to him from me. Your Majesty forgives me, then? Completely. And I am free? The king smiled and held out his hand to Manicamp, which he took and kissed respectfully. And then, added the king, you relate stories so charmingly. Sire. You told me in the most admirable manner the particulars of the accident which happened to Guiche. I can see the wild boar rushing out of the wood, I can see the horse fall down fighting with his head, and the boar rush from the horse to the rider. You do not simply relate a story well, you positively paint its incidents. Sire, I think your Majesty condescends to laugh at my expense, said Manicamp. On the contrary, said Louis, seriously, I have so little intention of laughing, Monsieur de Manicamp, that I wish you to relate this adventure to everyone. The adventure of the hunt? Yes. In the same manner you told it to me, without changing a single word, you understand? Perfectly, sire. And you will relate it, then? Without losing a minute. Very well. And now summon M. D'Artagnan, I hope you are no longer afraid of him. Oh, sire, from the very moment I am sure of your Majesty's kind disposition, I no longer fear anything. Call him, then, said the king. Manicamp opened the door, and said, Gentlemen, the king wishes you to return. D'Artagnan, Saint-Aignan, and Valot entered. Gentlemen, said the king, I summoned you for the purposes of saying that Monsieur de Manicamp's explanation has entirely satisfied me. D'Artagnan glanced at Valot and Saint-Aignan, as much as to say, well, did I not tell you so? The king led Manicamp to the door, and then in a low tone of voice said, see that M. de Guiche takes good care of himself, and particularly that he recovers as soon as possible. I am very desirous of thanking him in the name of every lady, but let him take special care that he does not begin again. Were he to die 100 times, sire, he would begin again if your majesty's honor were in any way called in question. This remark was direct enough. But we have already said that the incense of flattery was very pleasing to the king, and, provided he received it, he was not very particular as to its quality. Very well, he said, as he dismissed Manicamp, I will see de Guiche myself, and make him listen to reason. And as Manicamp left the apartment, the king turned round towards the 3 spectators of this scene, and said, tell me, Monsieur d'Artagnan, how does it happen that your sight is so imperfect? You, whose eyes are generally so very good. My sight bad, sire? Certainly. It must be the case since your majesty says so, but in what respect, may I ask? Why, with regard to what occurred in the Bois. Ah. Certainly. You pretended to have seen the tracks of 2 horses, to have detected the footprints of 2 men. And have described the particulars of an engagement, which you assert took place. Nothing of the sort occurred, pure illusion on your part. Ah, said D'Artagnan. Exactly the same thing with the galloping to and fro of the horses, and the other indications of a struggle. It was the struggle of de Guiche against the wild boar, and absolutely nothing else. Only the struggle was a long and a terrible one, it seems. Ah, continued D'Artagnan. And when I think that I almost believed it for a moment, but, then, you told it with such confidence. I admit, sire, that I must have been very short-sighted, said D'Artagnan, with a readiness of humor which delighted the king. You do admit it, then? Admit it, sire, most assuredly I do. So now that you see the thing in quite a different light from that in which I saw it half an hour ago. And to what, then, do you attribute this difference in your opinion? Oh. A very simple thing, sire. Half an hour ago I returned from Bois, where I had nothing to light me but a stupid stable lantern. While now I have all the wax lights of your cabinet, and more than that, your majesty's own eyes, which illuminate everything, like the blazing sun at noonday. The king began to laugh. And Saint Aignan broke out into convulsions of merriment. It is precisely like M. Valot, said D'Artagnan, resuming the conversation where the king had left off. He has been imagining all along, that not only was M. de Guiche wounded by a bullet, but still more, that he extracted it, even, from his chest. Upon my word, said Valot, I assure you. Now, did you not believe that? Continued D'Artagnan. Yes, said Valot, not only did I believe it, but, at this very moment, I would swear it. Well, my dear doctor, you have dreamt it. I have dreamt it. M. de Guiche's wound, a mere dream, the bullet, a dream. So, take my advice, and prate no more about it. Well said, returned the king, M. D'Artagnan's advice is sound. Do not speak of your dream to anyone, Monsieur Valot, and, upon the word of a gentleman, you will have no occasion to repent it. Good evening, gentlemen. A very sad affair, indeed, is a wild boar hunt. A very serious thing, indeed, repeated D'Artagnan, in a loud voice, is a wild boar hunt. And he repeated it in every room through which he passed, and left the chateau, taking Valot with him. And now we are alone, said the king to Saint Aignan. What is the name of de Guiche's adversary? Saint Aignan looked at the king. Oh. Do not hesitate, said the king. You know that I am bound beforehand to forgive. De Wardes, said Saint Aignan. Very good, said Louis XIV, and then, retiring to his own room, added to himself, to forgive is not to forget. 160. Showing the advantage of having 2 strings to one's bow. Manicamp quitted the king's apartment, delighted at having succeeded so well, when, just as he reached the bottom of the staircase and was passing a doorway, he felt that someone suddenly pulled him by the sleeve. He turned round and recognized Montalais, who was waiting for him in the passage, and who, in a very mysterious manner, with her body bent forward, and in a low tone of voice, said to him, "Follow me, monsieur, and without any delay, if you please." "Where to, mademoiselle?" inquired Manicamp. "In the first place, a true knight would not have asked such a question, but would have followed me without requiring any explanation." "Well, mademoiselle, I am quite ready to conduct myself as a true knight." "No, it is too late, and you cannot take the credit of it. We are going to madame's apartment, so come at once." "Ah, said Manicamp. "Lead on, then." And he followed Montalais, who ran before him as light as Galatea. "This time," said Manicamp, as he followed his guide, "I do not think that stories about hunting expeditions would be acceptable. We will try, however, and if need be, well, if there should be any occasion for it, we must try something else." Montalais still ran on. "How fatiguing it is," thought Manicamp, "to have need of one's head and legs at the same time." At last, however, they arrived. Madame had just finished undressing, and was in a most elegant deshabille. But it must be understood that she had changed her dress before she had any idea of being subjected to the emotions now agitating her. She was waiting with the most restless impatience, and Montalais and Manicamp found her standing near the door. At the sound of their approaching footsteps, Madame came forward to meet them. "Ah!" she said, at last. "Here is Manicamp," replied Montalais. Manicamp bowed with the greatest respect. Madame signed to Montalais to withdraw, and she immediately obeyed. Madame followed her with her eyes, in silence, until the door closed behind her, and then, turning towards Manicamp, said, "What is the matter? And is it true, as I am told, Monsieur de Manicamp, that someone is lying wounded in the chateau?" "Yes, madame, unfortunately so, Monsieur de Guiche." "Yes, Monsieur de Guiche," repeated the princess. "I had, in fact, heard it rumored, but not confirmed. And so, in truth, it is Monsieur de Guiche who has been thus unfortunate?" "M. de Guiche himself, madame." "Are you aware, de Manicamp," said the princess, hastily, "that the king has the strongest antipathy to duels?" "Perfectly so, madame. But a duel with a wild beast is not answerable." "Oh, you will not insult me by supposing that I credit the absurd fable, with what object I cannot tell, respecting de Guiche having been wounded by a wild boar. No, monsieur, the real truth is known, and, in addition to the inconvenience of his wound, de Guiche runs the risk of losing his liberty if not his life." "Alas! Madame, I am well aware of that, but what is to be done?" "You have seen the king?" "Yes, madame." "What did you say to him?" "I told him how de Guiche went to the chase, and how a wild boar rushed forth out of the Boirochen, how de Guiche fired at it, and how, in fact, the furious brute dashed at de Guiche, killed his horse, and grievously wounded himself." "And the king believed that?" "Implicitly." "Oh, you surprise me, Monsieur de Manicamp, you surprise me very much." And Madame walked up and down the room, casting a searching look from time to time at Manicamp, who remained motionless and impassible in the same place. At last she stopped. "And yet," she said, "everyone here seems unanimous in giving another cause for this wound." "What cause, madame?" said Manicamp, "may I be permitted, without indiscretion, to ask your highness?" "You ask such a question. You, de Guiche's intimate friend, his confidant, indeed." "Oh, madame. His intimate friend, yes, confidant, no. De Guiche is a man who can keep his own secrets, who has some of his own certainly, but who never breathes a syllable about them. De Guiche is discretion itself, madame." "Very well, then. Those secrets which M. de Guiche keeps so scrupulously, I shall have the pleasure of informing you of, said the princess, almost spitefully. For the king may possibly question you a second time, and if, on the second occasion, you were to repeat the same story to him, he possibly might not be very well satisfied with it. But, madam, I think your highness is mistaken with regard to the king. His Majesty was perfectly satisfied with me, I assure you. In that case, permit me to assure you, Monsieur de Manicamp, it only proves one thing, which is, that His Majesty is very easily satisfied. I think your highness is mistaken in arriving at such an opinion. His Majesty is well known not to be contented except with very good reason. And do you suppose that he will thank you for your officious falsehood, when he will learn tomorrow that M. de Guiche had, on behalf of his friend M. de Bragelonne, a quarrel which ended in a hostile meeting? A quarrel on M. de Bragelonne's account, said Manicamp, with the most innocent expression in the world. What does your royal highness do me the honor to tell me? What is there astonishing in that? M. de Guiche is susceptible, irritable, and easily loses his temper. On the contrary, madam, I know M. de Guiche to be very patient, and never susceptible or irritable except upon very good grounds. But is not friendship a just ground, said the princess. Oh, certainly, madam, and particularly for a heart like his. Very good, you will not deny, I suppose, that M. de Bragelonne is M. de Guiche's good friend? A great friend. Well, then, M. de Guiche has taken M. de Bragelonne's part, and as M. de Bragelonne was absent and could not fight, he fought for him. Manicamp began to smile, and moved his head and shoulders very slightly, as much as to say, oh, if you will positively have it so. But speak, at all events, said the princess, out of patience. Speak. Of course, it is quite clear you are not of my opinion, and that you have something to say. I have only one thing to say, madam. Name it. That I do not understand a single word of what you have just been telling me. What, you do not understand a single word about M. de Guiche's quarrel with M. de Wardes, exclaimed the princess, almost out of temper. Manicamp remained silent. A quarrel, she continued, which arose out of a conversation scandalous in its tone and purport, and more or less well-founded, respecting the virtue of a certain lady. Ah! Of a certain lady, this is quite another thing, said Manicamp. You begin to understand, do you not? Your highness will excuse me, but I dare not. You dare not, said Madame, exasperated. Very well, then, wait one moment, I will dare. Madam, madam, exclaimed Manicamp, as if in great dismay, be careful of what you are going to say. It would seem, monsieur, that, if I happened to be a man, you would challenge me, notwithstanding His Majesty's edicts, as Monsieur de Guiche challenged M. de Wardes. And that, too, on account of the virtue of Mademoiselle de la Valliere. Of Mademoiselle de la Valliere, exclaimed Manicamp, starting backwards, as if that was the very last name he expected to hear pronounced. What makes you start in that manner, Monsieur de Manicamp? Said Madame, ironically. Do you mean to say you would be impertinent enough to suspect that young lady's honor? Madame, in the whole course of this affair there has not been the slightest question of Mademoiselle de la Valliere's honor. What? When two men have almost blown each other's brains out on a woman's behalf, do you mean to say she has had nothing to do with the affair, and that her name has not been called in question at all? I did not think you so good a courtier, Monsieur de Manicamp. Pray forgive me, madam, said the young man, but we are very far from understanding one another. You do me the honor to speak one language while I am speaking altogether another. I beg your pardon, but I do not understand your meaning. Forgive me, then. But I fancied I understood your highness to remark that de Guiche and de Wardes had fought on Mademoiselle de la Valliere's account. Certainly. On account of Mademoiselle de la Valliere, I think you said, repeated Manicamp. I do not say that M. de Guiche personally took an interest in Mademoiselle de la Valliere, but I say that he did so as representing or acting on behalf of another. On behalf of another? Come, do not always assume such a bewildered look. Does not everyone here know that M. de Bragelonne is affianced to Mademoiselle de la Valliere, and that before he went on the mission with which the king entrusted him, he charged his friend M. de Guiche to watch over that interesting young lady? There is nothing more for me to say, then. Your Highness is well informed of everything. I beg you to understand that clearly. Manicamp began to laugh, which almost exasperated the princess, who was not, as we know, of a very patient disposition. Madam, resumed the discreet Manicamp, saluting the princess, let us bury this affair altogether in forgetfulness, for it will probably never be quite cleared up. Oh, as far as that goes there is nothing more to do, and the information is complete. The king will learn that M. de Guiche has taken up the cause of this little adventuress, who gives herself all the airs of a grand lady. He will learn that Monsieur de Bragelonne, having nominated his friend M. de Guiche his guardian in ordinary, the latter immediately fastened, as he was required to do, upon the Marquis de Wardes, who ventured to trench upon his privileges. Moreover, you cannot pretend to deny, Monsieur Manicamp, you who know everything so well, that the king on his side casts a longing eye upon this famous treasure. And that he will bear no slight grudge against M. de Guiche for constituting himself its defender. Are you sufficiently well informed now, or do you require anything further? If so, speak, monsieur. No, madam, there is nothing more I wish to know. Learn, however, for you ought to know it, Monsieur de Manicamp, learn that His Majesty's indignation will be followed by terrible consequences. In princes of a similar temperament to that of His Majesty, the passion which jealousy causes sweeps down like a whirlwind. Which you will temper, madam. I. Exclaimed the princess, with a gesture of indescribable irony, I. And by what title, may I ask? Because you detest injustice, madam. And according to your account, then, it would be an injustice to prevent the king arranging his love affairs as he pleases. You will intercede, however, in M. de Guiche's favor. You are mad, monsieur, said the princess, in a haughty tone of voice. On the contrary, I am in the most perfect possession of my senses, and I repeat, you will defend M. de Guiche before the king. Why should I? Because the cause of M. de Guiche is your own, madam, said Manicamp, with ardor kindling in his eyes. What do you mean by that? I mean, madam, that, with respect to the defense which Monsieur de Guiche undertook in M. de Bragelonne's absence, I am surprised that your highness has not detected a pretext in La Valliere's name having been brought forward. A pretext? But a pretext for what? Repeated the princess, hesitatingly, for Manicamp's steady look had just revealed something of the truth to her. I trust, madam, said the young man, I have said sufficient to induce your highness not to overwhelm before his majesty my poor friend, de Guiche, against whom all the malevolence of a party bitterly opposed to your own will now be directed. You mean, on the contrary, I suppose, that all those who have no great affection for Mademoiselle de la Valliere, and even, perhaps, a few of those who have some regard for her, will be angry with the Comte. Oh, madam! Why will you push your obstinacy to such an extent, and refuse to open your ears and listen to the counsel of one whose devotion to you is unbounded? Must I expose myself to the risk of your displeasure? Am I really to be called upon to name, contrary to my own wish, the person who was the real cause of this quarrel? The person? Said madam, blushing. Must I, continued Manicamp, tell you how poor de Guiche became irritated, furious, exasperated beyond all control, at the different rumors now being circulated about this person? Must I, if you persist in this wilful blindness, and if respect should continue to prevent me naming her, must I repeat, recall to your recollection the various scenes which Monsieur had with the Duke of Buckingham, and the insinuations which were reported respecting the Duke's exile? Must I remind you of the anxious care the Comte always took in his efforts to please, to watch, to protect that person for whom alone he lives, for whom alone he breathes? Well, I will do so. And when I shall have made you recall all the particulars I refer to, you will perhaps understand how it happened that the Comte, having lost all control over himself, and having been for some time past almost harassed to death by de Wardes, became, at the first disrespectful expression which the latter pronounced respecting the person in question, inflamed with passion, and panted only for an opportunity of avenging the affront. The princess concealed her face with her hands. "Monsieur, monsieur," she exclaimed, "do you know what you are saying, and to whom you are speaking?" "And so, madam," pursued Manicamp, as if he had not heard the exclamations of the princess, "nothing will astonish you any longer, neither the Comte's ardor in seeking the quarrel, nor his wonderful address in transferring it to a quarter foreign to your own personal interests. That latter circumstance was, indeed, a marvelous instance of tact and perfect coolness, and if the person in whose behalf the Comte so fought and shed his blood does, in reality, owe some gratitude to the poor wounded sufferer, it is not on account of the blood he has shed, or the agony he has suffered, but for the steps he has taken to preserve from comment or reflection an honor which is more precious to him than his own." "Oh," cried Madame, as if she had been alone, "is it possible the quarrel was on my account?" Manicamp felt he could now breathe for a moment, and gallantly had he won the right to do so. Madame, on her side, remained for some time plunged in a painful reverie. Her agitation could be seen by her quick respiration, by her drooping eyelids, by the frequency with which she pressed her hand upon her heart. But, in her, coquetry was not so much a passive quality, as, on the contrary, a fire which sought for fuel to maintain itself, finding anywhere and everywhere what it required. "If it be as you assert," she said, "the Comte will have obliged two persons at the same time, for Monsieur de Bragelonne also owes a deep debt of gratitude to M. de Guiche, and with far greater reason, indeed, because everywhere, and on every occasion, Mademoiselle de la Valliere will be regarded as having been defended by this generous champion." Manicamp perceived that there still remained some lingering doubt in the princess's heart. "A truly admirable service, indeed," he said, "is the one he has rendered to Mademoiselle de la Valliere. A truly admirable service to M. de Bragelonne. The duel has created a sensation which, in some respects, casts a dishonorable suspicion upon that young girl. A sensation, indeed, which will embroil her with the Vicomte. The consequence is that de Wardes's pistol bullet has had 3 results instead of 1. It destroys at the same time the honor of a woman, the happiness of a man, and, perhaps, it has wounded to death one of the best gentlemen in France. Oh, madam! Your logic is cold, even calculating. It always condemns, it never absolves." Manicamp's concluding words scattered to the winds the last doubt which lingered, not in Madame's heart, but in her mind. She was no longer a princess full of scruples, nor a woman with her ever-returning suspicions, but one whose heart has just felt the mortal chill of a wound. "Wounded to death," she murmured, in a faltering voice. "Oh, Monsieur de Manicamp! Did you not say, wounded to death?" Manicamp returned no other answer than a deep sigh. "And so you said that the Comte is dangerously wounded," continued the princess. "Yes, madam, one of his hands is shattered, and he has a bullet lodged in his breast." "Gracious heavens!" resumed the princess, with a feverish excitement, "this is horrible. Monsieur de Manicamp! A hand shattered, do you say, and a bullet in his breast? And that coward! That wretch! That assassin, de Wardes, did it." Manicamp seemed overcome by a violent emotion. He had, in fact, displayed no little energy in the latter part of his speech. As for Madame, she entirely threw aside all regard for the formal observances of propriety society imposes. For when, with her, passion spoke in accents either of anger or sympathy, nothing could restrain her impulses. Madame approached Manicamp, who had subsided in a chair, as if his grief were a sufficiently powerful excuse for his infraction of the laws of etiquette. "Monsieur," she said, seizing him by the hand, "be frank with me." Manicamp looked up. "Is M. de Guiche in danger of death?" "Doubly so, madam," he replied. In the first place on account of the hemorrhage which has taken place, an artery having been injured in the hand. And next, in consequence of the wound in his breast, which may, the doctor is afraid, at least, have injured some vital part. He may die, then. Die, yes, madam. And without even having had the consolation of knowing that you have been told of his devotion. You will tell him. I. Yes, are you not his friend? I. Oh, no, madam, I will only tell M. de Guiche, if, indeed, he is still in a condition to hear me, I will only tell him what I have seen, that is, your cruelty to him. Oh, monsieur, you will not be guilty of such barbarity. Indeed, madam, I shall speak the truth, for nature is very energetic in a man of his age. The physicians are clever men, and if, by chance, the poor Comte should survive his wound, I should not wish him to die of a wound of the heart, after surviving one of the body. Manicamp rose, and with an expression of profoundest respect, seemed to be desirous of taking leave. At least, monsieur, said madame, stopping him with almost a suppliant air, you will be kind enough to tell me in what state your wounded friend is, and who is the physician who attends him. As regards the state he is in, madam, he is seriously ill, his physician is M. Vallat, his Majesty's private medical attendant. M. Vallat is moreover assisted by a professional friend, to whose house M. de Guiche has been carried. What? He is not in the chateau, said madame. Alas, madam. The poor fellow was so ill, that he could not even be conveyed thither. Give me the address, monsieur, said the princess, hurriedly, I will send to inquire after him. Rue du Fere. A brick-built house, with white outside blinds. The doctor's name is on the door. You are returning to your wounded friend, Monsieur de Manicamp? Yes, madam. You will be able, then, to do me a service. I am at your highness's orders. Do what you intended to do. Return to M. de Guiche, send away all those whom you may find there, and have the kindness yourself to go away too. Madam. Let us waste no time in useless explanations. Accept the fact as I present it to you, see nothing in it beyond what is really there, and ask nothing further than what I tell you. I am going to send one of my ladies, perhaps two, because it is now getting late, I do not wish them to see you, or rather I do not wish you to see them. These are scruples you can understand, you particularly, Monsieur de Manicamp, who seem capable of divining so much. Oh, madam, perfectly. I can even do better still, I will precede, or rather walk, in advance of your attendants. It will, at the same time, be the means of showing them the way more accurately, and of protecting them, if occasion arises, though there is no probability of their needing protection. And, by this means, then, they would be sure of entering without difficulty, would they not? Certainly, madam. For as I should be the first to pass, I thus remove any difficulties that might chance to be in the way. Very well. Go, Monsieur de Manicamp, and wait at the bottom of the staircase. I go at once, madam. Stay. Manicamp paused. When you hear the footsteps of two women descending the stairs, go out, and, without once turning round, take the road which leads to where the poor Count is lying. But if, by any mischance, two other persons were to descend, and I were to be mistaken, you will hear one of the two clap her hands together softly. Go. Manicamp turned round, bowed once more, and left the room, his heart overflowing with joy. In fact, he knew very well that the presence of Madame herself would be the best balm to apply to his friend's wounds. A quarter of an hour had hardly elapsed when he heard the sound of a door opened softly, and closed with like precaution. He listened to the light footfalls gliding down the staircase, and then heard the signal agreed upon. He immediately went out, and, faithful to his promise, bent his way, without once turning his head, through the streets of Fontainebleau, towards the doctor's dwelling. 161. M. Malicorne, the keeper of the records of France. Two women, their figures completely concealed by their mantles, and whose masks effectually hid the upper portion of their faces. Timidly followed Manicamp's steps. On the first floor, behind curtains of red damask, the soft light of a lamp placed upon a low table faintly illumined the room, at the other extremity of which, on a large bedstead supported by spiral columns, around which curtains of the same color as those which deadened the rays of the lamp had been closely drawn, lay de Guiche. His head supported by pillows, his eyes looking as if the mists of death were gathering. His long black hair, scattered over the pillow, set off the young man's hollow temples. It was easy to see that fever was the chief tenant of the chamber. De Guiche was dreaming. His wandering mind was pursuing, through gloom and mystery, one of those wild creations delirium engenders. 2 or 3 drops of blood, still liquid, stained the floor. Manicamp hurriedly ran up the stairs, but paused at the threshold of the door, looked into the room, and seeing that everything was perfectly quiet, he advanced towards the foot of the large leathern armchair, a specimen of furniture of the reign of Henry IV, and seeing that the nurse, as a matter of course, had dropped off to sleep, he awoke her, and begged her to pass into the adjoining room. Then, standing by the side of the bed, he remained for a moment deliberating whether it would be better to awaken Guiche, in order to acquaint him with the good news. But, as he began to hear behind the door the rustling of silk dresses and the hurried breathing of his 2 companions, and as he already saw that the curtain screening the doorway seemed on the point of being impatiently drawn aside, he passed round the bed and followed the nurse into the next room. As soon as he had disappeared the curtain was raised, and his 2 female companions entered the room he had just left. The one who entered first made a gesture to her companion, which riveted her to the spot where she stood, close to the door, and then resolutely advanced towards the bed, drew back the curtains along the iron rod, and threw them in thick folds behind the head of the bed. She gazed upon the Comte's pallid face, remarked his right hand enveloped in linen whose dazzling whiteness was emphasized by the counterpane patterned with dark leaves thrown across the couch. She shuddered as she saw a stain of blood growing larger and larger upon the bandages. The young man's breast was uncovered, as though for the cool night air to assist his respiration. A narrow bandage fastened the dressings of the wound, around which a purplish circle of extravasated blood was gradually increasing in size. A deep sigh broke from her lips. She leaned against one of the columns of the bed, and gazed, through the apertures in her mask, upon the harrowing spectacle before her. A hoarse harsh groan passed like a death rattle through the Comte's clenched teeth. The masked lady seized his left hand, which scorched like burning coals. But at the very moment she placed her icy hand upon it, the action of the cold was such that de Guiche opened his eyes, and by a look in which revived intelligence was dawning, seemed as though struggling back again into existence. The first thing upon which he fixed his gaze was this phantom standing erect by his bedside. At that sight, his eyes became dilated, but without any appearance of consciousness in them. The lady thereupon made a sign to her companion, who had remained at the door. And in all probability the latter had already received her lesson, for in a clear tone of voice, and without any hesitation whatever, she pronounced these words, "Monsieur le Comte. Her Royal Highness Madame is desirous of knowing how you are able to bear your wound, and to express to you, by my lips, her great regret at seeing you suffer." As she pronounced the word Madame, Guiche started. He had not as yet remarked the person to whom the voice belonged, and he naturally turned towards the direction whence it proceeded. But, as he felt the cold hand still resting on his own, he again turned towards the motionless figure beside him. "Was it you who spoke, madam?" he asked, in a weak voice, "or is there another person beside you in the room?" "Yes," replied the figure, in an almost unintelligible voice, as she bent down her head. "Well," said the wounded man, with a great effort, "I thank you. Tell madam that I no longer regret to die, since she has remembered me." At the words, "to die," pronounced by one whose life seemed to hang on a thread, the masked lady could not restrain her tears, which flowed under her mask, and appeared upon her cheeks just where the mask left her face bare. If de Guiche had been in fuller possession of his senses, he would have seen her tears roll like glistening pearls, and fall upon his bed. The lady, forgetting that she wore her mask, raised her hand as though to wipe her eyes, and meeting the rough velvet, she tore away her mask in anger, and threw it on the floor. At the unexpected apparition before him, which seemed to issue from a cloud, de Guiche uttered a cry and stretched his arms towards her. But every word perished on his lips, and his strength seemed utterly abandoning him. His right hand, which had followed his first impulse, without calculating the amount of strength he had left, fell back again upon the bed. And immediately afterwards the white linen was stained with a larger spot than before. In the meantime, the young man's eyes became dim, and closed, as if he were already struggling with the messenger of death. And then, after a few involuntary movements, his head fell back motionless on his pillow, his face grew livid. The lady was frightened. But on this occasion, contrary to what is usually the case, fear attracted. She leaned over the young man, gazed earnestly, fixedly at his pale cold face, which she almost touched, then imprinted a rapid kiss upon de Guiche's left hand, who, trembling as if an electric shock had passed through him, awoke a second time, opened his large eyes, incapable of recognition, and again fell into a state of complete insensibility. "Come," she said to her companion, "we must not remain here any longer, I shall be committing some folly or other." "Madam, madam, your highness is forgetting your mask," said her vigilant companion. "Pick it up," replied her mistress, as she tottered almost senseless towards the staircase, and as the outer door had been left only half closed, the two women, light as birds, passed through it. And with hurried steps returned to the palace. One of them ascended towards Madame's apartments, where she disappeared. The other entered the rooms belonging to the maids of honor, namely, on the entresol, and having reached her own room, she sat down before a table, and without giving herself time even to breathe, wrote the following letter. "This evening Madame has been to see M. de Guiche. Everything is going well on this side. See that your news is equally exemplary, and do not forget to burn this paper." She folded the letter, and leaving her room with every possible precaution, crossed a corridor which led to the apartments appropriated to the gentleman attached to Monsieur's service. She stopped before a door, under which, having previously knocked twice in a short, quick manner, she thrust the paper, and fled. Then, returning to her own room, she removed every trace of her having gone out, and also of having written the letter. Amid the investigations she was so diligently pursuing she perceived on the table the mask which belonged to Madame, and which, according to her mistress's directions, she had brought back but had forgotten to restore to her. Oh, she said, I must not forget to do tomorrow what I have forgotten today." And she took hold of the velvet mask by that part which covered the cheeks, and feeling that her thumb was wet, looked at it. It was not only wet, but reddened. The mask had fallen upon one of the spots of blood which, we have already said, stained the floor, and from that black velvet outside which had accidentally come into contact with it. The blood had passed through to the inside, and stained the white cambric lining. Oh, said Montalais, for doubtless our readers have already recognized her by these various maneuvers, I shall not give back this mask, it is far too precious now. And rising from her seat, she ran towards a box made of maple wood, which enclosed different articles of toilette and perfumery. "No, not here," she said, "such a treasure must not be abandoned to the slightest chance of detection." Then, after a moment's silence, and with a smile that was peculiarly her own, she added, "Beautiful mask, stained with the blood of that brave knight. You shall go and join that collection of wonders, La Valliere's and Raoul's letters, that loving collection, indeed, which will some day or other form part of the history of France, of European royalty. You shall be placed under M. Malicorne's care," said the laughing girl, as she began to undress herself, "under the protection of that worthy M. Malicorne," she said, blowing out the taper, "who thinks he was born only to become the chief usher of Monsieur's apartments, and whom I will make keeper of the records and historiographer of the House of Bourbon, and of the first houses in the kingdom. Let him grumble now, that discontented Malicorne," she added, as she drew the curtains and fell asleep. 162. The journey. The next day being agreed upon for the departure, the king, at 11 o'clock precisely, descended the grand staircase with the 2 queens and madame. In order to enter his carriage drawn by 6 horses, that were pawing the ground in impatience at the foot of the staircase. The whole court awaited the royal appearance in the Fere cheval crescent, in their travelling costumes. The large number of saddled horses and carriages of ladies and gentlemen of the court, surrounded by their attendants, servants, and pages, formed a spectacle whose brilliancy could scarcely be equalled. The king entered his carriage with the 2 queens, madame was in the same one with monsieur. The maids of honor followed their example, and took their seats, 2 by 2, in the carriages destined for them. The weather was exceedingly warm. A light breeze, which, early in the morning, all had thought would have proved sufficient to cool the air, soon became fiercely heated by the rays of the sun. Although it was hidden behind the clouds, and filtered through the heated vapor which rose from the ground like a scorching wind, bearing particles of fine dust against the faces of the travelers. Madame was the first to complain of the heat. Monsieur's only reply was to throw himself back in the carriage as though about to faint, and to inundate himself with scents and perfumes, uttering the deepest sighs all the while. Whereupon Madame said to him, with her most amiable expression, "Really, monsieur, I fancied that you would have been polite enough, on account of the terrible heat, to have left me my carriage to myself, and to have performed the journey yourself on horseback." "Ride on horseback," cried the prince, with an accent of dismay which showed how little idea he had of adopting this unnatural advice. "You cannot suppose such a thing, madam. My skin would peel off if I were to expose myself to such a burning breeze as this." Madame began to laugh. "You can take my parasol," she said. "But the trouble of holding it," replied monsieur, with the greatest coolness. "Besides, I have no horse." "What, no horse?" replied the princess, who, if she did not secure the solitude she required, at least obtained the amusement of teasing. "No horse? You are mistaken, monsieur, for I see your favorite bay out yonder." "My bay horse!" exclaimed the prince, attempting to lean forward to look out of the door. But the movement he was obliged to make cost him so much trouble that he soon hastened to resume his immobility. "Yes," said madame, "your horse, led by M. de Malicorne." "Poor beast," replied the prince, "how warm it must be." And with these words he closed his eyes, like a man on the point of death. Madame, on her side, reclined indolently in the other corner of the carriage, and closed her eyes also, not, however, to sleep, but to think more at her ease. In the meantime the king, seated in the front seat of his carriage, the back of which he had yielded up to the 2 queens, was a prey to that feverish contrariety experienced by anxious lovers, who, without being able to quench their ardent thirst, are ceaselessly desirous of seeing the loved object, and then go away partially satisfied. Without perceiving they have acquired a more insatiable thirst than ever. The king, whose carriage headed the procession, could not from the place he occupied perceive the carriages of the ladies and maids of honor, which followed in a line behind it. Besides, he was obliged to answer the eternal questions of the young queen, who, happy to have with her, her dear husband, as she called him in utter forgetfulness of royal etiquette, invested him with all her affection, stifled him with her attentions, afraid that someone might come to take him from her, or that he himself might suddenly take a fancy to quit her society. Anne of Austria, whom nothing at that moment occupied except the occasional cruel throbbings in her bosom, looked pleased and delighted, and although she perfectly realized the king's impatience, tantalizingly prolonged his sufferings by unexpectedly resuming the conversation at the very moment the king, absorbed in his own reflections, began to muse over his secret attachment. Everything seemed to combine, not alone the little teasing attentions of the queen, but also the queen mother's interruptions, to make the king's position almost insupportable. For he knew not how to control the restless longings of his heart. At first, he complained of the heat, a complaint merely preliminary to others, but with sufficient tact to prevent Marie Theresa guessing his real object. Understanding the king's remark literally, she began to fan him with her ostrich plumes. But the heat passed away, and the king then complained of cramps and stiffness in his legs, and as the carriages at that moment stopped to change horses, the queen said, "Shall I get out with you? I too feel tired of sitting. We can walk on a little distance, the carriage will overtake us, and we can resume our places presently." The king frowned. It is a hard trial a jealous woman makes her husband submit to whose fidelity she suspects, when, although herself a prey to jealousy, she watches herself so narrowly that she avoids giving any pretext for an angry feeling. The king, therefore, in the present case, could not refuse. He accepted the offer, alighted from the carriage, gave his arm to the queen, and walked up and down with her while the horses were being changed. As he walked along, he cast an envious glance upon the courtiers, who were fortunate enough to be on horseback. The queen soon found out that the promenade she had suggested afforded the king as little pleasure as he had experienced from driving. She accordingly expressed a wish to return to her carriage, and the king conducted her to the door, but did not get in with her. He stepped back a few paces, and looked along the file of carriages for the purpose of recognizing the one in which he took so strong an interest. At the door of the sixth carriage he saw La Valliere's fair countenance. As the king thus stood motionless, wrapped in thought, without perceiving that everything was ready, and that he alone was causing the delay, he heard a voice close beside him, addressing him in the most respectful manner. It was M. Malicorne, in a complete costume of an equerry, holding over his left arm the bridles of a couple of horses. "Your Majesty asked for a horse, I believe," he said. "A horse? Have you one of my horses here?" inquired the king, trying to remember the person who addressed him, and whose face was not as yet familiar to him. "Sire," replied Malicorne, "at all events I have a horse here which is at your Majesty's service." And Malicorne pointed at Monsieur's bay horse, which Madame had observed. It was a beautiful creature royally caparisoned. "This is not one of my horses, Monsieur," said the king. "Sire, it is a horse out of his Royal Highness's stables. But he does not ride when the weather is as hot as it is now." Louis did not reply, but approached the horse, which stood pawing the ground with its foot. Malicorne hastened to hold the stirrup for him, but the king was already in the saddle. Restored to good humor by this lucky accident, the king hastened towards the queen's carriage, where he was anxiously expected. And notwithstanding Maria Theresa's thoughtful and preoccupied air, he said, "I have been fortunate enough to find this horse, and I intend to avail myself of it. I felt stifled in the carriage. Adieu, ladies." Then bending gracefully over the arched neck of his beautiful steed, he disappeared in a second. Anne of Austria leaned forward, in order to look after him as he rode away. He did not get very far, for when he reached the sixth carriage, he reined in his horse suddenly and took off his hat. He saluted La Valliere, who uttered a cry of surprise as she saw him, blushing at the same time with pleasure. Montalais, who occupied the other seat in the carriage, made the king a most respectful bow. And then, with all the tact of a woman, she pretended to be exceedingly interested in the landscape, and withdrew herself into the left-hand corner. The conversation between the king and La Valliere began, as all lovers' conversations generally do, namely, by eloquent looks and by a few words utterly devoid of common sense. The king explained how warm he had felt in his carriage, so much so indeed that he could almost regard the horse he then rode as a blessing thrown in his way. And, he added, "My benefactor is an exceedingly intelligent man, for he seemed to guess my thoughts intuitively. I have now only one wish, that of learning the name of the gentleman who so cleverly assisted his king out of his dilemma, and extricated him from his cruel position." Montalais, during this colloquy, the first words of which had awakened her attention, had slightly altered her position, and contrived so as to meet the king's look as he finished his remark. It followed very naturally that the king looked inquiringly as much at her as at La Valliere. She had every reason to suppose that it was herself who was appealed to, and consequently might be permitted to answer. She therefore said, "Sire, the horse which your Majesty is riding belongs to Monsieur, and was being led by one of his Royal Highness's gentlemen." "And what is that gentleman's name, may I ask, mademoiselle?" "M. de Malicorne, sire." The name produced its usual effect, for the king repeated it smilingly. Yes, sire, replied Or. Stay, it is the gentleman who is galloping on my left hand. And she pointed out Malicorne, who, with a very sanctified expression, was galloping by the side of the carriage, knowing perfectly well that they were talking of him at that very moment. But sitting in his saddle as if he were deaf and dumb. Yes, said the king, that is the gentleman, I remember his face, and will not forget his name, and the king looked tenderly at La Valliere. Or had now nothing further to do. She had let Malicorne's name fall, the soil was good, all that was now left to be done was to let the name take root, and the event would bear fruit in due season. She consequently threw herself back in her corner, feeling perfectly justified in making as many agreeable signs of recognition as she liked to Malicorne. Since the latter had had the happiness of pleasing the king. As will readily be believed, Montalais was not mistaken. And Malicorne, with his quick ear and his sly look, seemed to interpret her remark as, all goes on well, the whole being accompanied by a pantomimic action, which he fancied conveyed something resembling a kiss. Alas! Mademoiselle, said the king, after a moment's pause, the liberty and freedom of the country is soon about to cease. Your attendance on Madame will be more strictly enforced, and we shall see each other no more. Your Majesty is too much attached to Madame, replied Louise, not to come and see her very frequently, and whenever your Majesty may chance to pass across the apartments. Ah! said the king, in a tender voice, which was gradually lowered in its tone, to perceive is not to see, and yet it seems that it would be quite sufficient for you. Louise did not answer a syllable. A sigh filled her heart almost to bursting, but she stifled it. You exercise a great control over yourself, said the king to Louise, who smiled upon him with a melancholy expression. Exert the strength you have in loving fondly, he continued, and I will bless heaven for having bestowed it on you. La Valliere still remained silent, but raised her eyes, brimful of affection, toward the king. Louis, as if overcome by this burning glance, passed his hand across his forehead, and pressing the sides of his horse with his knees, made him bound several paces forward. La Valliere, leaning back in her carriage, with her eyes half closed, gazed fixedly upon the king, whose plumes were floating in the air. She could not but admire his graceful carriage, his delicate and nervous limbs which pressed his horse's sides, and the regular outline of his features, which his beautiful curling hair set off to great advantage, revealing occasionally his small and well-formed ear. In fact, the poor girl was in love, and she revelled in her innocent affection. In a few moments the king was again by her side. Do you not perceive, he said, how terribly your silence affects me? Oh! Mademoiselle, how pitilessly inexorable you would become if you were ever to resolve to break off all acquaintance with anyone, and then, too, I think you changeable. In fact, I dread this deep affection which fills my whole being. Oh! Sire, you are mistaken, said La Valliere, if ever I love, it will be for all my life. If you love, you say, exclaimed the king, you do not love now, then? She hid her face in her hands. You see, said the king, that I am right in accusing you. You must admit you are changeable, capricious, a coquette, perhaps. Oh, no. Sire, be perfectly satisfied as to that. No, I say again, no, no. Promise me, then, that to me you will always be the same. Oh! Always, sire. That you will never show any of that severity which would break my heart, none of that fickleness of manner which would be worse than death to me. Oh! No, no. Very well, then. But listen. I like promises, I like to place under the guarantee of an oath, under the protection of heaven in fact, everything which interests my heart and my affections. Promise me, or rather swear to me, that if in the life we are about to commence, a life which will be full of sacrifice, mystery, anxiety, disappointment, and misunderstanding. Swear to me that if we should in any way deceive, or misunderstand each other, or should judge each other unjustly, for that indeed would be criminal in love such as ours. Swear to me, Louise. She trembled with agitation to the very depths of her heart, it was the first time she had heard her name pronounced in that manner by her royal lover. As for the king, taking off his glove, and placing his hand within the carriage, he continued, "Swear, that never in all our quarrels will we allow one night even to pass by. If any misunderstanding should arise between us, without a visit, or at least a message, from either, in order to convey consolation and repose to the other." La Valliere took her lover's burning hand between her own cool palms, and pressed it softly, until a movement of the horse, frightened by the proximity of the wheels, obliged her to abandon her happiness. She had vowed as he desired. "Return, sire," she said, "return to the queen. I foresee a storm yonder, which threatens my peace of mind and yours." Louis obeyed, saluted Mademoiselle de Montalais, and set off at a gallop to rejoin the queen. As he passed Monsieur's carriage, he observed that he was fast asleep, although Madame, on her part, was wide awake. As the king passed her she said, "What a beautiful horse, sire. Is it not Monsieur's bay horse?" The young queen kindly asked, "Are you better now, sire?" 163. Triumph Feminate. On the king's arrival in Paris, he sat at the council which had been summoned, and worked for a certain portion of the day. The queen remained with the queen mother, and burst into tears as soon as she had taken leave of the king. "Ah, madam," she said, "the king no longer loves me. What will become of me?" "A husband always loves his wife when she is like you," replied Anne of Austria. "A time may come when he will love another woman instead of me." "What do you call loving?" "Always thinking of a person, always seeking her society." "Do you happen to have remarked," said Anne of Austria, "that the king has ever done anything of the sort?" "No, madam," said the young queen, hesitatingly. "What is there to complain of, then, Marie? You will admit that the king leaves me?" "The king, my daughter, belongs to his people. And that is the very reason why he no longer belongs to me. And that is the reason, too, why I shall find myself, as so many queens before me, forsaken and forgotten, whilst glory and honors will be reserved for others. Oh, my mother! The king is so handsome. How often will others tell him that they love him, and how much, indeed, they must do so. It is very seldom, indeed, that women love the man in loving the king. But if such a thing happened, which I doubt, you would do better to wish, Marie, that such women should really love your husband. In the first place, the devoted love of a mistress is a rapid element of the dissolution of a lover's affection. And then, by dint of loving, the mistress loses all influence over her lover, whose power of wealth she does not covet, caring only for his affection. Wish, therefore, that the king should love but lightly, and that his mistress should love with all her heart. Oh, my mother, what power may not a deep affection exercise over him? And yet you say you are resigned? Quite true, I speak absurdly. There is a feeling of anguish, however, which I can never control. And that is? The king may make a happy choice, may find a home, with all the tender influences of home, not far from that we can offer him, a home with children round him, the children of another woman. Oh, madam! I should die if I were but to see the king's children. Marie, replied the queen mother with a smile, and she took the young queen's hand in her own, remember what I am going to say. And let it always be a consolation to you, the king cannot have a dauphin without you. With this remark the queen mother quitted her daughter-in-law, in order to meet Madame, whose arrival in the grand cabinet had just been announced by one of the pages. Madame had scarcely taken time to change her dress. Her face revealed her agitation, which betrayed a plan, the execution of which occupied, while the result disturbed, her mind. I came to ascertain, she said, if your majesties are suffering any fatigue from our journey. None at all, said the queen mother. A little, replied Maria Theresa. I have suffered from annoyance more than anything else, said Madame. How was that? Inquired Anne of Austria. The fatigue the king undergoes in riding about on horseback. That does the king good. And it was I who advised him, said Maria Theresa, turning pale. Madame said not a word in reply. But one of those smiles which were peculiarly her own flitted for a moment across her lips, without passing over the rest of her face. Then, immediately changing the conversation, she continued, "We shall find Paris precisely the Paris we quitted, the same intrigues, plots, and flirtations going on." "Intrigues? What intrigues do you allude to?" inquired the Queen-Mother. "People are talking a good deal about M. Fouquet and Madame Valliere." "Who makes up the number to about 10,000, replied the Queen-Mother. "But what are the plots you speak of?" "We have, it seems, certain misunderstandings with Holland to settle." "What about?" "Monsieur has been telling me the story of the medals." "Oh!" exclaimed the young queen, "you mean those medals struck in Holland, on which a cloud is seen passing across the sun, which is the king's device." "You are wrong in calling that a plot, it is an insult." "But so contemptible that the king can well despise it," replied the Queen-Mother. "Well, what are the flirtations which are alluded to?" "Do you mean that of Madame d'Aulon?" "No, no, nearer ourselves than that." "Casa d'Usted, 13 murmured the Queen-Mother, and without moving her lips, in her daughter-in-law's ear, without being overheard by Madame, who thus continued, "You know the terrible news?" "Oh, yes, M. de Guiche's wound." "And you attribute it, I suppose, as everyone else does, to an accident which happened to him while hunting?" "Yes, of course," said both the queens together, their interest awakened. Madame drew closer to them, as she said, in a low tone of voice, "It was a duel." "Ah!" said Anne of Austria, in a severe tone, for, in her ears, the word duel, which had been forbidden in France all the time she reigned over it, had a strange sound. "A most deplorable duel, which has nearly cost Monsieur 2 of his best friends, and the king 2 of his best servants." "What was the cause of the duel?" inquired the young queen, animated by a secret instinct. "Flirtation," repeated Madame, triumphantly. The gentlemen in question were conversing about the virtue of a particular lady belonging to the court. One of them thought that Pallas was a very second-rate person compared to her. The other pretended that the lady in question was an imitation of Venus alluring Mars, and thereupon the two gentlemen fought as fiercely as Hector and Achilles. "Venus alluring Mars?" said the young queen in a low tone of voice without venturing to examine into the allegory very deeply. "Who is the lady?" inquired Anne of Austria abruptly. "You said, I believe, she was one of the ladies of honor." "Did I say so?" replied Madame. "Yes, at least I thought I heard you mention it. Are you not aware that such a woman is of ill omen to a royal house?" "Is it not Mademoiselle de la Valliere?" said the Queen-Mother. "Yes, indeed, that plain-looking creature. I thought she was affianced to a gentleman who certainly is not, at least so I have heard, either M. de Guiche or M. de Wardes." "Very possibly, Madame." The young queen took up a piece of tapestry, and began to broider with an affectation of tranquillity her trembling fingers contradicted. "What were you saying about Venus and Mars?" pursued the Queen-Mother. "Is there a Mars also?" "She boasts of that being the case." "Did you say she boasts of it?" "That was the cause of the duel." "And M. de Guiche upheld the cause of Mars?" "Yes, certainly, like the devoted servant he is." "The devoted servant of whom?" exclaimed the young queen, forgetting her reserve in allowing her jealous feeling to escape. "Mars, not to be defended except at the expense of Venus," replied Madame. M. de Guiche maintained the perfect innocence of Mars, and no doubt affirmed that it was all a mere boast. "And M. de Wardes," said Anne of Austria, quietly, "spread the report that Venus was within her rights, I suppose." "Oh, de Wardes," thought Madame, "you shall pay dearly for the wound you have given that noblest, best of men." And she began to attack de Wardes with the greatest bitterness, thus discharging her own and de Guiche's debt, with the assurance that she was working the future ruin of her enemy. She said so much, in fact, that had Manicamp been there, he would have regretted he had shown such firm regard for his friend, inasmuch as it resulted in the ruin of his unfortunate foe. I see nothing in the whole affair but one cause of mischief, and that is La Valliere herself, said the Queen Mother. The young queen resumed her work with perfect indifference of manner, while Madame listened eagerly. I do not yet quite understand what you said just now about the danger of coquetry, resumed Anne of Austria. It is quite true, Madame hastened to say, that if the girl had not been a coquette, Mars would not have thought at all about her. The repetition of this word Mars brought a passing color to the queen's face, but she still continued her work. I will not permit that, in my court, gentlemen should be set against each other in this manner, said Anne of Austria, calmly. Such manners were useful enough, perhaps, in days when the divided nobility had no other rallying point than mere gallantry. At that time women, whose sway was absolute and undivided, were privileged to encourage men's valor by frequent trials of their courage. But now, thank heaven, there is but one master in France, and to him every instinct of the mind, every pulse of the body are due. I will not allow my son to be deprived of any single one of his servants. And she turned towards the young queen, saying, What is to be done with this La Valliere? La Valliere, said the queen, apparently surprised, I do not even know the name. And she accompanied this remark by one of those cold, fixed smiles only to be observed on royal lips. Madame was herself a princess great in every respect, great in intelligence, great by birth, by pride. The queen's reply, however, completely astonished her, and she was obliged to pause for a moment in order to recover herself. She is one of my maids of honor, she replied, with a bow. In that case, retorted Marie Theresa, in the same tone, it is your affair, my sister, and not ours. I beg your pardon, resumed Anne of Austria, it is my affair. And I perfectly well understand, she pursued, addressing a look full of intelligence at Madame's motive for saying what she has just said. Everything which emanates from you, Madame, said the English princess, proceeds from the lips of wisdom. If we send this girl back to her own family, said Marie Theresa, gently, we must bestow a pension upon her. Which I will provide for out of my income, exclaimed Madame. No, no, interrupted Anne of Austria, no disturbance, I beg. The king dislikes that the slightest disrespectful remark should be made of any lady. Let everything be done quietly. Will you have the kindness, Madame, to send for this girl here, and you, my daughter, will have the goodness to retire to your own room. The Dowager Queen's entreaties were commands, and as Maria Theresa rose to return to her apartments, Madame rose in order to send a page to summon La Valliere. 164. The First Quarrel. La Valliere entered the Queen Mother's apartments without in the least suspecting that a serious plot was being concerted against her. She thought it was for something connected with her duties, and never had the Queen Mother been unkind to her when such was the case. Besides, not being immediately under the control or direction of Anne of Austria, she could only have an official connection with her, to which her own gentleness of disposition, and the rank of the august princess, made her yield on every occasion with the best possible grace. She therefore advanced towards the Queen Mother with that soft and gentle smile which constituted her principal charm, and as she did not approach sufficiently close, Anne of Austria signed to her to come nearer. Madame then entered the room, and with a perfectly calm air took her seat beside her mother-in-law, and continued the work which Maria Theresa had begun. When La Valliere, instead of the directions which she expected to receive immediately on entering the room, perceived these preparations, she looked with curiosity, if not with uneasiness, at the two princesses, and seemed full of thought, while Madame maintained an affectation of indifference that would have alarmed a less timid person even than Louise. Mademoiselle, said the Queen Mother suddenly, without attempting to moderate or disguise her Spanish accent, which she never failed to do except when she was angry, come closer. We were talking of you, as everyone else seems to be doing. Of me, exclaimed La Valliere, turning pale. Do you pretend to be ignorant of it? Are you not aware of the duel between M. de Guiche and M. de Wardes? Oh, Madame! I heard of it yesterday, said La Valliere, clasping her hands together. And did you not foresee this quarrel? Why should I, madam? Because two men never fight without a motive, and because you must be aware of the motive which awakened the animosity of the two in question. I am perfectly ignorant of it, madam. A persevering denial is a very commonplace mode of defense, and you, who have great pretensions to be witty and clever, ought to avoid commonplaces. What else have you to say? Oh! Madam, your Majesty terrifies me with your cold severity of manner, but I do not understand how I can have incurred your displeasure, or in what respect people concern themselves about me. Then I will tell you. M. de Guiche has been obliged to undertake your defense. My defense? Yes. He is a gallant knight, and beautiful adventuresses like to see brave knights couch lances in their honor. But, for my part, I hate fields of battle, and above all I hate adventures, and, take my remark as you please. La Valliere sank at the queen's feet, who turned her back upon her. She stretched out her hands towards Madame, who laughed in her face. A feeling of pride made her rise to her feet. I have begged your Majesty to tell me what is the crime I am accused of. I can claim this at your hands, and I see I am condemned before I am even permitted to justify myself. Eh! Indeed, cried Anne of Austria, listen to her beautiful phrases, madam, and to her fine sentiments, she is an inexhaustible well of tenderness and heroic expressions. One can easily see, young lady, that you have cultivated your mind in the society of crowned heads. La Valliere felt struck to the heart. She became, not whiter, but as white as a lily, and all her strength forsook her. I wish to inform you, interrupted the queen disdainfully, that if you continue to nourish such feelings, you will humiliate us to such a degree that we shall be ashamed of appearing before you. Be simple in your manners. By the by, I am informed that you are affianced, is it the case? La Valliere pressed her hand over her heart, which was wrung with a fresh pang. Answer when you are spoken to. Yes, madam. To a gentleman? Yes, madam. His name? The Vicomte de Bragelonne. Are you aware that it is an exceedingly fortunate circumstance for you, mademoiselle, that such is the case, and without fortune or position, as you are? Or without any very great personal advantages, you ought to bless heaven for having procured you such a future as seems to be in store for you. La Valliere did not reply. Where is this Vicomte de Bragelonne? Pursued the queen. In England, said madame, where the report of this young lady's success will not fail to reach him. Oh, heaven, murmured La Valliere in despair. Very well, mademoiselle, said Anne of Austria, we will get this young gentleman to return, and send you away somewhere with him. If you are of a different opinion, for girls have strange views and fancies at times, trust to me, I will put you in a proper path again. I have done as much for girls who are not as good as you are, probably. La Valliere ceased to hear the queen, who pitilessly added, I will send you somewhere, by yourself, where you will be able to indulge in a little serious reflection. Reflection calms the ardor of the blood, and swallows up the illusions of youth. I suppose you understand what I have been saying. Madam. Not a word. I am innocent of everything your Majesty supposes. Oh, madam. You are a witness of my despair. I respect your Majesty so much. It would be far better not to respect me at all, said the queen, with a chilling irony of manner. It would be far better if you were not innocent. Do you presume to suppose that I should be satisfied simply to leave you unpunished if you had committed the fault? Oh, madam. You are killing me. No acting, if you please, or I will precipitate the denouement of this play. Leave the room, return to your own apartment, and I trust my lesson may be of service to you. Madam, said La Valliere to the Duchess d'Orléans, whose hands she seized in her own, do you, who are so good, intercede for me? I, replied the latter, with an insulting joy, good. Ah, mademoiselle, you think nothing of the kind, and with a rude, hasty gesture she repulsed the young girl's grasp. La Valliere, instead of giving way, as from her extreme pallor and her tears the two princesses possibly expected, suddenly resumed her calm and dignified air. She bowed profoundly, and left the room. "Well," said Anne of Austria to Madame, "do you think she will begin again?" "I always suspect those gentle, patient characters," replied Madame. "Nothing is more full of courage than a patient heart, nothing more self-reliant than a gentle spirit. I feel I may almost venture to assure you she will think twice before she looks at the god Mars again. So long as she does not obtain the protection of his buckler I do not care," retorted Madame. A proud, defiant look of the Queen Mother was the reply to this objection, which was by no means deficient in finesse. And both of them, almost sure of their victory, went to look for Marie Theresa, who had been waiting for them with impatience. It was about 6:30 in the evening, and the king had just partaken of refreshment. He lost no time. But the repast finished, and business matters settled, he took Saint Aignan by the arm, and desired him to lead the way to La Valliere's apartments. The courtier uttered an exclamation. "Well, what is that for?" "It is a habit you will have to adopt, and in order to adopt a habit, one must make a beginning." "Oh, sire," said Saint Aignan, "it is hardly possible, for everyone can be seen entering or leaving those apartments. If, however, some pretext or other were made use of, if your Majesty, for instance, would wait until Madame were in her own apartments." "No pretext, no delays. I have had enough of these impediments and mysteries. I cannot perceive in what respect the King of France dishonors himself by conversing with an amiable and clever girl. Evil be to him who evil thinks. Will your Majesty forgive an excess of zeal on my part? Speak freely. How about the Queen?" "True, true. I always wish the most entire respect to be shown to Her Majesty. Well, then, this evening only will I pay Mademoiselle de la Valliere a visit, and after today I will make use of any pretext you like. Tomorrow we will devise all sorts of means. Tonight I have no time." Saint Aignan made no reply. He descended the steps, preceding the king, and crossed the different courtyards with a feeling of shame, which the distinguished honor of accompanying the king did not remove. The reason was that Saint Aignan wished to stand well with Madame, as well as with the queens, and also, that he did not, on the other hand, want to displease Mademoiselle de la Valliere, and in order to carry out so many promising affairs, it was difficult to avoid jostling against some obstacle or other. Besides, the windows of the young queen's rooms, those of the Queen Mother's, and of Madame herself, looked out upon the courtyard of the maids of honor. To be seen, therefore, accompanying the king, would be effectually to quarrel with three great and influential princesses, whose authority was unbounded, for the purpose of supporting the ephemeral credit of a mistress. The unhappy Saint Aignan, who had not displayed a very great amount of courage in taking La Valliere's part in the park of Fontainebleau, did not feel any braver in the broad daylight, and found 1,000 defects in the poor girl which he was most eager to communicate to the king. But his trial soon finished, the courtyards were crossed, not a curtain was drawn aside, nor a window opened. The king walked hastily, because of his impatience, and the long legs of Saint Aignan, who preceded him. At the door, however, Saint Aignan wished to retire, but the king desired him to remain. A delicate consideration, on the king's part, which the courtier could very well have dispensed with. He had to follow Louis into La Valliere's apartment. As soon as the king arrived the young girl dried her tears, but so precipitately that the king perceived it. He questioned her most anxiously and tenderly, and pressed her to tell him the cause of her emotion. "Nothing is the matter, sire," she said. "And yet you were weeping." "Oh, no, indeed, sire." "Look, Saint Aignan, and tell me if I am mistaken." Saint Aignan ought to have answered, but he was too much embarrassed. "At all events your eyes are red, mademoiselle," said the king. "The dust of the road merely, sire." "No, no, you no longer possess the air of supreme contentment which renders you so beautiful and so attractive. You do not look at me. Why avoid my gaze?" he said, as she turned aside her head. "In heaven's name, what is the matter?" he inquired, beginning to lose command over himself. Nothing at all, sire. And I am perfectly ready to assure your majesty that my mind is as free from anxiety as you could possibly wish. Your mind at ease, when I see you are embarrassed at the slightest thing. Has anyone annoyed you? No, no, sire. I insist upon knowing if such really be the case, said the prince, his eyes sparkling. No one, sire, no one has in any way offended me. In that case, pray resume your gentle air of gaiety, or that sweet melancholy look which I so loved in you this morning. For pity's sake, do so. Yes, sire, yes. The king tapped the floor impatiently with his foot, saying, such a change is positively inexplicable. And he looked at Saint Aignan, who had also remarked La Valliere's peculiar lethargy, as well as the king's impatience. It was futile for the king to entreat. And as useless for him to try to overcome her depression. The poor girl was completely overwhelmed, the appearance of an angel would hardly have awakened her from her torpor. The king saw in her repeated negative replies a mystery full of unkindness. He began to look round the apartment with a suspicious air. There happened to be in La Valliere's room a miniature of Athos. The king remarked that this portrait bore a strong resemblance to Bragelonne, for it had been taken when the count was quite a young man. He looked at it with a threatening air. La Valliere, in her misery far indeed from thinking of this portrait, could not conjecture the cause of the king's preoccupation. And yet the king's mind was occupied with a terrible remembrance, which had more than once taken possession of his mind, but which he had always driven away. He recalled the intimacy existing between the two young people from their birth, their engagement, and that Athos himself had come to solicit La Valliere's hand for Raoul. He therefore could not but suppose that on her return to Paris, La Valliere had found news from London awaiting her. And that this news had counterbalanced the influence he had been enabled to exert over her. He immediately felt himself stung, as it were, by feelings of the wildest jealousy, and again questioned her, with increased bitterness. La Valliere could not reply, unless she were to acknowledge everything, which would be to accuse the queen, and Madame also. And the consequence would be, that she would have to enter into an open warfare with these two great and powerful princesses. She thought within herself that as she made no attempt to conceal from the king what was passing in her own mind, the king ought to be able to read in her heart, in spite of her silence. And that, had he really loved her, he would have understood and guessed everything. What was sympathy, then, if not that divine flame which possesses the property of enlightening the heart, and of saving lovers the necessity of an expression of their thoughts and feelings? She maintained her silence, therefore, sighing, and concealing her face in her hands. These sighs and tears, which had at first distressed, then terrified Louis XIV, now irritated him. He could not bear opposition, the opposition which tears and sighs exhibited, any more than opposition of any other kind. His remarks, therefore, became bitter, urgent, and openly aggressive in their nature. This was a fresh cause of distress for the poor girl. From that very circumstance, therefore, which she regarded as an injustice on her lover's part, she drew sufficient courage to bear, not only her other troubles, but this one also. The king next began to accuse her in direct terms. La Valliere did not even attempt to defend herself. She endured all his accusations without according any other reply than that of shaking her head. Without any other remark than that which escapes the heart in deep distress, a prayerful appeal to heaven for help. But this ejaculation, instead of calming the king's displeasure, rather increased it. He, moreover, saw himself seconded by Saint Aignan, for Saint Aignan, as we have observed, having seen the storm increasing, and not knowing the extent of the regard of which Louis XIV was capable, felt, by anticipation, all the collected wrath of the three princesses, and the near approach of poor La Valliere's downfall. And he was not true knight enough to resist the fear that he himself might be dragged down in the impending ruin. Saint Aignan did not reply to the king's questions except by short, dry remarks, pronounced half aloud. And by abrupt gestures, whose object was to make things worse, and bring about a misunderstanding. The result of which would be to free him from the annoyance of having to cross the courtyards in open day, in order to follow his illustrious companion to La Valliere's apartments. In the meantime the king's anger momentarily increased, he made 2 or 3 steps towards the door as if to leave the room, but returned. The young girl did not, however, raise her head, although the sound of his footsteps might have warned her that her lover was leaving her. He drew himself up, for a moment, before her, with his arms crossed. "For the last time, mademoiselle," he said, "will you speak? Will you assign a reason for this change, this fickleness, for this caprice?" "What can I say?" murmured La Valliere. "Do you not see, sire, that I am completely overwhelmed at this moment? That I have no power of will, or thought, or speech? Is it so difficult, then, to speak the truth? You could have told me the whole truth in fewer words than those in which you have expressed yourself. But the truth about what, sire? About everything." La Valliere was just on the point of revealing the truth to the king. Her arms made a sudden movement as if they were about to open, but her lips remained silent. And her hands again fell listlessly by her side. The poor girl had not yet endured sufficient unhappiness to risk the necessary revelation. "I know nothing," she stammered out. "Oh!" exclaimed the king, "this is no longer mere coquetry or caprice, it is treason." And this time nothing could restrain him. The impulse of his heart was not sufficient to induce him to turn back, and he darted out of the room with a gesture full of despair. Saint-Aignan followed him, wishing for nothing better than to quit the place. Louis XIV did not pause until he reached the staircase, and grasping the balustrade, said, "You see how shamefully I have been duped." "How, sire?" inquired the favorite. "De Guiche fought on the Vicomte de Bragelonne's account, and this Bragelonne, oh! Saint-Aignan, she still loves him. I vow to you, Saint-Aignan, that if, in 3 days from now, there were to remain but an atom of affection for her in my heart, I should die from very shame." And the king resumed his way to his own apartments. "I told your majesty how it would be," murmured Saint-Aignan, continuing to follow the king, and timidly glancing up at the different windows. Unfortunately their return was not, like their arrival, unobserved. A curtain was suddenly drawn aside, Madame was behind it. She had seen the king leave the apartments of the maids of honor, and as soon as she observed that his majesty had passed, she left her own apartments with hurried steps, and ran up the staircase that led to the room the king had just left. 165. Despair. As soon as the king was gone, La Valliere raised herself from the ground, and stretched out her arms, as if to follow and detain him, but when, having violently closed the door, the sound of his retreating footsteps could be heard in the distance, she had hardly sufficient strength left to totter towards and fall at the foot of her crucifix. There she remained, broken-hearted, absorbed, and overwhelmed by her grief, forgetful and indifferent to everything but her profound sorrow, a grief she only vaguely realized, as though by instinct. In the midst of this wild tumult of thoughts, La Valliere heard her door open again. She started, and turned round, thinking it was the king who had returned. She was deceived, however, for it was Madame who appeared at the door. What did she now care for Madame? Again she sank down, her head supported by her prie-dieu chair. It was Madame, agitated, angry, and threatening. But what was that to her? "Mademoiselle," said the princess, standing before La Valliere, "this is very fine, I admit, to kneel and pray, and make a pretense of being religious. But however submissive you may be in your addresses to heaven, it is desirable that you should pay some little attention to the wishes of those who reign and rule here below." La Valliere raised her head painfully in token of respect. "Not long since," continued Madame, "a certain recommendation was addressed to you, I believe." La Valliere's fixed and wild gaze showed how complete her forgetfulness or ignorance was. "The Queen recommended you," continued Madame, "to conduct yourself in such a manner that no one could be justified in spreading any reports about you." La Valliere darted an inquiring look towards her. "I will not," continued Madame, "allow my household, which is that of the first princess of the blood, to set an evil example to the court. You would be the cause of such an example. I beg you to understand, therefore, in the absence of any witness of your shame, for I do not wish to humiliate you, that you are from this moment at perfect liberty to leave. And that you can return to your mother at Blois. La Valliere could not sink lower, nor could she suffer more than she had already suffered. Her countenance did not even change, but she remained kneeling with her hands clasped, like the figure of the Magdalene. "Did you hear me?" said Madame. A shiver, which passed through her whole frame, was La Valliere's only reply. And as the victim gave no other signs of life, Madame left the room. And then, her very respiration suspended, and her blood almost congealed, as it were, in her veins, La Valliere by degrees felt that the pulsation of her wrists, her neck, and temples began to throb more and more painfully. These pulsations, as they gradually increased, soon changed into a species of brain fever, and in her temporary delirium she saw the figures of her friends contending with her enemies, floating before her vision. She heard, too, mingled together in her deafened ears, words of menace and words of fond affection. She seemed raised out of her existence as though it were upon the wings of a mighty tempest, and in the dim horizon of the path along which her delirium hurried her. She saw the stone which covered her tomb upraised, and the grim, appalling texture of eternal night revealed to her distracted gaze. But the horror of the dream which possessed her senses faded away, and she was again restored to the habitual resignation of her character. A ray of hope penetrated her heart, as a ray of sunlight streams into the dungeon of some unhappy captive. Her mind reverted to the journey from Fontainebleau. She saw the king riding beside her carriage, telling her that he loved her, asking for her love in return, requiring her to swear. And himself swearing too, that never should an evening pass by, if ever a misunderstanding were to arise between them, without a visit, a letter, a sign of some kind, being sent, to replace the troubled anxiety of the evening with the calm repose of the night. It was the king who had suggested that, who had imposed a promise on her, and who had sworn to it himself. It was impossible, therefore, she reasoned, that the king should fail in keeping the promise which he had himself exacted from her, unless, indeed, Louis was a despot who enforced love as he enforced obedience. Unless, too, the king were so indifferent that the first obstacle in his way was sufficient to arrest his further progress. The king, that kind protector, who by a word, a single word, could relieve her distress of mind, the king even joined her persecutors. Oh! His anger could not possibly last. Now that he was alone, he would be suffering all that she herself was a prey to. But he was not tied hand and foot as she was. He could act, could move about, could come to her, while she could do nothing but wait. And the poor girl waited and waited, with breathless anxiety, for she could not believe it possible that the king would not come. It was now about 10:30. He would either come to her, or write to her, or send some kind word by M. de Saint-Aignan. If he were to come, oh! How she would fly to meet him! How she would thrust aside that excess of delicacy which she now discovered was misunderstood. How eagerly she would explain, "It is not I who do not love you, it is the fault of others who will not allow me to love you." And then it must be confessed that she reflected upon it, and also the more she reflected, Louis appeared to her to be less guilty. In fact, he was ignorant of everything. What must he have thought of the obstinacy with which she remained silent? Impatient and irritable as the king was known to be, it was extraordinary that he had been able to preserve his temper so long. And yet, had it been her own case, she undoubtedly would not have acted in such a manner. She would have understood, have guessed everything. Yes, but she was nothing but a poor simple-minded girl, and not a great and powerful monarch. Oh! If he would but come, if he would but come! How eagerly she would forgive him for all he had just made her suffer. How much more tenderly she would love him because she had so cruelly suffered. And so she sat, with her head bent forward in eager expectation towards the door, her lips slightly parted, as if, and heaven forgive her for the mental exclamation, they were awaiting the kiss which the king's lips had in the morning so sweetly indicated, when he pronounced the word love. If the king did not come, at least he would write. It was a second chance, a chance less delightful certainly than the other, but which would show an affection just as strong, only more timid in its nature. Oh! How she would devour his letter, how eager she would be to answer it. And when the messenger who had brought it had left her, how she would kiss it, read it over and over again, press to her heart the lucky paper which would have brought her ease of mind, tranquillity, and perfect happiness. At all events, if the king did not come, if the king did not write, he could not do otherwise than send Saint Aignan, or Saint Aignan could not do otherwise than come of his own accord. Even if it were a third person, how openly she would speak to him. The royal presence would not be there to freeze her words upon her tongue, and then no suspicious feeling would remain a moment longer in the king's heart. Everything with La Valliere, heart and look, body and mind, was concentrated in eager expectation. She said to herself that there was an hour left in which to indulge hope. That until midnight struck, the king might come, or write or send, that at midnight only would every expectation vanish, every hope be lost. Whenever she heard any stir in the palace, the poor girl fancied she was the cause of it. Whenever she heard anyone pass in the courtyard below, she imagined they were messengers of the king coming to her. 11 o'clock struck, then 11:15, then 12:30. The minutes dragged slowly on in this anxiety, and yet they seemed to pass too quickly. And now, it struck 11:45. Midnight was near, the last, the final hope that remained. With the last stroke of the clock, the last ray of light seemed to fade away, and with the last ray faded her final hope. And so, the king himself had deceived her. It was he who had been the first to fail in keeping the oath which he had sworn that very day, 12 hours only between his oath and his perjured vow. It was not long, alas, to have preserved the illusion. And so, not only did the king not love her, but he despised her whom everyone ill-treated. He despised her to the extent even of abandoning her to the shame of an expulsion which was equivalent to having an ignominious sentence passed on her. And yet, it was he, the king himself, who was the first cause of this ignominy. A bitter smile, the only symptom of anger which during this long conflict had passed across the angelic face, appeared upon her lips. What, in fact, now remained on earth for her, after the king was lost to her? Nothing. But heaven still remained, and her thoughts flew thither. She prayed that the proper course for her to follow might be suggested. It is from heaven, she thought, that I expect everything, it is from heaven I ought to expect everything. And she looked at her crucifix with a devotion full of tender love. There, she said, hangs before me a master who never forgets and never abandons those who neither forget nor abandon him. It is to him alone that we must sacrifice ourselves. And, thereupon, could anyone have gazed into the recesses of that chamber, they would have seen the poor despairing girl adopt a final resolution, and determine upon one last plan in her mind. Then, as her knees were no longer able to support her, she gradually sank down upon the prie-dieu, and with her head pressed against the wooden cross, her eyes fixed, and her respiration short and quick, she watched for the earliest rays of approaching daylight. At 2 o'clock in the morning she was still in the same bewilderment of mind, or rather the same ecstasy of feeling. Her thoughts had almost ceased to hold communion with things of the world. And when she saw the pale violet tints of early dawn visible over the roofs of the palace, and vaguely revealing the outlines of the ivory crucifix which she held embraced, she rose from the ground with a newborn strength, kissed the feet of the divine martyr, descended the staircase leading from the room, and wrapped herself from head to foot in a mantle as she went along. She reached the wicket at the very moment the guard of the Musketeers opened the gate to admit the first relief guard belonging to one of the Swiss regiments. And then, gliding behind the soldiers, she reached the street before the officer in command of the patrol had even thought of asking who the young girl was who was making her escape from the palace at so early an hour. 166. The flight. La Valliere followed the patrol as it left the courtyard. The patrol bent its steps towards the right, by the Rue Saint-Honoré, and mechanically La Valliere turned to the left. Her resolution was taken, her determination fixed. She wished to betake herself to the convent of the Carmelites at Chaillot, the superior of which enjoyed a reputation for severity which made the worldly-minded people of the court tremble. La Valliere had never seen Paris, she had never gone out on foot, and so would have been unable to find her way even had she been in a calmer frame of mind than was then the case. And this may explain why she ascended, instead of descending, the Rue Saint-Honoré. Her only thought was to get away from the Palais Royal, and this she was doing. She had heard it said that Chaillot looked out upon the Seine, and she accordingly directed her steps towards the Seine. She took the Rue de Coq, and not being able to cross the Louvre, bore towards the church of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois. Proceeding along the site of the colonnade which was subsequently built there by Perrault. In a very short time she reached the quays. Her steps were rapid and agitated. She scarcely felt the weakness which reminded her of having sprained her foot when very young, and which obliged her to limp slightly. At any other hour in the day her countenance would have awakened the suspicions of the least clear-sighted, attracted the attention of the most indifferent. But at 2:30 in the morning, the streets of Paris are almost, if not quite, deserted, and scarcely anyone is to be seen but the hard-working artisan on his way to earn his daily bread. Or the roistering idlers of the streets, who are returning to their homes after a night of riot and debauchery. For the former the day was beginning, and for the latter it was just closing. La Valliere was afraid of both faces, in which her ignorance of Parisian types did not permit her to distinguish the type of probity from that of dishonesty. The appearance of misery alarmed her, and all she met seemed either vile or miserable. Her dress, which was the same she had worn during the previous evening, was elegant even in its careless disorder, for it was the one in which she had presented herself to the Queen Mother. And, moreover, when she drew aside the mantle which covered her face, in order to enable her to see the way she was going. Her pallor and her beautiful eyes spoke an unknown language to the men she met, and, unconsciously, the poor fugitive seemed to invite the brutal remarks of the one class, or to appeal to the compassion of the other. La Valliere still walked on in the same way, breathless and hurried, until she reached the top of the Place de Grève. She stopped from time to time, placed her hand upon her heart, leaned against a wall until she could breathe freely again, and then continued on her course more rapidly than before. On reaching the Place de Grève La Valliere suddenly came upon a group of 3 drunken men, reeling and staggering along, who were just leaving a boat which they had made fast to the quay. The boat was freighted with wines, and it was apparent that they had done ample justice to the merchandise. They were celebrating their convivial exploits in 3 different quays, when suddenly, as they reached the end of the railing leading down to the quay, they found an obstacle in their path. In the shape of this young girl. La Valliere stopped. While they, on their part, at the appearance of the young girl dressed in court costume, also halted, and seizing each other by the hand, they surrounded La Valliere, singing. Oh! All ye weary wights, who mope alone. Come drink, and sing and laugh, round Venus' throne. 14. La Valliere at once understood that the men were insulting her, and wished to prevent her passing. She tried to do so several times, but her efforts were useless. Her limbs failed her. She felt she was on the point of falling, and uttered a cry of terror. At the same moment the circle which surrounded her was suddenly broken through in a most violent manner. One of her insulters was knocked to the left, another fell rolling over and over to the right, close to the water's edge, while the third could hardly keep his feet. An officer of the Musketeers stood face to face with the young girl, with threatening brow and hand raised to carry out his threat. The drunken fellows, at sight of the uniform, made their escape with what speed their staggering limbs could lend them. All the more eagerly for the proof of strength which the wearer of the uniform had just afforded them. "Is it possible," exclaimed the Musketeer, "that it can be Mademoiselle de la Valliere?" La Valliere, bewildered by what had just happened, and confounded by hearing her name pronounced, looked up and recognized D'Artagnan. "Oh, D'Artagnan. It is indeed I." And at the same moment she seized his arm. "You will protect me, will you not?" she added, in a tone of entreaty. "Most certainly I will protect you. But, in heaven's name, where are you going at this hour?" I am going to Chalet. You are going to Chalet by way of La Rapée. Why, mademoiselle, you are turning your back upon it. In that case, monsieur, be kind enough to put me in the right way, and to go with me a short distance. Most willingly. But how does it happen that I have found you here? By what merciful intervention were you sent to my assistance? I almost seem to be dreaming, or to be losing my senses. I happen to be here, mademoiselle, because I have a house in the Place de Grève, at the sign of the Notre Dame, the rent of which I went to receive yesterday, and where I, in fact, passed the night. And I also wish to be at the palace early, for the purposes of inspecting my posts. Thank you, said La Valliere. That is what I was doing, said D'Artagnan to himself. But what is she doing, and why is she going to Chalet at such an hour? And he offered her his arm, which she took, and began to walk with increased precipitation, which ill-concealed, however, her weakness. D'Artagnan perceived it, and proposed to La Valliere that she should take a little rest, which she refused. You are ignorant, perhaps, where Chalet is? Inquired D'Artagnan. Quite so. It is a great distance. That matters very little. It is at least a league. I can walk it. D'Artagnan did not reply. He could tell, merely by the tone of a voice, when a resolution was real or not. He rather bore along rather than accompanied La Valliere, until they perceived the elevated ground of Chalet. What house are you going to, mademoiselle? Inquired D'Artagnan. To the Carmelites, monsieur. To the Carmelites, repeated D'Artagnan, in amazement. Yes. And since heaven has directed you towards me to give me your support on my road, accept both my thanks and my adieus. To the Carmelites. Your adieus. Are you going to become a nun? Exclaimed D'Artagnan. Yes, monsieur. What, you? There was in this, you, which we have marked by 3 notes of exclamation in order to render it as expressive as possible, there was, we repeat, in this, you, a complete poem. It recalled to La Valliere her old recollections of Blois, and her new recollections of Fontainebleau. It said to her, you, who might be happy with Raoul, you, who might be powerful with Louis. You about to become a nun. Yes, monsieur, she said, I am going to devote myself to the service of heaven, and to renounce the world entirely. But are you not mistaken with regard to your vocation? Are you not mistaken in supposing it to be the will of heaven? No, since heaven has been pleased to throw you in my way. Had it not been for you, I should certainly have sunk from fatigue on the road, and since heaven, I repeat, has thrown you in my way, it is because it has willed that I should carry out my intention. Oh, said D'Artagnan, doubtingly, that is a rather subtle distinction, I think. Whatever it may be, returned the young girl, I have acquainted you with the steps I have taken, and with my fixed resolution. And, now, I have one last favor to ask of you, even while I return you my thanks. The king is entirely ignorant of my flight from the Palais Royal, and is ignorant also of what I am about to do. The king ignorant, you say, exclaimed D'Artagnan. Take care, mademoiselle, you are not aware of what you are doing. No one ought to do anything with which the king is unacquainted, especially those who belong to the court. I no longer belong to the court, monsieur. D'Artagnan looked at the young girl with increasing astonishment. Do not be uneasy, monsieur, she continued, I have well calculated everything. And were it not so, it would now be too late to reconsider my resolution, all is decided. Well, mademoiselle, what do you wish me to do? In the name of that sympathy which misfortune inspires, by your generous feeling, and by your honor as a gentleman, I entreat you to promise me one thing. Name it. Swear to me, Monsieur D'Artagnan, that you will not tell the king that you have seen me, and that I am at the Carmelites. I will not swear that, said D'Artagnan, shaking his head. Why? Because I know the king, I know you, I know myself even, nay, the whole human race, too well. No, no, I will not swear that. In that case, cried La Valliere, with an energy of which one would hardly have thought her capable, instead of the blessing which I should have implored for you until my dying day. I will invoke a curse, for you are rendering me the most miserable creature that ever lived. We have already observed that D'Artagnan could easily recognize the accents of truth and sincerity, and he could not resist this last appeal. He saw by her face how bitterly she suffered from a feeling of degradation, he remarked her trembling limbs, how her whole slight and delicate frame was violently agitated by some internal struggle, and clearly perceived that resistance might be fatal. "I will do as you wish, then," he said. "Be satisfied, mademoiselle, I will say nothing to the king." "Oh! Thanks, thanks," exclaimed La Valliere, "you are the most generous man breathing." And in her extreme delight she seized hold of D'Artagnan's hands and pressed them between her own. D'Artagnan, who felt himself quite overcome, said, "This is touching, upon my word. She begins where others leave off." And La Valliere, who, in the bitterness of her distress, had sunk upon the ground, rose and walked towards the convent of the Carmelites, which could now, in the dawning light, be perceived just before them. D'Artagnan followed her at a distance. The entrance door was half open, she glided in like a shadow, and thanking D'Artagnan by a parting gesture, disappeared from his sight. When D'Artagnan found himself quite alone, he reflected very profoundly upon what had just taken place. "Upon my word," he said, "this looks very much like what is called a false position. To keep such a secret as that, is to keep a burning coal in one's breeches pocket, and trust that it may not burn the stuff. And yet, not to keep it when I have sworn to do so is dishonorable. It generally happens that some bright idea or other occurs to me as I am going along. But I am very much mistaken if I shall not, now, have to go a long way in order to find the solution of this affair." "Yes, but which way to go?" "Oh. Towards Paris, of course. That is the best way, after all. Only one must make haste, and in order to make haste 4 legs are better than 2, and I, unhappily, only have 2. A horse, as I heard them say at the theatre in London, my kingdom for a horse. And now I think of it, it need not cost me so much as that, for at the Barrière de la Conference there is a guard of musketeers, and instead of the 1 horse I need, I shall find 10 there." So, in pursuance of this resolution, which he adopted with his usual rapidity, D'Artagnan immediately turned his back upon the heights of Chaillot, reached the guardhouse, took the fastest horse he could find there, and was at the palace in less than 10 minutes. It was striking 5 as he reached the Palais Royal. The king, he was told, had gone to bed at his usual hour, having been long engaged with M. Colbert, and, in all probability, was still sound asleep. "Come," said D'Artagnan, "she spoke the truth, the king is ignorant of everything. If he only knew 1/2 of what has happened, the Palais Royal by this time would be turned upside down." 167. Showing how Louis, on his part, had passed the time from 10 to 12:30 at night. When the king left the apartments of the maids of honor, he found Colbert awaiting him to take directions for the next day's ceremony, as the king was then to receive the Dutch and Spanish ambassadors. Louis XIV had serious causes of dissatisfaction with the Dutch. The States had already been guilty of many mean shifts and evasions with France, and without perceiving or without caring about the chances of a rupture. They again abandoned the alliance with His Most Christian Majesty, for the purpose of entering into all kinds of plots with Spain. Louis XIV at his accession, that is to say, at the death of Cardinal Mazarin, had found this political question roughly sketched out. The solution was difficult for a young man, but as, at that time, the king represented the whole nation, anything that the head resolved upon, the body would be found ready to carry out. Any sudden impulse of anger, the reaction of young hot blood upon the brain, would be quite sufficient to change an old form of policy and create another system altogether. The part that diplomatists had to play in those days was that of arranging among themselves the different coups d'état which their sovereign masters might wish to effect. Louis was not in that calm frame of mind which was necessary to enable him to determine on a wise course of policy. Still much agitated from the quarrel he had just had with La Valliere, he walked hastily into his cabinet. dimly desirous of finding an opportunity of producing an explosion after he had controlled himself for so long a time. Colbert, as he saw the king enter, knew the position of affairs at a glance, understood the king's intentions, and resolved therefore to maneuver a little. When Louis requested to be informed what it would be necessary to say on the morrow, Colbert began by expressing his surprise that His Majesty had not been properly informed by M. Fouquet. M. Fouquet, he said, is perfectly acquainted with the whole of this Dutch affair. He received the dispatches himself direct. The king, who was accustomed to hear M. Colbert speak in not over-scrupulous terms of M. Fouquet, allowed this remark to pass unanswered, and merely listened. Colbert noticed the effect it had produced, and hastened to back out, saying that M. Fouquet was not on all occasions as blamable as at the first glance might seem to be the case, inasmuch as at that moment he was greatly occupied. The king looked up. "What do you allude to?" he said. "Sire, men are but men, and M. Fouquet has his defects as well as his great qualities." "Ah! Defects, who is without them, M. Colbert?" "Your Majesty, hardly," said Colbert, boldly. For he knew how to convey a good deal of flattery in a light amount of blame, like the arrow which cleaves the air notwithstanding its weight, thanks to the light feathers which bear it up. The king smiled. "What defect has M. Fouquet, then?" he said. "Still the same, sire, it is said he is in love." "In love? With whom?" "I am not quite sure, sire. I have very little to do with matters of gallantry. At all events you know, since you speak of it. I have heard a name mentioned." "Whose?" "I cannot now remember whose, but I think it is one of Madame's maids of honor." The king started. "You know more than you like to say, M. Colbert," he murmured. "I assure you, no, sire. At all events, Madame's maids of honor are all known, and in mentioning their names to you, you will perhaps recollect the one you allude to." "No, sire." "At least, try." "It would be useless, sire. Whenever the name of any lady who runs the risk of being compromised is concerned, my memory is like a coffer of bronze, the key of which I have lost." A dark cloud seemed to pass over the mind as well as across the face of the king. Then, wishing to appear as if he were perfect master of himself and his feelings, he said, "And now for the affair concerning Holland. In the first place, sire, at what hour will your Majesty receive the ambassadors?" "Early in the morning." 11 o'clock. "That is too late, say 9 o'clock." "That will be too early, sire. For friends, that would be a matter of no importance, one does what one likes with one's friends. But for one's enemies, in that case nothing could be better than if they were to feel hurt. I should not be sorry, I confess, to have to finish altogether with these marsh birds, who annoy me with their cries. It shall be precisely as your Majesty desires. At 9 o'clock, therefore, I will give the necessary orders." "Is it to be a formal audience?" "No. I wish to have an explanation with them, and not to embitter matters, as is always the case when many persons are present, but, at the same time, I wish to clear up everything with them, in order not to have to begin over again. Your Majesty will inform me of the persons whom you wish to be present at the reception. I will draw out a list. Let us speak of the ambassadors. What do they want? Allies with Spain, they gain nothing; allies with France, they lose much. How is that? Allied with Spain, they see themselves bounded and protected by the possessions of their allies. They cannot touch them, however anxious they may be to do so. From Antwerp to Rotterdam is but a step, and that by the way of the Scheldt and the Meuse. If they wish to make a bite at the Spanish cake, you, sire, the son-in-law of the King of Spain, could with your cavalry sweep the earth from your dominions to Brussels in a couple of days. Their design is, therefore, only to quarrel so far with you, and only to make you suspect Spain so far, as will be sufficient to induce you not to interfere with their own affairs. It would be far more simple, I should imagine, replied the king, to form a solid alliance with me, by means of which I should gain something, while they would gain everything. Not so. For if, by chance, they were to have you, or France rather, as a boundary, your Majesty is not an agreeable neighbor. Young, ardent, warlike, the King of France might inflict some serious mischief on Holland, especially if you were to get near her. I perfectly understand, M. Colbert, and you have explained it very clearly, but be good enough to tell me the conclusion you have arrived at. Your Majesty's own decisions are never deficient in wisdom. What will these ambassadors say to me? They will tell your Majesty that they are ardently desirous of forming an alliance with you. Which will be a falsehood. They will tell Spain that the three powers ought to unite so as to check the prosperity of England, and that will equally be a falsehood. For at present, the natural ally of your Majesty is England, who has ships while we have none, England, who can counteract Dutch influence in India. England, in fact, a monarchical country, to which your Majesty is attached by ties of relationship. Good, but how would you answer? I should answer, sire, with the greatest possible moderation of tone, that the disposition of Holland does not seem friendly towards the court of France. That the symptoms of public feeling among the Dutch are alarming as regards your Majesty, that certain medals have been struck with insulting devices. Towards me? Exclaimed the young king, excitedly. Oh, no. Sire, no, insulting is not the word, I was mistaken, I ought to have said immeasurably flattering to the Dutch. Oh. If that be so, the pride of the Dutch is a matter of indifference to me, said the king, sighing. Your Majesty is right, 1,000 times right. However, it is never a mistake in politics, your Majesty knows better than myself, to exaggerate a little in order to obtain a concession in your own favor. If your Majesty were to complain as if your susceptibility were offended, you would stand in a far higher position with them. What are these medals you speak of? Inquired Louis. For if I allude to them, I ought to know what to say. Upon my word, sire, I cannot very well tell you, some overweeningly conceited device, that is the sense of it. The words have little to do with the thing itself. Very good. I will mention the word medal, and they can understand it if they like. Oh. They will understand without any difficulty. Your Majesty can also slip in a few words about certain pamphlets which are being circulated. Never. Pamphlets befoul those who write them much more than those against whom they are written. M. Colbert, I thank you. You can leave now. Do not forget the hour I have fixed, and be there yourself. Sire, I await your Majesty's list. True, returned the king, and he began to meditate. He had not thought of the list in the least. The clock struck 11:30. The king's face revealed a violent conflict between pride and love. The political conversation had dispelled a good deal of the irritation which Louis had felt, and La Valliere's pale, worn features, in his imagination, spoke a very different language from that of the Dutch medals, or the Batavian pamphlets. He sat for 10 minutes debating within himself whether he should or should not return to La Valliere. But Colbert, having with some urgency respectfully requested that the list might be furnished him, the king was ashamed to be thinking of mere matters of affection where important state affairs required his attention. He therefore dictated, the Queen Mother, the Queen, Madame de Motteville, Madame de Chatillon, Madame de Nivelles, and, for the men, M. Le Prince, M. de Gramont, M. de Manicamp, M. de Saint-Aignan, and the officers on duty. The ministers? Asked Colbert. As a matter of course, and the secretaries also. Sire, I will leave at once in order to get everything prepared. The orders will be at the different residences tomorrow. Say rather today, replied Louis mournfully, as the clock struck 12. It was the very hour when poor La Valliere was almost dying from anguish and bitter suffering. The king's attendants entered, it being the hour of his retirement to his chamber. The queen, indeed, had been waiting for more than an hour. Louis accordingly retreated to his bedroom with a sigh. But, as he sighed, he congratulated himself on his courage, and applauded himself for having been as firm in love as in affairs of state.